Chapter 1. My Desire for Overnight Wealth. In the operating room, a group of medical staff clad in blue scrubs stood with bated breath around the surgical table, diligently attending to their tasks. The lead surgeon's gaze was fixed intently on the patient's wound. "Why my brow?" A woman beside the surgeon promptly grasped a piece of gauze, carefully avoiding the surgeon's line of sight as she wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Clamps, gauze, scissors." With a crisp snip, the surgeon gradually ceased his movements, allowing the tension in his body to dissipate. The patient's breathing is stable, no other anomalies detected. Transfer them to the intensive care unit for observation overnight. Monitor for fever and document all details meticulously. As the surgeon finished speaking, several medical personnel began to wheel the patient's bed, along with the ventilator, out of the room. Only the lead surgeon and the woman who had just wiped his sweat remained in the operating room. The door swung open, and the patient's family members surged in like a tide, bombarding the staff with questions. "Doctor, how's my father?" "Nurse, was the operation successful?" Yes. When will my father wake up?" The nurses, while fending off the encroaching family members, spoke in a practiced tone. "Please make way, everyone. The surgery was very successful, and we need to take the patient back to their room. I will address all your concerns shortly." As the operating room door gradually closed, the cacophony of voices began to fade away. Inside the operating room, the lead surgeon removed his blood-stained gloves and discarded them into a nearby waste bin. "Su Tang, your assistance during this surgery was commendable. When I return, I will compile your performance. You will undoubtedly secure a permanent position by the end of the month." Su Tang, her face obscured by a mask except for her bright, sparkling eyes, radiated joy. "Really? Thank you, doctor." The surgeon nodded with a hint of approval. "Indeed, I have observed your efforts continue to excel, and the hospital will not overlook your contributions." Su Tang nodded enthusiastically, unable to conceal her excitement. "Well, it's getting late. Please tidy up the operating room and return home to rest." "Yes, doctor. Goodbye." As she watched the surgeon depart, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickered in Su Tang's eyes. She quickly set about cleaning the operating room. Glancing at the time, it was already late at night. After retrieving the surgical instrument from the sterilizer, her attention was suddenly drawn to a bright light outside the window, causing her to unconsciously move toward it. The window, designed for easy cleaning, was made of double-glazed glass, allowing a clear view outside. Su Tang's gaze softened, her eyes shimmering as she mused. "Is it a shooting star? How beautiful! Tick-tock, tick-tock." The three hands of her watch aligned perfectly. Su Tang closed her eyes, whispering softly, shooting star, I wish to become wealthy overnight. If one night is not enough, then two will suffice." In mere seconds, Su Tang opened her eyes to see the shooting star only a step away, momentarily stunned. The only thought flashing through her mind was whether shooting stars flew this quickly. Thus, she found herself watching in disbelief as the not-so-bright but astonishingly fast shooting star hurtled toward her. If you were to ask how fast, it was so swift that Su Tang didn't even have time to blink. Though separated by an unyielding window, as a blinding light enveloped her in that instant, Su Tang felt tears welling up, and one thought crossed her mind. Indeed, one should never casually make wishes upon a shooting star. Is it too late for her to regret it now? Chapter 2. Arrival in the Beast World. Just as Su Tang's mind swirled in confusion, a somewhat indistinct voice echoed. "Ding! Binding successful. Host successfully transferred." As the surrounding white light gradually faded, Su Tang's brain momentarily froze as she took in her new environment. All around her loomed trees so massive that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle them. The lush leaves blocked much of the sunlight, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of dry, yellowed leaves, the accumulation of who knows how long, yielding softly beneath her feet. The light in the woods was dim, and in certain damp areas, she could spot a few mushrooms as large as bowls. Vines as thick as her wrist twisted and coiled around the trees, some dangling ominously in the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Su Tang stood frozen, clutching the tray, her eyes wide with disbelief. A singular question echoed in her mind. "Where am I? Is this an ancient forest?" In the year 2222, such fresh air and primitive surroundings were non-existent. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, causing the surgical instruments on the tray to clatter softly against one another. Rustle, rustle. A sound emerged from the underbrush behind her, prompting Su Tang to whirl around, her face a mask of terror as she stared at the nearly 1-meter-high thicket. Rustle, rustle. Su Tang felt tears pricking at her eyes, desperately fighting back the urge to cry out. With trembling hands, she drew a surgical knife from the tray, aiming it at the bush, standing utterly still. The rustling grew louder, as if something were about to leap from within. Her heart raced, fear coursed through her, and though she wanted to flee, her legs felt like lead. Taking a deep breath to bolster her courage, she fixed her gaze fiercely on the thicket. The underbrush shook violently, and suddenly, a white figure sprang forth. "Wow!" Su Tang screamed, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled backward, scrambling behind a tree. That white figure, evidently startled by her reaction, bounded away into the distance. Su Tang was left bewildered. Was it a rabbit? A rabbit the size of an adult husky? Shaking, she approached a tree, curling up beneath it. Wiping away the tears from her eyes with her sleeve, she wrapped the instruments in the cloth from the tray and tucked them into her pocket, holding the tray against her chest. Beneath the tree, Su Tang curled into a ball, nervously surveying her surroundings, unable to discern whether she was dreaming or trapped in reality. Meanwhile, not far away in the forest, a stag-like creature, previously bent over to drink, suddenly raised its head, as if sensing some impending danger, and took off running. But having barely taken 2 steps, it was brutally slain by a large white tiger with black stripes, wings unfurling as it descended from the trees, tearing into its throat. The stag-like creature, with a final flick of its hooves and a few pitiful cries, resigned itself to its fate, closing its eyes in defeat. Wow! A group of men, clad in animal skins, erupted from the shadows, brandishing spears made from sharpened stones, circling around the white tiger and the fallen stag-like creature, their voices filled with excitement. The winged white tiger shimmered with a radiant glow, and soon, a robust man stood where the tiger had been. "Chieftain, you are incredible. When will I be as formidable as you?" The man known as Cain cast a cold glance at the speaker and replied, "Continue the hunt. I will investigate the commotion ahead." "Yes, chieftain." With that, Cain transformed back into the majestic white tiger and leaped effortlessly into the trees. Chapter 3, Arrival in the Beast World, Part 2. Su Tang clutched the tray tightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yearning to cry yet too fearful of making noise that might attract a wild beast. An orphan, she had grown up learning traditional Chinese medicine under the guidance of the headmistress of the orphanage. Her lifelong dream was to become a skilled practitioner of this art. Yet, with the progression of society, traditional medicine had dwindled in popularity, while Western medicine flourished, leaving Su Tang with no choice but to pivot her career, all in pursuit of financial stability. Having endured a life of hardship, Su Tang wished to ease the burdens of her headmistress and to secure a better future for herself. Thus, despite her timid nature, she overcame her fears, diligently acquiring knowledge, and ultimately realized her dream of becoming an intern at a prestigious hospital. Just as she began to perform surgeries with a steady hand, poised to secure her position, fate played a cruel joke on her. What is this bizarre place? A dim forest, occasionally filled with eerie gurgling sounds. How unsettling. Fear gripped Su Tang even more, and she wrapped her arms tightly around herself, stifling soft sobs. Cain perched quietly on a branch, keenly observing the small, white figure below, seemingly a female. A female? What is a female doing in this dark forest? Has she been abandoned by her tribe, or has she simply lost her way? It seems she has lost her way, for no tribe would discard a precious female. Seeing the little female weep so sorrowfully, it was clear she must have been lost for quite some time. Cain unfurled his wings and descended gracefully before Su Tang, making not a sound. Gazing at the petite figure before him, he noted her delicate, pristine fingers free from dirt. Cain's brow furrowed slightly. This was an unmarked female. Su Tang was immersed in her own sorrowful world, completely oblivious to the imposing presence of a robust white tiger standing before her. After a moment of contemplation, Cain realized he had gone unnoticed and could not help but emit a low growl. "Roar," he addressed the small female. Su Tang's hair stirred slightly, her body stiffening into a lump as she cautiously lifted her head, only to meet the gaping maw of the white tiger. Golden tears cascaded down Su Tang's cheeks as if they were worthless. "Please don't eat me. I am not tasty at all." Cain's dark vertical pupils filled with confusion. What was this little female saying? He couldn't comprehend her words. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he transformed back into human form. Cain stepped forward and said calmly, "Do not cry, I will take you back to the tribe." Scalding tears lingered on Cain's fingertips, and with a flicker of his black vertical pupils, he effortlessly cradled Su Tang in his arms. Su Tang's cries abruptly ceased as she gazed up at Cain in disbelief. She was so stunned that she did not even react to being lifted. Cain felt quite satisfied she was a compliant little female. Though somewhat slender, there was potential for nurturing. With a powerful push of his feet, he propelled himself several meters forward, soaring toward the tribe while holding the fragrant, soft little female in his embrace. At that moment, Su Tang's mind was a whirlwind. What had she just witnessed? A transformation? The tiger had morphed into an extraordinarily handsome man. Oh my goodness! Su Tang felt her worldview shatter. Her 9 years of compulsory education seemed utterly futile. Though reluctant to admit it, she truly seemed to have traversed into another realm. It dawned on Su Tang that she had not understood a word spoken by the great tiger. She had once been a top student at a prestigious university in Huagua. Yet here, she found herself illiterate. How disheartening. Had she known, she would have chosen to major in veterinary medicine back then. But it seemed that even a veterinarian would not comprehend the language of beasts. Chapter 4. Arrival in the Beast World. Cain held Su Tang as he swiftly navigated through the jungle. Though his speed was impressive, he maneuvered carefully around densely clustered branches to ensure the little female remained unharmed. The small female was fragrant and soft in his arms, her presence providing an undeniable comfort that stirred his senses and ignited a primal urge within him. Previously, the warriors of the tribe would often clash fiercely over females, leaving him perplexed. Now, however, he understood. If it were the little female in his arms, he would not wish to share her with anyone else. In mere moments, Cain felt a compelling desire to mark the little female as his own. What she wore was not beast hide. It was softer than any he had ever encountered. Could she be a female from Beast City? With that thought, Cain's black vertical pupils glimmered, and he tightened his grip around Su Tang. Regardless of which tribe the little female belonged to, now that she had arrived at the winged tiger tribe, she was a member of their community. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the woods, Su Tang noticed the surroundings becoming increasingly bright, with trees thinning out. Emerald hills, verdant meadows, and crystal-clear lakes. The scenery beyond the forest was unexpectedly splendid, exuding the essence of a paradise untouched by civilization. Su Tang felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "Have we finally emerged? Where are we headed?" Cain looked down at her. Ah, the sound of the little female's voice was enchanting, reminiscent of the long-tailed birds in the warm season. Though he could not comprehend her words, it was evident from her sparkling, almond-shaped eyes that she was filled with enthusiasm. "This is the dark forest. I will take you to our tribe." Su Tang was momentarily startled by the richness of his voice, which reminded her of their language barrier. Thus, she fell silent, her heart heavy with frustration. Noticing the little female's silence, Cain felt a pang of regret and quickened his pace, hastening toward the tribe. The sudden acceleration left Su Tang's expression impassive, yet internally, her heart soared with the exhilarating ups and downs of the great tiger's movements. Ah, what a thrill! After about 5 more minutes, the great tiger came to a halt in a small grove. Su Tang could vaguely see figures moving beyond trees. The great tiger gestured for Su Tang to follow him. Though she said nothing, fear gnawed at her insides. After all, this person had transformed from tiger. Upon exiting the grove, she realized they had entered a tribea, primitive one at that. All the men were adorned with animal hides, some tiger-striped, others leopard-spotted, and some of which Su Tang could not identify. In contrast to the men, the women wore additional animal hides around their upper bodies, exuding an aura of untamed beauty. Su Tang's eyes sparkled, and before she could react, they were noticed by the others. "The chief has returned, and he brings a little female with him." With that loud proclamation, the winged tiger tribe erupted in excitement. "What? The chief? With a little female? Oh, may the beast god bless us! Our chief is to have a female." How could the chieftain possibly have a female? I find that hard to believe. That little female appears so small. Could she be a juvenile? Indeed, indeed. And she looks quite frail. Surely she must be ill. Our tribe lacks a healer. Alas, why would the chieftain bring back a nearly lifeless juvenile? In just a few breaths, Su Tang was labeled by the members of the winged tiger tribe as a dying juvenile. Meanwhile, Su Tang herself was puzzled by the strange glances directed at her. Chapter 5. The injured beastman Cain observed the gradually encircling tribe members, feeling a twinge of headache. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar. Instantly, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Su Tang looked up in surprise at Cain, not expecting that this formidable tiger held considerable prestige within the tribe. Cain himself could not quite articulate why, but he relished the attention the petite female bestowed upon him. With a puffed chest, he addressed his kin, declaring that this female had inadvertently strayed from another tribe, that she was not ill, and that he would take her under his care. After a few moments of stunned silence, the tribe erupted into chatter once more. A female who was not ill. She would not perish. This female is truly beautiful, albeit a tad slender. Could it be that she is incapable of bearing offspring? The chief stated he would care for the petite female. Goodness, Our orc warriors can only leave their mark on one female during their lifetime. The chief ought to seek a robust female capable of bearing children. Su Tang gazed curiously at the crowd before her, wondering if they were all transformed animals. Would her inability to change make her a target? Regarded as an outlier to be devoured? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Cain, who had been holding her hand, sensed her unease and assumed she was frightened by their kin. He raised his hand, signaling for silence among the crowd. His cold, black vertical pupils swept over the assembly. And with a demeanor both stern and indifferent, he declared, "This is the female I have chosen." With those few words, the members of the tribe comprehended that there would be no further discussion on the matter, simultaneously warning any beastmen who harbored inappropriate intentions towards Su Tang. The beastmen, with fists raised high, began to jump and cheer in a peculiar manner. Yet, Su Tang could sense that they were, in fact, welcoming her. Gradually, her rigid body relaxed, and a smile began to grace her face. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a blood-soaked male beastman burst through the throng. Chief, we encountered a Longfong beast while hunting. Meng Zhe is injured. His abdomen has been slashed open. He has lost a great deal of blood." Cain's expression shifted, and an intimidating aura emanated from him. Despite the urgency of the situation, he maintained a composed demeanor as he directed the chaos. "Xiangda, take 2 individuals to carry Meng Zhe to the stream. But be cautious not to disturb the wound. Qinghua, go fetch old Nick to examine him." The 2 beastmen he had called upon quickly departed, but the remaining crowd descended into a state of disarray. Would Meng Zhe survive such a grievous injury? May the beast god protect him. "We hope for Meng Zhe's safety," they lamented. "Our tribe lacks a healer. It appears Meng Zhe may not be saved." "Oh, what a pity." Meng Zhe was a beastman with great potential to ascend as a valiant warrior. The beastmen exchanged sorrowful words, their faces etched with grief and regret. Su Tang discerned a glimmer of hope, perhaps because someone had been injured, and they lacked the means to provide aid. If she were to rescue the orc, might she not gain the protection of this tribe? Initially, she entertained this thought, yet without having assessed the patient's condition, she hesitated to take the risk. Should her efforts fail, she would become a pariah. Suddenly, a young female rushed forth from the group, kneeling at Cain's feet with tear-filled eyes. "Chief, I implore you, find a way to save Meng Zhe. He cannot meet the beast god. I have yet to conceive Meng Zhe's offspring. I cannot lose him." Chapter 6. The injured orc too, as the small female wept softly on the ground. Several elder females in the tribe could not suppress their own tears. Yuan, too, was wretched. She had only recently bonded with Meng Zhe, and now calamity had befallen them. Yuan, rise. The chief is not a healer and cannot save Meng Zhe." Another remarked. "Indeed, Yuan, hasten to the stream. Perhaps you might catch a final glimpse of Meng Zhe." "How dare you speak such nonsense? The beast god will surely protect Meng Zhe. He shall be safe." The young female, named Yuan, stubbornly remained on her knees. Cain pressed his lips together and spoke. "Our tribe possesses no healer. Meng Zhe is not a valiant warrior. His injuries are severe, and he cannot endure until reaching the Zhaoying tribe." Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and she quickly rose to whisper something in Cain's ear. His gaze flickered slightly, though his expression remained impassive. Su Tang, who had been observing him closely, noted a hint of excitement and joy. Cain waved to the gathered orcs, stating, "The rainy season is halfway through. We must gather a substantial amount of firewood, or we shall not survive the cold season. Those unoccupied should collect firewood." At his command, the orcs, who had been huddled together, dispersed immediately. Cain nodded at Yuan. "Let us go see Meng Zhe." Yuan's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Chief. With your assistance, Meng Zhe will surely be safe." As Cain set off, he suddenly remembered that he was still holding the hand of a young female. He felt a wave of concern. He could not possibly take her to the stream, for what if she were to be distressed by the sight of blood? Noticing Cain's hesitation, Yuan grew anxious. "Chief, is there something else?" Cain shook his head. "No, saving a life is paramount, especially that of a newly appointed valiant warrior. If the young female becomes frightened, I shall shield her eyes." Resolute in his decision, the 3 made their way to the stream. Indeed, Meng Zhe was gravely injured. A diagonal wound extended from his chest to his left flank, and the blood seeping from it threatened to saturate the grass beneath him. Su Tang instinctively furrowed her brow. Things could not continue like this, for the orc might soon perish from excessive blood loss. Cain also frowned, realizing that if the bleeding did not cease, even our tribe would be unable to escape. Yuan, her face a portrait of anxiety, rushed forward and grasped Old Nick's arm, imploring, "Old Nick, please help Meng Zhe stop the bleeding. If this goes on, he will meet the beast god soon." Qinghua stepped forward to support Yuan Yuan, soothingly saying, "Yuan Yuan, do not fret. Old Nick is about to assist Meng Zhe. Let us wait and see." Only then did Yuan Yuan notice that Old Nick was clutching her most treasured earthen jar, and she hastily released her grip. Cain approached with Su Tang, and upon observing that the young female exhibited no signs of fear or discomfort, he breathed a sigh of relief. Upon sighting Cain, Old Nick slightly bent his body in respect. "Chief, you have arrived." His gaze then shifted to Su Tang, his pupils narrowing slightly as he discreetly inquired, "And this is?" Cain waved his hand dismissively. "This is my female. Let us not linger on pleasantries. Quickly assist Meng Zhe." At that moment, Meng Zhe's condition was indeed dire. His complexion grew increasingly pale, lacking even the strength to speak. Old Nick cast a deep glance at Su Tang before saying nothing further. He took a large handful of dry yellow earth from the jar, preparing to apply it to Meng Zhe's wound. Su Tang widened her eyes in realization of Old Nick's intentions and exclaimed, "No." Chapter 7. The Injured Orc 3. The sudden outburst from Su Tang startled everyone present. Cain hurriedly lowered his head and asked with genuine concern, "Little female, what troubles you?" Su Tang, unable to articulate much, freed herself from Cain's grasp and approached Old Nick. Upon observing the yellow earth in his hand, interspersed with gravel, her expression soured. Could it be that the orcs here employed this to staunch their wounds? With the myriad bacteria present in the soil, merely applying it to an open wound without succumbing to inflammation or infection would be a stroke of extraordinary luck. She gestured towards the yellow earth in Old Nick's hand and then pointed at Meng's injury on the ground, shaking her head and waving her hands in a fervent attempt to convey that such a practice was misguided. Old Nick, taken aback, cast a glance at Su Tang before directing his gaze towards Cain. The chieftain, much like Old Nick, was equally bewildered by the intentions of the young female. Su Tang crouched beside Meng Zhe, gently lifting his eyelid. Fortunately, there were no signs of pupil dilation. It seemed this beastman had merely fainted from excessive blood loss. However, if not addressed promptly, he could be in dire peril. The wound stretched from his chest to his left flank, not deep, and the bleeding was not severe at the moment, yet it was certainly not a favorable sign. Swift suturing was imperative. She placed the tray back on the ground and retrieved the surgical instruments from her pocket, arranging them meticulously on the tray. Her palms were slightly clammy with anxiety. This was her inaugural surgery on another, albeit a simple suturing procedure. Under such circumstances, it was quite commendable. Moreover, she had some leftover catgut from a previous operation under her mentor, which was perfect for this suturing task, eliminating the hassle of removing stitches later on. Su Tang was oblivious to the astonishment her actions had instigated in the nearby beastmen. Round-eyed and incredulous, they watched as she produced an array of peculiar and previously unseen objects from her pocket, as if conjuring magic. Qinghua turned to Cain with palpable excitement, inquiring if this little female was perhaps a healer. Cain remained silent, uncertain if the young female truly possessed the skills of a healer. Yet her actions undeniably suggested she was engaged in saving a life. Berta regarded Cain, speaking in a deep, resonant voice, "Chief, this petite female appears far too small to be a healer. We must take her away to avoid hindering Old Nick in his efforts to staunch Meng Zhe's bleeding." Cain, however, chose to remain silent, observing Su Tang's actions with quiet attention. At this moment, Su Tang was in a state of heightened concentration, instinctively shielding herself from external distractions. After threading the fine suture, she took a deep breath and began to stitch the wound, each knot meticulously crafted. The instruments she employed had been sterilized prior to her arrival. Although there was no anesthetic, the patient was already unconscious, mitigating any significant concerns. From the moment her fingers made contact with Meng Zhe's injury, all eyes were drawn to her. They witnessed, in real time, the gradual closure of Meng Zhe's wound until the bleeding ceased. Xiongde gazed at the young female with a stuttered awe, realizing that she truly was a healer. Yuan Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she tightly embraced Qinghua, her voice trembling with excitement. "Qinghua, she's a healer. A healer. Meng Zhe is saved. Meng Zhe is saved." Qinghua, equally exhilarated, responded, "Yes, Yuan Yuan. With a healer here, Meng Zhe need not meet the beast god." Chapter 8. System Activation. Old Nick suddenly raised his index finger to his lips, shushing them softly, and whispered, "A healer must maintain silence while tending to the injured." At once, Qingguo and Yuan Yuan fell silent, fearful of disturbing Su Tang. Meanwhile, a complex emotion flickered in Cain's eyes. Unlike the others, he perceived that the situation was not as straightforward. As the leader of his clan, he bore the weight of the safety of all the beastmen. Had Su Tang been an ordinary female, there would have been no cause for suspicion. However, now that she was a healer, it inevitably invited deeper contemplation. In the beast god continent, healers and sages were vital to the prosperity of a tribe. The former could heal and save lives, while the latter was crucial to the tribe's rise or fall. If a tribe boasted both a healer and a sage, it was merely a matter of time before it evolved into a powerful clan. The Winged Tiger tribe was merely a small community of just over 100 individuals, not even qualifying as a true tribe, as many among them belonged to other races of beastmen who had joined due to various misfortunes. The tribe barely managed to survive until Cain assumed leadership, gradually improving their circumstances. After all, he was the only valiant warrior in the tribe who had awakened his bloodline. No, now there were two. Previously, Yuan Yuan had mentioned that Meng Zhe had also awakened his bloodline power and become a valiant warrior. Aside from these two valiant warriors, there was little else within their tribe to attract attention. The fact that he was a valiant warrior had been closely guarded, ensuring that the young female was not drawn here for that reason, nor was it a trap set by another tribe. Thus, it seemed that the young female had indeed arrived due to an unfortunate incident, rather than any conspiracy. With this realization, Cain gradually relaxed. As long as the young female harbored no ill intentions, he was unconcerned about the rest. With the final stitch completed and the excess thread trimmed, Su Tang finally exhaled in relief. Ding! Successfully treated a critically injured beastman, rewarding 100 exchange points. The 007 system has been successfully activated. Welcome to your usage. Su Tang abruptly raised her head, displaying a look of surprise. Who is speaking? Cain approached, crouching beside Su Tang, and gently inquired, Little female, what troubles you? Su Tang remained silent, for she could not comprehend what Cain was articulating. Although she could roughly surmise the context, their linguistic barrier rendered communication impossible. Observing the expressions of those around her, she was convinced that the voice she had heard was unique to her. It was certainly not a figment of her imagination. What system was this? What activation was being referenced? What on earth was happening? Her almond-shaped eyes darted about, scrutinizing her surroundings in search of any clues. At that moment, the voice resonated once more. Ding. Host's language detected as incompatible with the current environment. Would you like to use 100 exchange points to activate the barrier-free communication mode? Countdown. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Su Tang's mind resembles a chaotic mass of mush. After recently enduring an arduous and intricate stitching task, she now finds herself confronted with an utterly perplexing situation, prompting her brain to protest for a break. As the countdown reaches its conclusion, a chime resonates. The system automatically expends 100 exchange points to activate the seamless communication mode. Su Tang, what on earth? Yuan Yuan glanced at the unconscious Meng Zhe on the ground, then turned her gaze to the dazed Su Tang, a look of concern etched on her face. Chief, what has happened to this little female, or rather, to you? Esteemed healer? Su Tang abruptly shifted her gaze towards Yuan Yuan, her face a mask of disbelief. She understood everything. Suddenly, it all made sense. Chapter 9. Activating the system 2. Meeting Su Tang's eyes, Yuan Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Are you all right, esteemed healer? What has become of Meng Zhe? Cain scrutinized Su Tang closely before turning to Yuan Yuan and saying, She cannot comprehend our conversation. She must be fatigued. Su Tang, can she say that she understands? Ding. Successfully consumed 100 exchange points. The host is currently at level 1. Please check your system rewards. Ding. Reward obtained. 1 cubic meter of storage space. Survival beginner QA, 100 out of 100 times. 2 mechanical female voices echoed once more, and Su Tang felt an intense pain in her head, as the scene before her grew increasingly blurred. Finally, unable to withstand it any longer, she closed her eyes. In the very last second before she collapsed, she thought to herself that she had just saved someone, so surely she would not be abandoned. Su Tang had a peculiar dream. She envisioned herself being struck by a meteor, transcending into ancient times, where a magnificent white tiger before her transformed into a handsome young man. In her dream, she also recalled stitching a wound for a man, activating a system known as 007, and subsequently receiving a reward. Su Tang awoke from her slumber, laughter still lingering on her lips, bewildered by the surreal nature of her dream. As she opened her eyes and beheld the untainted stone ceiling above, the smile on her face faltered, for she realized this was no mere illusion. She was not dreaming. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang from her bed. As her hand brushed against the soft, unknown fur beneath her, she came to the startling realization that she was ensconced within a cave. The cave was remarkably pristine, containing nothing but a stone bed adorned with two furs, one beneath her and the other draped over her. A memory surfaced, the enigmatic 007 system she recalled before losing consciousness. Right? Clearing her throat, she called out, "Ahem, summon the 007 system. Ding. Please enter your query." Su Tang stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the blue light screen before her. She looked around, puzzled. Where was the keyboard? How could she input anything without it? Ding. The host can input via thought. Upon seeing the bolded 10099 after the response, Su Tang felt an urge to curse. Was that even a question? Her lips twitched as she couldn't help but inquire further. 007 system. Where am I right now? Ding. The system detects that this place is called the Beast God Continent. 10098. Why have I come here? Ding. Temporal distortion occurred during the system binding process. 10097. Can I go back? Ding. The host must strive to level up. At level 10, 000 exchange points are required to unlock the temporal transfer tunnel. 10096 TSK. 10 million? A temporal transfer tunnel? That sounds quite advanced. Within less than a minute, Su Tang had already asked 4 questions. It seemed that returning in the short term was not an option. This survival QA might very well be the key to her existence here. With only 100 opportunities, would they refresh? If not, she would have to be frugal with her usage. 007 system. Will the number of inquiries refresh? Ding. Basic survival inquiries refresh daily at 100, intermediate inquiries weekly at 10, and advanced inquiries monthly at 11. 10095. Seeing this, Su Tang felt much more at ease, although she was still unaware of what lay ahead. She felt reassured that this system was akin to a knowledgeable companion. Whatever she wished to know, she could simply ask, providing her with a great sense of security. Wanting to ask more questions, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure at the cave entrance. A surge of panic rushed through her, and instinctively, she waved her hand in an attempt to disperse the blue light screen before her. 007 system. Oh, that gesture is utterly foolish. Can I request a change of host? Chapter 10. Yuan held a large green leaf, upon which several palm-sized pieces of roasted meat and 2 bright red fruits were arranged. Upon seeing the fierce-looking Su Tang, she was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully rushed forward. "Healer, you're awake." Su Tang stiffened her arms and offered a shy smile to Yuan. "You, hello?" Yuan was once again filled with surprise. "Esteemed healer. So, you can understand our words." Observing that Yuan displayed no further reaction, Su Tang realized that the azure screen before her was visible only to herself. Consequently, her spirits lifted as she nodded gently and said, "Is the roasted meat in your hands for me? It smells delightful." Yuan hastily extended the large leaf she held, bowing respectfully and saying, "Esteemed healer, this meat was roasted for you by the finest female artisan of our tribe. Please, do savor it." Su Tang, feeling quite embarrassed, accepted the roasted meat and said, "Please do not refer to me as adult. My name is Su Tang. What is yours?" "I am called Yuan." Su Tang felt considerably relaxed, her heart brimming with delight as she pondered whether this could be considered her first friend in this foreign realm. "Don't just stand there. Come and sit down so we can eat together. I can't finish all this." As she spoke, Su Tang shifted over on the stone bed to make space for Yuan. However, Yuan wore a look of astonishment. "My lady, these meats are merely meant to stave off your hunger. It is still too early for a meal. I was concerned that there might not be enough for you. Are you truly unable to finish it all?" Su Tang fell into a profound silence. The meat weighed approximately 5 pounds, accompanied by 2 elongated fruits resembling apples, bringing the total to over 6 pounds. Even if she were a bottomless pit, consuming such a quantity would be an impossible feat. Noticing Su Tang's silence, Yuan wore an expression of sudden realization. "Now I understand. No wonder adults don't grow up. It turns out they cannot be satiated even with meat." She then gazed at Su Tang with a look of deep sympathy, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed one, ever since our tribe appointed a new chieftain, aside from the food-scarce winter season, we have been able to enjoy meat at every meal. Living in our tribe, you shall undoubtedly become even more robust." Su Tang cast a discreet glance at the plump round figure before her, then lowered her gaze to her own little bun. In comparison, it seemed rather diminutive. Ahem, what was she thinking? Su Tang grasped Yuan Yuan's round arm, urging her to take a seat. You may call me Tang Tang, and I shall refer to you as Yuan Yuan, if that pleases you. Yuan Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, very well, esteemed one. Please indulge in your meal before it grows cold. Su Tang, you promised to call me Tang Tang. What happened to trust between people? I picked up a piece of grilled meat, and it smelled quite fragrant. Tempted by the aroma, my stomach grumbled twice. As I took a bite, Su Tang, why is there not a hint of flavor? Do orcs not consume salt at all? Su Tang felt a deep sense of despair. At that moment, however, Yuan Yuan, with her sparkling Castellan eyes, eagerly inquired, how is it? Is it delicious? Su Tang could only nod in silence. In truth, she should feel fortunate. Fortunate that the people here knew how to use fire. Fortunate that the meat was cooked. Yuan Yuan wore a smug expression. I knew you would surely enjoy it. It is only when I am unwell that AMU prepares roasted meat for me. Otherwise, I rarely get to savor it. Su Tang smiled lightly, just about to respond when a resonant voice filled with strength echoed from the entrance of the cave. Yuan Yuan. Who are you speaking with? Chapter 11, Cain. Yuan Yuan suddenly sprang up from the stone bed, making a playful face at Su Tang. Master, the clan leader has arrived. Su Tang turned sideways to gaze at the cave entrance, curious to behold the visage of the ancient chieftain. To her astonishment, the chieftain was a magnificent tiger. Indeed. This grand creature exuded an aura of undeniable allure, its bare torso brimming with strength, muscles rippling with vitality, complemented by a cascade of lustrous silver hair. Su Tang felt a flush of warmth creep to her cheeks. Diverting her gaze to mask her embarrassment, she took a hefty bite of meat. Her cheeks puffing out comically as she chewed, resembling a squirrel indulging in a secret stash of treats. Cain, with his long, elegant strides, approached the stone bed in mere moments. Observing Su Tang kneeling there, diligently consuming her meal, his gaze softened slightly. Yuan Yuan, with whom were you just conversing? Without hesitation, Yuan Yuan betrayed Su Tang, exclaiming, the chieftain, the esteemed healer can speak and comprehend our words. The healer mentioned that her name is Su Tang. What a lovely name it is. As Su Tang swallowed, she glared at Yuan Yuan. How could a good teammate betray her so easily? Would they ever be able to enjoy their time together again? Unfortunately, Yuan Yuan failed to grasp Su Tang's meaning, blinking her innocent, doe-like eyes. A sudden cough caught Su Tang off guard, choking her momentarily. Taking advantage of the situation, Cain seated himself beside her, gently patting her back, while instructing Yuan Yuan to fetch some water. Yuan Yuan nodded and darted out of the cave. Seeing Yuan Yuan leave, Su Tang grew anxious, and in her haste, she began to choke even more severely. She coughed incessantly, tears streaming down her face, before finally finding some relief. Are you feeling better? Came a deep voice from above. It was only then that Su Tang realized she had unknowingly leaned into Cain's embrace. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She hastily extricated herself from his hold, stammering an apology. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Cain's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze imbued with a hint of warmth. I am Cain, and you are? Su Tang felt as though her face was ablaze. She stammered in response, Lord Chieftain. My name is Su Tang. Cain nodded and remarked, Su Tang, your name is quite lovely. Su Tang, you call me Ian, I call you Su. Su Tang, why does it seem to carry a hint of the domineering CEO vibe? Su, how is it that you find yourself alone in the shadowy forest? Where is your tribe? Sutung lowered her head in despair, whispering, I have lost my way. My tribe is far, far away, and I may never return. Observing the profound sadness of the young female, Cain felt a surge of emotion within him. If she could not go back, then he could rightfully keep her here. Gently caressing Sutung's soft hair, Cain softly reassured her, from now on, the winged tiger tribe shall be your tribe. I will always protect you and ensure you never lose your way again. After a brief pause, he continued, do not fear being lost. I will find you swiftly. I swear by the beast god, I will surely find you. A beam of white light emanated from above Cain's head. Su Tang was taken aback. What was that just now? Did Su not know about the heavenly covenant formed when swearing allegiance to the beast god? Su Tang widened her eyes, contemplating how to respond to the chieftain who suddenly swore he would not lose her. Were it not for his handsome appearance, she would certainly have regarded him as a rogue to be dealt with. But what would happen if he were to violate his oath? Chapter 12. Cain replied nonchalantly, stating that breaking the vow would invoke the divine punishment of the beast god. Su Tang was both furious and anxious. She was enraged that Cain had arbitrarily made such an oath, and worried that if, by any chance, Cain were to incur divine punishment one day, he might blame her. You mustn't casually make oaths to the beast god in the future, do you understand? Cain regarded Su Tang with a calm gaze, remaining silent. Was she genuinely concerned for him? The sensation of being worried over felt rather pleasant. Su Tang appeared anxious. Did you hear that? She asked. Cain nodded yes. I heard it. Matters concerning the young female are not to be taken lightly. At last, Su Tang let out a sigh of relief. Esteemed healer. Esteemed healer. I have brought you water. Though the person was yet to be seen, their voice resonated clearly. Yuan cradled a large leaf, brimming with crystal clear water. Please drink. Esteemed healer. Once you have finished, I shall refill it for you. Su Tang reached out to take the leaf, but Yuan deftly evaded her grasp. Dear healer, this leaf is rather difficult to hold. Allow me to assist you while you drink. Su Tang, feeling helpless, could only gently sip from the edge of the leaf. Witnessing this scene, Cain was quite displeased. Yuan, do you not recall what I mentioned by the stream? Yuan blinked her large, innocent eyes, appearing genuinely unable to remember the chief's words. Cain began to feel a chill, his expression and tone far from amiable. Hiding the matter of Su's rescue. Do you intend for the entire tribe to be aware by calling her doctor so loudly? Yuan suddenly realized. With sincere regret, she exclaimed, My apologies, chief. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the healer and Tang. Cain's voice was stiff and unyielding, akin to an emotionless machine. There will be no next time. You may leave. Following the command, Yuan cheerfully cradled the large leaf as she exited. Su Tang, I find it quite difficult. All I desire is to sip a couple more mouthfuls of water. The humble little Su is earnestly seeking a drink. Cain redirected his gaze back to Su Tang. His tone considerably softer. Eat quickly, the barbecue will soon grow cold. Have a bite first, and if you wish for anything else to eat later, I shall gladly prepare it for you. Su Tang hurriedly waved her hand and said, It's all right, I can't finish all of this. There's no need to waste it. Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow and remarked, You should eat more meat. You are far too thin. Su Tang quietly lowered her head to consume the meat, feeling a generational gap between herself and the people around her. The slender figure she had painstakingly maintained was met with indifference here. How could she possibly eat more than a single piece? The meat was devoid of any flavor and excessively greasy, though tender in texture. It did little to alter the undeniable fact of its unpalatability. Is this truly all you intend to eat? Su Tang nodded and patted her belly to indicate that she was full. Cain furrowed his brows and suddenly pulled Su Tang into his embrace. Placing his hand on her abdomen, Su Tang's face flushed once again, though she could not recall how many times it had happened. What are you doing? Just as Su Tang was poised to retaliate with a fist the size of a sandbag, Cain released her once more. Su Tang, considering your status as a protected species, I shall not hold it against you. Your stomach appears quite empty. You should consume a bit more meat, lest you struggle to endure the cold season. Observing Cain, one could sense an urgency in her demeanor, as if she would perish at any moment without sustenance, leaving Su Tang utterly exasperated. She picked up a fruit from a large leaf, wiped it on her white coat, and intended to take a bite to alleviate her weariness. However, to her surprise, Cain's hand suddenly intercepted her. Chapter 13. Cain, whose tone had always been gentle, unexpectedly adopted a firm stance, declaring, No, you must eat meat first. Only after you have finished your meat may you indulge in the fruit. Su Tang gazed at Cain with a sense of grievance, her demeanor soft and somewhat like a pout. But the barbecue isn't delicious. I yearn for fruit. Faced with such an earnest expression from Su Tang, Cain felt an undeniable dryness in his throat. Meeting her sparkling, pleading eyes, he found it difficult to maintain a stern demeanor. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Well then, make sure to eat more meat tonight. Upon hearing Cain relent, Su Tang eagerly nodded. She took a large bite, her eyes squinting in bliss. This fruit, resembling an apple, bore a taste reminiscent of a pear. The flesh was dense yet tender, succulent and juicy, with a refreshingly sweet flavor that alleviated any greasiness. However, this fruit was quite sizable, nearly as large as two of Su Tang's fists. After consuming just one, she found herself unable to eat any more. With a hint of regret, she wiped her mouth, pondering the identity of this delightful fruit, which was truly delectable. Ding. Would you like to spend 10 exchange points to activate scanning mode? Ding. Insufficient exchange points. Activation failed. Su Tang stole a glance at Cain, finally feeling a sense of relief, for this blue screen was indeed visible only to her. However, she soon sighed deeply, for her financial situation was exceedingly dire. Reflecting on her predicament, she recalled a popular phrase from 2222, I am in such a difficult position. Cain was perplexed. How could this little female, who had seemed so joyful while consuming the red fruit, suddenly appears so despondent. Before he could decipher the situation, Yuan, who had only just stepped out, hurriedly returned. Chief, Meng Zhe has awakened. Tang, you must come and see him. Yuan's eyes were red with urgency. But with Cain seated nearby, it was likely she would have to carry Su Tang away in her haste. It was only then that Su Tang recalled that before she lost consciousness, she had rescued an orc. Meng Zhe, is he the orc I saved? Has he awakened? What is his condition now? Please take me to see him. As an intern physician, her instinct was to be responsible for her patients. However, before her feet could even touch the ground, Su Tang was swept up in Cain's arms and placed back onto the stone bed. She gazed at Cain in bewilderment, her face a canvas of questions. With a tone that was firm yet tinged with concern, he stated, "You are injured and cannot go outside." After a moment of reflection, Su Tang realized that Cain was referring to her previous fainting incident. A warmth enveloped her heart. She had not expected this formidable figure to show such consideration for her, a mere stranger in his eyes. Unbeknownst to her, as her feelings for Cain blossomed, she was oblivious to his ulterior motives. However, pressing matters demanded her attention, particularly concerning the orc who had undergone surgery. This was her first experience performing an operation under exceedingly challenging conditions, and she feared the possibility of adverse reactions. She needed to oversee the situation personally. Gently patting Kai Yin's arm that encircled her, she reassured him, "I am perfectly fine. I simply overexerted myself earlier. A little rest will remedy it." Yet, Kai Yin remained skeptical. The memory of the defenseless young female collapsing still haunted him, instilling a lingering sense of dread. Noticing Kai Yin's reluctance to release her, Yuan was nearly in tears. "Chieftain, please, let the healer attend to Meng Zhe. Old Nick has reported a fever. Perhaps the healer can offer assistance." Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. "A fever? This is bad. It could be an infection in the wound. Quickly, take me to see him. It may soon be too late." Chapter 14. The astonished old Nick. At this point, Cain ceased to speak further. He simply lifted Su Tang, saying, "You are weak. I shall carry you there." Su Tang's face flushed as she pushed against Cain's arm, insisting, "No need. I can go by myself." Without further ado, Cain scooped her up and dashed out of the cave. Just as Su Tang was about to say something, she found herself being carried by Cain as he leapt from the precipice, a drop of 5 or 6 meters, landing with remarkable steadiness. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around his neck. A quick glance revealed that nearly all the caves were perched atop cliffs, some soaring to heights of 80 or 90 meters, and she had yet to spot any steps leading in or out of them. When she observed the seemingly innocuous round figure effortlessly descend from the same height, her heart raced with trepidation. Thankfully, she was cradled in Cain's arms. Otherwise, the world of the beastmen was truly terrifying. She longed to return to Blue Star. Once Cain set Su Tang down and noticed her eyes brimming with tears, he immediately grew anxious. "Su, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I will take you back right away," he exclaimed, making a move to scoop her back into his arms. Su Tang hastily interrupted, stammering her explanation. "No, it's not that. It's just that the sun outside was too glaring. I'm not unwell. Let us go and see Meng Zhe." After repeated inquiries from Cain and subsequent explanations from Su Tang, the two finally entered Meng Zhe's cave. Inside, only Old Nick and Qingguo were present. Old Nick sat anxiously to one side, directing Qingguo to give Meng Zhe water while frequently glancing at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Cain and Su Tang, he stood up in surprise. "Tribe leader, healer, you have arrived. Meng Zhe has a fever, and I am uncertain if the esteemed healer has any remedies." Su Tang felt a bit embarrassed when addressed as esteemed by the white-haired beast man. "Uncle, I am Su Tang. You may simply call me Su Tang." Old Nick exchanged a glance with Cain, who nodded in acknowledgement. Old Nick then said, "Very well, you may call me Old Nick. Let us first take a look at Meng Zhe. Do you have any solutions, Su Tang?" Approaching Meng Zhe's side, she crouched down to assess his injuries. As expected, the area around the wound exhibited a faint redness, and Meng Zhe's temperature was exceedingly high. Su Tang turned to Cain and said, "Could you assist me in moving him to the entrance of the cave? There, he can bask in the sunlight and enjoy the fresh breeze. The sunlight will serve to disinfect and purify. It will be beneficial for him." Cain nodded in agreement and, without uttering a word, effortlessly lifted Meng Zhe, who was of similar stature, as if it required no exertion at all. Su Tang quietly mused to herself, "Ah, the physique of orcs is truly remarkable." The bold Old Nick approached her, seeking enlightenment, What is disinfection and sterilization? How can sunlight eradicate them? In simpler terms, there are numerous minuscule creatures on Meng Zhe's wound that are invisible to the naked eye. These tiny pests are averse to sunlight. Hence, exposing Meng Zhe to the sun will eliminate them. Old Nick nodded appreciatively, realizing the truth. So that's how it works. Thank you, Su Tang. It's nothing, really. A notification chimed. Cultural exchange points 1. Current total, 1 point. Upon seeing this system prompt, Su Tang was filled with exhilaration. So this is how one can acquire exchange points? She eagerly welcomed more individuals like Old Nick. Turning to him with sparkling eyes, she asked, "Is there anything else you wish to know? I shall share it all." Old Nick was taken aback. Really, truly? Chapter 15. Cultural dissemination. Su Tang nodded emphatically, affirming its authenticity. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Qinghua, who was still holding the large leaf used to hydrate Meng Zhe. It seemed that the inhabitants here were not accustomed to drinking hot water, yet given Meng Zhe's condition, it was imperative for him to consume boiled water. However, it appeared that there was no tradition of cooking here, and consequently, no containers to be found. She vaguely recalled that Old Nick had been cradling a ceramic pot earlier. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wait, where are my surgical instruments? With a look of anxiety, she turned to Old Nick and inquired, "Do you remember where I placed the tools I used to treat Meng Zhe?" Old Nick nodded and replied, "The chief had me put your belongings away." "You might want to ask him." Su Tang let out a sigh of relief, yet she still felt a pang of frustration as she lightly tapped her forehead. Observing her carefree demeanor, one might wonder if she would ever realize how she lost it in the future. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Cain had already placed Meng Zhe in a spot where the sunlight was ample. Upon seeing Su Tang, he inquired, "How's this place?" Su Tang nodded. At that moment, Yuan rushed over, breathless and with tearful eyes, looking at her imploringly. Tang, how is Meng Zhe? You must save him. I have yet to conceive his child." Su Tang's interest was instantly piqued. It turned out that Meng Zhe and Yuan were husband and wife. "Rest assured, Yuan, I shall strive diligently. However, you must first do one thing." Yuan promptly nodded. Tang, just tell me, I am willing to do whatever it takes." Su Tang turned her gaze towards Old Nick and inquired, "Old Nick, I saw you holding a ceramic jar by the stream earlier. May I borrow it for a while?" Old Nick, taken aback, hesitated momentarily. The jar was a unique item he had brought from the Upper Beast City, the only one of its kind in the tribe. And no one seemed to recognize or show any interest in it. Yet, Su Tang had effortlessly named the jar, her expression and tone revealing no hint of surprise. It is worth noting that even in the Upper Beast City, such jars were considered rare treasures. Reflecting on Su Tang's role as a healer and observing her attire, which suggested she might hail from a formidable tribe, Old Nick hesitated and asked, "Could you enlighten me on what you intend to use the jar for?" Su Tang nodded and glanced around. Cain, Yuan, Old Nick, Meng Zhe, and a woman she did not recognize. Does this signify 5 points? Su Tang felt quite pleased and replied, "I wish to prepare some water for Meng Zhe using a clay pot." Qinghua, holding the leaves in her hands, looked puzzled and said, "But, dear adult, I have just given Meng Zhe some water." Su Tang explained that, as I mentioned earlier, there are numerous invisible tiny creatures on Meng Zhe's wound that can only be eradicated by exposure to sunlight. Even the water we typically consume is teeming with these unseen pests, and it is imperative to boil the water to eliminate them. Only then can it be deemed healthy for consumption. This necessity is not limited to the ill. Everyone should drink such water. It is acceptable for the water to cool down, but consuming it directly from the river can lead to stomach aches, vomiting, and an inability to eat. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Yuan, Qinghua, and others appeared enlightened. "Ah, no wonder I have always had a stomachache. So that's the reason," one remarked. "Indeed, sometimes after having roasted meat and drinking water, I find myself vomiting the meat shortly after, and I can't eat meat for 2 consecutive days, only fruits." Chapter 16. Cultural Transmission 2 Ding. Cultural Transmission Exchange Points 9. Current exchange points total, 10. Su Tang silently calculated in her heart and seemed to grasp the scoring rules. A new piece of knowledge, once learned, would yield an exchange point. However, upon hearing the same knowledge a second time, no further points would be awarded. With this realization, Su Tang cheerfully began to enlighten everyone, explaining that when we boil water, it is essential to bring it to a rolling boil, characterized by continuous bubbling and frothing. However, she cautioned that freshly boiled water is extremely hot and should be allowed to cool before consumption to avoid burns. Ding. Cultural exchange points 5. Current total, 15 points. Old Nick was extremely excited. During his time in Beast City, the orcs there always drank boiled water, though he never understood why. Now, with Su Tang's explanation, everything became clear. Yet, since his arrival at the wild-winged tiger tribe, there had been no means for the tribe members to enjoy boiled water. So he had never mentioned it. Su Tang, I'll bring you the jar right away. Just wait for me. Old Nick hurriedly dashed back to his cave, while Qinghua let out a hearty laugh. I am Qinghua. I heard from Yuan that your name is Su Tang. May I call you Tang Tang as well? Su Tang's heart swelled with excitement as she blinked her eyes and smiled. Of course, I can. Then I shall call you Gua Gua. Beside her, Yuan, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, Tang Tang, perhaps you should choose another name. In our tribe, we already have individuals named Huanggua and Honggua. Calling you Gua Gua might lead to confusion. Su Tang's face slightly flushed as she timidly suggested. Then I'll call you Qinghua. Is that all right? Of course. Suddenly, Meng Zhe, who had been lying on the ground and overlooked by the crowd, coughed. Yuan gasped in surprise and crouched beside him, asking, Zhe, are you all right? Meng Zhe smiled weakly and shook his head. Yuan, with tears brimming in her eyes, looked up at Su Tang with a pitiful expression. Tang Tang, what should we do? Su Tang scratched his head and turned to Qinghua, saying, Qinghua, could you fetch some more water from the river? Without inquiring about the reason, Qinghua nodded and stepped outside, carrying the large green leaf that had already leaked all its water. Su Tang glanced at the white coat adorning her figure and let out a deep sigh. She tugged at the hem, exerting all her strength in an attempt to tear off a piece. However, despite her flushed face from the effort, the coat remained unscathed. Embarrassed, she nervously glanced at Cain and asked, could you assist me in tearing off a piece? Cain nodded, and with what appeared to be a casual motion, he effortlessly ripped away a substantial portion of the hem. Su Tang silently swallowed hard, mentally labeling Cain as a dangerous creature. Cain, what have I done wrong? Before long, Qingu returned, cradling a vessel of fresh water. Su Tang beckoned to Yuan, handing her the hem of the garment that had been previously torn away. Soak this fabric in water and use it to gently wipe Meng Zhe's forehead, behind his ears, the palms of his hands, and the soles of his feet, ensuring to cleanse the area around his wounds without disturbing them. Under Su Tang's guidance, Yuan swiftly became adept at the task. At that moment, Old Nick approached, carrying a thoroughly cleaned earthenware pot, filled to the brim with water. Su Tang said to Qinghua, could you kindly assist me by boiling some water? I, along with Old Nick, will venture nearby to see if we can find any herbs suitable for Meng Zhe. Chapter 17, Cultural Transmission 3. Qinghua nodded, reaching for the earthen pot, yet her expression turned to one of perplexity. Tang Tang, how should I go about boiling this? Before Su Tang could respond, Old Nick hurriedly interjected, just wait a moment. I will prepare a platform for you. Place the pot on the stand, and then you can start the fire. Old Nick felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Su Tang intended to take him along to search for herbs. His excitement was almost overwhelming. However, upon hearing this, Qinghua turned her gaze towards Su Tang, and the implication was unmistakable. Is what Old Nick said truly the case? Su Tang nodded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. However, Old Nick was infuriated, puffing his cheeks and glaring in annoyance. After finally completing their tasks, Su Tang reminded Yuan before leaving to make sure to continuously wipe down until his temperature subsided. If you feel tired, you can take turns with Qinghua. I will find the herbs needed to treat Meng Zhe, so rest assured. Yuan nodded earnestly, gratitude shining in her eyes. I understand. Thank you, Tang Tang. Su Tang confidently waved her hand and stepped outside the cave, only to awkwardly turn back. Approaching Kai, she looked up at him, her demeanor shy and hesitant. Could you take me down? It's too high up here. Kai's lips curled into a pleased smile as he replied, of course. With that, he embraced Su Tang and leaped gracefully, landing softly on the grass below. Ah, that was truly exhilarating, like riding a roller coaster. Su Tang's cheeks flushed with excitement. Cain. Thank you. A certain tiger continued to delightfully lift the corners of his mouth. Oh, wait for me. This old bone. Old Nick slowly descended from the rocky outcrop beside the cave. Su Tang has just realized that there are irregular rock fragments beside each cave. If one does not pay close attention, their purpose may indeed go unnoticed. Su Tang couldn't help but silently marvel that the orcs were not devoid of wisdom after all. Climbing down from the rock, she approached the two with renewed energy. Old Nick inquired with curiosity, where shall we search for the herbs? Su Tang glanced around and pointed towards the southern forest, asking, what lies in that direction? Can we go there? Cain nodded, explaining that it was within the tribe's hunting safety zone, free from ferocious beasts. Generally, the females of the tribe gathered fruits in the southern forest. Let us venture there first, she suggested eagerly, for it faces the sun, and the herbs I seek thrive in sunlight and shun the cold. Perhaps we shall find them there. Cain remained silent, holding Su Tang's hand tightly, fearful of her straying. Meanwhile, Old Nick cheerfully trailed behind them. In the forest, a group of 5 females was engaged in foraging, accompanied by 3 males who stood guard. Upon seeing Cain and Old Nick approaching with Su Tang, the gatherers were filled with excitement. One female raised a bright red fruit and exclaimed, "Chief, what brings you here? To taste this freshly picked red fruit. It is absolutely sweet." Su Tang gazed, realizing that this was indeed the fruit she had previously tasted, resembling an apple yet possessing the flavor of a pear. It was aptly named the red fruit. Cain remained impassive, offering no response nor displaying even the slightest hint of emotion. The female seemed to have anticipated this outcome, her gaze shifting towards Old Nick. "Old Nick, are you not supposed to be tending to Meng Zhe? What brings you here? I brought you some red fruit." Old Nick scoffed. "Only you females enjoy fruit. We orcs prefer meat. It is meat that grants us strength." Chapter 18. Cain's Jealousy. The female huffed disdainfully. "When the cold season arrives, you shall not touch a single fruit." Old Nick immediately chuckled awkwardly. The cold season is indeed the cold season, and without meat, we must resort to fruit. Red Fruit turned her attention to Su Tang, finding her unfamiliar, and inquired curiously, "Who is this young female?" The gathering party had arrived in the forest early, aware that Meng Zhe had been injured and urgently returned to the tribe for treatment. However, they were unaware that Cain had brought back Su Tang from the forest. Before Old Nick could respond, Cain interjected, "This is Su Tang. I found her in the forest, and she will be living with us from now on." Red Fruit's gaze shifted to the hands tightly clasped between the two, a playful smile gracing her features. With a spirit of kindness, Su Tang greeted the group of females with a beaming smile. "Hello, I am Su Tang, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Her voice was soft and melodic, reminiscent of a newborn creature. The personalities of the beastmen are generally forthright, and among them are several females who have already born young. Thus everyone harbored a fondness for Su Tang. "I am Honggua. This is Lu Chao, Huanggua," and Bu Senator Su Tang smiled sweetly and waved to them, "Greetings." "Hello." Everyone was quite amiable, unlike the selfish and violent orcs depicted in the novels she had previously read, which only deepened her affection for this place. Among them, the 3 orcs tasked with protecting the females noticed that Su Tang's right hand was pristine, devoid of any beast rings, and they instantly seemed invigorated, as if they had been struck by an electric jolt. Each stood tall and proud, eager for Su Tang to notice their formidable stature. Compared to the orc's average height of nearly 1.9 meters, Su Tang's 1.6 meters appeared quite diminutive. Here, even the females averaged over 1.7 meters, with some reaching as tall as 1.8 meters. Thus, it was no wonder that Su Tang was mistaken for a young female. Cain, observing the 3 showboating orcs, felt a surge of irritation, his face turning almost green with anger. Without uttering a word, he took hold of Su Tang and departed. Old Nick chuckled awkwardly, saying, "You all carry on. I shall accompany the chieftain to gather some herbs for Meng's treatment." Once the trio had distanced themselves, Honggua cast a cheerful glance at the orcs who were guarding them. The 3 orcs fixated intently on the direction in which Su Tang had left, their eyes brimming with longing, wishing to chase after her at any moment. "Why don't you all just stay put? Can't you see the chieftain is angry?" Bu Sun asked foolishly. Why would the chieftain be angry? Huanggua, exasperated, rapped his knuckles on Bu Sen's head. "How can you be so dense, like a foolish deer? Didn't you see the chieftain holding that little female's hand?" Bu Sun, feeling wronged, cradled his head. "But that little female doesn't even have a beast ring yet. Though she is a bit slender, she is the most beautiful and fairest female I have ever seen." Honggua let out a hearty laugh and casually tossed a freshly picked red fruit into his arms. "Then why didn't you notice that the chieftain was still holding the little female's hand? Bu Sun, do you wish to challenge the chieftain?" Bu Sun fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor, then replied, "Actually, I could, although I'm not a valiant warrior. I'm still quite formidable within the tribe." The few females present shook their heads helplessly, returning to their task of gathering fruits from the trees. Their time was running short. The rainy season was already halfway through, and before the priest departed for the antelope tribe to barter for salt, the wilderness was about to be graced with another downpour. At that time, only the orcs would be able to venture outside, while the females would have to remain within the caves. Chapter 19. Taming the white tiger, Su Tang gazed wistfully at the retreating figure of a certain formidable tiger, contemplating her own short legs and feeling that this beastly world was rather unkind to her. The grass here was somewhat shallow, yet still reached half a meter high, concealing her thighs. If she was not careful, she could easily trip over vines or stones hidden within, risking a sprained ankle. Could you please walk a little slower? I'm struggling to keep up. Upon hearing Su Tang's voice, Cain promptly halted. However, Su Tang was unable to stop in time and collided forcefully with Cain's back. As solid as iron. Ah. She winced, clutching her sore nose, tears welling in her eyes. Cain, startled, exclaimed, Su, are you all right? Su Tang waved her hand, gently rubbing the tip of her nose. It's nothing. It was my own carelessness. Let's search around here. Perhaps we will find something. Behind her, old Nick energetically caught up. Su Tang, what does the herb you mentioned look like? I will help you find it. Su Tang nodded, gesturing as she spoke. The herb I seek is Xiao Chai Hu, also known as wild yellow chrysanthemum or wine gold flower. It typically reaches a certain height, with its stem base becoming somewhat woody and exhibiting a purplish-brown hue. The lower part often branches extensively, forming a clumped appearance, rarely growing solitary. Its petals are nearly round, with the tips curving inward. Old Nick nodded thoughtfully. What purpose does this Xiao Chai Hu serve? Is it to treat Mengze's fever? Xiao Chai Hu has numerous applications. It can alleviate symptoms such as a bitter mouth, dry throat, dizziness, residual heat after sweating, and alternating chills and fever. The stems and leaves are utilized, boiled down from 3 bowls of water to 1 for internal consumption. After hearing Su Tang's explanation, old Nick felt greatly enlightened. Stroking his goatee, he wandered through the forest in search of Xiao Chai Hu. Ding. Cultural exchange points 2. Current total, 17 points. Just as the conversation was becoming lively, a blue screen suddenly popped up, startling Su Tang. Su Tang, 007, is it possible to conceal this information? Ding. System message hidden, passive call mode activated. Su Tang nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this system was quite user-friendly. After addressing the system's issues, Su Tang began to wander in the sunlit areas of the forest. Knowing that Xiao Chai Hu thrived in sunlight and that the chances of discovering it would be greater in such a setting. Suddenly, Cain spoke up. I have seen it. Huh? Su Tang momentarily failed to comprehend. Cain then elaborated. The herb you mentioned, I have encountered it before. Su Tang was instantly filled with excitement. Where is it? Take me there. It's a bit far. Allow me to escort you. With that, Cain crouched down, and in a flash of white light, transformed into a magnificent tiger adorned with striking black stripes. Although Su Tang had previously witnessed such a remarkable metamorphosis, this sudden transformation startled her heart, causing it to skip a beat. Nevertheless, the majestic tiger before her was truly a sight to behold. Its sleek, lustrous coat, free of tangles, combined with its robust physique and powerful limbs, finally made Su Tang understand the origin of Cain's silvery hair. It turned out to be a divine creature, the white tiger. Su Tang felt a tingling sensation in her palms, an overwhelming desire to reach out and caress. Yet, a small voice within her consistently cautioned, this is a protected species. You mustn't touch. You mustn't. Struggling to restrain her eager hands, she fought against the urge. Upon witnessing the little female's reaction, Cain instantly recognized how he appeared in his beastly form, and the little female seemed to adore it. Consequently, the majestic tiger gracefully approached Su Tang, nudging his large head against her, his big, watery eyes nearly melting her heart. Chapter 20. The caress of the white tiger too. In a burst of excitement, she exclaimed. The remnants of her modesty were instantly cast aside by Su Tang. Embracing the enormous tiger's head in her arms, she stroked and rubbed with fervor. The texture was even more delightful than she had imagined. Employing modern techniques to tease a puppy, she playfully scratched the soft fur beneath the tiger's chin. The great tiger closed his eyes in bliss, emitting a contented purring sound. After a while, Su Tang gradually regained her composure, retracting her sinful little hand, and cleared her throat awkwardly a couple of times. The great tiger flicked its tail in mild discontent. Are you inviting me to sit upon your back? Su Tang inquired cautiously, though her tone was laced with a hint of exhilaration. Roar. Cain lifted his head and let out a growl. Su Tang comprehended the underlying meaning and joyfully circled to the side of the white tiger. The outcome was undoubtedly due to the towering stature of the great beast. Certainly not a reflection of her own short legs. With a hint of grievance, she gazed up at the magnificent creature and softly remarked, I cannot climb up, Cain. The great tiger turned its head, assessing Su Tang's height before glancing at its own imposing form. After a brief pause, it decisively curled its legs and settled down upon the ground. Su Tang's face flushed with indignation. She had not misjudged the situation. That insufferable old tiger had indeed mocked her height. How utterly outrageous! Seething with frustration, she perched atop the great beast, gripping the tufts of fur on either side of its neck. However, as it rose, she found herself swaying precariously, nearly toppling off. Startled, she abandoned her upright posture and lowered herself, nearly pressing her entire being against the tiger's back. This adjustment made a significant difference. The great tiger galloped with a smooth grace, ensuring she was not jostled about. Nestled in its plush fur, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Just as Su Tang was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the mighty tiger finally came to a halt. Roar! Su, we have arrived. Su Tang was jolted awake upon seeing an enormous buplurum in front of her, instantly banishing her drowsiness. Sliding down from the tiger's back, she approached the colossal plant with a sense of disbelief. She gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the buplurum I once knew? It's so massive. In Su Tang's recollections, during times when the children in the orphanage were afflicted with fevers and no medicine was available, the kind director would take her up the mountain in search of buplurum. The director was an exceptional traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and all the knowledge Su Tang possessed about traditional medicine stemmed from her teachings. In her memories, the buplurum never exceeded half a meter in height, with the smaller ones measuring merely 20 centimeters. Yet, the specimen before her now towered nearly 2 meters high. Were it not for the familiar flowers and fragrance adorning it, she might have doubted its identity entirely. Could this be a genetically mutated buplurum? As the figure behind Cain approached the astonished Su Tang, he inquired, "Is this the one?" Su Tang has begun to question herself. Wait a moment, I should verify this. After all, it pertains to medical treatment and must not be taken lightly. As for how to confirm it, of course, I shall consult the system. Su Tang, calling System 007. I would like to inquire if this before me is Xiao Chai Hu? Ding. This function requires activation of scanning mode. Would you like to spend 10 exchange points to activate it? Su Tang glanced at her remaining balance, which stood at 17 points. Contemplating the benefits of activating it now for future use, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and made the decision to proceed. Ding. The host has successfully spent 10 exchange points to activate scanning mode. Please select the item or object you wish to scan. Chapter 21, The Deceptive System. Su Tang gazed at the enormous luminous screen towering before her, slightly adjusting her angle to align the display with the imposing Xiao Chai Hu. Ding. Relevant information regarding this species has been retrieved. Would you like to spend 1 exchange point to view it? Su Tang stared blankly at the prompt before her, momentarily taken aback. So, she had expended 10 exchange points merely to unlock a scanning function? The frustration was nearly overwhelming. This wretched system, gritting her teeth. She reluctantly selected the yes button. Meanwhile, Cain observed her with a puzzled expression. One moment, the little female appeared reluctant, and the next, she was filled with ire. Yet there was no one else around. As a level 3 valiant warrior, he could sense the presence of anyone of lower rank, but the little female was an anomaly. He could not discern her race, only a vague aroma that brought him immense delight. With gritted teeth, Su Tang spent another exchange point, feeling a pang of distress in her heart. However, fortunately, every investment bore fruit. Ding. The item was identified as buplurum, characterized by its pungent and bitter taste. With a slightly cold nature, utilized for treating colds, fevers, alternating chills and fever, and menstrual irregularities. The description of buplurum aligned closely with her memories. She then rolled up her sleeves and crouched beside a smaller buplurum plant, preparing to dig it up. Seeing this, Cain immediately stepped forward and said, "Let me do it." Su Tang did not engage in a dispute with him, merely nodding in agreement as she stated, "Excavate its roots entirely, as they will be of use." Cain responded affirmatively. "Understood. I shall scout the vicinity for any additional resources. Once you have completed the excavation, do call for me." He paused momentarily, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to sense that there was no immediate danger nearby, thus refraining from any further objections. Nevertheless, his concern lingered, and he cautioned, "Very well. The forest is perilous. Do not wander too far." Su Tang was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the forest. Had she not recognized certain familiar vegetation, she would have eagerly pressed herself against Kai's side. After all, she was quite fond of preserving her own life. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 meters from him, she lifted her gaze and immediately beheld his figure. Su Tang scrutinized the ancient tree before her, aptly named for its immense girth. It would take at least 5 or 6 people to encircle it fully. Hanging from its branches were numerous thorn bundles, each measuring approximately 15 centimeters in size, densely clustered upon the boughs. One side of the tree had even succumbed to the weight of its abundant growth, causing a branch to break and droop to the ground. Su Tang stepped forward cautiously and plucked one, discovering with delight that it was indeed a chestnut. Excitedly, she held up the spiny husk and ran back to Cain, exclaiming, "Cain, look what I found." Cain frowned, took the spiny husk from Su Tang's hands, and with a forceful toss, it vanished from sight. Su Tang? The face of a confused black man. What are you doing? After Cain grasped Su Tang's hand and found it still unblemished and tender, he finally relaxed his brow. The prickly fruit is perilous. You could get hurt. The discontent that once lingered in Su Tang's heart dissipated entirely upon hearing the words of the elder tiger. She was not an unreasonable person. The elder tiger expressed concern for her, and to remain angry would be to act unjustly. With a resigned shake of her head, she took Cain's hand and led him to the chestnut tree. This prickly fruit was not dangerous and was indeed edible. It possessed a delightful flavor. Faced with Cain's skeptical gaze, Su Tang swallowed hard and resolved to demonstrate through action. Chapter 22. Discovering the chestnuts with determination, she plucked another chestnut husk. Just as Cain intended to snatch it away and discard it, Su Tang forcefully slammed it onto the ground. The already ripe chestnut husk shattered upon impact, revealing a bounty of plump and round chestnuts within. Wow, these chestnuts are enormous. They look absolutely delectable. Su Tang cheerfully crouched down to gather the chestnuts scattered on the ground. Although Cain was surprised that the prickly fruits could be opened, he still did not believe these items were edible. However, seeing the little female so delighted, he decided to indulge her whim. With that thought, Cain resumed his task of foraging for herbs, disregarding Su Tang's antics. In less than 2 minutes, Su Tang's pockets were brimming with chestnuts. Gazing at the bountiful chestnuts dangling from the branches, she felt a pang of regret. Alas, her pockets were limited in size, and the chestnuts were rather heavy. How she wished for a bag to have Cain assist her in carrying them. Wait, had she forgotten something? The space. When she activated the unobstructed communication mode, the system rewarded her with a space. Stealing a glance at Cain, who was engrossed in his herb gathering, Su Tang placed her hand on her stuffed pockets. Silently, she whispered, 007, please help me store the chestnuts in the space. In the next instant, she felt her pockets lighten, and indeed, the chestnuts had vanished. Ecstatic, Su Tang continued to pack the chestnuts into the space, filling it to the brim until she finally paused, satisfied, like a little hamster hoarding its provisions. Meanwhile, as Su Tang busied herself with chestnuts, she had not informed Cain about the quantity of buplurum root to gather, allowing him to excavate every last bit in that area, including a massive root nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a small tree. Su Tang felt a sharp pang of distress. Traditional Chinese medicine herbs are delicate plants that can perish with the slightest mishap. However, there may still be time. She hurriedly instructed Cain to wrap a large clump of mud around the roots of the major buplurum, preparing to transplant it to the tribe for ease of use. As they were getting ready to leave, Cain suddenly noticed the scattered, prickly fruit shells nearby. The small female's pouch held only a meager amount, which was quite thought-provoking. Yet, Cain remained silent, aware that the small female harbored secrets, much like his own, oblivious to her own unintentional exposure. Su Tang clutched a bundle of small buplurum and mounted Cain's back. She suddenly felt something peculiar beneath her feet and looked down to discover it was the wings of a great tiger. How strange. She had not noticed the wings before. No matter, upon returning to the tribe, she would thoroughly investigate this curious matter. Subsequently, the great tiger, holding a larger piece of buplurum in its mouth, lifted them into the air. They did not ascend very high, merely surpassing the treetops, appearing as though they were racing along the canopy. Basking in the gentle breeze that caressed her face, Su Tang felt utterly content. Upon reaching the tribe, Qinghua hurried over, evidently having awaited their arrival. Tang. Mengze's body temperature has decreased slightly, yet he remains quite hot. He keeps insisting that he feels cold. What should we do? Su Tang skillfully leapt down from the back of the great tiger, raising the astragalus in her hand and proclaiming, do not be anxious. I have already located the herbs. Cain set aside the large astragalus and transformed into a human form. He then effortlessly scooped Su Tang into his arms and dashed towards Mengze's cave. Chapter 23. Mengze. With utmost seriousness, he explained, I am carrying you. Isn't this swift? Su Tang nestled obediently in Cain's embrace, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She repeatedly admonished herself that he was merely striving to expedite the rescue of his kin and that she must not entertain any unwarranted thoughts. In the span of just 2 breaths, they arrived at Mengze's cave. Yuan, who was diligently tending to Meng Zhe's wounds, was instantly filled with excitement upon their arrival. Su Tang, come quickly and look at Meng Zhe. I've been wiping him down, yet he remains so feverish. Cain calmly set Su Tang down. Cain, could you please wash these herbs thoroughly? Make haste. After Cain departed with the herbs, Su Tang assessed Meng Zhe's injuries. The situation remained unchanged. The inflammation had resulted in a high fever. Although she had failed to find any anti-inflammatory herbs in the forest, it was imperative to reduce the fever swiftly, leaving her with no choice but to return. Noticing Yuan's evident concern, yet fearing to disturb her, Su Tang offered a gentle smile to reassure them both. It's all right. Let us first bring down the fever. I assure you, Meng Zhe will be fine, all right? Yuan nodded fervently. Yes. Su Tang, I believe in you. However, despite her words, tears betrayed her resolve and streamed down her face. Meng Zhe, weakly raising his hand, tenderly wiped away Yuan's tears. Do not cry. I am fine. Yet, upon hearing his comforting words, Yuan's tears flowed even more profusely. Oh, Meng Zhe, I am so frightened. Please do not leave me alone to face the beast god. I promise I will be obedient from now on. Meng Zhe gritted his teeth and gently patted Yuan's head. Did you not promise to be good? Then stop crying. Your tears only exacerbate my pain. With her nose tinged with discomfort from the infection, Su Tang took a deep breath and said, Yuan, please do not cry. If your tears fall onto the wound, it may exacerbate the injury. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately ceased her tears. All right, I won't cry. I won't cry. With a soft sigh, Su Tang rose to her feet, emptied the chestnuts from her pocket onto the ground, and removed her white coat, offering it to Yuan. Could you please wash this garment? It will be needed later to dress Meng Zhe's wound. Yuan paused for a moment, hesitant. But this is Tang's coat. Su Tang waved her hand dismissively, assuring that it was of no consequence. Go ahead, but without a clean cloth to bandage it. The wound may prove difficult to heal. Yuan sniffled and replied, All right. Rest assured, Tang, once Meng Zhe recovers, I shall certainly have him present you with the pelts of 2 fire foxes. Su Tang smiled sweetly, acknowledging with a cheerful tone. All right. Go ahead. After washing, be sure to roast it by the fire to dry it thoroughly before use. Once Yuan had departed, only Su Tang and Meng Zhe remained in the cave. Su Tang, are you a healer? Su Tang nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Yes, I have studied medicine, but you are the first person I have ever treated. Meng Zhe tilted his head, his face flushed with an unnatural warmth. There are no healers in our tribe, although I am unsure how you arrived here. I can assure you that our tribe will treat you well. Will you stay with us? Su Tang may not be the brightest, yet she comprehended Meng Zhe's concerns. Nodding, she reassured him, Do not worry, I have lost my way with my tribe and cannot find my way back. It seems I shall remain here from now on. Sensing the hint of disappointment in her tone, Meng Zhe gently comforted her. The members of my tribe are all very kind. You need not worry. Chapter 24. The temptation of chestnuts. As soon as Meng Zhe spoke, he winced in pain, gasping for breath. Su Tang comprehended his kind intentions and hastily interjected. It would be best if you refrained from speaking. There is no anesthetic here, and your wound must be quite painful. Meng Zhe shook his head, displaying an expression of hesitation. Though he remained silent, Su Tang chose to overlook it. The water in the earthen pot had long since reached a boil. She carefully folded a large green leaf into a conical shape, gently scooping a bit of water to rest within. After a moment of silence, Meng Zhe finally spoke. Su Tang, as a healer, do you believe my injuries are severe enough that I might meet the beast god? Su Tang was at a loss for words. Of course not. As long as you take a good rest and replenish your nutrients, you will recover swiftly. Meng Zhe's eyes sparkled as he pressed his cracked, peeling lips together. Thank you. Su Tang smiled gently, remaining silent. When the water within the leaves had cooled sufficiently, she loosened the conical leaves slightly, allowing the water to flow through the small opening at the bottom and into Meng Zhe's mouth. Once Yuan returned, she would assist in providing him with water to quench his thirst, as he was currently feeling feverish and required hydration. All right, I understand. Su Tang curiously examined the large green leaf in her hand. It bore resemblance to a banana leaf, yet it was considerably sturdier. After pouring boiling water over it, there was no sign of softening. It appeared to be quite practical. Ding. Information regarding this item has been detected. Would you like to spin one exchange point to view it? Su Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. She decisively clicked no. After feeding Meng Zhe water once more, Cain returned with the thoroughly cleaned xiao chaihu. Su Tang gathered a portion of the roots and leaves and cast them into a ceramic jar, subsequently instructing Cain to keep watch over it. She then took the unused radix popluary and broke it into segments. The surplus large green leaves from the cave were spread out to bask in the sunlight outside, while the chopped radix popluary was arranged to dry and be stored. After completing these tasks, the faint sweetness of the herbal decoction wafting from the jar stirred a sense of hunger within Su Tang. She picked up 5 or 6 chestnuts that she had previously unearthed, cheerfully approached Cain, and tossed them into the fire beneath the jar. "Cain, are you hungry? I've roasted chestnuts for you," she inquired. Cain, ever earnest, replied, "I am not hungry." As Su Tang contemplated the imminent delight of indulging in sweet, tender chestnuts, her spirits soared, rendering her unconcerned with any disputes with Cain. "Once I have roasted the chestnuts, you must not covet my share." "Agreed." Su Tang let out a couple of dissatisfied hums. What a dull and unamusing old tiger. As she noticed the water in the earthen pot dwindling, she decided it was time to stop Cain from adding more fuel to the fire. Once the flames extinguished, the pot had cooled considerably. Su Tang instructed Cain to follow the method she had previously used to feed Meng Zhe water, urging him to take his medicine. Once Cain grasped the ceramic pot, she eagerly rummaged through the pile of firewood to extract 2 slender twigs. She then sifted through the ashes to reveal the chestnuts, allowing them to air out. In the cave, she picked up a small stone and struck the charred chestnuts with force, producing a crisp sound as their shells cracked open. The faint aroma of chestnuts wafted through the air, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Tang disregarded the heat, seized a chestnut, and as she peeled it open, a plume of steam escaped. The golden fruit, contrasting with its dark shell, appeared even more delicate and appetizing. After blowing gently on it, she pinched the fruit and popped it into her mouth. Su Tang's eyes narrowed in satisfaction, her adorable demeanor capturing Cain's undivided attention. The chestnuts were slightly overcooked, melting in her mouth, leaving a delightful sweetness lingering between her lips and teeth. Chapter 25, The Temptation of Chestnuts 2. Each chestnut was as large as an egg. After indulging in 3, Su Tang quickly found herself unable to consume more. The meat from her lunch had yet to be digested, and her feeling of hunger was merely a craving. Glancing at the remaining 3 chestnuts, she sighed. With a swift motion, a stone fell, accompanied by a crisp crack. Yet another chestnut was revealed. Su Tang approached Cain with her bright, sparkling eyes, raising the chestnut in her hand as if presenting a treasure. Although Cain initially intended to decline, he found himself involuntarily swallowing at the sight of Su Tang's hopeful gaze. Observing this, Su Tang chuckled softly, pouring the not-so-complete chestnuts into her palm and directly offering them to Cain's lips. "Not clean, but if you eat it, you won't fall ill. I know you want to taste it. Go on, try it. Aren't the chestnuts delightful?" Cain was uncertain of his own thoughts. With a swift flick of his tongue, he rolled the entire chestnut into his mouth. Upon tasting it, he paused for a moment, realizing it was indeed quite delicious, warm and comforting. Meanwhile, Su Tang felt the softness in her palm and instinctively withdrew her hand, as if jolted by electricity, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. To mask her embarrassment, she hurried back to the fire, calling out, "Meng Zhe, don't be anxious. There is some for you too. I'll help you peel them right away." "Thank you." Healer Su Tang. Meng Zhe was genuinely intrigued by the chestnuts. Earlier, when Su Tang savored them alone, their enticing aroma had wafted through the air. And ever since he ascended to become a valiant warrior, his sense of smell had become acutely refined. Traditionally a meat lover, he found himself unexpectedly drawn to these chestnuts. Thus, when Su Tang had fed Cain the chestnuts moments ago, he could only watch in envy. Fortunately, Healer Su Tang had not forgotten about him. Healer Su Tang is truly a kind soul. Once I recover, I must hunt more and present them to Healer Su Tang." As Meng Zhe lay on the ground, eagerly anticipating the culinary delight, he was suddenly struck by a lethal glare from the clan leader. Cain inquired, "Su, can Meng Zhe eat them if he is unwell?" Suturing replied, "It's all right. It's fine." Unable to muster the courage to unleash his ire upon the petite female, Cain cast a disgruntled glance at Meng Zhe. Truly, he was as bothersome as one could be. His handsome visage bore a stern expression, glaring fiercely at Meng Zhe. "Do you wish to eat?" Meng Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of pity for himself. Meng Zhe responded, "So, do I truly wish to eat, or do I not?" Under Cain's icy, knife-like gaze, Meng Zhe, lacking in resolve, replied, "I do not wish to eat." Su Tang wore a look of regret, exclaiming, Chestnuts are truly delectable, and they are particularly filling. Wouldn't you care to try some?" Meng Zhe, feeling disheartened, turned his head away and replied, "No, thank you. I cannot eat any more." Su Tang let out a sigh. seemingly murmuring to herself, "But I cannot eat any more." Cain, with his keen ears perked up, replied earnestly, "We must not waste food. Allow me to partake instead." His gaze fixated intently on Su Tang's hand, his eyes ablaze with an unabashed fervor, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy on earth. Su Tang suddenly recalled the embarrassing situation from earlier. She picked up a large green leaf and placed a chestnut upon it, handing it to Cain. "Here, eat." Seeing that he was not being fed directly, Cain felt a twinge of disappointment. What a delightful aroma. A round voice echoed from the cave entrance. "Old Nick, hurry up." "Oh, Yuan, come here and help me for a moment." "No way, you're so dirty. Don't soil the clothes I've just washed." Chapter 26. The Temptation of Chestnut's 3 Yuan, clutching the freshly dried white lab coat, approached Su Tang with a cheerful demeanor. Tang, I've cleaned your clothes. What do you have in your hands? It smells so wonderful." Su Tang took the white coat and casually handed a chestnut to Yuan. "This is a chestnut. A truly delectable delicacy I discovered in the forest. To give it a try." The fragrant and tender chestnut instantly captivated Yuan's palate. Yuan couldn't help but widen her eyes in delight, exclaiming, "Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Tang, you are simply marvelous. How did we never realize such a wonderful fruit existed before?" Su Tang stifled a laugh, as Kai mentioned that this fruit was known as the prickly fruit. Yet in our tribe, it was referred to as the chestnut. Yuan was once again taken aback. "What? This is actually the prickly fruit? In our tribe?" There was once a young beast that was struck on the head by a prickly fruit, resulting in a considerable loss of blood. As there were no healers in our tribe, he soon departed to meet the great beast god. Since then, we have kept our distance from the prickly fruit, fearing that other females or young beasts might also be harmed. Yuan felt deeply disheartened, for the unfortunate young beast she spoke of was her brother. Su Tang patted the round one's shoulder and said, "The spiky husk of the chestnut can indeed be somewhat perilous. However, once it turns a dark brown, it becomes considerably less formidable. Though being struck may still cause discomfort, it will not result in bleeding. Moreover, chestnuts possess remarkable longevity, are delectable, and serve as an excellent sustenance in times of hunger. If one fears injury, simply ensure that the little beast stays at a distance." The round one nodded absently. Meanwhile, Cain, who had been listening nearby, suddenly interjected, "Su, did you just mention that the spiky fruit can be stored for an extended period?" After pondering for a moment, Su Tang replied, "Indeed, there are numerous methods to preserve chestnuts. Here, one might employ either the sand storage method or the air drying technique. The sand storage method entails finding a suitable location to bury the chestnuts in sand, while the air drying method involves laying freshly harvested chestnuts out to dry until moisture is eliminated, after which they should be stored in a cool, well-ventilated area." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Cain's eyes as he inquired further, "How long can these methods preserve the chestnuts? Can they be applied to all types of fruits?" "Certainly not." Su Tang swiftly transformed into a knowledgeable guide, eager to disseminate wisdom. "Chestnuts belong to the nut family, making them suitable for these preservation methods. They can typically be stored for around 6 months. Beyond this period, the nutritional value of the chestnuts begins to diminish. As for the other fruits you mentioned, are you referring to berries? Fresh fruits cannot be preserved here, but they can be transformed into dried fruits or jams." Upon hearing Su Tang's explanation, the expressions of those present were a mix of complexity and exhilaration. Yuan, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. If we can indeed store food for a long time, we won't have to go hungry during the cold season. There will be no need for the old orc to leave the tribe." Old Nick, equally animated, carelessly tossed a handful of an unknown plant to the ground, trembling with eagerness as he reached out to Su Tang. "Su Tang, please teach us how to preserve food. The orcs of our tribe will be eternally grateful to you." Su Tang was taken aback by everyone's reactions. In the past, while reading novels, she had encountered the beastly world genre, which primarily focused on the romantic entanglements of the protagonists, often featuring the female lead confronting rivals for affection. However, upon observing the current responses, she wondered how, even in the cold season, starvation could still claim lives. Su Tang felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Cain remained rational, intercepting Old Nick just as he was about to touch Su Tang's dark hand. Chapter 27. Exposed. Thankfully, Cain was still composed, stopping Old Nick just in time. He inquired softly, "When you mention half a year, how long do you mean?" Su Tang pointed to the sun in the sky and remarked, "The rising and setting of the sun constitutes a day. 30 such cycles make a month, and 12 months complete a year." While others remained in a state of bewilderment, Cain had already grasped the implication. In other words, half a year comprises 6 months, totaling 180 days. Su Tang clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, exactly." However, the subsequent words from Cain shattered her understanding of this world. The cold season lasts for 180 days. If we gather a substantial amount of chestnuts just before the rainy season concludes, coupled with the prey we have prepared in advance, we may not face hunger during this cold season. Su Tang found herself somewhat bewildered. What did it mean that the cold season also lasted 180 days? If she understood correctly, the cold season was akin to winter on Blue Star. She hastily interjected, "Wait, do you only have 2 seasons here?" The others looked perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Su Tang's words. After a brief pause, Cain was the first to respond, explaining, "There are actually 4 seasons: the warm season, the hot season, the rainy season, and the cold season, each lasting 180 days. Su Tang clutched the fabric over her heart with a firm grip, her face etched with anguish. "What is the matter? Is this not how your tribe behaves?" At that moment, Su Tang was at a loss for what expression to adopt. "Certainly not. Do you comprehend the concept of a year? A year signifies a cycle, encompassing the transition from the warm season to the conclusion of the cold season. Regarded as a complete year, each season typically spans approximately 3 months, culminating in 12 months for the entire year." Cain furrowed his brow, implying that what you refer to as half a year is merely a season in our realm. Su Tang nodded, having been somewhat lost in the conversation until now. Yuan finally grasped the meaning of this sentence and curiously inquired, "Tang, the seasonal changes throughout the beast god continent are uniform. Why does your tribe differ from ours?" Upon meeting Yuan's inquisitive and puzzled gaze, Su Tang felt a lump in her throat. Oh no, this was a grave miscalculation. Had she unwittingly revealed that she was not of this world? Su Tang felt a surge of anxiety. Before she could formulate a response, she heard Meng Zhe clear his throat twice. Round, I would like some water." With that declaration, Meng Zhe skillfully diverted Round's attention. Observing the empty earthen jar, which still contained remnants of buplurum, Round inquired, Tang, I shall fetch Meng Zhe some water. Do we need any of this?" Su Tang shook her head in a fluster, saying, "No, let's not." Yuan, oblivious to any peculiarities, nodded and hurried towards the riverbank with the ceramic jar in hand. Su Tang, resembling a quail, shrank her neck, daring not to utter a sound. Cain exchanged a knowing glance with Old Nick, who immediately understood. He picked up a bundle of unknown plants that had been carelessly discarded in the cave and said, "Su Tang, come quickly and see if I have found the buplurum you mentioned." Su Tang raised her head and discreetly glanced at Cain and Meng Zhe, only to find their expressions unperturbed, unaffected by Yuan's words, which relieved her greatly. She then focused intently on the tangled mass of weeds brought back by Old Nick. Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment she lowered her head, a flicker of contemplation passed through Cain's dark vertical pupils. Initially approaching the situation with a casual curiosity, she unexpectedly stumbled upon some delightful discoveries. Chapter 28, An Unexpected Revelation. Su Tang cautiously extracted a somewhat wilted herb. Upon noticing this, Old Nick murmured, "Oh, what is this root doing here? Perhaps I inadvertently brought it along while foraging for medicinal plants. Hand it over to me. I shall discard it." Su Tang swiftly evaded the outstretched hand of Old Nick, exclaiming, "Old Nick, this is an herb for anti-inflammatory and hemostatic purposes. Where did you find it?" Old Nick's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly bewildered. "Isn't this merely a weed?" he asked. "This is ink herb, a common remedy for inflammation and bleeding. When crushed and applied to a wound, it can swiftly stem the flow of blood. It also possesses excellent anti-inflammatory properties and can prevent the injured orc from developing a fever." Old Nick, nervously stroking his grizzled goatee, remarked, "Thank goodness I didn't discard it. Now, do take a look and see if there are any other herbs within this collection." Su Tang set aside the ink grass and meticulously sifted through the pile of weeds twice, shaking her head in disappointment. "It is unfortunate. There is only this single ink grass left. Do you recall where you unearthed it? This herb is quite practical. It can be dried and ground into powder for storage. It is convenient to carry while hunting, and if one sustains an injury, sprinkling the powder on the wound can swiftly stem the bleeding, without waiting for Su Tang's command. Old Nick slipped out, saying he would search for more of this medicinal herb. Just then, Yuan returned with a bucket of water. Su Tang rinsed the ink grass with water from the earthenware pot, and then used the remaining water to cleanse her hands. As soon as Yuan returned, she took the emptied pot to the riverbank to fetch more water. Handing the ink grass to Cain, she innocently asked, "Could you chew this herb for me?" Without a hint of suspicion, Cain accepted the herb and placed it in his mouth. Su Tang smiled mischievously. Cain always maintained a stoic expression, devoid of any emotion, which made Su Tang unable to resist the urge to tease him, for the herb was exceedingly bitter, akin to the bitterness of a wild gourd. Yet, even after Cain expelled the herb, his countenance remained unchanged. Su Tang could not help but wonder, could this merely resemble the? In truth, it was not at all. Unable to resist, she plucked a leaf and placed it in her mouth. After just a few chews, the familiar bitterness flooded her palate. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Su Tang grimaced as she looked at Cain. Do you not feel the bitterness? Cain shook his head. Not at all. Su Tang, does this count as lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? How should this be used? Cain pointed to the crushed herbs in his hand. Su Tang, suppressing her playful spirit, rolled up her sleeves and said, allow me to take care of this. You should chew a bit more. She spread the dark green herbal paste evenly over Meng Zhe's wound, adding, it may sting a little, so bear with it. Meng Zhe nodded slightly. By the time she had covered the entire wound with the herbal mixture, the medicinal plant had nearly been depleted. Using her white coat, she expertly bandaged Meng Zhe's injury. Glancing towards the setting sun, she addressed Cain. Please carry Meng Zhe back to the cave. It's getting chilly. He has just taken his medicine and needs to rest under the animal hide. A little perspiration will help reduce his fever. Understood. After Cain had departed, cradling Meng Zhe in his arms, Su Tang could no longer contain her laughter. Cain's teeth and lips were stained a vivid dark green from chewing so many herbs, rendering him quite the comical sight. Hurry, Cain, the sun is nearly gone. We still need to freshen up by the river, otherwise the herbal juice will dry and become impossible to wash off. Right away. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Discovery 2. Before leaving, Cain kindled a fire in the cave. Just in time for Yuan's return, they could use the clay pot to boil water. The two managed to tidy themselves up by the riverside before darkness enveloped the land. Su Tang made a novel discovery of a peculiar leaf, approximately 2 centimeters thick and the size of a coin. Within it lies a dense, gelatinous substance that serves remarkably well in cleansing teeth and oral cavities. When he inquired about the name of this plant, Cain surprisingly admitted his ignorance. Upon returning to the tribe, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and Su Tang, dressed merely in a t-shirt and form-fitting black pants, felt a chill. Fortunately, a bonfire had been kindled in the clearing before the cliff, where the orcs of the winged tiger tribe gathered, roasting meat and sharing laughter. Upon spotting Su Tang, Yuan waved at her, exclaiming, Tang Tang, come here quickly. Tang Tang, I have brought the chestnuts from the cave. Shall we enjoy them together? Su Tang nodded and nonchalantly replied, of course. However, she added, there are not many chestnuts, so everyone can only have a taste. Cain instructed the 2 nearby orcs to distribute the raw chestnuts. Due to their limited quantity, they prioritized the young and the females. Originally, they had roasted 6, leaving approximately a dozen. By the campfire, there were 5 or 6 females and 3 younglings. So the number of orcs receiving chestnuts was rather few. They hardly minded, for in their perspective, it was only the females and young that relished such fruits. The orcs themselves preferred meat. It was only through consuming meat that they could satiate their hunger and muster the strength for the hunt. Su Tang understood their reactions and merely smiled nonchalantly. This is called chestnut. It is quite delicious. Everyone placed the chestnuts at the edge of the fire, careful not to set them too close, lest they become difficult to retrieve later. The young ones and the females mimicked Su Tang's actions, tossing the chestnuts into the periphery of the flames. Cain casually handed Su Tang a piece of roasted meat, suggesting, first indulge in some meat, then savor the chestnuts. At this moment, Su Tang indeed felt a twinge of hunger. The meat before her, the origin of which was uncertain, was roasted to a golden brown, glistening with droplets of oil, presenting an appetizing sight. With a single bite, the exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, and the flavor was rather delightful, albeit regrettably lacking in salt. Ah, Cain turned his head. What seems to be the matter? Is there anything salty around here? Perhaps a plant or a type of white crystal that is particularly unpalatable. Cain understood. She was referring to salt. Suddenly, Su Tang felt a surge of joy. She had thought there was no salt here. Yes, indeed. It is salt. Don't you use salt when grilling meat? Cain explained that his clan's priest had taken 50 warriors to the antelope tribe to trade for salt, and they would likely return in a couple of days. Su Tang nodded in understanding. Is the antelope tribe far away? Not too far, Cain replied after a moment of contemplation. At full speed. It will take me about 3 days. Su Tang silently calculated in her mind. She was unsure of the speed at which the great tiger could sprint. But after 3 days of relentless running, it must have covered at least 1,000 miles. On Blue Star, 1,000 miles could be traversed in half a day. Yet in this perilous foreign world, she estimated it would take her 10 days to cover the same distance, if not more. Crackling, the chestnuts in the fire suddenly jumped, snapping Su Tang back to reality as she hurriedly called out to everyone. The chestnuts were perfectly roasted. They should take a stick and carefully extract them from the flames to avoid burns. Observing the charred shells of the chestnuts, Su Tang felt a wave of nostalgia. She rose, glancing left and right, seeking a stone to crack open the chestnuts, but to no avail. Chapter 30. The Astonishing Tribe. Cain picked up a chestnut from the ground. With what appeared to be a gentle squeeze, the chestnut opened its shell. Su Tang's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" Cain replied with remarkable composure. "This level of warmth is insignificant to me." Relishing the adoration reflected in the bright gaze of the young female, Cain felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The young ones, with the assistance of the surrounding orcs, gradually began to open the chestnuts. Once they savored the delightful taste of the roasted chestnuts, everyone was utterly captivated by this fruit, including the orcs themselves. Cain stood up and surveyed the crowd, announcing, "This fruit, discovered by Su Tang, is known as chestnut and can be stored for an entire winter." At his proclamation, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. "What? It can be stored for an entire winter? That's marvelous. We must gather as many of these chestnuts as possible so we won't go hungry during the winter." Indeed, this fruit is truly delicious. Will we really be able to enjoy such delightful treats in the winter? But we've never seen this fruit before. Will it be difficult to find? Yes. Where on earth can we locate such a fruit? The orcs and females chattered animatedly, while the little ones hid behind the adults, quietly observing Su Tang. Upon noticing their gaze, Su Tang smiled warmly at them. Cain let out a thunderous roar, and the tribe fell into an instant hush. Such fruits are not difficult to find. There are plenty. If we could gather them all, it would sustain our tribe throughout the entire winter. The tribe erupted in excitement. "Ah, what did I just hear? Enough to feed our tribe for an entire winter? Is this true? Bear, quickly pinch me. I must see if I am dreaming. How splendid. With this, my father will no longer secretly contemplate leaving the tribe. I must return and share this wonderful news with him. Indeed. I shall also convey this news to my mother. Oh, Bear, why did you strike me so hard? Was it you who asked me to do it?" The atmosphere in the tribe was filled with laughter and joy, brimming with exuberance. Su Tang stood beside Cain, equally influenced by the prevailing atmosphere. Suddenly, she tugged at Cain's arm, signaling him to bend down. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Actually, I know how to store meat for the cold season as well." At this revelation, even Cain was taken aback. He grasped Su Tang's shoulders tightly, his voice barely restrained. "Is that true?" Su Tang nodded, yet found herself inexplicably unsettled under Cain's oppressive yet fervent gaze. "I'm only aware of the method, but I have not attempted it. Success is not guaranteed. However, we may as well give it a try. It won't squander much of our prey." Cain's breath grew heavy. With a sudden force, he embraced Su Tang tightly. "Thank you, Su." Surrounded by a dense aura of male hormones, Su Tang found the scent not unpleasant, even rendering her somewhat lightheaded. With a flushed face, she gently patted Cain's back, assuring him, "It's all right. If you hadn't rescued me from the forest, I might not have survived 3 days. I should be thanking you first." In response, Cain tightened his embrace around her. "See, Cain, I can't breathe." Upon hearing her words, Cain reluctantly released Su Tang. Holding the petite female was indeed quite comforting, but the moment was not yet right. She was still too young. He could not frighten her. Suppressing the desire flickering in his gaze, he lifted his hand and tenderly ruffled Su Tang's soft hair. Chapter 31. Shocking the Tribe Chief. What exactly is a chestnut? Why have we never seen it before? An orc posed his question, prompting several others to voice their agreement. It is a spiky fruit. Upon hearing Cain's response, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Su Tang suppressed the fluttering emotions stirred by Kai's embrace and reassured everyone. When the prickly fruit ripens, its exterior becomes fragile, appearing quite fearsome. However, with a mere forceful strike, it shatters effortlessly. A female, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Is that true? Our tribe once had a cub struck by a prickly fruit, resulting in considerable bloodshed, and ultimately, it departed to meet the beast god." Another female concurred, "Indeed. I recall it was Yuan Yuan's younger brother." Su Tang, astonished, shifted her gaze towards Yuan Yuan. When Yuan Yuan spoke of this matter in the afternoon, she had not mentioned this particular point. With a sorrowful expression, Yuan Yuan nodded slightly, leaving Su Tang with no further inquiries. The delicate skin of the young one should be kept away from the prickly fruits, yet it does not concern us. While being struck might be somewhat painful, there is no way we shall encounter the beast god. The delicate and seemingly fragile Su Tang, having only just arrived at the tribe today, spoke with a lack of authoritative presence. Both the orcs and the females appeared uncertain, wavering in their trust of her words. Observing this, Cain spoke in a deep voice. Old Nick received the protection of the beast god in his dreams last night and has become a healer. Henceforth, our tribe shall also have its own healer. Old Nick, in agreement, let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, for many years I have endeavored to procure herbs for the tribe, and finally, last night, I was enlightened by the beast god and became a healer. Qinghua and Yuan Yuan also stepped forward to affirm Old Nick's newfound title. Yes, it was Old Nick who saved Meng Zhe after his injury. The severity of Meng Zhe's wounds was witnessed by most in the tribe. In the past, orcs suffering such grievous injuries would have been sent to the Blessing Cave, awaiting the beast god's judgment if no healer was available. Yet, Meng Zhe had not been sent to the Blessing Cave, and although no one had seen his current state, Yuan Yuan, his mate, would undoubtedly remain by his side should anything befall him. Thus, the orcs of the tribe quickly came to believe in Old Nick's abilities. They encircled him, lifting him high into the air and catching him securely. Oh ho, oh ho, our winged tiger tribe now has a healer. They cheered, Old Nick, Old Nick. Thanks be to the beast god. May the heavens bless our winged tiger tribe. Cain took Su Tang's hand, leading her away from the throng. I apologize for having Old Nick take your place. Please don't be upset. I merely wish to protect you. Su Tang tilted her head slightly, offering a gentle smile. I was not angered. Although I was unaware of your motivations, I place my trust in you. Cain also revealed a faint smile, reminding her of her youth. Should the identity of a healer be exposed, it would invite calamity. The region inhabited by the winged tiger tribe is known as the wilderness, a place marked by abject poverty and a near absence of healers. The wilderness is home to numerous tribes, yet only the Zhaoying tribe, which is affiliated with the Upper Beast City, boasts a single healer. For other tribes to seek medical aid, they must offer 5 large wild beasts as payment, contingent upon the willingness of the healer from the Zhaoying tribe to assist them. While healers have occasionally emerged in the wilderness, the Zhaoying tribe, intent on maintaining its supremacy, would pursue and eliminate any healer who did not align with them. Chapter 32. Stupefied in the wilderness, valiant warriors are equally scarce. It is rumored that the Zhaoying tribe possesses 5 or 6 such warriors, which has allowed them to reign unchallenged for many years. The fact that Cain is a valiant warrior has been kept tightly under wraps within the tribe, a circumstance that has contributed to the Zhaoying tribe's lack of interference. Previously, Meng Zhe was regarded as the orc most likely to ascend to the status of a valiant warrior within the winged tiger tribe. Had it not been for Su Tang's timely appearance, they might have taken him to the Zhaoying tribe when Old Nick found himself at a loss. However, it is likely that Meng Zhe would not have endured the journey there. After hearing Cain's account, Su Tang found it astonishing yet somehow fitting. After all, the beastly tale she had perused depicted a brutal struggle for territory and resources, where the victor reigned supreme and the vanquished were left as outlaws. Thus, it is imperative that we conceal the identity of the healer, while we also require an explanation for Meng Zhe's recovery. I shall have Old Nick stand in for you. This will not only safeguard your well-being, but also provide an explanation for our kin. Please do not harbor anger towards me. Su Tang gently patted Cain's arm. Smiling as she said, didn't I just mention that I'm not angry with you? On the contrary, I must thank you for once again protecting me. Cain, in turn, grasped Su Tang's hand tightly, his expression earnest. I have already attained the rank of a level 3 warrior, yet I shall strive to grow even stronger. To protect you, always. Su Tang turned her gaze away in a fluster, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh my, the great tiger was truly captivating. It stirred emotions within those who beheld him. Steady now, steady. The great tiger protects you solely because you are a healer, vital to the tribe. Do not overthink it. Do not overthink it. Do not overthink it. Reassuring herself, Su Tang finally turned to Cain, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, but rest assured, if Old Nick is willing, I can teach him about herbs, and I can instruct him in healing and saving lives. Thank you, Su. Yet, as she spoke, she noticed Cain's gaze growing more entranced, making it increasingly difficult to resist. Su Tang hurriedly diverted the topic. By the way, I've noticed you frequently mention the brave warriors. What exactly are they? She felt that her inquiry might arouse suspicion, so she quickly added, why don't you describe them? Perhaps our tribe has similar figures, just under a different name. Cain's gaze darkened slightly. It was night, so Su Tang remained oblivious to his change in demeanor. Since their first encounter, the more time he spent with the young female, the more her peculiarities became apparent. leading him to increasingly believe that she belonged to a world entirely different from his own, judging by her words and actions, as well as the knowledge she possessed. It was evident that the place where she had previously lived was far beyond anything they could compare to here, even surpassing the beast city. Could it be that the world of the beast gods truly exists? Was this young female genuinely exiled to the beastman continent by the esteemed beast god? Cain did not respond to Su Tang's question. Instead, he opened his palm. Su Tang gazed at him in bewilderment. Subsequently, Cain's palm gradually coalesced into a small golden orb. Suddenly, the orb transformed into a sharp blade, and in the blink of an eye, the blade metamorphosed into a golden rope. It was as if he were performing a magical spell, leaving Su Tang utterly astonished. With a clenched fist, the golden rope instantly reverted to tiny golden particles, all vanishing into the air. Su Tang, what did I just say? I just said nothing. Chapter 33. Stupefied. The divine warrior is a blessing bestowed upon those brave, resilient, and fortunate orc warriors by the beast god. Divine warriors possess the ability to sense the elemental forces of nature, thereby enhancing a specific part of their bodies or awakening certain abilities. Some divine warriors can even attune themselves to the powers of the 5 elements. It is said that those of the white tiger bloodline are favored by the heavens. Born in accordance with fortune, by becoming a divine warrior, one can sense the elemental force of metal, which is the ability I just employed. Su Tang blinked her eyes, pondering whether the power of the 5 elements was indeed metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, she dared not inquire further. After Cain finished speaking, she clapped her hands enthusiastically, her expression filled with admiration. Wow, Cain, you are truly remarkable. You are the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered, no matter the circumstances. Flattering him was the way to go. In the darkness, Cain's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Su Tang, asking nothing. Despite this, Su Tang felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. She had initially felt a chill, but now her forehead was subtly warming, as if perspiration were about to form. The more Cain remained silent, the more anxious she became. It's a bit cold. Cain, could you take me back to the cave? Cain responded with a soft and then swept her into a heart-fluttering princess carry. Upon returning to the cave, Su Tang climbed onto the stone bed in the dark, curling up in the animal hide. With only her eyes visible, the cave was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Cain vigorously striking the flint. Before long, a flicker of light illuminated the cave. Cain positioned the fire pit closer to the entrance and then gently told Su Tang, it's no longer cold. You may sleep now. Suddenly, Su Tang felt a surge of anxiety. What about you? She inquired. Unable to decipher the meaning behind the little female's words, Cain fell silent for a couple of seconds before responding. I will go to Meng's side to keep watch. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was momentarily taken aback. So that means, I will be all alone in the cave? Cain merely replied with a non-committal Su Tang felt utterly aggrieved. The vast cavern was only partially illuminated by the flickering fire, leaving many areas shrouded in darkness. The empty entrance of the cave lacked any form of concealment, and she trembled at the thought of snakes or insects creeping in during the dead of night, unaware of their presence. The mere contemplation of it filled her with trepidation. With a pitiful glance at Cain, she said, Isn't there Yuan over on Meng Zay's side? Please, don't go. Her words, though tinged with embarrassment, felt necessary to utter. She could feel her cheeks burning fiercely, as if ablaze. Fortunately, the fire was situated a bit far from the stone bed, and the dim lighting offered some solace that Cain might remain oblivious. However, what Su Tang did not realize was that, for the sake of survival, the vision of the beastmen was not significantly different between night and day, rendering her shy and innocent demeanor fully visible to Cain. Cain's gaze flickered momentarily, and he felt an intense thirst. Su Tang let out a sigh of relief. The stone bed was merely covered with a layer of animal skin, which made her bones ache, and there was no pillow to rest her head upon. Alas, life was indeed worrisome. The cave was enveloped in silence, allowing Su Tang to hear the rhythm of her own breath. She quietly lifted her gaze, curious about what Cain was up to. However, her attention was drawn to a large mass beside the stone bed. The great tiger had transformed again. Just the thought of that soft, fluffy texture from the afternoon made her yearn to stroke it once more. Su Tang gently called out, Cain, the stone bed is quite spacious. Why not join me and sleep here? Cain ignored her. Su Tang, undeterred, continued to call out, Cain, the ground is cold. Be cautious not to fall ill. Yet, Cain paid her no heed. Su Tang urged persistently, Cain, if you do not come up, I shall continue to call for you. Chapter 34. What should we teach? Su Tang remained unconvinced. She kept calling out, wondering if the great tiger would come closer. The mere thought of cuddling with the soft, fluffy tiger brought her immense joy. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself in a warm embrace. The gentle, rhythmic sound of Cain's breath resonated in her ears, sending delightful shivers down one side of her body. Su Tang felt paralyzed, her entire being stiffened like a wooden stick. This was not what she had anticipated. She needed to sleep quickly. A deep, resonant voice echoed in her ears. Su Tang, frightened, hastily closed her eyes, pondering until the very last moment before slumber why the great tiger was not adhering to the expected norms. Upon awakening the following day, she found herself alone on the stone bed. To her surprise, she had slept quite soundly in the embrace of the great tiger the previous night. Su Tang hurriedly shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. She must have been overly anxious last night, which was why she had not dared to confront the great tiger. Yes, that must be it. Rising to her feet, she meticulously rearranged the animal's skin, as no one had entered the cave. Casting a glance at her watch, she noted that it was already past 7. Su Tang approached the entrance of the cave, eager to attempt her own escape. Before her lay a spacious terrace, roughly 3 to 4 square meters in area, adorned with a lush tree directly ahead, its canopy perfectly aligned with the cave's mouth. If only a row of fences were to encircle the terrace, complemented by a quaint table, a reclining chair, and a pot of fragrant tea, what a delightful vision it conjures. On either side of the terrace, rugged cliffs rose steeply, their rocky faces punctuated by a few protruding stones. Though the distance seemed considerable, Su Tang felt a surge of determination, believing she could make the attempt. The cave itself was not particularly lofty, standing about 5 to 6 meters above the ground. Su Tang first approached the edge of the terrace, where the first protruding stone lay approximately half a meter away, allowing her to traverse it with a single step. The second stone was situated about 150 centimeters downward at an angle, connected to the first. Su Tang took a deep breath, cautiously extending her foot, and supported herself against a rock as she leaped down. However, upon seeing the third stone, Su Tang could not help but twitch her lips. That stone was simply out of reach, standing over 2 meters high, with a lateral distance of nearly 2 meters. It was utterly beyond her capabilities. Shaking her head, she prepared to return to the cave. Yet, at that moment, Su Tang unexpectedly realized that she was unable to ascend. Standing at a height of 1.65 meters, the stone she had just jumped from was about 1.50 meters tall, and her arms lacked the strength to assist her in climbing back up. Resigned, she could only sit cross-legged on the ground, awaiting rescue. The weight was exceedingly dull, and it suddenly dawned on Su Tang that she could utilize the system. Su Tang, calling the 007 system. How many exchange points do I currently possess? Ding. Host current exchange points, 128. Would you like to view the details? Su Tang, yes. Ding. Cultural dissemination has gained 16 exchange points, and cultural dissemination has gained 23 exchange points. As she gazed at the detailed list displayed on the luminous screen before her, a smile stretched across Su Tang's face, nearly reaching the back of her head. Quietly contemplating in her heart, she pondered what new knowledge she could impart to the orcs of the tribe today. Cain recalled Su Tang's words from the previous night, that meat could also be preserved. Thus, he rose early that day to venture into the forest alone for hunting. The prey within the tribe served as sustenance for all the orc inhabitants. He could not allow the young female to use their provisions for experimentation. Seizing the opportunity while the young female was still asleep, he returned with a long-eared beast. However, to his astonishment, the young female was nowhere to be found in the cave. Chapter 35. No longer growing taller, surrounded by the scent of the young female, yet unable to locate her, Cain felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the world in that moment. With a dark expression, he approached the cave entrance and let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Instantly, the orcs of the tribe halted their activities, proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the open space before the cliff. Startled by Cain's bellow, Su Tang, who was in the midst of preparing her teaching plan, quickly regained her composure and softly called out, "Cain, is that you?" No sooner had her voice faded than Cain, exuding a fierce aura and wearing a brooding expression, appeared before Su Tang. Su Tang remained oblivious to Cain's unusual demeanor, pouting slightly, feeling quite aggrieved. The stone was too high for her to ascend or descend. Her seemingly playful tone unexpectedly quelled Cain's agitation, as he embraced Su Tang tightly, pressing his lips together. "I will take you down." When the pair emerged into the open space, Su Tang was taken aback by the dense throng of orcs before her. Clinging to Cain's arm, she softly inquired, "Is there something significant happening?" Cain soothingly stroked Su Tang's soft hair and replied in a gentle tone, "It's nothing." He raised his hand towards the gathered orcs, maintaining a composed expression. "It's all right now. Everyone may disperse." The orcs departed in an orderly fashion, leaving only a small group behind. Once the crowd had thinned, Xiongdu approached with a deep, rumbling voice. "Tribe leader, will you accompany us on the hunt today?" Cain pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, just wait for me." He gestured towards the nearby Qinghua, instructing, "Take Su Tang with you to gather prickly fruits and ensure her safety. She must not be harmed." Qinghua nodded, reassuringly proclaiming, "Rest assured, tribe leader, I will protect Tang Tang." Yet, Cain remained somewhat uneasy and called upon 2 additional orc warriors to accompany and safeguard the gathering females, only then relaxing his brow slightly. Su Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. "Cain, I'm neither a child nor a cub. I can take care of myself. Rest assured." Cain remained silent, gently ruffling Su Tang's soft hair with his hand. However, the deep affection reflected in his eyes left the nearby beastmen feeling quite unsettled. Is this truly their stern and unyielding chieftain? Su Tang removed Cain's hand, expressing her dissatisfaction as she said, "If you keep rubbing, I won't grow any taller." Cain, seemingly lost in thought, exhibited a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "All right, I won't rub anymore. But do be cautious while hunting. Ensure you don't get hurt." Cain nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood." Upon observing the flustered bear pacing anxiously and the teasing glint in Qinghua's eyes, Su Tang, her cheeks flushed, gave Cain a gentle shove. "I shan't converse with you any longer. You should hurry along. I, too, wish to gather prickly fruits alongside Qinghua." With that, she dashed to Qinghua's side, linking arms with her and fleeing without a backward glance. It was only when Cain could no longer discern Su Tang's figure that he turned to Bearda and said indifferently, "Let us proceed." As she followed the gathering team, Su Tang felt a sense of novelty. "Tang Tang, did you spend the night in the same cave as the chieftain?" Huanghua, a seemingly youthful female, appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, standing an impressive height of nearly 1.80 meters, making her seem like a giant beside Su Tang. Su Tang nodded. "Indeed." Huanghua, upon hearing this, looked at her in astonishment. "You appear so small, almost like a cub. Did the chieftain truly mate with you?" "Ahem. What are you saying?" Su Tang was taken aback by Huanghua's unabashed words. Chapter 36, Gathering Chestnuts. Huanghua wore an expression of utter nonchalance, as if it were only natural, mating. However, "Tang Tang, are you truly not a cub?" Su Tang's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Moreover, observing the surrounding females, it seemed they all shared the same sentiment. "I am not a juvenile. I have reached adulthood, and I have not engaged in any intimacy with Cain, truly." Alas, neither Su Tang's appearance nor her voice possessed any semblance of persuasiveness. The females believed that Su Tang must be too bashful to admit the truth. In reality, they were already speculating about when Su Tang and the chieftain would hold their mate ceremony. The shaman had yet to return. The ceremony must be officiated by the tribe's shaman to gain the approval of the beast god, who would inscribe the beast mark upon the female's right hand. Only then could they be considered true mates. Thus, regardless of the chieftain's eagerness, they had to await the shaman's return. Realizing that hope was not forthcoming in the near term, the females sighed in disappointment. However, seeing Su Tang's bashful demeanor, one orc named Taima felt sympathy for their chieftain. As an orc, Taima could distinctly sense that Su Tang bore no trace of Cain, indicating that they had not yet mated. Being a paired orc himself, he understood that his female was similarly shy, only willing to engage in intimacy within the confines of their cave at night. Hence, he mused that if the chieftain were to bond with Su Tang, it would surely be akin to his own situation. Observing the surrounding orcs, all wearing expressions of "we understand. We shall not speak out of turn." Su Tang felt a pang of anguish. It is said that too much speech leads to misfortune. Perhaps it would be best to remain silent as they journeyed onward. The path through the jungle was arduous. Although everyone was attentive to Su Tang's needs, deliberately slowing their pace, it still took over an hour to reach their destination, the Chestnut Grove. By this time, Su Tang was already drenched in sweat. Previously, back on Blue Star, she spent her days either studying in school or interning at the hospital, confined indoors, leading to her poor physical condition. After traversing such a distance, she was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Qinghua, with a look of concern, inquired, "Tang Tang, are you all right? Why don't you sit here and rest for a moment while we go pick the prickly fruits?" Su Tang breathed lightly, nodding as she suggested that the orcs find a longer stick to strike the tree trunk forcefully, allowing the prickly fruits to fall of their own accord. Qinggu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. I shall inform Taimu, and you can rest for now." With that, she dashed over to Taimu, sharing a few words with him. Taimu nodded in understanding, picking up a nearly 2-meter-long branch from the ground. He called out to Huanghua and the others who were preparing to gather the prickly fruits, "Step aside. Let me knock down the prickly fruits." Upon hearing him, the females quickly dispersed, granting Taimu ample space. With a series of resounding thuds, prickly fruits began to cascade to the ground like rain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In mere seconds, the ground was blanketed with a layer of prickly fruits, nearly obscuring any visible footing. "All right, Taimu, stop for now. Let us collect what has fallen before you continue." Huanghua, being the eldest and more meticulous, noticed the plentiful fruits on the ground and intervened. Reluctantly, Taimu ceased his efforts, turning to the other 4 orcs and declaring, "This is quite entertaining. You should give it a try later." Chapter 37. Collecting chestnuts. Taimu, still captivated by the task, paused and remarked to the other 4 orcs, "This is indeed amusing. You all should have a go later." Huanghua playfully scolded, "You all resemble foolish deer, so eager to play. Hurry and come help collect the chestnuts." The orcs jostled one another, starting from the outermost circle to gather the fallen chestnuts. The prickly husks had already burst open upon impact, revealing only a few chestnuts still concealed within. Thus the orcs needed to not only gather the chestnuts, but also inspect the husks for any hidden treasures. The orcs, brimming with vitality, worked swiftly, and the females were no less diligent. In no time, they had amassed a towering pile of chestnuts, reaching a height of nearly 1 meter. "Lu Yi, quickly bring over the animal skins. We must transport these chestnuts back." Huanghua beckoned to a petite female in the corner. With a downcast gaze and a timid demeanor, she cautiously approached, clutching the animal skins. Su Tang gazed curiously, for the female named Lu Yi possessed an exceedingly low presence. Had it not been for Huanghua calling her, Su Tang might not have even noticed her. Sensing Su Tang's gaze, Lu Yi lowered her head even further, leaving Su Tang only able to see the crown of her head. Qinghua, observing this, softly explained to Su Tang that this young female was Lu Yi, who had just come of age. Due to her unappealing appearance, no beastmen sought to bond with her. Even the young cubs deemed her unattractive and were unwilling to allow her to care for them. Thus the chieftain assigned her to our gathering team to assist. Su Tang immediately withdrew her gaze and apologetically addressed Qinghua, expressing her regret for her ignorance. Qinghua shook her head with a smile, assuring her that it was of no consequence, and remarked that Lu Yi was a very amiable person. She encouraged Su Tang to take her time to get to know her. Su Tang nodded. By the time the two had finished their conversation, a hide had already been piled high with chestnuts. Huanghua was directing 2 orcs to lift the corners of the hide, preparing to carry the chestnuts back. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang turned to Qinghua and inquired, "Do you typically use animal hides to carry items? Are there no other tools at your disposal?" Qinghua, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What tools are you referring to?" Su Tang shook her head, ceasing further explanations. In her mind, she contemplated the possibility of crafting a basket or a backpack, which would not only facilitate the transport of items, but also significantly enhance efficiency. The thought of laboriously carrying items back, bit by bit, seemed a grievous waste of both time and energy. With this in mind, Su Tang rose and approached Taimu, saying, "Brother Taimu, I wish to explore this vicinity in search of additional food. Would you accompany me?" Taimu immediately cast a troubled glance towards Huanghua. Within the gathering team, Huanghua held a position akin to that of a captain. Any actions taken required prior consultation with her. Naturally, Huanghua had overheard Su Tang's request. However, she did not oppose it, as the prickly fruits had indeed been brought to their attention by Su Tang herself. If they could uncover further sources of sustenance, that would be even better. Very well, she conceded. Taimu, you must ensure Su Tang's safety and refrain from venturing too far. Although the warriors of the hunting team have scoured this forest, there may still be lurking beasts. So exercise caution. Taimu promptly nodded, standing tall with resolve. Rest assured, Huanghua, I shall protect Su Tang without fail. Su Tang smiled warmly at Huanghua, then turned to Taimu and said, "Come on, brother Taimu, let us explore over there." As the night passed, aside from the orcs accompanying the priest on a salt exchange, every orc in the winged tiger tribe, males, females, and younglings alike, became aware of the chieftain's fondness for the little female he had rescued. Thus, when Su Tang addressed Taimu as brother Taimu, a sense of trepidation welled up within him. Chapter 38. The construction of the backpack. Flustered yet endearing, Taimu scratched his head and replied, "You may simply call me Taimu." Su Tang felt a sense of trepidation within. She had intended to express her closeness by addressing him as big brother. only to be met with rejection. Could it be that he was, in fact, younger than herself? Su Tang dared not inquire or express her thoughts, merely nodding absent-mindedly. All right. Taimu. The two of them wandered off, and Bu Sin leaped beside Hong Guo, muttering, and Hong Guo, you should allow me to protect Su Tang. That foolish Taimu will undoubtedly frighten her. Hong Guo cast a sidelong glance at Bu San, disregarding him, and resumed gathering chestnuts from the ground. Bu San persisted in his chatter, and Hong Guo, you know Taimu's temperament. What if Su Tang perceives us all as difficult to befriend like him? What shall we do then? Hong Guo, unable to tolerate his incessant prattle any longer, delivered a firm slap on Bu San's shoulder, exclaiming, your head is too high to reach. Focus on your work. The rainy season is already half over, and winter is fast approaching. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Let me tell you, Su Tang is favored by the clan leader, and you must not create any disturbances. Bu San rubbed his shoulder, which felt no more than a mild discomfort to him, and with a sheepish grin, he inched closer to Hong Guo. And Hong Guo, please don't be angry. How could I possibly cause trouble? I'll work diligently, just be sure not to mention this to the clan leader. Hong Guo shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, get back to work at once. Taimu tugged at Su Tang's sleeve, saying, ahead lies a cliff. There's no path forward. Su Tang nodded, yet continued to forge ahead. Taimu scratched his head, uncertain of what to say, and chose to follow her. Numerous unknown plants dangled from the cliffs, among which a vine, as thick as a finger, captured Su Tang's attention. This vine was abundant, its strands entwined like the tangled wires outside the Blue Star Orphanage. She approached and tugged at it firmly. Splendid, it did not break. Thus, Su Tang activated the system and utilized a point to scan whether this vine was resilient enough to be woven into a basket. The system provided a swift response. Ding! The vine, known as Ghost Vine, proved to be quite sturdy, suitable for crafting a backpack, and upon drying, it would become remarkably lightweight yet durable. With the desired information in hand, Su Tang beamed with delight. Taimu, could you assist me in pulling down all of these vines? I require them. Although Taimu was perplexed, he did not inquire further. Relying on his innate orc strength, he exerted considerable effort to succeed. Witnessing this, Su Tang felt even more pleased with the ghost vine. With Taimu's assistance, she bound the heap of ghost vines into 4 bundles. After wandering around the vicinity for a couple more circles and confirming the area was clear, she instructed Taimu to carry the ghost vines away. As they walked, Taimu could not help but ask, Su Tang, are these also food? How does one consume them? Su Tang chuckled softly, shaking her head. These items were not food, yet held an importance akin to that of sustenance. Taimu, puzzled, could scarcely fathom what could possibly be as vital as food. With a clouded mind, he accompanied Su Tang back to their previous location. Tang, why are you back so soon? Have you found new provisions? Taimu inquired, noticing the peculiar object resting on his arm. Observing Su Tang's enigmatic smile, Gu felt an overwhelming curiosity. Taimu approached, discarding the ghost vine onto the ground. His expression fraught with frustration. Su Tang claims this is not food, but it is equally significant. Chapter 39. Crafting the Backpack 2. Upon hearing this, even Hong Gu paused her activities to investigate. Aside from the timid little female Lu Yi and the 2 beastmen carrying Chestnut's back, the remaining 4 females and 3 beastmen gathered around Su Tang. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu asked, Tang, what exactly is this? How can it be of equal importance to food? Su Tang skillfully unraveled the ghost vine, exerting considerable effort with a stone knife made of ironwood to cleave it in 2. With a playful wink, she handed the stone knife to Guo and teased, aren't you curious? Join me, and you'll understand. Guo decisively accepted the stone knife, took another bundle of ghost vine, and adeptly sliced it in half. Once prepared, he passed the stone knife to Hong Guo. While the others busied themselves with cutting the ghost vine, Su Tang once again summoned the system. 007. I wish to access the illustrated guide for crafting a backpack. Ding. The method for crafting a backpack has been located. Would you like to spend 100 exchange points to unlock the intermediate survival quiz? 10, 9, 8. Su Tang felt that in her previous life, she must have been an irate little bird. Otherwise, how could she become so easily angered in this life? This system must have calculated her newfound wealth, devising various schemes to ensnare her. Despite her frustration, the money must still be spent. With the ferocity of a tiny kitten, she confirmed the exchange. Ding. The host has successfully spent 100 exchange points to unlock the intermediate survival quiz. Ding. The method for weaving a backpack has been retrieved, Details illustrated below. 109. Glancing at the bold, capitalized number 109, Su Tang felt her temples throb incessantly. It was as if her head were being incessantly hammered. Oh dear, this cannot be good. Her blood pressure must be rising. Steady now. She must remain composed. This is merely an emotionless machine. There is no need to stoop to its level. Su Tang inhaled deeply, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at the crowd. Come, follow my lead. With determination, Honghua, Qinghua, and Huanghua gathered their rattan and mimicked Su Tang's movements with admirable zeal. To weave the basket, one must first create a base. The strips of bamboo were wound in circles to form a rounded bottom, the size tailored to one's preference. Su Tang's base measured approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Gradually, both Honghua and Qinghua transitioned from clumsiness to skillful crafting. However, Huanghua found herself entangled with her rattan, which resembled a tangled mess, refusing to cooperate. Frustrated, she tossed the rattan aside, exclaiming, "Forget it. I might as well go collect chestnuts." Just then, a timid voice interrupted, "May I give it a try?" Su Tang looked up to find Lu Yi had unexpectedly joined them. Su Tang was seeing Lu Yi's face for the first time and finally understood why everyone said Lu Yi was unattractive. Lu Yi appeared petite. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, her face dotted with the acne commonly seen among blue-skinned humans. In truth, Lu Yi's features were quite lovely. And unlike the other females in the tribe, she was not as dark-skinned. Had she been free of blemishes, Lu Yi would undoubtedly be a great beauty. Under Su Tang's intense gaze, Lu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to hide. Had she not sensed any malice in Su Tang's eyes, she might have fled in embarrassment. However, seeing Lu Yi about to leave, Su Tang hurriedly called out to her with a friendly smile, "Of course you can. Come and sit down, let us weave together." Lu Yi paused for a moment, then cautiously took a seat in the place previously occupied by Huanghua. Chapter 40. Weaving the backpack, 3 Huanghua encouragingly patted Lu Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Lu Yi, you can do it. I believe in you." Lu Yi shyly lowered her head and replied, "Thank you. Thank you." Su Tang, ever considerate, inquired, "Would you like me to demonstrate once more?" Lu Yi gently shook her head, replying, "No need, I remember." As she spoke, Lu Yi meticulously arranged the chaotic ghost vines of the yellow fruit, weaving them together gradually using the method Su Tang had previously taught her. Observing Lu Yi's deft technique, crafting a base that was not only uniformly woven, but even surpassed Su Tang's own work, left everyone in awe. Huanghua, particularly astonished, exclaimed, "Lu Yi, have you done this before?" Lu Yi simply shook her head, responding softly, "No." Su Tang, unfazed, smiled and reassured everyone, indicating that Lu Yi possesses remarkable talent in crafting. "Lu Yi, keep up the great work. You are truly exceptional." Lu Yi, flustered, lowered her head, unsure of where to place her hands. Su Tang chose to feign ignorance and suggested that they move on. After completing the base, they began weaving the rattan strips, encircling them in a circular fashion. With each completed round, it was essential to meticulously press the strips together, leaving no gaps. Throughout the weaving process, constant pressure was necessary to shape the work. As this step was crucial, the outcome of the pressing directly influenced the final form of the backpack. Halfway through the crafting, Honghua was the first to realize the purpose of the creation. Excitedly, she raised the semi-finished product in her hands and inquired, "What is this, Su Tang?" Su Tang smiled gently and explained that this is called a backpack, which can hold many items. It would be quite convenient when we go out for gathering. Honghua's face was filled with joy. "Indeed, with this, we won't need to carry so many animal skins. It is truly a wonderful item." Su Tang, "Thank you." Su Tang nodded, acknowledging that the basket was merely one form of tool. In the future, based on everyone's needs, we could create various other implements. Honghua was so overwhelmed with excitement that she found herself at a loss for words, her impression of Su Tang having undergone a complete transformation. Earlier, when the chieftain had placed his trust in her, though the tribe members had not voiced any objections, Honghua was aware that many among them, like herself, held a deep-seated skepticism. Small and slender, while possessing beauty, she seemed to offer little utility, hardly deserving of the chieftain's regard. However, Honghua no longer harbored such thoughts. Su Tang not only assisted her kin in discovering a food source that could be preserved for the cold season, but she is now also teaching them how to craft tools. What a benevolent little female she is. The more red fruit observes Su Tang, the more satisfied she feels. Su Tang felt a touch of embarrassment under the gaze of Honghua, and thus interjected, "Ahem, It's getting late. Let us hasten our weaving. Indeed. Let us proceed. After more than 10 minutes, the two orcs who had previously gone to deliver chestnuts returned, joining the group observing the crafting of the backpack. At this moment, the weaving of the backpack was nearing completion. Su Tang secured the positions of the two ghost vines she had set aside earlier, finishing the last 2 rounds of weaving. A backpack, approximately half a meter in height and 30 centimeters in width, was freshly completed in Su Tang's hands. Huanghua eagerly took it, instinctively donning it on her back and bouncing around in delight. This is wonderful. Now I can carry a great many chestnuts back to the tribe all by myself. Another young female, Greengrass, gazed longingly at the backpack, exclaiming, Huanghua, let me try it on. Huanghua, reveling in her newfound treasure, was unwilling to remove it. Chapter 41. The enchanting backpack. Huanghua, still enchanted by her creation, refused to take it off. Although Greengrass felt a mix of frustration and urgency, she refrained from attempting to snatch it away. When a brand new backpack was presented before her, Greengrass paused momentarily. Lu Yi shyly remarked, I noticed you seem to like it, so. Instantly, Greengrass joyfully accepted the backpack, beaming, Thank you, Lu Yi. You are truly a kind and wonderful female. Lu Yi smiled softly, her lips curving in delight. However, Su Tang could discern that she was genuinely pleased as well. Once Greengrass donned the backpack, she exclaimed in astonishment, I hardly feel its weight. How remarkable. After bouncing a couple of times, Huanghua scampered back to Su Tang, pointing to the area on her shoulder. Tang Tang. This spot feels a bit tight and uncomfortable, and I think it might be a tad small. Su Tang explained with a smile that the basket was woven to fit her own physique, and suggested that Lu Yi could assist in crafting a suitable basket for him. Upon hearing this, Huanghua eagerly removed his basket and rushed to Lu Yi's side. Lu Yi, could you please help me weave a basket? Lu Yi, blushing, nodded shyly and replied, Yes, I can. Overjoyed, Huanghua leapt into the air, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Lu Yi, from now on, you shall be my best companion. And also Tang Tang and Qinghua. The surrounding orcs, witnessing the basket's utility, approached Lu Yi and Qinghua with eager smiles, requesting their assistance in weaving baskets. Lu Yi, who had never experienced such popularity, felt quite unaccustomed to the attention. The baskets for Huanghua and Qinghua were completed, though due to inexperience, they bore some imperfections in their craftsmanship. Nevertheless, they were functional. With plenty of ghost vines remaining, Lu Yi continued to weave baskets at the insistence of the others. Meanwhile, the rest prepared to gather chestnuts, as that was their task for the day. Huanghua instructed Busun to accompany Huanghua in the nearby area to collect as many ghost vines as they could find. Upon hearing this, Su Tang expressed her desire to join, pondering whether they might uncover something else along the way. Huanghua contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, but she cautioned them not to wander too far. Su Tang, with the woven basket she had crafted, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Huanghua, too, carried a basket fashioned by Huanghua, eagerly walking alongside Su Tang. The only reason Huanghua did not feel discomfort was that the basket woven by Huanghua was larger. The trio chatted and laughed merrily, as though they were on a delightful excursion through the forest. However, Su Tang remained vigilant, observing the surrounding vegetation, hoping to discover familiar species. Upon reaching the banks of a stream, she stumbled upon a vast expanse of purslane, nearly carpeting both sides of the waterway. With excitement, she dashed towards it. The purslane here was more robust than that on Blue Star, with roots thick as a finger, yet still tender enough to exude moisture when squeezed. Tang Tang. What is this? Is it also edible? Su Tang's eyes sparkled brightly as she nodded and said, This is called purslane. It can be consumed as a vegetable and also possesses medicinal properties. It has the effects of clearing heat, dampness removal, detoxification, swelling reduction, anti-inflammatory benefits, thirst alleviation, and diuresis. Its seeds are beneficial for vision. In other words, some elderly orcs, when their eyesight diminishes, can grind the seeds of purslane and steep them in water to improve their condition. Upon hearing this, Huanghua's eyes widened in astonishment. What are we waiting for? Quickly gather all this purslane. Su Tang shook her head, suggesting that they could harvest only a portion, allowing the rest to remain for future growth. In Chapter 42, the marvelous backpack 2, Huanghua nodded in agreement. The two gathered the purslane by picking one to keep for every one they harvested, and astonishingly, they filled an entire backpack with less than 1/5 of the available quantity. Noticing Huanghua's eagerness to continue collecting, Su Tang promptly intervened, stating, We have already gathered quite a bit. Moreover, without salt, this vegetable lacks flavor. Let us explore other areas. They divided the purslin into 2 portions, placing an equal amount into each of their backpacks. With a lively spirit, Huangwa carried his backpack, feeling invigorated and light on his feet. Tang Tang. This backpack is truly convenient. It allows me to carry so many items in my hands. Su Tang smiled, recognizing the purpose of the backpack. She then pointed to the river and suggested, "Let us proceed along this stream and explore further." Huangwa naturally had no objections. Busan, carrying his empty backpack, approached Su Tang and inquired, "Su Tang, is your backpack heavy? If not, shall we place the purslin in mine?" Su Tang smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Not heavy at all. Your backpack will be used to carry the ghost vines later." Busan felt a tinge of disappointment, replying, "All right then." The 3 of them continued along the river for a while longer, discovering traces of the ghost vines on several large trees. Su Tang was equally resolute, diligently collecting every ghost vine she encountered, leaving only a few unusable seedlings behind. The ghost vine is a rather common variety of vine on the York continent, so they did not venture far before completely filling Busan's backpack, with even his arms laden with the vines. "Su Tang, we cannot proceed any further. Ahead lies the hunting zone, and it is fraught with danger," Busan exclaimed, hurriedly restraining her as he noticed her intent to delve deeper. Su Tang cast a glance at the nearby thicket of reeds. It felt rather unfortunate not to investigate given how close they were. Thus, she quietly conferred with Busan, suggesting, "Shall we take a quick look over there? We'll return promptly," captivated by the enchanting gaze of her large, watery eyes. Busan had already succumbed to a sense of yearning, entirely oblivious to any potential danger. With a dazed nod of agreement, he replied, "All right." Upon receiving his consent, Su Tang beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Then let us hasten to take a look. We will return right after." Before the trio could reach the edge of the reeds, a sudden commotion erupted from within the thicket. Su Tang felt a surge of trepidation, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Observing this, Busan stepped forward boldly, exclaiming, "Do not fear. Su Tang, I shall protect you." Huanggu rolled her eyes dramatically, pushing Busan aside and advancing herself. Su Tang called out with a hint of concern, "Huanghua, come back. What if there is danger?" Before she could finish her sentence, Huanghua had already pushed through the reeds, and a brilliantly feathered, plump rooster suddenly leaped out. Su Tang was taken aback, nearly fleeing in fright. Huanghua skillfully seized the rushing rooster by its neck and smiled at Su Tang, saying, "Tang Tang, look. It's just a goo-goo beast. There is nothing to fear." The rooster struggled incessantly in Huanggua's grasp, incessantly squawking, "Who is it? Who has constricted the throat of my fate?" Upon encountering a familiar species, Su Tang felt a surge of courage. However, this plump rooster was a sight to behold. It was more than twice the size of a typical rooster from Blue Star. The reeds rustled as a commotion unfolded, causing several goo-goo beasts to scatter in all directions. With the threat dissipated, Su Tang relaxed considerably, gazing at the grand rooster as if it were a delectable dish. So it was indeed a goo-goo beast, Huanghua. "You are truly remarkable." Chapter 43, The Egg of the Goo-Goo Beast. Su Tang gave a thumbs up to Huanghua, exclaiming, "So it's the goo-goo beast. Huanghua, you're truly remarkable." Busan and Huanghua exchanged puzzled glances, also raising their thumbs and inquiring, "Su Tang, what does this mean?" Su Tang elaborated that it meant being as formidable as a valiant warrior. Huanghua, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, "Really, Tang Tang? You think I am as powerful as a valiant warrior?" Su Tang innocently widened her eyes and nodded with great reluctance. Observing Huanggua's smug demeanor, she silently lamented in her heart that the people here lacked a sense of humor, questioning whether they could still engage in pleasant conversation. Busan cast a disdainful glance at the goo-goo beast and remarked, "Huanghua, please throw it far away. It's incredibly noisy." Huanghua nodded in agreement, raising her arm to prepare to discard the goo-goo beast. Su Tang hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Wait, Busan, don't orcs relish meat the most? The meat of the goo-goo beast is quite delectable. Why discard it?" Busan furrowed his brows and replied, "There is hardly any meat on the goo-goo beast. Just an abundance of bones, and it is far from appetizing." Su Tang felt that they were wasting a precious resource. Such a plump chicken appeared utterly delectable. Braised, stewed, or stir-fried. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Huanghua gazed at Su Tang with deep sympathy. "Tang Tang, is it true that your tribe can only catch the clucking beasts to eat? How unfortunate." Su Tang found herself at a loss for words. She felt no sympathy for her at all. In contrast, it was they who deserved pity. "Rest assured, Tang Tang, our tribe's warriors are formidable and capable of capturing numerous large prey. You shall no longer have to consume the Goo Beast. Su Tang once again pressed down on Huangguo's hand, intending to discard the Goo Beast. With a face full of earnestness, she pleaded, "Please don't throw it away. I truly enjoy eating Goo Beasts. Kindly leave it for me." Huangguo sighed, resembling a weary mother with no other choice, and replied, "Very well. But you must also consume more of the Fang Beast's flesh to nourish yourself. You appear far too small." Su Tang hurriedly nodded. Thus, the Goo Beast was naturally kept. Busan bound its claws with ghostly vines and forcibly pulled out a large handful of feathers from its wings. The Goo Beast's anguished cries echoed through the heavens. It transformed from a splendid Goo Beast into a featherless one. Su Tang found the scene somewhat unbearable and averted her gaze. She then approached the reeds, parting them to reveal several nests of eggs nestled within. Upon discovering this, she smiled, for the arrival of their presence had startled away the clucking creatures, leaving only the eggs behind in the verdant thicket. Su Tang smiled sweetly, beckoning to Huangguo. "Come and see. I have discovered something wonderful." Huangguo leaned in for a closer look, unimpressed. "Isn't that just an egg of the Goo Beast? It's quite unpalatable. Tang, let us be on our way." Su Tang was perplexed. Could it be that orcs do not enjoy eating eggs? That should not be the case. The eggs of the Goo Beast are quite delectable. How could they possibly be unpalatable? Huangguo seemed to recall something, her expression one of disdain. "In my childhood, I often found myself hungry, and on one occasion, I stumbled upon a nest of Goo Beast eggs, which contained nothing but a slimy substance. Utterly revolting." Puffed. Su Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huangguo wore a gloomy expression and asked, Tang, do you find what I said amusing?" Su Tang quickly suppressed the smile on her face and explained, "No. I was merely amused by your audacity to consume a raw Goo egg. Goo eggs can be prepared through various methods, such as frying or boiling, resulting in a delectable dish with exceptional nutritional value. Consuming 2 Goo eggs daily is beneficial for one's health." Although Huangguo was tempted by the notion that Goo eggs were good for the body, the shadows of childhood traumas loomed too large. Reflecting on it now still made her feel nauseous. Chapter 44. The Goo Beast's Egg too. Despite the allure of the health benefits of Goo eggs, the haunting memories of her youth were overwhelmingly distressing. The very thought still invoked a sense of revulsion. Su Tang shook her head helplessly. "Let's take some back. I will cook them for you, and I assure you will enjoy it." Huangguo still had a strong aversion to the Goo eggs, but nonetheless assisted Su Tang in gathering quite a few. The thought of not only indulging in chestnuts today, but also savoring 2 eggs filled Su Tang with joy. Upon their return to the chestnut grove, Lu Yi had already woven 2 more baskets. Su Tang could not help but commend Lu Yi for her exceptional craftsmanship. The wicker of the backpack was uniformly thick, and each coil was tightly pressed, leaving no visible gaps. An orc had already carried back a basket, and with the completion of these 2 backpacks, along with the one on Busen's back, there were a total of 4 backpacks ready for use. The orcs possessed considerable strength. Carrying a basket while holding another was a task well within their capabilities. Thus, once all 4 baskets of chestnuts were filled, Huangguo handed over the previously gathered basket containing purslane, eggs, and the Goo Beast to Lu Yi. Su Tang and Lu Yi followed Tai Mu and another orc back to the tribe. The harvested chestnuts could not be piled up together, otherwise, the moisture would remain, causing them to spoil. Furthermore, Huangguo instructed them to bring the ghost vine back, which would serve as a perfect opportunity to teach the other females in the tribe how to weave carrying baskets. One can hardly imagine the commotion that ensued upon the arrival of the baskets in the tribe. These baskets are remarkably convenient. If we could make them larger, they would be perfect for storing tusked beasts. Tang, you are truly ingenious. How did you come up with such an idea? You are like a silly roe deer. And Su Tang must have learned this in her former tribe. Oh, now it makes sense. Li found herself surrounded by so many female orcs for the first time, feeling particularly frightened, constantly retreating behind Su Tang. However, Su Tang was equally flustered when faced with them, especially since she could only recognize Yuan and Old Nick among the crowd. Cain had not yet returned from hunting, and with so many people gathered, the situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Su Tang was acutely aware of her lack of intimidation and her soft voice, amidst the chaos and clamor surrounding her. It was unlikely that anyone would hear her. Therefore, she chose silence, pulling over 2 strands of ghost vine to begin weaving a basket. Lu Yi, with her head bowed, deliberately slowed her pace as she worked. The more perceptive female orcs soon caught on, picking up 2 strands of ghost vine from the ground and mimicking the actions of Su Tang and Lu Yi, gradually experimenting with the technique. As time passed, an increasing number of females joined in the weaving, while those who had not secured any ghost vine formed pairs and ventured toward the nearby tribe in search of more. The situation gradually came under control, with more and more females mastering the art of weaving. Su Tang quietly rose, grasping her wicker basket, and sought out Old Nick. "Old Nick, here is the purslane I gathered today. It can serve as a wild vegetable or be utilized for medicinal purposes." Old Nick hurriedly accepted the basket, chattering away. "This morning, I visited Ming Zai's cave, and he is no longer exhibiting signs of fever. Your medicine works wonders. Furthermore, I have collected the buplurum you sun-dried yesterday. I also planted the large buplurum that the chief gave me by the creek in our village. Yesterday, I discovered 2 more black herbs, and this morning, I assisted Ming Zai in changing his medicine. Shall I take one of the black herbs along with the remaining buplurum to the chief's cave?" Old Nick articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Chapter 45, Nibwa. Su Tang inquired curiously, "Why must we present the cave of Cain? You could simply keep it." Old Nick was momentarily taken aback. Su Tang continued, "Yesterday, Cain already mentioned to me that you assumed my identity in order to protect me. Thank you, Old Nick." Old Nick smiled, stroking his goatee. "It's nothing. Oh, by the way, how should we handle the purslane in this backpack?" Su Tang pondered for a moment, then, with a touch of playful innocence, remarked, "Old Nick, you are somewhat older than I am. If you don't mind, I would like to address you as uncle and perhaps even teach you a thing or two about medicine." With a sudden clatter, Old Nick's basket fell to the ground. "Ah, my eggs are still inside." Su Tang gasped in astonishment and hurriedly crouched down to inspect the situation. Fortunately, a thick layer of purslane cushioned the fall, and the egg lay unscathed in the basket. Old Nick, trembling with excitement, quickly helped Su Tang to her feet. "What a delightful little creature. I have no objections. From now on, I shall be your uncle. Should anyone dare to bully you, they must first seek my consent." Su Tang pressed her lips together, smiling shyly as she said, "You can just call me Tang Tang and Ibo." After their warm exchange, Old Nick returned to a serious demeanor. "Tang Tang, although you regard me as your elder, you must understand that medical knowledge is of paramount importance in any tribe. Are you truly willing to teach me? I want to hold it against you if you choose not to. I will still be your elder." Old Nick's words profoundly touched Su Tang's heart. This was the only person, aside from Cain, who genuinely cared for her well-being upon her arrival here. Striving to maintain the atmosphere, Su Tang became earnest. "And Ibo, I am serious. While medical skills may be rare in your community, in our tribe, if one wishes to become a healer, there are dedicated instructors available." At this point, Su Tang lowered her gaze shyly. "And Ibo, to be honest, I am still learning in our tribe, so I am not yet a qualified healer. I hope you won't mind." Old Nick was utterly astonished. What kind of tribe was Su Tang referring to? As far as he knew, even in the Upper Beast City, the imparting of medical knowledge was not something done lightly. How powerful must a tribe be to have such a privilege? Would their winged tiger tribe ever reach such heights? "Tang Tang, what are you and Old Nick doing over there? We've used up all the ghost vines. Come and see the baskets we've woven." Yuan called out excitedly to Su Tang. Su Tang gently tugged at the dazed Old Nick. "Nibber, let us go and take a look. Today, I discovered numerous Gugu beast eggs amidst the reeds. I shall prepare them for you at noon. Their flavor is exquisite." Old Nick nodded with a smile. Upon arriving at the clearing, they found 7 or 8 agile females who had skillfully woven their baskets, now fresh and proudly worn on their backs, examining them with delight. Yuan had also crafted one for herself. Upon seeing Su Tang approach, she excitedly ran over and twirled in front of her. "Tang Tang, how do you like my creation?" "Absolutely beautiful. You are truly remarkable, Yuan." Many unfamiliar females gathered around Su Tang, showering her with compliments, likely expressing sentiments about her kind-hearted nature and how the beast god would surely bless her. It was then that Tai Mu and another beastman returned, carrying 4 baskets of chestnuts, which provided Su Tang with a reprieve from the crowd. She instructed Tai Mu to pour the chestnuts onto a sunlit patch of ground, spreading them out to ensure each chestnut received ample sunlight. Chapter 46. Youthful beauty and crunchy delights. Having woven 8 new baskets, Tai Mu took them all along as he departed. Su Tang glanced at her watch. It was already past 11. Judging by the pace of Tai Mu and the others, they would likely return around noon. She handed some purslane from her basket to Yuan and instructed, "As I taught you yesterday, please wash these thoroughly and then place them in the earthen pot to cook. This way, Meng Zai's wounds will heal more swiftly." Yuan hurriedly accepted the purslane and dashed towards the stream. Su Tang turned to Old Nick and said, "Nib, Let us first dry these porcelain. Old Nick nodded, taking the basket from her hands before picking up another from beside Lu Yi. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Yi softly called out, "Su, may I join you?" Her demeanor was exceedingly timid, with her hands tightly entwined and her entire body tense. This appearance caused Su Tang to momentarily lose her focus. In the orphanage, whenever kind-hearted individuals came to adopt, the children would line up to be chosen. The lively and bold ones were taken away, while she, being shy and anxious around strangers, remained unchosen, much like Lu Yi. In Lu Yi, Su Tang seemed to glimpse her former self, extending her hand with a friendly smile. She encouraged, "Come along." Lu Yi timidly gazed at Su Tang, hesitated for a moment, then cautiously placed her hand in Su Tang's palm, gradually revealing a smile. As they made their way to the open area, Su Tang gently remarked, "Lu Yi, you are a beautiful female. Do not always keep your head down." Lu Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, reaching up to touch her acne-ridden cheek, remaining silent. "The blemishes on your face are merely youthful beauty marks, caused by hormonal imbalances and a lack of fruits and vegetables." Lu Yi looked up in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Though she did not fully comprehend Su Tang's words, she gazed at her with a mix of emotions. "Do you not often consume fruits and vegetables?" Although she did not understand the meaning of vegetables as Su Tang mentioned, she indeed seldom ate fruits. To be precise, her aunt forbade her from eating them. She felt already unattractive, and her aunt insisted that eating more meat would help her grow taller and stronger, assuring her that as long as she could bear offspring, there would always be orcs who would not find her undesirable. Thus, many times, her aunt would forego her own meat, ensuring that Lu Yi received all of it. Lu Yi herself was perplexed, for despite consuming a fair amount of meat, she seemed unable to grow or gain weight. Upon hearing Lu Yi's description, Su Tang felt envious. Such a physique was rare and difficult to gain weight with, yet Lu Yi seemed dissatisfied. It was essential to note that in Blue Star, countless girls longed for such a constitution. However, that was in Blue Star. Lu Yi, like those girls, wished instead to gain a bit of weight. Su Tang shook her head and said, "Lu Yi, you must not think this way. Merely consuming an abundance of meat will not guarantee growth in height or weight. If I am not mistaken, your mother and father are relatively short among the orcs, correct?" Lu Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. How did you know that?" Su Tang continued. "Let me explain. A tall orc and a shorter female may produce offspring that could either be tall or short. Since both your parents are not particularly tall, the likelihood of you growing significantly taller is rather slim." Chapter 47. The Beauty of Youth and the Pimple Dilemma. Old Nick was hearing this perspective for the first time and found it quite intriguing. Lu Yi nodded. "No wonder I haven't grown taller despite eating so much meat." Su Tang added, "There are ways to eliminate the pimples on your face, should you choose to trust me." Before Su Tang could finish her words, Lu Yi, filled with excitement, grasped her hand tightly. "Is this truly real? Will the blemish on my face really vanish?" Su Tang nodded with unwavering certainty. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Old Nick. He is a healer." Lu Yi cast an expectant glance towards Old Nick. Old Nick, stroking his goatee, shot a covert glare at Su Tang before shaking his head and reassuring Lu Yi. "I will certainly take a look for you when the time comes." Lu Yi was left somewhat at a loss for words. Su Tang tightly grasped her trembling hands, filled with excitement, and said, "This blemish cannot be removed overnight. However, if you heed my advice, I assure you that by the end of this winter, your face will be utterly pristine." Lu Yi promptly nodded. "All right. I will follow your guidance." Su Tang smiled contentedly. "Let us first spread out the chestnuts," said Cain. "For these shall be our sustenance during the cold season." After laying out the chestnuts and porcelain to dry, Su Tang felt utterly exhausted, her back aching from the labor. In this region, the orcs did not possess the custom of having breakfast, thus she had only consumed a single red fruit. By this time, hunger had left her feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Gazing at the clucking eggs in her backpack, her stomach twisted in protest. She licked her lips and turned to Old Nick. "Nibber, you mentioned yesterday that you had gathered my belongings. I wish to retrieve the tray, the large one used for my items. Could you please bring it to me?" Old Nick nodded in agreement. "Very well. You go to the fire pit, and I shall fetch it for you shortly." Su Tang, carrying a basket filled with more than a dozen eggs, smiled at Lu Yi and said, "Come on. I promise you a delightful meal at noon today. You will surely enjoy it." Ever since Lu Yi learned that the acne on her face could be treated, she had become much more cheerful. At the very least, she no longer shied away when in Su Tang's presence. "Are those the clucking eggs in the basket? I heard Huanghua mention that they are quite unpalatable." Su Tang proudly lifted her head, declaring that you were unaware of the proper way to eat. Just wait until I prepare it for you to taste. But moderation is key. Lu Yi nodded obediently. By the way, you should also refrain from consuming excessive amounts of meat, especially fatty cuts. The persistent acne on your face is a result of overindulging in greasy meats. Li replied, all right, I remember your advice to eat more vegetables and fruits. But what exactly constitutes a vegetable? Su Tang replied, what we have just dried is purslane, a type of wild vegetable. When we head out to gather this afternoon, I will see if there are any other wild greens to find. Just as the two were nearing the clearing by the bonfire, a sudden cheer erupted from ahead. Su Tang felt a wave of unease and hurriedly inquired of Lu Yi, what is happening? Is there some sort of trouble? Li Yi responded with a gentle smile. Fear not. The clan leader and the others have returned from their hunt. The tribe is rejoicing that they have returned unscathed. Realizing the situation, Su Tang felt a bit embarrassed. Yet upon seeing Lu Yi's smile, she could not help but return it, exclaiming, you look truly beautiful when you smile. Like flowers blooming in the warm season, it disperses all worries and sorrows. Strangely enough, after uttering these words, her mind instinctively began to hum that very song. Chapter 48. The alluring aroma. Lu Yi remained blissfully unaware that she had smiled. Provoked by Su Tang's words, her previously shy demeanor resurfaced, causing her to blush and lower her gaze. Unable to utter a single word, Su Tang shook her head helplessly, no longer teasing her. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened as a tall figure obstructed their path. Su, I have returned. Cain stood before Su Tang, his brows lowered, and his eyes were filled with an undeniable warmth. Su Tang was filled with joy, her gaze swiftly scanning Cain with a look of concern as she asked, are you all right? You weren't injured, were you? Cain shook his head, replying, no, that's a relief. Subsequently, Su Tang, resembling a child seeking praise, presented the woven basket and the chirping eggs within it to Cain. Look at the basket I crafted today. It can hold so many things. And I found these chirping eggs in the reeds. Cain reached out and gently patted Su Tang's head, his tone imbued with pride. Su, you are remarkable. The recipient of such commendation beamed with delight, akin to a child who has just received a sweet treat. Meanwhile, Lu Yi couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about the dynamic between the clan leader and Su Tang, and she felt somewhat superfluous standing there. Upon encountering Cain, Su Tang, filled with excitement, entirely forgot that Lu Yi was standing beside them. She tugged at Cain's arm, leading him toward the clearing by the bonfire. You must be hungry, Cain. I will make you some delicious scrambled eggs. They are simply delightful. I am certain you will adore them. The surrounding orcs silently observed their usually aloof and taciturn leader, who now gazed tenderly at the little female, Su Tang. Ah. It seems that the day when the leader shall take a mate is not far off. Ah, it appears that Su Tang is destined to become the leader's partner. Ah. The leadership is about to change. The former leader will no longer be the same. As the orcs contemplated these thoughts, they suddenly felt a chilling gaze. Upon locking eyes with Cain, they shivered slightly. This reassured the orcs. Their leader remained the same as before. Su Tang first led Cain to an orc who was slicing raw meat and requested a small piece of fatty tissue. Upon seeing this, Cain furrowed his brow and remarked, Su, this meat is not palatable. Su Tang smiled lightly, her two sharp little tiger teeth exposed, exuding a playful and charming aura. I don't eat this. I merely use it to extract oil. Later, I will fry some eggs for you. Cain, perplexed, did not intervene. He observed as Su Tang busily transported stones and constructed a stove. Once her task was complete, Su Tang suddenly remembered something, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Cain. Gesturing enthusiastically, she exclaimed, Cain, you possess golden elemental power. Could you assist me in forming a few pots of this size? I will teach everyone how to fry eggs. Cain shook his head, explaining, I can only solidify transient objects after reaching level 4. At present, I can only utilize my own elemental power to maintain their shape. Once detached, they will dissipate. Upon hearing this, Su Tang nodded with a hint of disappointment. Very well, she said. Cain pressed his lips together and reassured her, rest assured. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and achieve level 4 as soon as possible. Su Tang smiled gently, reassuringly declaring, it's nothing. I have already sent Nibber to fetch my tray. He should be here shortly. No sooner had she spoken than old Nick approached, carrying the freshly cleaned tray. Su Tang took the tray with a twinge of regret. This stainless steel tray was the only one in the entire Orc continent, and today, it was to be used for cooking. Chapter 49. The alluring aroma, too yet, for the sake of her own appetite. She decisively placed the tray on the stove and had Cain assist her in moving a pile of firewood closer. She placed the fatty oil from the tusked beast onto the tray, and with a sizzle, the fat began to melt under the intense heat. While the beast oil was rendering, Su Tang casually broke off 2 branches from a nearby tree, stripping them of their bark to fashion makeshift chopsticks. Gradually, the fat was rendered, and the piece of meat transformed into a crisp, golden hue, emanating an enticing aroma. The nearby orcs and females were drawn in by this delightful scent, gathering around Su Tang. How delicious! What is that fragrance? Su Tang, what are you cooking? Huanghua, who had just returned from the chestnut grove and hadn't even set down the chestnuts, was lured by the aroma and, parting the crowd, spotted Su Tang. Su Tang picked up a piece of oil residue from the tray with chopsticks, gently blew on it, and offered it to Cain's lips. Try it. It is exquisite. After tasting the oil residue, a look of astonishment flickered in Cain's eyes. Indeed, it is delightful. The surrounding orcs gazed longingly at the 2 remaining pieces of oil residue on the tray. Su Tang found herself in a predicament. With only 2 pieces of oil residue to offer, whom should she bestow them upon? Cain seemed to sense Su Tang's perplexity and beckoned to the 2 small cubs hidden within the crowd. Come forth. Su Tang then noticed that 2 small cubs had appeared, though she could not tell when. Cheerfully waving a piece of crispy oil residue, she beckoned to them. Come here. I have something for you. The 2 cubs exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the alluring aroma and stepped out from the crowd. The fragrant oil residue, devoid of salt, was a delightful treat for the orcs, who had known little beyond roasted meat. Observing the glimmer of disappointment in the eyes of the surrounding orcs, Su Tang smiled and reassured them. Do not fret. I shall prepare more delectable dishes. I promise there will be enough for everyone. Upon hearing this, the orcs erupted in cheers. Among the crowd of nearly 20 orcs, young and old alike, she had also found over 20 eggs hidden within the reeds. These eggs were quite large, only slightly smaller than ostrich eggs from Blue Star. However, the tray could only accommodate 2 at a time for frying. Yet, the oil in the tray was somewhat excessive, causing Su Tang a bit of concern. Her gaze turned to Cain, suggesting he temporarily create a container to hold it. Once she communicated her needs to him, he promptly understood, conjuring a small bowl-like vessel with his hands. As the edges of the tray were quite hot, Su Tang requested Taimu's assistance in pouring the hot oil into the golden bowl formed by Cain. Retrieving a gugu egg from her backpack, she cracked the shell and let the egg liquid flow into the tray. With a sizzling sound, the nearby orcs gasped in quiet astonishment. Gradually, the gugu egg solidified, the tender white and delectable yolk presenting an enticing sight. Huanghua's face nearly leaned into the dish. Tang Tang, this is so strange. The gugu egg I had before did not look like this. It smells so good. When can we eat it? As Su Tang carefully observed the 2 sizzling eggs, she reassured Huanghua, do not fret. It will be ready shortly. With a stick, she turned the eggs over, revealing their bases perfectly fried to a golden hue. A subtle yet tantalizing aroma wafted from the tray, captivating the onlooking orcs, their eyes widening in delight. Perhaps it was their ravenous hunger. Or perhaps the eggs of the orc continent were simply delectable. Even Su Tang's stomach could not resist emitting a soft growl. Chapter 50. The irresistible aroma. Noticing the eggs were nearly done, Su Tang addressed the surrounding orcs, saying, the sizzling eggs are quite hot. Please fetch a clean large green leaf, and I shall place the eggs upon it for you to enjoy. The orcs promptly dispersed, heading to their respective caves or nearby trees to gather large green leaves. Huanghua was the first to return, her eagerness palpable as she could hardly wait to savor the taste of the fried eggs. She quickly plucked a leaf from a nearby tree. Su Tang observed that it was nearly ready, so she carefully placed the fried egg upon the broad green leaves of the yellow fruit. Ah, it was scalding hot. Su Tang chuckled softly, casually reminding the little cub who had just acquired the second fried egg to be cautious of the heat. No one is competing with you. Allow it to cool before indulging. The little cub's cheeks flushed with 2 rosy hues as they stammered. Thank you, Sister Su Tang. Cain, dissatisfied, let out a disgruntled hum, his aura radiating dominance. The little cub, startled, clutched the fried egg tightly and fled in a panic, unsure of where to go. Su Tang looked at him with a hint of annoyance, questioning, what are you doing? You've frightened away the little cubs. Cain also wore a long face, clearly displeased, retorting, you're hungry too. You haven't eaten yet. Su Tang gazed at Cain, whose displeasure was evident in his dark, vertical pupils, and felt as though he were enveloped in a warm, sweet embrace akin to that of a honey pot. Struggling to suppress the urge to touzle Cain's silvery soft hair, he gently reassured, it's all right. The fried eggs will be ready in no time. Are you hungry, Cain? Let me fry one for you first. Cain shook his head, replying, I'm not hungry. You should eat first. Do so immediately. Su Tang cast a glance at the encircling orcs and hesitantly retorted, I'm not particularly hungry. I can wait until everyone has savored the flavors before I indulge. Cain shot a piercing look. Do you all truly yearn for it? The orcs, led by Tai Mu and Xiongda, trembled at his words. No, I have no desire at all. My greatest delight is roasted meat. I'm off to prepare some. So am I. Roasted meat is the finest delicacy on this continent. Hey, Xiongda, didn't you just mention saving the hind leg of the tusked beast for me? Let us go. I'll retrieve it right now. Xiong, you should join as well. Why are you standing there in a daze? In an instant, the orcs scattered like startled birds. Su Tang and the two bewildered little cubs stared at each other in astonishment. Baird swiftly stepped forward, enveloping the two tiny cubs in his embrace. As if fearing that they might vanish if he hesitated for even a moment. Su Tang. She ought to marvel at the formidable presence of Cain. Or should she be astonished at the cowardice displayed by these orcs? Observing the desolate surroundings, Cain nodded in satisfaction. Now that no one remained, it was time to feast. Su Tang sighed, deciding not to bicker with Cain after all. After all, he was a protected species. It was imperative to refrain from scolding or striking him. With great restraint, she allowed Cain to pour a bit of oil into the tray while she indulged in 2 more quail eggs. The orcs' nostrils flared as they desperately inhaled the faint, tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Meanwhile, a few little cubs hid in their father's embrace, their eyes brimming with tears as they cast longing glances towards Su Tang. Truly, the sight was enough to make the orc children weep with desire. Su Tang remained blissfully unaware of everything around her. Once the fluffy egg was perfectly cooked, she picked it up and blew on it gently, taking a bite. Her first impression was the tenderness. Soon after, a rich aroma of eggs enveloped her palate. The yolk was not completely cooked, retaining a hint of creaminess, soft and glutinous, delivering an exquisite flavor. Chapter 51. The Tragic Cuckoo Beast. Su Tang's eyes narrowed in bliss, for she never anticipated that a mere bite of fried egg could bring her such contentment. Holding the fried egg delicately, she raised it to Cain's lips, her gaze sparkling like a myriad of stars. Cain, you must try this. It is truly delightful. With that, Cain took a bite of the fried egg from Su Tang's hand. Is it delicious? Su Tang inquired, her face brimming with anticipation. In truth, Cain could hardly discern the flavor of the fried egg, for his vision was entirely captivated by the cheerful countenance of the little female. This must be what it means to savor food without knowing its taste. After indulging in 2 fried eggs, Su Tang felt somewhat full. So she devoted herself to frying more eggs, intending to share them with the other beastmen. Hongguo brought over roasted meat placed upon a large green leaf, knowing Su Tang's fondness for fruits, and had even brought one specially for her. Chief, Su Tang, it's time for roasted meat. Su Tang rubbed her distended belly and said, Cain, I can no longer eat any more roasted meat. You may have it. Cain, resembling an elderly woman, frowned and replied, You haven't even touched the roasted meat. Su Tang fervently protested, But I am truly full. I assure you, it is no lie. You have not savored the barbecue. Su Tang expressed her helplessness, stating that in our tribe, many females do not indulge in roasted meat. We have a greater affinity for noodles and rice. Cain appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring about the nature of noodles and rice. I shall reveal the details once I have discovered them, if I truly uncover their essence. The tribe will no longer need to fret about hunger. Upon hearing this, Hongguo found it quite fascinating. Is that so? Could you describe what they might look like? Perhaps we have encountered them before, or when the orcs venture out to hunt, they might assist in the search. Upon hearing this, Su Tang found it quite reasonable, and thus proceeded to describe the general appearances of wheat and rice, ultimately adding corn to the mix. If we could find any one of these 3, we would not have to suffer from hunger. Hongguo nodded in agreement, preparing to inform the hunting and gathering teams to be vigilant in their search. Just before departing, however, he was called to a halt by Cain. The backpack crafted by Su Tang caught Cain's attention immediately, making him acutely aware of its significance. Consequently, he instructed Hongguo to mobilize efforts for the extensive collection of ghost vines, as the tribe required numerous such backpacks. Once the chestnuts were adequately dried, these backpacks would also be necessary for storage. After Hongguo departed, Su Tang, while flipping the fried eggs, reminded Cain to eat quickly, for the roasted meat would soon cool. Cain remained silent, devouring the roasted meat voraciously. In a short while, the substantial pile of meat, weighing at least 10 pounds, had entirely vanished into Cain's stomach. Su Tang was left utterly astounded. In comparison, her appetite could indeed be likened to that of a cat. Likewise, the The quest for an alternative staple to roasted meat became increasingly paramount. Ah, of course, there was also a Gugu beast. Su Tang suddenly smacked her forehead. Recalling the large rooster that Huang Gua had seized, she rolled up her sleeves and, with an air of mystery, said to Cain, "I shall prepare a delectable dish for you, renowned in our tribe. Please keep an eye on the frying eggs for me." Reluctant to leave Su Tang's side, Cain summoned another orc to watch over the nearly cooked eggs. He then remained close to Su Tang, accepting the Gugu beast from her hands. "Why did you come along too?" Su Tang inquired. With utmost seriousness, Cain replied, "It is dangerous. I shall protect you." Su Tang pondered for a moment and conceded. "Very well, your presence will indeed make things a bit more convenient." Chapter 52. The tragic Gugu beast. The two arrived at the edge of the stream, where Su Tang instructed Cain to fashion a sharp dagger to eviscerate the Gugu beast. After extracting its entrails, they washed them clean without plucking its feathers. Su Tang excavated a deep pit at a certain spot by the river until she unearthed a sticky, gooey mud. She first molded the mud into a substantial clump, enveloped it in a large green leaf, and then coated it with a thick layer of mud. Afterward, she washed her hands in the river, heaving a sigh of relief. All done. Cain regarded the muddy lump with skepticism. Could it be that in the tribe of the little females, everyone had a penchant for eating dirt? However, seeing Su Tang's exuberant demeanor, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Passionate about culinary creations, Su Tang cradled the mud clump on a large green leaf and carried it back to the frying area. She instructed Cain to dig a large hole in the ground, place the mud clump inside, and then moved a pile of firewood atop it to ignite a fire. Curious, the orcs gathered around. "Is Su Tang preparing something delicious again? Why can't we smell anything appetizing? I just saw her bringing back a bunch of muck." "Nonsense. How could Su Tang possibly eat dirt?" Tang, I still want to eat fried eggs. Fried eggs are so delicious." Su Tang took a deep breath and said, "This is the beggar's Gugu beast, equally delectable. Once it is prepared, everyone can have a taste." "The Gugu beast? It is far from appetizing. There is too little meat, and an abundance of bones. Do not speak. Have you forgotten the Gugu beast's egg?" Su Tang's preparation was delightful. Upon hearing this, Su Tang curiously scanned the surroundings. Eager to discover which enlightened beastman had uttered such perceptive words, she resolved to reward him with a fried egg. However, much to her dismay, her search yielded no results. "Everyone, please refrain from making noise. We shall only determine its flavor once we have tasted it. Let us continue frying eggs. Those who have already eaten should step aside." As the Gugu beast's eggs are limited to one per person, with no commotion or disputes, those who had already feasted willingly departed, leaving Su Tang quite satisfied. The fried eggs were distributed, receiving unanimous acclaim from the beastmen. As everyone finished their eggs, the beggar's Gugu beast was finally ready. Su Tang carefully wielded a stick, gently parting the layer of ash and debris atop the earthen mound. The dark, hardened clump of soil exuded warmth, emanating a palpable heat that suggested its recent activity. As Su Tang was about to suggest letting it rest for a while, Cain had already taken it out. Su Tang was taken aback and hurriedly grasped Cain's hand to examine it closely, only to find not a single mark, apart from a slight smudge of plant ash. There was not even the faintest trace of red. What could be the matter? Su Tang looked up in surprise. "Don't you find it hot?" Cain calmly shook his head. Inwardly, Su Tang marveled at the remarkable resilience of the orc's skin. Knowing that Cain was unperturbed by the heat, she naturally entrusted the remainder to him. Under Su Tang's guidance, Cain struck the earthen lump, revealing a layer of charred green leaves. Upon removing the large green foliage, yet another layer of earth presented itself. Shattering this layer did not yield the anticipated cascade. Instead, it seemed as if something was tugging at the earthen mass. With a subtle exertion, Cain pulled, revealing a tuft of the gurgling beast fur clinging to the clod. At that moment, Cain comprehended the unexpected capabilities of the little female. As more and more soil was removed, the tender, pale gurgling beast gradually emerged. Chapter 53. The tragic gurgling beast. 3. As the earth continued to fall away, the plump, white gurgling beast became increasingly visible. What a delightful aroma! Could this truly be a gurgling beast? I have never inhaled such a tantalizing scent from a gurgling creature. An orc exclaimed. Although the orcs were not strangers to gurgling beasts, during the frigid great cold season or the mild little warm season, when prey was scarce, they had no choice but to settle for capturing gurgling beasts. In their collective memory, the meat of the gurgling beast was scant and tasted akin to grass, utterly unpalatable. Yet today, Su Tang's dish, the beggar gurgling beast, appeared to differ significantly from the gurgling beast of yore. Today's gurgling beast exuded an enticing fragrance. Under the eager gazes of the orcs, Cain first tore off a leg and handed it to Su Tang. He then distributed pieces of the tender beggar-gurgling beast to the surrounding orcs, allowing them to share in the feast. To this, there were no objections whatsoever. Su Tang gazed at the chicken leg before her, bestowing a radiant smile upon Cain. Taking a generous bite, she savored its tender, aromatic essence, unadulterated by spices, revealing the meat's pure flavor. A hint of sweetness danced on her palate, rendering it utterly delightful. The orcs, tasting this exquisite flavor, were instantly captivated by the goo-goo beast. Could this truly be a goo-goo beast? How could it be so delectable? This is undoubtedly the finest goo-goo beast I have ever tasted. I must have more tonight. I have already memorized Su Tang's method of preparation. Let us catch a couple more goo-goo beasts this afternoon and replicate this dish. Splendid. I shall accompany you. And the goo-goo eggs. They are equally delicious. Thus, in the afternoon, the tribe's orcs mobilized en masse to scour the jungle for traces of the goo-goo beasts. However, their raucous commotion startled the goo-goo beasts into fleeing in disarray, leaving the goo-goo eggs utterly plundered by the orcs. Upon returning home that evening, the goo-goo beasts discovered that not a single precious egg remained, and some of their companions were mysteriously missing. Consequently, the following day, they united to launch a fierce assault on the winged tiger tribe. Yet, the eventual outcome was their transformation into tender, white, callow goo-goo beasts. Su Tang expressed her dismay, exclaiming how dire the situation was. For the subsequent 2 days, she roamed the vicinity of the tribe alongside Old Nick, under the protection of the orcs dispatched by Cain. During their explorations, they stumbled upon a plethora of valuable items, such as ginger, garlic, and scallions. However, they were unable to locate any chili peppers. The mere thought of spicy, cumin-flavored grilled meat made Su Tang's mouth water. She also acquainted Old Nick with various herbs, discerning which could be consumed as food and which were exclusively medicinal. They discussed the appropriate herbs for treating fevers, inducing perspiration, alleviating nausea and vomiting, as well as those suitable for addressing diarrhea. Furthermore, they identified herbs that could assist orcs in halting bleeding, reducing swelling, and combating inflammation. Although Old Nick appeared as a middle-aged orc, his memory was remarkably sharp, reminiscent of an adolescent spirit beast. Typically, after Su Tang repeated the names, dosages, and applications of the herbs twice, Old Nick would effortlessly commit them to memory. The tribe had dispatched a small team to gather ghost vines, while several skilled females were tasked with weaving backpacks. Within just 2 days, they had crafted no fewer than 50. Moreover, after being sun-drenched, the backpacks became nearly weightless and significantly more durable. They had harvested an impressive 10,000 pounds of chestnuts. Previously, Su Tang had read a report on Blue Star indicating that an individual typically consumes around 300 pounds of food annually. In contrast, an orc on the continent consumes at least 3 times that amount. This implies that an orc would require nearly 500 pounds of food to survive a cold season. Therefore, while 10,000 pounds of chestnuts may seem substantial, it would suffice to feed merely 1/10 of the tribe's orc population and might still fall short. The tribe's shaman had anticipated a forthcoming torrential downpour before exchanging salt, predicting that the rain would persist for an extended period, rendering all activities cumbersome in the absence of sunlight. Consequently, every endeavor was a race against time. During these 2 days, Cain had been hunting while also keeping an eye out for the wheat, rice, and corn that Su Tang had previously mentioned, but he had yet to come across any. Su Tang is currently experimenting with the art of smoking meat, yet, regrettably, all her attempts have been in vain. Upon consulting the system, she learned that prior to smoking the meat, it must first be steamed until fully cooked, after which the moisture needs to be smoked away, thus allowing it to be preserved for at least a year. The ideal wood for smoking is pine, as it emits a subtle fragrance when burned, enhancing the flavor of the smoked meat. Today, they set out in search of pine wood. Earlier, a description of the pine tree was shared within the tribe, and an orc named Stone claimed he had encountered it before. Consequently, Cain appointed him and Tai Mu to safeguard Su Tang, while Old Nick accompanied them on their quest for pine. The pine forest lies on a hillside to the south of the tribe, where, apart from the occasional presence of some leaping beasts, fierce predators are seldom seen. Leaping beasts are herbivorous and favor the pine cones, posing no threat to the orcs. Upon hearing the words, Su Tang could not help but exclaim that it was indeed a description of a squirrel. Therefore, when she encountered a squirrel as large as a cat, she was once again astounded by the wonders of this world. After all, here even the rabbits are as big as fully grown huskies. Su Tang, is this the type of tree you were referring to? Indeed, this is precisely it. Su Tang surveyed the nearby pine trees, recognizing the familiar needle-like leaves and the well-known fragrance, though they were significantly larger in size. Taimu proposed, "Let us explore the vicinity for any dead trees." Excellent. With that, the quartet meandered through the pine forest, while squirrels, no larger than cats, occasionally peeked at them through the branches. As their line of sight gradually expanded, they beheld a vibrant green lake, its surface rippling gently, crystal clear to the very bottom. Su Tang felt a surge of emotion. Including the day she had spent in a stupor, she had now been here for 5 days without changing her clothes, washing her hair, or bathing. She could even sense an odd odor emanating from her body. Approaching the lakeside, Su Tang perched herself upon a large stone, addressing Old Nick. "Nibber, I find myself quite fatigued and wish to rest here for a while. Please, search the vicinity. I shall await your return." Old Nick hesitated, pondering the potential dangers. The stone reassured him, "Fear not. I frequently bring my female companions here for grooming. Su Tang may also take this opportunity to rest and familiarize herself with the surroundings. It is entirely safe. There are no wild beasts." Su Tang gazed at Shirtu as if he were her benefactor, for his words resonated perfectly with her innermost thoughts. Old Nick then nodded, conceding, "Very well. You shall wait for us here. We shall return shortly." Su Tang nodded eagerly, watching the three depart. Her heart filled with an extraordinary sense of joy. Unable to contain herself, she crouched by the lakeside and splashed her face with the cool water. Gazing into the lake's reflection, she was thoroughly dismayed by her current appearance. Her hair was so greasy that it clung in strands to her scalp, rendering her so unattractive that she could hardly bear to look at herself. The sunlight warmed the water, making it not too chilly. So Su Tang let her hair down and washed her tresses by the lakeside. Chapter 55. Abducted. Su Tang let her hair down and washed it by the lakeside. Although devoid of any cleansing products, she felt a refreshing wave wash over her. Deep down, Su Tang yearned to take a dip in the lake, to swim freely and joyously. However, her timid nature held her back. Under the bright sky, she was uncertain when Naib and the others would return. Furthermore, she lacked a change of clothes. Perched on a stone by the lake, she let her hair flow freely in the sun, letting out a silent sigh. Clothes, smoked meat, pottery, soap. These were perhaps the items she most longed to create at this moment. Lost in her thoughts, Su Tang remained oblivious to the large squirrels swiftly retreating to their hollows. Suddenly, a dark figure swooped above her head, diving down with a sudden intensity. Su Tang felt a sudden tightness in her shoulders, and then she was lifted off the ground. Su Tang? As she realized how far she was from the ground, Su Tang finally comprehended that she had been captured by a large bird. "Nibwa, Taimu, help me. Shirtu, please save me." The timbre of Su Tang's voice was exceedingly delicate. Despite her desperate cries, the pine forest remained utterly silent. As the altitude increased, her heart tightened with anxiety, fearing that a fall from such heights would leave her unrecognizable. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. She had exerted herself so diligently to integrate into the tribe, and just as she began to see a glimmer of hope, was her life to be extinguished here? What purpose did this great bird have in capturing her? Was it to feed her to its young? As the tribe receded further into the distance, a profound sense of injustice welled up within her. "Oh, how wretched I am." Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears. The bird, mid-flight, hesitated momentarily before accelerating its pace once more. The sound of Su Tang's sobs abruptly ceased, not due to her desire to hold back her tears, but rather because the biting cold wind rushed into her open mouth, rendering her breathless. Unable to cry out, her tears cascaded down, only to be whisked away by the chilling gust before they could even gather in her eyes. Gradually, her entire being became rigid. All she was aware of was that the great bird had been flying with her for an extended period, and her hair had long since dried in the wind. Moreover, she dared not move recklessly. The thought of the bird losing its grip on her and sending her plummeting to a certain demise was too terrifying to contemplate. Fortunately, Old Nick and the others had stumbled upon a nearly withered pine tree, struck by lightning, deep within the pine forest. After hauling it back and allowing it to dry, it could serve as firewood. Taimu and Shirtu carried half of the pine tree, while Old Nick collected a basket full of dry twigs suitable for burning. Upon their return to the lakeside, however, they found no trace of Su Tang. Suddenly, Taimu inhaled sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. This was bad. They needed to inform the chief immediately. Su Tang had been captured by the beastmen of the Zhaoing tribe. Old Nick's face grew serious, in a flash of white light. He transformed into a snow-white fox and dashed toward the tribe. Taimu and Shirtu discarded the pine wood, morphing into two striped tigers. Their wings unfurled as they soared into the sky. The forest provided cover, allowing Taimu to catch a faint whiff of the Zhao-ing tribe's beastmen. However, the winds were sporadic, and given that Su Tang had been taken for quite some time, the two found themselves at a loss. Unaware of which direction the beastmen had taken her, panic quickly set in. Chapter 56. Kidnapped though merely 4 days had passed. Su Tang's significance in the chief's eyes was well known to all. She had taught everyone how to weave baskets, discovered ways to store chestnuts for the cold season, and prepared many delectable dishes. The tribe had already embraced her as one of their own. Now, with her abduction, fear morphed swiftly into chaos. Taimu bellowed toward the hunting party with all his might. The forest creatures startled and took flight in a flurry. Though the winged beastmen of the Ihu tribe possessed wings, they could not sustain flight for long due to their considerable weight. Soon, they landed and raced back toward the tribe. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Cain, who was hunting, faintly heard Taimu's roar. His countenance shifted dramatically. The unease in his heart magnified. Something must have happened to the young female. A fierce aura radiated from him, overwhelming and palpable, causing the previously unsuspecting Fang beast to sense the disturbance and flee. "Chief, the Fang beast has escaped," Xiangdu exclaimed, leaping from the underbrush. Disappointment etched across his face as he watched the creature vanish. The winged tiger beside him tugged at his arm. "Stop talking. Something might have happened to the tribe." Xiangdu scratched his head in confusion. "How do you know?" As a gold bear beast man, he had joined the Ihu tribe by chance. His senses were not as acute as those of the winged tiger beastmen, so he had not heard Taimu's earlier shout. Cain's expression darkened, his cold, violent aura alarming. "We must return to the tribe." In a flash of white light, a white figure darted toward the tribe. The winged tiger beastman patted Xiongda's shoulder before transforming into a streak of yellow light, closely pursuing the white figure. Xiongda, feeling vexed, turned to Xiong'er. "Do you think they're taking advantage of our slower speed?" Xiong'er silently trudged toward the tribe with his basket. "Wait for me." In the clearing of the tribe, numerous beastmen gathered, murmuring about the unfolding situation. "I heard Su Tang has been captured by the beastmen of the Zhao-ing tribe." What should we do?" "Quickly inform the chief." "It's already been done. The chief will return shortly. Let us wait for him to devise a plan to rescue Su Tang." "Yes. Although the Zhao-ing tribe is formidable, Su Tang is one of us. We must bring her back." Listening to the beastmen's exchange, old Nick felt a swell of pride. Bringing the young master into the Ihu tribe had indeed been a wise decision. Upon seeing the white figure emerge from the surrounding woods, old Nick hurried forward. "Chief, we were gathering pine wood in the forest. Su Tang was resting by the lake, and when we emerged, she had vanished." Taimu also knelt, his right fist pressed against his chest. "Chief, we failed to protect Su Tang. Please punish us." Cain's clenched fist at his side creaked ominously. His black vertical pupils glinted like blades, piercing into Taimu. "You are the one who deserves punishment." At this, Taimu lowered his head even further. Shirtu knelt as well. "Chief, the priority now is to locate Su Tang and rescue her. The Zhao-ing tribe is far from us, yet beastmen have appeared here." "What is happening?" Old Nick, with a grave expression, stroked his goatee and replied, "It could be a beastman just out of adolescence, testing their strength. Since he has taken Su Tang, he must be returning to the Zhao-ing tribe. The nearest route from our tribe to theirs is singular. He can only carry Su Tang for so long in the air before he must descend to rest. If we hurry, we may still catch up." Cain's demeanor darkened as he scanned the gathering of beastmen. "Taimu, Shirtu, Busan, and Qing Tian, you will accompany me to rescue Su Tang. The rest of you protect the tribe. Old Nick will manage our affairs until I return." "Yes, Chief. Chief, be cautious. Chief, we await your return and Su Tang's." Without hesitation, Cain transformed into a white tiger, his wings stretching to 5 meters. With a powerful leap, he ascended skyward. The other 4 beastmen also shifted into their beast forms, closely trailing behind the white tiger. Old Nick gazed skyward, anxiety etched in his eyes. May the beast god protect them. Ensure the chief returns safely with Su Tang. Uncertain of how long they had been flying, Su Tang felt her mind growing foggy from the cold, her limbs stiffening, and she feared that she might soon succumb to a chill. Yet she noticed that the great bird had slowed considerably. It seemed fatigued, searching for a place to land. Su Tang observed quietly and noticed that the large bird was flying lower and lower, ultimately landing alongside her on a patch of open ground at the edge of the cliff. Having been inactive for far too long, her limbs felt somewhat numb, and she could hardly maintain her balance, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. The large bird was startled as well, seemingly unprepared for such a turn of events. For a moment, it appeared bewildered, tilting its head and gazing at Su Tang with wide eyes, as if pondering the reason for her fall. As Su Tang gazed at the bird, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Why did this magnificent creature fixate on her? Could it be that it was ravenous and preparing to feast upon her? The thought struck her with despair, and she felt as though she would never again see the sun. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she collapsed to the ground and wept. Coo, coo, little one, do not cry. Are you hungry? Allow me to hunt for you. With that, the great bird surveyed its surroundings, ascertaining that no danger lurked nearby, before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Su Tang, hearing the commotion, lifted her tear-streaked face and gazed at the departing giant bird, her heart racing with anxiety. What was happening? Why had the bird left her alone in this desolate place? Wasn't it supposed to devour her? Surrounded by the unfamiliar landscape, with barren cliffs devoid of anything, Su Tang deeply regretted having filled her space solely with chestnuts. Peering over the edge of the cliff, she estimated it to be about 10 meters high, and it appeared that there was a path leaning against the cliffside. Su Tang was not entirely certain, primarily because there was no grass growing along the path, which extended for quite a distance. Moreover, in contrast to the forest behind her, Su Tang was more inclined to seek a way down the cliff along the earthen trail. There were also no vine-like plants in the vicinity, causing her to feel somewhat anxious. Should she perhaps venture into the woods behind her to explore? Su Tang momentarily hesitated. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise drifted up from below. Su Tang hurriedly leaned over the cliff to gaze downwards. Chapter 58. Rescued 2. Su Tang hurriedly leaned over the cliff to gaze downward. As the sound grew increasingly louder, she finally caught sight of a group of orcs gradually approaching from a distance. Salvation was at hand. Su Tang sat up and gathered her scattered hair, aware of her soft voice and choosing not to waste her energy. As the group approached the edge of the cliff, Su Tang leaned over and waved her arms, calling for help. Help! Could you please save me? Help! Help! I'm here. I beg you to rescue me. AG, who had been laughing and chatting, looked up in surprise upon hearing the voice and noticed a young female at the cliff's edge. With a hint of curiosity, he raised an eyebrow and remarked to Adam beside him, "Look, there is a lovely young female at the top of the mountain." Adam, without lifting his gaze, coldly replied, "Ignore it. Keep moving. We'll return to the tribe by today." AG clicked his tongue, lamenting the heartlessness of the shaman. Meanwhile, Shunshan patted AG on the shoulder and cautioned, "Don't stir up trouble. Have you forgotten the consequences of meddling in the antelope tribe?" At the mention of this, AG felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. But how could the orcs of the antelope tribe argue with a female? It made me think that the orc was bullying her. Shunshan scoffed. "So that is your justification for attacking the antelope orc? Because of you, our tribe missed out on a bag of salt this time." AG lowered his head, feeling disgruntled. "Well, then I'll just ignore this young female." Shunshan rolled his eyes at him. "If you had thought that way from the start, we wouldn't be in this predicament." As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the base of the cliff. Su Tang's cries grew increasingly fervent. "Hey, the orc below, could you save me? I can't get down." Shield Mountain completely ignored her, addressing Age beside him. "Look, this little female is surely just like the one from the antelope tribe. There's no need to concern ourselves with her. Soon, the orcs from her tribe will come looking for her." Age furrowed his brow slightly, "But I recall that there isn't any tribe settled around here." Shield Mountain took a deep breath. I can smell the scent of the orcs from the Zhaoing tribe." Age, somewhat astonished, responded, "Are you certain? The Zhaoing tribe is quite far from us. How could their females possibly be here?" Shield Mountain cast a disapproving glance at Age. "How dare you question my sense of smell? I distinctly detected the scent of the Zhaoing orcs. My canine nose has never been wrong." Age jested, "Well, it's hard to forget who was sneezing all through the warm season. Couldn't smell a thing." This time, it was Shield Mountain's turn to flush with embarrassment. That was merely because the flowers bloomed so profusely during the warm season that it overwhelmed my senses. But now it's the rainy season, and my nose is perfectly fine." Age shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows?" Shield Mountain, both angry and anxious, took a deep breath, abruptly halting his steps. Age, having taken a few steps before realizing Shield Mountain had not followed, turned back and asked, "Why are you just standing there like a foolish roe deer? Hurry up." Shield Mountain stammered, I think I can detect the scent of the chieftain." Su Tang lay on the cliff, watching the orc troop gradually recede into the distance. It would be a lie to say she was not astonished. They had clearly seen her and heard her cries for help. Why did no one pay her any heed? Chapter 59. Rescued 3. Indeed, it was true that their decision to save her was a matter of kindness, while their neglect was merely their duty. she should not blame them. Furthermore, they were mere strangers who had crossed paths without reason or necessity to exert the effort to rescue her. Although she had rationally analyzed the situation in her mind, she could not shake off the unbearable sadness that enveloped her. Alone on the edge of the cliff, she sat despondently, softly weeping as she touched her tears. Upon hearing Shun Shan's words, aged mockery became even more unabashed. Huh? Who are you talking about? The chieftain? How could that little female possibly carry the sin of the chieftain? When has the chieftain ever approached a female in the tribe? Shun Shan delivered a forceful punch to Age and glared at him fiercely. Lower your voice. Although it seems improbable, I did indeed catch a whiff of the chieftain's scent. At this, Adam paused, coldly inquiring, Are you certain that the little female bears the chieftain's scent? Shun Shan hesitated momentarily before responding truthfully, Just now. As I passed beneath the cliff, I distinctly detected a hint of the chieftain's aroma. I cannot ascertain if it originated from the little female. But there was no one else there besides her. Adam fell silent for a moment, then turned to Age. Go bring the little female down. Age nodded, understood. As Su Tang beheld the orc who suddenly appeared before her, her eyes, swollen from crying, let out a sob. What was happening? Hadn't those orcs already departed? Why had they returned to rescue her? Age was momentarily taken aback. He was initially captivated by the little female's appearance. Her eyes, reddened from tears, resembled those of a long-eared beast, yet she was far more adorable. Moreover, her fingers were pristine. This was a female who had not been marked by any other. Furthermore, standing in front of the little female, he too caught the scent of the chieftain, though faint. It confirmed that this little female had indeed been in close proximity to the chieftain, and for a considerable time. Thus, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him was swiftly extinguished. Age chuckled heartily, squatting before Su Tang. Little female, I am Age. Do not be afraid. I am here to carry you down. Su Tang wiped away her tears, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately climbed onto Age's back. Remaining alone here, she feared that the great bird might return at any moment to seize her. It was far more reassuring to stay among these orcs. Moreover, she observed that this orc appeared rather amiable. Perhaps she could request their assistance in returning her to the winged tiger tribe. Age carried Su Tang back to the group. And without the need for Shield Mountain to speak, the orcs present could already detect the sin of Cain emanating from her. Adam, observing Su Tang's tattered clothing that set her apart from the surrounding orcs, felt a chill pass through his eyes. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Su Tang felt a twinge of fear as the orcs around her regarded her with peculiar gazes, leaving her perplexed as to their meaning. Upon hearing Adam's emotionless interrogation, self-doubt began to creep into Su Tang's mind. This group of orcs did not seem benevolent. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from accompanying them. Su Tang tightly clenched her palm to bolster her courage. However, as she spoke, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. I am Su Tang, captured by a large bird. Thank you for rescuing me. I must take my leave. With that, she lowered her head and dashed forward. The orc, caught off guard by her sudden action, found that she had indeed broken free from the ranks. Once separated from the group, Su Tang dared not pause, sprinting along the dirt path, terrified that the orcs would pursue her and recapture her. Chapter 60. The Heavens Seek My Demise. AIG stared at Su Tang, bewildered, before glancing at Adam. Great Priest? Shall we retrieve her? Adam's expression remained inscrutable as he replied coolly, Let us follow her. Thus, a formidable band of nearly 50 orcs trailed closely behind Su Tang. After running until breathless, Su Tang, believing she had successfully evaded her pursuers, turned around only to find them maintaining a steady distance behind her. Instantly, a wave of terror washed over her. Having scarcely eaten, and now weakened by fright and exertion, she felt her legs turn to jelly, her head spinning. This surely indicated the onset of a fever. Summoning her resolve, she gritted her teeth and pressed on along the dirt path, clinging to the thought that she must not allow the orcs behind her to catch her, stumbling forward with determination. Behind her, Dunshan turned to Adam and remarked, Great Priest. It seems the young female is unwell. Adam furrowed his brow, coldly stating, Our tribe has no healers. AIG suddenly interjected. But the young female still carries the sin of the Zhaoying orcs. Might it be that she needs to be taken to their tribe for medical assistance? Dunshan anxiously looked at Adam. Should we return her then? Adam fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of this matter in his mind. A piercing cry from a bird echoed through the air. All eyes were drawn to the great bird soaring above. Su Tang's heart felt as cold as ice. Was there truly no escape for her, beset by wolves in front and tigers behind? A great bird flapped its wings and descended slowly. And with a flash of white light, it transformed into a young man with flowing hair. Su Tang, the great bird of emotions, is also a beast man. So her previous concerns about being devoured in the sky were nothing more than excessive worry. Feng Yi, with a face full of concern, gazed at Su Tang, asking, "Little female, why did you not wait for me on the mountain? Did they capture you?" Without waiting for Su Tang's response, Feng Yi directed his ire towards Adam and his companions. "Who are you to dare snatch my little female? I'm from the Zhaoing tribe. Prepare to face our vengeance." Adam's icy gaze fell upon Feng Yi, as if regarding a mere specter. "Your little female? Are you aware of her name?" Feng Yi momentarily faltered. I don't care. She is my female. If you depart now, I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise." Adam's lips curled into a cold smile. What audacity! Since when does a mere beastman possess the authority to represent the entire Zhaoing tribe? Feng Yi's anger flared. "Do you know who I am? I am Feng Yi." Adam's derision deepened. "Do not act so brazenly here. I do not recall the young master of the Zhaoing tribe resembling you in any way." Feng Yi was but an inconsequential figure of the Zhaoing tribe, leveraging a name similar to that of the tribe's young master, roaming the wilderness and instilling fear through deception. Until now, he had managed to evade detection. But who would have thought he would encounter failure before these seemingly insignificant beastmen today? Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Desperately, he asserted, "When did I claim to be the young master of the Zhaoing tribe? I merely said I am Feng Yi. You have misunderstood. How can you blame me?" Adam's eyes glinted with cold fury. Chapter 61. The heavens seek my demise. Too. Adam's eyes glimmered with cold light. What a sharp-tongued beast man. Why not present our case before the chief of the Zhaoing tribe? Upon hearing this, Feng Yi immediately wilted. "Why should I heed your words? If you desire this little female, I shall relinquish her to you." With that, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Feng Yi transformed back into the great bird, flapping his wings and soaring away. As Su Tang seized a brief moment to catch her breath during the conversation between the two, she swiftly turned and resumed her flight along the dirt path as soon as the large bird departed. Adam waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he coldly commanded, "Keep up." A contingent of nearly 50 orcs, each towering and formidable, trailed closely behind her, neither declaring their intent to capture her nor dismissing the possibility. Su Tang gazed at the seemingly endless dirt road before him, his vision flickering in and out of darkness. Breath-heavy and labored, his legs trembling incessantly. Uncertain of the intentions of the Orcish group trailing behind, Su Tang could only muster every ounce of strength to run forward. Relentlessly, the wind whipped past him like a soaring bird, and he inwardly cursed that unknown tribe of orcs. As for that charming little female, he had initially considered deceiving the Antelope tribe's orcs with her help, but now, having entangled himself with this horde, he dared not venture toward the Antelope tribe and was forced to retreat. The Weasel tribe's orcs were far easier to deceive. Invoking the name of their young master would bring them to his feet in immediate reverence. Alas, the Weasel tribe lacked any real hunting prowess, often going days without a proper meal, their poverty even causing the wind to disdain them. Yet, having something to eat was preferable to starvation. Thus, he resolved to linger in the Weasel tribe for a while longer, where he could do nothing but indulge in leisurely slumber. With this thought in mind, Su Tang unconsciously quickened his pace. In the distance, he spotted several dark figures, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be orcs from the winged tiger tribe. Aware of his own limitations, Su Tang promptly veered aside to give them passage. However, no matter how far he moved, the winged tiger orcs drew ever closer. Frustration welled within him. How could such a vast sky be so insistent on converging upon him? To avoid a collision, Su Tang decided to ascend higher, yet unexpectedly. The leading white-winged tiger orc surged forward and collided forcefully with him. Overpowered by the orc's weight, he flapped his wings helplessly, squawking in protest. "Winged tiger orc, you've hit me. Let me go." The piercing gaze of Cain, with his obsidian-slit pupils, seemed to harbor the chill of an ancient glacier as he pressed Su Tang down into the foliage below. The two plummeted from the sky, crashing through branches and foliage with a cacophony of snapping wood. As they struck the ground, Su Tang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Pain radiating from his wings. Surely, they must be broken. In a flash of white light, Su Tang transformed back into human form, clutching his arm and unleashing a torrent of invectives. "Winged tiger orc, do you not have eyes? With such a vast expanse of sky, why must you collide with me? Do you know who I am? I am Su Tang of the Zhaoing tribe. Kneel before me and beg for forgiveness, then take me to your tribe for proper recuperation. I demand the tender hindquarters of your prey daily, or else." Before he could finish his threat, Cain, now also in human form, seized him by the throat. Chapter 62. The heavens seek my demise. 3. At that moment, Su Tang disregarded the pain in his arm and struggled desperately against Cain's iron grip. Cough, cough. Let me go. I am Su Tang of the Zhaoying tribe. Where is Su Tang? Cain's fingers constricted around Su Tang's neck. His vision clouding as blood rushed to his head, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. You, release me. I do not know this Su Tang. Cain, suppressing the urge to crush Su Tang, roared with reddened eyes. Where is the little female you took? Where is she? Su Tang's legs quivered uncontrollably, a terrible warmth spreading beneath him. I remember. She is behind, captured by a group of orcs. Hurry, save her, or she will be doomed. Cain, his expression devoid of emotion, forcefully hurled Su Tang aside. He tumbled like a rag doll, crashing into 3 or 4 trees of human girth before collapsing to the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. With a dark gaze fixed on the direction in which Cain had departed, he wiped the blood from his mouth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The winged tiger tribe, how commendable indeed. It had already been over an hour. Su Tang struggled to navigate the rugged dirt path. Daunted by the thought of halting her progress, she simply could not afford to stop. She had been missing for such an extended period that she was certain Nibber and the others would soon uncover her whereabouts. If she could just persevere a little longer, Cain would undoubtedly be on his way to rescue her. With great difficulty, she turned her head back and was dismayed to see that the band of orcs still trailed closely behind her. Yet, she found herself devoid of even the strength to weep. The scene before her gradually blurred, as if the entire world were spinning out of control. Su Tang ultimately succumbed and collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting moment before closing her eyes, she seemed to glimpse the figure of Cain. Surely just a hallucination. How she wished it were not. Cain, with eyes aglow, looked at the white silhouette ahead, exclaiming with delight, "Look, it's the chief. Is he here to rescue us?" AIG and Adam remained silent, for they sensed that something was amiss with Cain's aura. What kind of aura was it? Savage, destructive, as if the entire universe were his adversary. Carefully, Cain called out, his voice trembling with fear. He cradled Su Tang in his arms, gazing at her pale complexion and faint breaths, feeling as if he might explode with rage. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his being, spreading through his limbs, his eyes turning a fierce crimson as he unleashed the full pressure of a level 3 warrior, glaring menacingly at the group of orcs ahead. Yet, upon recognizing the faces of the orcs, his anger did not wane. Instead, it intensified. What have you done to her? Shield Mountain had never witnessed such a terrifying chief before. Coupled with the oppressive aura, his legs trembled, making it difficult to speak. Only Adam's expression appeared somewhat calmer. Yet he too struggled under the immense psychological pressure, gritting his teeth to explain, "When we encountered her, we sensed something was wrong. She was afraid of us. Yet she bore your scent, so we followed her to protect her. We did nothing else." After hearing Adam's account, Cain's fury subsided slightly. Looking down at the frail Su Tang, he cautiously called her name twice. "Su Tang, awaken." "Cain, retract your pressure. Do you wish to expose us to the winged tiger tribe? Does the winged tiger tribe have warriors?" Adam panted, offering a shrewd analysis. Fortunately, Cain retained some rationality and gradually withdrew his pressure. Without the weight of his aura, the orcs felt significantly relieved. Adam approached Cain, casting a glance at Su Tang before saying, "I don't recall our tribe ever having such a female." Cain lifted his gaze to Adam, cradling Su Tang as he walked toward the tribe. "My affairs are not your concern." With a sigh, Adam reflected that this female's plight was partly his doing. Had he initially clarified his connection to the winged tiger tribe, perhaps the little female would not have weakened so. "Cain, the little female seems gravely ill. What use is it to bring her back to the tribe? You should go to the Zhaoying tribe. They have healers." Cain remained silent. The little female burned with fever, reminiscent of Mings's condition. Upon returning to the tribe, old Nick would surely know which herbs to use. AIG approached Taimu, resting a hand on his shoulder, curiously inquiring, "Who is that little female? The chief seems quite anxious about her." Taimu sighed, recounting how Su Tang arrived at the tribe and what transpired thereafter, detailing it all to the orcs. "What? The prickly fruit can indeed store a cold season? Or did the little female tell you this? Is the hoo-hoo beast truly delicious? I must try it when I return. Old Nick has been inspired by the beast god and has become a healer." "Huh. Our winged tiger tribe will have healers too." "Taimu, is the backpack you mentioned really that useful? I find it hard to believe." The orcs buzzed with chatter, while Adam's eyes flickered with something unusual. He suddenly recalled the ominous prophecy he had received during his divination 5 days prior, a visitor from another world, where fortune and misfortune intertwine. bearing an extraordinary treasure, where calamity lurks in prosperity. This was the content he had divined just before departing from the antelope tribe. From Taimu's description, it seemed that the little female had also been brought back 5 days ago and possessed knowledge unknown to many tribal orcs. Could the visitor from another world be this little female? Adam was uncertain and resolved to consult the divination again upon returning for her sake. Upon Cain's return to the tribe with Su Tang in his arms, night had already fallen, and he immediately commanded someone to find Old Nick. When Old Nick was brought to Cain's cave and saw the unconscious Su Tang, he was taken aback. What on earth happened? How did Tang end up like this? Cain shook his head. She is burning up. Help her reduce her fever. Old Nick nodded and quickly retrieved some prepared herbs from his belongings, including the fever-reducing chayu. Only then did they realize they had no pot to brew the medicine. Old Nick hurriedly said, "I'll go to Meng's cave to fetch a pot." Cain furrowed his brow. Hurry. In truth, he could condense a golden pot using his elemental power, but it would have to remain in hand, and there was no water in the cave. Meng's cave was close to the river, allowing Old Nick to bring back a pot of water directly. Cold. Cold. Despite her feverish state, Su Tang continued to cry out that she was cold, her lips turning pale and her body trembling faintly, even cradled in Cain's arms and wrapped in animal hides. It was of no use. She could not stop shaking. Cain was at his wit's end. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he transformed into his great tiger form. He nestled Su Tang against his abdomen, where the fur was softest and warmest, hoping to bring her some comfort. This indeed proved effective. After a while, Su Tang ceased her trembling, yet her temperature continued to rise. Cain grew anxious, uncertain of what to do, and could only gently lick Su Tang's exposed face. A low, mournful sound emanated from the beast as he occasionally nudged her with his large head. When Adam entered the cave, he beheld this scene. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one else was present, he couldn't help but smirk. What do you look like? Are you not afraid others will mock you for this? Using your beast form to warm a female? Cain remained unfazed, continuing to shield Su Tang from the cold. Adam felt a mix of amusement and exasperation but did not forget the purpose of his visit. 5 days ago, I divined that a visitor from another world has arrived on the beastman continent, one who carries an extraordinary treasure. This individual may be the key to the winged tiger tribe's growth. I heard from Taimu that the little female was brought back by you 5 days prior. Where did you find her? Was there anything unusual nearby? Does she possess any suspicious traits? A flash of white light passed, and Cain returned to his human form, wrapping Su Tang tightly in furs. Turning to Adam, he said, "Adam, Su Tang is the female I have chosen. She is not the visitor from another world. Nor will she ever be. Do not entertain such thoughts about her." Meeting Cain's gaze, Adam discerned an unprecedented seriousness and gravity within. After a moment of silence, he continued. After returning, I performed a divination for the little female but found nothing conclusive. However, I did ascertain that the tribe is on the brink of a calamity. A severe one, so dire that the tribe could be obliterated before the cold season. The only point of breach lies with the visitor from another world. Cain's fist clenched tightly. I know you harbor feelings for this little female, but as the tribe shaman, I must ensure the tribe's survival. Do you think I will harm her once I learn the truth? Cain. I have previously stated that a visitor from another realm possesses treasures that can be both a blessing and a curse. If the young female truly hails from another world, we must be adequately prepared for the consequences. The divinations I can discern, particularly those conducted by the priests of Beast City and the secluded tribes, especially the Minglu tribe, indicate that they are aware of this situation. Mere concealment will not resolve the issue. Cain cast a dark, complex glance at Su Tang, shaking his head. I am uncertain whether she is indeed a visitor from another realm, but her conduct is undeniably distinct from ours. Adam, contemplatively nodding, suggested, perhaps I should engage with her. Cain shot a piercing glance in his direction. Adam hastily reassured, fear not, I shall not harm her. You may remain here. Only then did Cain slightly incline his head, suggesting they wait until she regained some composure. Adam then turned and exited the cave. Very well. Su Tang felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, surrounded by an oppressive darkness that made breathing laborious. Ding. The system detected an anomaly in the host's body. Do you wish to purchase a healing pill? Yes. Ding. The system marketplace is not yet accessible. Would you like to spend 500 exchange points to unlock the system marketplace? Yes. Ding. Successfully spent 500 exchange points to unlock the system marketplace. Current exchange points, 1224. Ding. The host has successfully leveled up to level 2. Receiving a reward of a 1010 space and a level-up gift package. Chapter 65, High Fever 3. Ding. The host has successfully leveled up to level 2. Receiving another level-up gift package. Ding. Successfully spent 100 exchange points to purchase a healing pill. Current exchange points, 1124. In a daze, Su Tang felt a warm current glide down her esophagus and settle in her stomach. Her eyes felt as though they were glued shut with super glue, refusing to open no matter how hard she tried. Soon, Su Tang's consciousness plunged once more into darkness. It was unclear how much time had passed. Su Tang felt an unsettling emptiness in her stomach. With great effort, she opened her eyes and discovered that she had returned to Cain's cave. Cain's cave? Hadn't she been captured by a great bird, subsequently pursued by a horde of beastmen, and ultimately lost consciousness? Su Tang's mind was already in a state of utter disarray, filled with trepidation as she yearned to see Cain. Her body felt weak and drained of all strength, and an overwhelming thirst plagued her. Her gaze shifted to the clay pot near the cave entrance, and she silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, straining her arms to push herself towards it. Indeed, her spirit was willing, but her body was weak. Su, have you awakened? Cain's voice resonated at the cave's entrance, and in the next moment, he was by her side, gently cradling her in his embrace. She gazed upon his familiar visage and listened to his well-known voice. Su Tang felt a sense of disbelief. Staring at Cain for a prolonged moment, she confirmed his reality, and suddenly, her nose tinged with emotion as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. She tightly embraced his neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. "Oh, Cain, I am so frightened. I thought I would never see you again. I was taken away by a large bird, and I encountered many fearsome beastmen who relentlessly pursued me." Cain gently patted Su Tang's back, whispering words of comfort. "Su, do not cry. It is all right now." At that moment, all her grievances, fears, frustrations, and negative emotions erupted forth. From the instant she was captured by the large bird, an overwhelming fear had gripped her heart. Later, when she encountered the beastmen, she initially believed they were benevolent, only to find them inexplicably trailing her at a distance. On the endless dirt road, she was utterly alone, chased by the beastmen for nearly 2 hours. With no one to rely upon, she had to depend solely on herself. Had it not been for her resilient spirit, she might not have survived long enough to await rescue. Reflecting on her feelings while traversing that dirt path still sends shivers down her spine. Thus, after catching a chill, coupled with an array of fears and panic, Su Tang developed a high fever. Fortunately, she managed to control her condition in a timely manner. Gradually, Su Tang gradually stifled her sobs and, with a pronounced nasal tone, addressed Cain. "Cain, I am so hungry." As if performing a magic trick, Cain produced 2 legs of a creature known as the Wagagugus beast. "I knew you were hungry. Please indulge yourself." Su Tang took the chicken leg and devoured it hungrily. "Cain, I still wish to have some water." After helping Su Tang sit comfortably, Cain harnessed his elemental energy to conjure a small golden bowl, filled with a concoction of buplurum soup, and approached Su Tang. Old Nick mentioned that she should wait until she regained consciousness to consume more medicine for her recovery. Su Tang nodded, and with Cain's support, consumed the warm medicinal broth entirely, perhaps due to her illness, having eaten and drunk her fill. Su Tang felt her mind clouded and heavy. Although she had just awakened, her eyelids began to grow increasingly heavy. Upon noticing this, Cain gently assisted Su Tang to rest upon the stone bed, urging her to take a moment to recuperate. Su Tang clutched Cain's hand tightly, resembling a frightened hare. "Don't go. I'm afraid." Cain lay beside her and softly replied, "Sleep now. I won't leave." Chapter 66. The heart stirring after consuming the medicinal soup. Supplemented by the healing pills purchased earlier from the system store, Su Tang awoke from a deep slumber beneath the warm fur, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her entire being. "Awake? How do you feel?" Cain's deep voice resonated in her ear. It was only then that Su Tang recalled, in her moment of confusion, how she had clung to Cain, weeping profusely and imploring him not to leave. Now, having regained her composure, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at the memory. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to her neck. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she managed to say, "I feel much better now." Suddenly, Cain rose, one hand resting on the fur beside Su Tang's head, while the other gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. As she gazed at the handsome face drawing ever closer, Su Tang's eyes widened, and her breath caught in her throat. Ultimately, their foreheads touched, their noses nearly brushing against each other. Their breaths intertwined, and their lips were but a mere 2 fingers apart. Su Tang's heart raced uncontrollably, as if a rabbit was nestled within her chest. The light in the cave was dim, Yet Cain's silver short hair shone brilliantly, illuminating his entire being with a gentle radiance. Su Tang gazed in a daze. She had always known that Cain was exceptionally handsome, yet never had she felt such a stirring in her heart as she did at this moment. Lost in thought, she simply stared at him. Cain's actions did not last long. Soon, he furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. Your face is still quite flushed, and your heartbeat is rapid. As a healer, do you understand what this signifies? What herbs do you require? I shall fetch them from Old Nick. Upon hearing his words, Su Tang suddenly regained her senses. It was over. Could it be that she had developed feelings for this ironclad tiger? This was nothing short of a love affair transcending species. No, it seemed to be merely her one-sided infatuation. Alas, it would be wiser to maintain a certain distance from the formidable tiger in the future. Su Tang hastily rose to her feet, distancing herself 8 paces from Cain. I am perfectly fine. The flush on my face is merely due to the heat, and my rapid heartbeat is likely a result of the same. Even she could hardly convince herself of this absurd explanation, let alone Cain. Su Tang chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, fanning herself vigorously with her hands. Ah, it's truly sweltering in this cave. Cain was muttering something. After all, he was not a healer. Moreover, he sensed that the presence of the little female had indeed become considerably more robust than before, which likely indicated that all was well. Yuan and the others are using your tray to fry the gugu eggs. Would you like to go out and take a look? Su Tang felt the sticky sensation clinging to her body and frowned slightly. I would like to wash by the river first. I feel quite uncomfortable in this sticky state. Cain nodded and stepped forward, preparing to lift Su Tang into his arms. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang hurriedly evaded, her expression fraught with confusion as she inquired, What are you doing? Cain, slightly displeased by Su Tang's evasive maneuver, responded, You have not yet recovered. I shall carry you. Su Tang waved her hand dismissively, asserting that she was not so feeble and could walk on her own. Having resolved to distance herself from the formidable tiger, she understood the necessity of maintaining that separation. However, upon reaching the cave's terrace, she was taken aback by an undeniable truth. If Cain did not assist her, she seemed unable to descend. An internal struggle ensued within her heart. Embarrassed and awkward, Su Tang cast a glance at Cain, suggesting, Perhaps you should carry me after all. Oh, come witness this grand spectacle of dramatic irony. Having regained this privilege, Cain was, of course, more than willing. Chapter 67. The otherworldly visitor after refreshing herself by the riverbank. She felt significantly rejuvenated. Su Tang raised her head, on the verge of speaking, when she encountered a figure that sent chills down her spine. In a flurry of fear, she hurriedly concealed herself behind Cain, pointing at Adam in the distance. Her fright rendered her speechless, stammering, Why is he here? Cain embraced Su Tang, reassuring her, Fear not. This is my clan's ritual. A ritual? Su Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of reflection, she recalled that someone had indeed mentioned the tribal ritual, where 50 warrior orcs had been sent to the antelope tribe to barter for salt. This meant that the orc party that had been pursuing her was, in fact, the very group sent by the tribe to procure salt. The expression on Su Tang's face instantly transformed into a vibrant palette, a spectacle to behold. At that moment, Adam approached the two. His gaze, devoid of warmth, seemed capable of piercing through all existence, coupled with the psychological shadow he had cast previously. Su Tang dared not meet Adam's eyes. I am the shaman of the winged tiger tribe, Adam. I am Su Tang. Su Tang, still feeling timid, wished to hide away. Adam gazed at her with an enigmatic expression and inquired, You are not of our world. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Su Tang was taken aback. Adam narrowed his eyes slightly, manipulating his fingers in a peculiar manner, mumbling incantations that seemed almost like a chant. Su Tang stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Her mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts. What did the priest's words signify? Was he merely toying with her? Or did he genuinely perceive something beyond the ordinary? If he were to discover that she was from a different realm, how would he choose to deal with her? Would she be condemned to a fate akin to that of a monster, to be burned at the stake? The mere contemplation of this rendered Su Tang even more immobile. The words echoed ominously in her mind. A visitor from another world, where fortune and misfortune entwine, possessing a unique treasure, where calamity and blessing lie in ambush. Upon hearing this, Su Tang could not suppress her trembling. The priest truly knew. The phrase visitor from another world referred to her, and possessing a unique treasure unequivocally pointed to her 007 system. What to do? What should she do? Su Tang, suppressing her discomfort, endeavored to calm her emotions and feign composure as she gazed at Adam. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. The system was visible only to her, rendering their search for the so-called extraordinary treasure futile. Although she might appear somewhat out of place among the numerous orcs, they lacked any evidence of her being an otherworldly visitor. All she needed to do was resolutely deny it. Cain's gaze lowered, as he could distinctly sense the tremors coursing through the petite female. Despite her efforts to conceal them, it seemed Adam's assertions held merit. This young female indeed harbored the extraordinary treasure of an otherworldly traveler. For their tribe, she represented both fortune and peril. He must hasten to grow stronger, so he could better protect the tribe and safeguard the young female. One could only remark on Su Tang's somewhat clumsy acting. Adam discerned her ruse with but a glance. Nevertheless, the revelation that this young female was an otherworldly being came as quite the surprise. Aside from her attractive visage, there was little to commend her, save for her remarkably astute intellect, which, however, did not translate well into social interactions. With a leisurely cadence, Adam inquired, "So, who are you? From whence do you hail? And what is your purpose here?" Su Tang stubbornly insisted, "I've already said that I cannot comprehend what you are saying. I am indeed Su Tang." Adam contemptuously curled his lips, remarking, "Your voice trembles as you speak, lacking strength, and your gaze is unfocused. It is evident that you are lying." Chapter 68. I beseech you, cease your tears. Dear female, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. There is no need for you to be so guarded. Su Tang's breathing grew noticeably labored. In her heart, she scoffed at Adam's words. After all, no villain would ever admit to being wicked. Adam's gaze shifted to Cain, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Patriarch, how do you believe we should punish this intruder from another realm? Shall we cast her directly into the flames? Or perhaps consign her to the serpent's pit in the southeast?" Tears welled up in Su Tang's eyes as she clung to Cain's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please, Cain, don't kill me. I'm so frightened." Adam remarked, "Why is this little female crying? She's truly easy to scare." The two sentences he had just uttered were likely only potent enough to frighten the tribe's juvenile offspring. Sensing Cain's icy glare, Adam sheepishly rubbed his nose. Cain enveloped Su Tang in his embrace, gently patting her back. "Do not fear. I am here. He dares not harm you." Su Tang continued to weep, tears cascading down her cheeks one after another. Before long, Cain felt his chest dampen. He glared fiercely at Adam, gritting his teeth as he demanded an apology. Unlike Cain, Adam maintained a perpetually icy demeanor, striving to uphold the prestige of the sacrificial rites within the tribe. Yet, in truth, he dreaded the sight of the young female in tears. Thus, his aloof facade crumbled in an instant, and with a hint of exasperation, he forced a smile. "Little female. Su Tang, I was merely trying to frighten you. I was wrong. I apologize. Please, do not cry." The sound of Su Tang's weeping faltered for a moment, leading both individuals to believe their efforts were effective. However, her cries suddenly grew louder. Adam wore a perplexed expression, exclaiming, "I have already apologized. Why do you still cry?" Cain, equally anxious, fidgeted unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Observing the increasing number of beastmen glancing in their direction, Adam became increasingly distressed. He hurriedly approached Su Tang, pleading, "I implore you, cease your tears. I was wrong, truly wrong. I promise I shall never frighten you again." Yet, it seemed futile. Adam cast a resigned glance at Cain. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Cain solemnly declared, "From the winged tiger tribe, I, Cain, vow before the beast god that regardless of whether Su Tang is a traveler from another world or possesses extraordinary treasures, I will protect her with my life. Will not harm her, nor abandon her. Should I betray this oath, may I suffer divine retribution." As his words echoed, a beam of white light erupted from within Cain's being. Su Tang, with tear-stained eyes, lifted her head and struck Cain's chest with force. "You are a deceiver. Did you not promise me that you would not make oaths lightly?" Cain enveloped Su Tang's fist with one hand and pressed it against his lips, yet he remarked, "But you were crying." Su Tang was utterly charmed by his explanation. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and she softly murmured, "Then, please refrain from making rash oaths in the future." "All right, I promise you." Adam sighed in relief, noticing that the young female had ceased her tears, and he prepared to make his exit. "Halt." Su Tang, with her eyes swollen and hands on her hips, glared at Adam with a fierce yet adorable demeanor. Adam, having shed all pretense, felt it inappropriate to maintain his facade and awkwardly smiled. "What is it?" "You must also vow to the beast lord that you shall never harm me or engage in any actions detrimental to my well-being. Otherwise, you shall face the gravest divine retribution." Adam, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Why must I also take an oath?" Su Tang continued to glare fiercely at Adam. exclaiming, "You have frightened me twice already. If you do not swear an oath, how can anyone discern whether your next words are genuine or not?" In chapter 69, titled The Messenger, the saintess, Adam, feeling exasperated, straightened his posture and declared, from the winged tiger tribe, "I, Adam, swear an oath to the beast god that I shall never inflict harm upon Su Tang. Should I violate this vow, I shall willingly accept divine punishment." A beam of white light shot forth from Adam's being, ascending towards the heavens. Su Tang finally let out a sigh of relief. However, Adam was genuinely curious. "Little female, have you truly come from another world?" Upon realizing that Adam would indeed not harbor any malevolent intentions towards her, Su Tang felt considerably less apprehensive. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, "Haven't you already deduced it?" Adam raised an eyebrow and replied, "I can only ascertain that a being from another realm, possessing extraordinary treasures, has arrived in the beastly world. Beyond that, I am unaware of their identity." Su Tang glared with a hint of indignation. "So you were deceiving me just now?" Adam, taken aback, stumbled back 2 steps and hurriedly clarified, "It wasn't exactly a deception. I deduced that the date I predicted coincides with the day Cain discovered you. That alone is rather suspicious, and furthermore, your various actions do not align with ours. It can be considered a mere conjecture." Su Tang was enveloped in a cloud of despondency, utterly disinclined to engage with Adam any further. Yet, after shedding his facade, Adam, unburdened, became increasingly casual in Su Tang's presence. It was as if he were conversing with himself, or perhaps addressing them. When he mused aloud about the existence of the beast god realm. At this juncture, an idea sparked in Su Tang's mind. Clearing her throat, she declared, "In truth, I am not entirely an outsider from another world." The gazes of Adam and Cain instantly converged upon Su Tang, intrigued. "Oh, pray tell, how so?" "I am a messenger sent by the esteemed beast god. Observing your lives, the beast god deemed them rather primitive, thus tasked me with enlightening you. However, prior to my arrival, the beast god did not divulge any particulars about your circumstances, leaving me wholly uninformed. Indeed, I possess a rare treasure, yet it is solely for my use. Other beastmen cannot locate it, nor can they carry it away. This treasure is intended for my communication with the sanctuary, guiding me on how to resolve your dilemmas." Su Tang contemplated that rather than allowing them to harbor doubts, it would be more convincing to express it in a different manner. After spending numerous days here, she observed that the orcs held the beast god in the highest regard. Although she was unaware of the true identity of this esteemed being, she believed that invoking his name would certainly deter any scrutiny. Su Tang silently whispered an apology to the beast god in her heart. Cain and Adam exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they beheld shock. Adam recalled the impending calamity that loomed over their tribe, and thus urgently inquired, "You claim to be an emissary sent by the beast god. Are you aware that our tribe is on the brink of a great disaster?" Su Tang was utterly bewildered. Could it be that the lie she had just told was about to bring its consequences? After a brief contemplation, she asserted with conviction, "The beast god has sent me to enlighten you. The only gift I can impart is knowledge. I cannot foresee the tribulations that may befall the tribe. Did the high priest foresee anything? Perhaps you could share your insights, and I might possess a solution." Adam's gaze was laced with skepticism. "Are you truly sent by the beast god? I, too, cannot predict the nature of the calamity, but I sense that if we cannot evade it, the entire winged tiger tribe will soon meet the beast god." Noticing Adam's serious demeanor, Su Tang realized the gravity of the situation was no jest. Yet, she truly lacked the ability to foresee the future. Even the system was incapable of such predictions. Chapter 70. The Envoy. The saintess to Adam appeared somewhat disheartened. "Is it true that even you are powerless?" Su Tang was perplexed by his words and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why do you believe I possess the means?" "The divination I conducted reveals that the source of this calamity lies within the being from another realm. Otherwise, why not consult your extraordinary artifact with the holy temple? The beast god might have some insights to offer." Su Tang shook her head, plunging the scene into an immediate silence. Cain gently placed his arm around Su Tang's shoulders and whispered in comfort, "Do not fret. Since the beast god has sent you here, he will surely not stand idly by as our tribe faces extinction." Su Tang fell into a deeper silence, fully aware that it was not the beast god who had sent her, which rendered her hesitant to respond. Since the priest had discerned that the otherworldly visitor possessed a rare treasure, the calamity he spoke of was certainly no trivial matter. Yet, why was the key to averting this disaster resting upon her shoulders? Su Tang was at her wit's end, unable to comprehend the situation. Adam spoke up to offer reassurance, saying, "Indeed, there is no need to be anxious. Since we are unaware of the impending disaster, let us wait and see. With you here, there will surely be a way to resolve it. Adam's words bore a certain irresponsibility, as if the safety of the entire winged tiger tribe rested solely upon her shoulders. However, Su Tang chose to remain silent. She tugged at Cain's arm and said, "Come on, didn't you mention that Yuan Yuan is frying eggs? Let us go take a look." Upon arriving at the clearing around the campfire, a large cluster of female orcs and their young had gathered in a huddle. It was evident that Yuan Yuan was indeed in the midst of frying eggs. Su Tang. Su Tang has arrived. Su Tang is well again. Old Nick is truly miraculous. Indeed, indeed. Meng Zhe was gravely injured before. We thought he would meet the beast deity. Yet here he is today, back in our midst. I can still see the scar on his abdomen. It looks painful. An elderly orc, trembling as he stepped out from the crowd, raised his voice and proclaimed, "Heaven bless the winged tiger tribe. We have been graced with Old Nick and Su Tang. We are grateful for the protection of the beast deity." Instantly, many orcs knelt in reverence alongside the old orc, bowing towards the north in worship. Su Tang wished to assist the elderly orc, but was halted by Cain, who shook his head in disapproval. Subsequently, Cain took Su Tang's hand and led her before the assembly. Su Tang is the emissary sent by the beast god to aid our tribe. From this day forth, Su Tang shall officially join our winged tiger tribe and will also be our sacred maiden. Does anyone have any objections? Su Tang looked up at Cain with a hint of surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yuan knelt on one knee, her right fist pressed against her chest, and declared, "From the winged tiger tribe, I, Yuan Yuan, pledge my oath to the beast god, vowing to protect the holy maiden with my life." A beam of white light surged forth from Yuan Yuan's being, vanishing into the heavens. Su Tang was astonished. Yuan Yuan lifted her head and smiled at Su Tang. Saying nothing, the orcs in the tribe believed that Meng Zhe had been rescued by Old Nick. But she knew in her heart that it was Su Tang who saved him. Without Su Tang, Meng Zhe would likely have met the beast god. And she could only imagine what fate awaited her, regardless of whether Su Tang was the beast god's messenger. Her medical skills alone were enough to earn her the title of the Holy Maiden of the Winged Tiger Tribe. Thus, Su Tang was undoubtedly deserving of this honor. Many other orcs and females gradually knelt on one knee, their right fists placed over their chests. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Qinghua, pledged to the beast god, vowing to defend the Holy Maiden with their lives. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Xiongda, swore to the beast god, vowing to protect the Holy Maiden at all costs. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Busin, pledged to the beast god. Chapter 71. Messenger, Holy Maiden 3. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Honghua. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Taimu. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Shitu. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Huanghua. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Luyu. More and more orcs knelt at Su Tang's feet. Beams of white light emanating from their bodies, vanishing into the azure sky. In just a few breaths, the majority of the orcs in the Winged Tiger Tribe swore allegiance to the beast god, acknowledging Su Tang's identity as the Holy Maiden. The Winged Tiger Tribe, Meng Zhe, pledged to the beast god, vowing to defend the Holy Maiden with their lives. Another figure knelt before the line. Su Tang hurriedly stepped forward to assist Meng Zhe, her face filled with astonishment. "Meng Zhe, are your injuries healed?" Meng Zhe smiled and nodded. "Thanks to the blessings of the Holy Maiden, I am feeling much better." The wound that extended from his chest to his left waist, once gaping and raw, had been stitched up by Su Tang and was now covered with a scab. It was truly unexpected that in just a few short days, he had made such a remarkable recovery. It seems the physical resilience of the beast folk is indeed extraordinary. With a gentle smile, Su Tang patted Meng Zhe's arm. However, when her gaze shifted to the group of orcs standing like a row of markers, her smile diminished somewhat. These were the very orcs who had previously accompanied Adam to the Antelope tribe to exchange salt. Witnessing so many tribesmen pledging their loyalty to Su Tang left them perplexed. In their eyes, Su Tang had made a minor contribution to the tribe, a duty she was expected to fulfill as a member of the Winged Tiger Tribe. The chieftain had proclaimed her a messenger of the beast god, yet no one had ever seen what such a messenger looked like, leading them to harbor doubts in their hearts. Especially upon learning that the chieftain held a fondness for this young female, they felt he had been bewitched. Hastily elevating her to the status of a saint, it is important to note that a saint of a tribe ranks just below the chieftain and the priest. To entrust the tribe to such a frail female was something they could scarcely accept. They would rather see the tribe without a saint altogether. Thus, the nearly 50 orcs stood there with their necks stiffened, immobile. "Shun Shan, come and pay your respects to the saintess. Why are you standing there like a foolish deer?" An elder female called out to Shun Shan. He turned his head away, seemingly in defiance. Auntie, I refuse. The female orc, exasperated, made a move to strike him. But Shun Shan quickly evaded. Adam resumed his icy demeanor, bowing slightly to Su Tang with a composed expression. Winged Tiger Tribe, Adam, welcomes the saintess to our fold. Priest. Priest. A chorus of exclamations erupted behind Adam. He cast a cold glance at them, asserting, your lack of acceptance is your own affair. My welcome of the saintess into the tribe is my concern, and it bears no relation to you. A hush fell over the gathering. Su Tang observed discreetly. It seemed she was presenting herself quite well, as the orcs appeared to hold her in esteem. Perhaps she should adopt a similar demeanor in the future? However, the title of priestess elicited a hearty laugh from her. With an air of mystery, Su Tang leaned closer to the priest and whispered, Adam, I have foreseen that your future partner's name will undoubtedly be Eve. Adam's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he turned his back to the gathered beastmen and softly inquired, Is that so? Did the Lord of Beasts reveal this to you? Did he mention her race? Su Tang, with a look of disdain, circled around Adam. Gazing at the disgruntled orcs behind him, I recalled that this was our second encounter. Although our initial meeting had been somewhat unpleasant, I was captivated by the delectable delicacies that had won over the orcs. Su Tang gazed at the disgruntled orcs behind Adam and calmly remarked, This is our second encounter. Although our first meeting was somewhat unpleasant, now that I have assumed the role of the tribe's holy maiden, let us cast aside those past grievances. Your lack of recognition does not trouble me. I shall prove through my efforts that I am worthy of this title. With that, Su Tang turned her attention away from the orcs and assisted the nearest elderly orc to his feet. Let us all rise. I am grateful for your acknowledgement. And it brings me great joy. Su Tang's face was flushed with excitement, reminiscent of the fervor experienced during school elections when vying for the position of class monitor. Yet this feeling was far more exhilarating. As the newly appointed priestess of the Ihu tribe, she understood the weight of her responsibilities. The adage, with great power comes great responsibility, resonated deeply within her. A profound sense of duty surged through her heart as she surveyed the barren surroundings. Devoid of any resources, secretly vowing to herself, she resolved to ensure that the tribe's orcs would lead a life of relative comfort. That night, in celebration of the priestess's return from the salt exchange ritual, the tribe hosted a grand feast, with all orcs participating in the festivities. 100 or so orcs crowded around the already modest bonfire, creating a lively atmosphere. Since acquiring the skill of frying eggs, Yuan found herself surrounded by numerous younglings clamoring for her delicious creations. Thus, she busily prepared fried eggs for the tribe's little ones. Mindful of Su Tang's advice to limit their consumption to 2 younglings sharing 1 egg. Meanwhile, another group of orcs gathered around a clearing, roasting the coveted Gugu beast. AIG, filled with curiosity, squatted nearby and asked Taimu whether the Gugu, coated in mud without plucking its feathers, was truly edible. Taimu patted his chest confidently, asserting that it most certainly was, as it was a lesson imparted by the esteemed priestess herself. However, Shun Shan scoffed, unimpressed, questioning the appeal of the Gugu beast, as its meat was so scant, encumbered by bones, making it quite a hassle to eat. Busan draped an arm over Shun Shan's shoulder, playfully declaring, Brother, just remember not to steal my share of the Gugu beast when it's ready. Shun Shan adamantly promised, I want to take from you. Besides, the Gugu eggs smell nice. I might indulge in one of those, but the Gugu beast? No thanks. Taimu picked up a stick and stoked the flames, declaring that there were few Gugu eggs left, as the priestess deemed them nutritious and reserved for the younglings. Shun Shan turned away, swallowing hard, stubbornly insisting, I'll just find my own in the forest if I must. Wu Xin and the other orcs exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. They wouldn't inform Shun Shan that the Gugu beasts in the forest had nearly vanished due to their relentless hunting. At this rate, even finding a couple of Gugu eggs would be a challenge. AIG, being astute, remained by Tai Mu's side, wisely refraining from impulsive actions like Shun Shan. The taste of the Gugu beast would be revealed in due course. Premature judgments were unwise. Soon after, the bonfire dimmed. The rugged orcs, undeterred by the heat, eagerly unearthed the baked Gugu from the pit. As they cracked open the earthy crust, tender, white meat of the Gugu beast was unveiled, releasing an unprecedented aroma that filled the nostrils of the newly returned orcs. What is this delightful scent? It smells divine. Is this the famed Gugu beast? I must have a taste. In the blink of an eye, the already modest Gugu was reduced to mere fragments as the orcs eagerly fought over the pieces. AIG, fortunate enough to seize a morsel, praised its exquisite flavor. The bones were so tender they could be consumed along with the meat. Hey, Shun Shan, don't you dare touch that. You just said you wouldn't eat any. They all chimed in, eager to diminish the number of mouths to feed, thus allowing themselves a larger portion. The orcs fixed their predatory gazes on Shun Shan, resolutely guarding the remaining meat. Watching everyone relish their feast, Shun Shan felt a pang of desperation. Was it too late to retract his earlier statement? Su Tang was originally seated beside the bonfire, diligently roasting chestnuts, when suddenly a group of orc females, hand in hand, encircled her and the fire, bursting into song and dance. Confused, she turned to look at Cain. The flickering flames cast a gentle glow upon Cain's face, revealing a hint of warmth. They're welcoming you. You can join them in their dance. For Su Tang, this was an unprecedented and exhilarating experience. Shyly, she placed her hand into that of the female reaching out to her, only to be swept off her feet by a sudden surge of energy. Su Tang followed the orc's rhythm, frolicking around the bonfire with Cain. Although she could not sing their folk songs, she was still enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere, laughing joyfully. It was only when she grew weary from dancing that she sat down to rest. Nearby, an orc was deftly slicing an unknown piece of meat with a stone knife. The blade was rather blunt, yet the orc's strength made the task appear quite effortless. Once he finished cutting, the orc prepared to discard the thigh bone. Upon realizing what he needed to do, Su Tang hurriedly rose to intercept him. Wait, please don't leave just yet. The orc halted his movements, gazing at Su Tang with a look of bewilderment. What is it? Su Tang smiled and pointed at the thigh bone in the orc's hand, inquiring, do you still need this? If not, may I have it? Sun Tao raised the thigh bone he was holding, somewhat astonished. You want this? Su Tang nodded. The meat on top can no longer be cut. It must be discarded. There is no need for you to feel regret. Su Tang found herself in a perplexing situation, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. At that moment, Cain approached and inquired, what troubles you? Sun Tao, with his right fist clenched against his chest and standing erect, replied in a robust voice, Chieftain. The ritual. Adam nodded slightly and casually asked, what is the matter? Chieftain. The ritual. Su Tang desires the leg bone of the fanged beast. I was explaining to her that the flesh cannot be removed without consequence, urging her not to feel regret. Upon hearing this, Cain moved closer to Su Tang and affirmed, indeed, the orc possesses great strength. If the flesh and bone are forcibly separated, the meat will adhere to the bone fragments, posing a risk to females and young ones if consumed. Su Tang shook her head in bemusement. No? Don't you usually just throw those bones away? Adam replied with a stoic expression, what else would we do? Su Tang gazed at Adam, enviously observing the orc's effortless transformation. The marrow within bones is rich in nutrients and can be used to prepare a nourishing broth. Young ones who consume bone soup will grow taller and stronger. Sun Tao scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Su Tang's assertion. Clearly, meat is the most potent source of energy. It is only through consuming more meat that we orcs can grow larger and more robust. Qingwa stepped forward, giving Sun Tao a firm slap, admonishing him, silence. This is the esteemed saintess. What kind of attitude is that? Qingwa, one of the few privy to Meng Zhe's healing, sensed that her partner had yet to appreciate the saintess's true worth. That aside, what was with the mocking tone just now? It was utterly disrespectful to the saintess. Such behavior is intolerable. Despite being a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, Sun Tao felt as vulnerable as a timid bride after Qing was reprimanded, refraining from retaliation or protest. Meanwhile, as Su Tang spoke, a number of orcs gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding scene, as if it were a common occurrence. Is the saintess preparing something delicious again? What do you need? I am at your service. Yes, esteemed saintess, feel free to command us. Saintess, my little one hasn't grown an inch this rainy season. Is it true that your bone soup can help him grow taller? Saintess, my willow leaf is no longer a young one. Will he still benefit from drinking it? Su Tang had not anticipated that her casual remark would attract so many orcs. She hurriedly clarified that bone broth is meant for drinking, not for eating. It is indeed highly nutritious and beneficial for everyone. Consuming it in greater quantities can help us become stronger, although it proves to be even more advantageous for the young ones. The efficacy for the young is due to the fact that their bones are still in the process of growth, whereas ours have already solidified, thus rendering its effects minimal for us. Liu's AMU nodded with some disappointment, conceding, very well then. Nibber, could you fetch some of the scallions and ginger we discovered earlier? Old Nick responded with a nod. All right, wait for me. Su Tang tugged at Cain's arm, instructing him to send someone to the cave to retrieve clean it thoroughly, and fill it with water. I shall prepare a delicious broth for you. Cain lowered his gaze slightly. I can conjure a golden vessel for you. That would be splendid. We can make a larger pot, allowing everyone to savor the soup. However, we still needed to bring back the water. Very well. Cain directed an orc to fetch the while. Under Su Tang's guidance, he conjured an enormous pot. The other orcs, with innate understanding, began to gather stones nearby to construct a hearth. Once the pot was positioned, Cain stood to the side, continually channeling his elemental energy to prevent its dissipation into the air. The hearth was filled with firewood, and the flames danced eagerly against the bottom of the pot, which soon began to glow faintly red. Su Tang whispered praises into Cain's ear, remarking on how swiftly the pot heated up, suggesting that once he could solidify the entity, each household should have one. This would render cooking and boiling soups remarkably convenient. Cain's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied affirmatively. Delighted by the little female's visions of their future life, his face adorned with a subtle yet beautiful smile. Before long, an orc returned, carrying a clay pot of water. Under Su Tang's direction, he poured it into the iron pot before hastening off to fetch more water. As the cold water met the scorching pot, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a plume of white steam that startled the surrounding orcs. With a collective gasp, they instinctively took 2 steps back. The water from the small clay pot was rather insufficient, barely covering the bottom of the pot. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it boiled dry. Chapter 75. Simmering bone soup 3. Before Su Tang could devise a solution, the orcs suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration. Let us use large green leaves to fetch water. That will expedite the process. In response, a great number of orcs scattered, enthusiastically employing large green leaves to collect water. Su Tang gently stroked her chin, contemplating whether to inquire tomorrow about the methods for crafting pottery or porcelain. It was high time for the tribe to acquire such necessities. With many hands, the task would be accomplished more efficiently. Although the large green leaves held little water, the tribe members tirelessly poured their contributions one after another. Before long, the pot was brimming to the top. Su Tang took the green onions that Old Nick brought and chopped them into several pieces, tossing them into the pot. She then broke the ginger into chunks and added them as well. Finally, she instructed Taimu to break the cleaned hind leg bones of the boar into a dozen pieces and throw them in. Gazing into the rather large pot, it contained only a handful of pitifully scant bones, leaving it feeling empty and devoid of appetite. Suddenly, Su Tang recalled the chestnuts. In a flurry, she summoned a large quantity of chestnuts, eagerly peeling them while awaiting the water in the pot to boil. My lady saint, these chestnuts aren't cooked yet. Did you not say we shouldn't consume these? Yuan inquired with curiosity. Being constantly addressed as my lady saint felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. Yuan. We are friends. You may call me Tang. Please refrain from calling me my lady saint. It sounds rather awkward. Everyone else, you may call me Tang or Su Tang as well. In that moment, the tribe's affection for Su Tang deepened. Who wouldn't cherish a kind-hearted, sweet-tongued female with such wisdom? Raw chestnuts can indeed be consumed, albeit in moderation, and they can be prepared in ways beyond roasting. Boiling them offers a distinct flavor. The reason I hadn't shared this before was that our tribe lacked the proper utensils for boiling chestnuts, but I shall find a solution. There is no need for concern. Today, we are preparing chestnuts stewed with large bones, which promises to be quite delightful. The meat is scarce, reserved primarily for the young ones. So I invite everyone to assist in peeling some chestnuts, allowing both the beastmen and the females to savor the taste of boiled chestnuts. Thus, the chestnuts were divided into several piles, and soon, both beastmen and females joined the ranks in peeling the chestnuts. Su Tang was quite pleased. It seemed that in addition to her skills as a physician, she possessed a remarkable aptitude for teaching. Observing her companions, who were all so well behaved, she patiently awaited the water to boil. Once it reached a bubbling crescendo, Su Tang deftly used a large green leaf to skim the froth from the surface of the pot, before adding the shelled chestnuts that her friends had prepared. She instructed Cain to fashion a lid for the pot, thoughtfully leaving 2 ventilation holes for steam to escape. With some chestnuts still remaining, Su Tang placed them in a clay jar to simmer, enlisting Yuan and to keep an eye on them. As time passed, steam billowed from the vents, releasing an enticing aroma that captivated the senses of the assembled beastmen. What is that delightful scent? I believe I smell meat, one exclaimed. Nonsense. It is undeniably the fragrance of chestnuts. Another countered. No. Su Tang interjected. This is the essence of chestnuts stewed with large bones. It must be the aroma of tusked beast bones. Su Tang stood by the stove, observing the flickering flames in silence, allowing the orcs to bicker amongst themselves. Chingwa could no longer restrain himself and whispered, Tang, when will it be ready? I can hardly stomach the roasted meat now. Yuan chimed in. Indeed. I don't even feel like eating fried eggs anymore. All I crave is chestnut stewed with pork bones. Huangua gazed longingly at the tightly sealed pot, smacking his lips and declaring, I'm not picky. I would relish anything made by Tang Tang. Chapter 76, Delectable Bone Broth. Su Tang stifled a chuckle, suggesting that if anyone felt hungry, they could indulge in some roasted meat. With so many of us here, a pot of chestnuts could merely offer a taste, insufficient to satiate our appetites. Roasted meat? Roasted meat. Su Tang abruptly ceased her laughter, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Old Nick. Nibber. I recall that we previously discovered cumin. Am I right? Old Nick nodded, retrieving a large green leaf from his pocket, which was filled with numerous cumin seeds. Indeed. You mentioned that sprinkling cumin on roasted meat would enhance its flavor, so I brought it along as well. Su Tang was overwhelmed with joy, feeling as if she could leap with exuberance. However, as she was now a holy maiden, she had to maintain her composure and uphold her image. Steady, steady. After crushing the cumin seeds upon a stone, she gathered them once more. Everyone should give this a try with the grilled meat. When the meat is nearly done, sprinkle a pinch of salt and cumin, but be cautious not to overdo it, lest the flavor be compromised. Except for those orcs who still did not acknowledge her. The rest of her kin conscientiously came forth to take a handful for the barbecue. Su Tang smiled sweetly at Age and the others. Aren't you going to join in? She teased. The group of proud orcs turned their heads away haughtily. Su Tang shrugged her shoulders, bemused by the clueless orcs who might mistakenly think she was attempting to curry favor with them. How utterly narcissistic. By the time her kin had taken their fill, there was hardly any cumin powder left. Fortunately, that rowdy group of orcs had tea come for more. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough cumin to go around. It seemed she would need to find time to gather more cumin soon, for in the meat-loving realm of the orcs, cumin was an essential seasoning for barbecued dishes. Before long, the air above the tribe was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat seasoned with cumin, an unfamiliar scent to the orcs of the winged tiger tribe. Many of them, unable to wait for the meat to be fully cooked, succumbed to temptation and devoured it prematurely. However, the taste was undoubtedly inferior to that of well-cooked fare. Ouch, it's so hot. Tang Tang, you added seeds, oh my, this grilled meat is simply delicious. Yuan exclaimed, fanning her mouth as she sang praises. Meng Zhe smiled gently from the side. Take your time, there's plenty more here. Yuan nudged Meng Zhe's arm, urging him to hurry and taste it. You must try it, it's truly delectable. Su Tang, inexplicably inundated with their affection, chose to ignore them and continued grilling. The orcs who had merely sprinkled salt on their meat were left swallowing their saliva, perplexed as to why they had initially rejected Su Tang's offer. Perhaps it was a matter of pride. Yet, what could be more important than savoring the meat? A group of nearly 50 orcs gazed longingly at the scant remnants of cumin in Su Tang's hands, watching as she meticulously pinched and evenly sprinkled it over the grilled meat. It's all gone, they lamented, their hearts aching at the loss. If only the beast god would grant them another chance, they would eagerly seize the opportunity to sprinkle a bit of cumin themselves. Su Tang was in high spirits as she savored the grilled meat, with Cain expertly managing the grill with one hand and the lid with the other. Su Tang took it upon herself to handle the feeding duties. She lifted the grilled meat to Cain's lips, encouraging him to partake, and once he was nearly finished, she offered him more. Observing Cain, who was remarkably obedient, as he relished each bite, brought her immense joy. Su Tang feels as though she has become an animal caretaker. Indeed, and she is feeding a nationally protected species. She truly is remarkable. Su Tang beamed with delight, her joy evident as if she had a tail that would surely be waving high in the sky. Chapter 77, Delectable Bone Broth. 2. As the gathering indulged in their barbecued feast, the rich aroma of bone broth wafted through the air, enveloping the tribe. Combined with the deep, earthy scent of chestnuts, it was irresistibly enticing. The moment Cain lifted the pot's lid, a plume of white steam rose silently, resembling a large mushroom cloud. Simultaneously, the fragrance intensified. The tribal orcs stirred with anticipation, each clutching large green leaves, their eyes fixated on the massive iron pot without so much as a blink. As the white mist gradually dissipated, the broth revealed a creamy, custard-like hue, possibly due to the abundance of chestnuts or perhaps the twilight's glow casting a warm light upon it. Su Tang couldn't help but swallow hard. The color of the bone broth appeared utterly delectable. She urged to remove the firewood from beneath the stove and, seizing a generous handful of salt from the large green leaf in Adam's hand, she did so. This action caused Adam considerable distress. Yet, in order to maintain her icy demeanor as a ritualistic figure, he refrained from uttering a single word, instead glaring at Su Tang in silence. To be candid, The quality of this salt was far from exceptional. It bore a yellowish hue and contained a hint of bitterness. In comparison to the pristine white salt from Blue Star, it was truly incomparable. Su Tang sighed, jotting down salt, an essential item, in her notebook once more. Now, in addition to clothing, smoked meat, pottery, and soap, there was yet another addition. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself there was no need to rush, all would come in due time. Once the bone broth ceased to boil, Su Tang instructed Cain to use a slotted spoon to retrieve the chestnuts for their kin. "Oh, how hot!" came the exclamation. Yet the aroma was delightful. Delicious. Salty and quite unique. It's different from roasted chestnuts. Indeed, this has a crisp texture, unlike roasted chestnuts, which tend to be too soft for my liking. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the fire-roasted ones taste even better. While boiled chestnuts are indeed crisper than those roasted over an open flame, the latter's direct exposure to high temperatures renders them softer, making them more suitable for the elderly and young ones. However, it is essential to acknowledge that everyone has their own preferences, and one cannot generalize based solely on personal taste. Su Tang knelt down, gently stroking the head of a young female, and softly inquired, "Is it delicious?" Qingman nodded, her large, sparkling eyes gazing at Su Tang as she raised the bone to her lips, exclaiming, "It's tasty. Sister Su Tang, you should have some too." Su Tang shook her head with a smile, declaring, "Sister won't eat." "You should." She then pointed to the broken end of the bone, urging, "Suck here. There's delicious meat inside. Eating it will help you grow taller." Qingman widened her eyes and hurriedly followed Su Tang's, taking a vigorous sip at the indicated spot. Her face lit up with delight as she nodded fervently, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious. Sister Su Tang is amazing." The other little cubs, witnessing this, began to examine the bones in their own hands, searching for the best spot to take a bite. Once they tasted the flavor, they looked at their respective parental figures with expressions of pure treasure, exclaiming in unison, "It's incredibly delicious." Su Tang smiled sweetly as she playfully pinched Qingman's cheek, then stood up. The chestnuts in the pot were nearly finished, with just a few remaining. Su Tang gazed at the group of orcs huddled together with a gentle smile. "Would you care to try some? It tastes delightful." Shield Mountain instinctively declined. "No, thank you. I have no desire to eat." No sooner had he spoken than several orcs approached cheerfully, brandishing large green leaves. "Really? Let me have a taste." Shield Mountain widened his eyes in disbelief. You all." Chapter 78. Delectable Bone Soup 3. Shield Mountain, still incredulous, continued to stare. You all." Eagle patted Shield Mountain on the shoulder. With a face full of indignation, Shield Mountain exclaimed, "Eagle, look at them." Eagle chuckled awkwardly, raising the large green leaf in his hand. "I'll try it. If you want tea, I'll return to tell you how it is." Shield Mountain, watching his former teammates surround the iron pot with radiant smiles, Shield Mountain cursed inwardly. They all look like foolish deer. They truly seem daft. He resentfully took a bite of the tasteless roasted meat, mentally convincing himself, "The meat I have is the best. Theirs is utterly unappetizing. Not good at all." Yet, the more he thought this way, the more the enticing aroma of chestnut stew with bones infiltrated his nostrils. Moreover, a few teammates returned with chestnuts, sitting beside him with mischievous grins, asking, "Shield Mountain, are you really not going to try some? It's rather good." Shield Mountain defiantly turned his head away, feigning indifference. "I have my roasted meat, and that is sufficient." His former teammate shrugged. "Very well, suit yourself." For reasons unknown, even though his stomach was full of roasted meat, he still felt quite hungry. His gaze furtively darted towards the large iron pot, only to hastily retract it as if shocked. Yet, nearly 2 minutes later, he found himself unable to resist glancing over again. "Ah, it truly smells divine." Suddenly, a small figure appeared before him. Shield Mountain stumbled back in fright, nervously looking at Su Tang. What are you doing?" Su Tang, as if performing a magic trick, produced a large green leaf from behind her, upon which rested 2 steaming chestnuts. "Here you go." Shield Mountain suddenly stood up, towering over Su Tang at over 6 feet tall, resembling a giant before her. With a haughty expression, he declared, "I have no desire to eat that. Our noble canine beasts thrive on meat. How could we possibly stoop to a vegetarian diet like the females?" Seeing the way he couldn't help but swallow, Su Tang found it utterly amusing. She grasped his arm and placed 2 chestnuts into his hand, saying, "Then I must trouble you to assist me. There are still 2 chestnuts left that I simply cannot finish. We must not waste food, lest the beast god becomes displeased." Perhaps it was the opportunity to save face. Or perhaps it was Su Tang's gentle tug on his arm, but Shield Mountain's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Then, I shall eat them. We cannot let food go to waste." Su Tang chuckled. shaking her head as she walked away. The bone broth in the pot had cooled sufficiently and was ready to be distributed among everyone. She instructed them to roll the large green leaves into cone-shaped containers, holding them carefully in their hands. She also asked Cain to transform the slotted spoon into a ladle. One could not help but admire Cain's remarkable skill. He could shape anything as needed. Once they reached the 4th tier, they would be able to materialize such objects directly without the need to infuse them with energy as they did now. The thought alone brought her joy. Under Su Tang's guidance, the orcs formed an orderly line, each taking their turn to ladle the meat broth. For the orcs, this was indeed a novel experience. As they sipped the warm, hearty broth, a comforting warmth spread from their chests to their bellies. The flavor of the broth was exquisite, with a subtle saltiness and a rich texture that left a lingering aftertaste. No one had anticipated that boiled bones could yield such a delightful soup. The memory of discarding so many bones in the past made their hearts ache. The broth was infused with a deep, meaty essence, instantly captivating the orcs, who were fond of meat. Chapter 79. The Art of Ceramics. With over 100 members in the tribe, it was neither too many nor too few. By the time the meat broth had been fully distributed, Su Tang's legs ached from standing. She settled onto a large stone nearby, while Cain had already cleaned up the pot, leaving only a small bowl of bone broth in his hands. He approached Su Tang, offering her a sip. Su Tang smiled gently as she savored a few sips. Perhaps it was due to the exceptional freshness of the ingredients, but she found the soup remarkably delicious, so delightful that it made her wish to swallow her own tongue. Yet, she couldn't forget the true hero of the evening, Cain. Thus, she paused after only half of her serving. Clutching her stomach, she exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so full. I can't drink anymore. Cain, you should give it a try. It tastes wonderful." Without uttering a word, Cain finished the remaining broth in his bowl in just a couple of swallows. Satisfied, Su Tang nodded. At that moment, a faint sound of cracking echoed through the air. The village fell into an immediate silence. "Oh, my clay pot. How could this happen?" Old Nick lamented as he picked up the shards of the pot, his hands trembling in a flurry, desperately attempting to piece them back together. Yet, a broken pot remains irreparable, and despite Old Nick's efforts, it was ultimately futile. Everyone had become engrossed in the simmering chestnuts and bones, momentarily forgetting about the pot and its contents. The water within the pot had evaporated, leaving the chestnuts scorched and charred. Yuan, with a face full of remorse, stepped forward. "I'm sorry, Old Nick. It's all my fault. I should have kept a better watch over the pot." Old Nick's heart ached deeply. Weary and dispirited, he waved a dismissive hand at Yuan. The orcs paused their activities, their eyes fixed on Old Nick. This pot was a cherished possession Old Nick had brought with him when he joined the Winged Tiger tribe, and everyone knew just how much he valued it. Previously, the tribe had been unaware of the pot's significance, but after tasting the delicious chestnuts and bones today, the orcs suddenly recognized the true value of the clay pot. Leaning against Meng Zhe, Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. "What should I do? I didn't mean to." Meng Zhe gently patted Yuan's head, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry. Let us assess the situation first." Su Tang hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Yuan immediately approached to apologize. "I beg your pardon, dear Saintess. It is entirely my fault for my gluttony. I completely forgot that the earthen jar was still here. Now, the jar is broken. Please, punish me." Su Tang was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the shards of pottery in Old Nick's hands, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. "Well, this is just splendid. Even if one did not wish to fire ceramics, it seems that they are now compelled to do so. Otherwise, there would be no way to prepare smoked meat." She stepped forward to assist Old Nick, gently offering words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened, Nibber. If it's broken, then it's broken. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to create something even better." Adam looked at Su Tang in astonishment. "You know how to make pottery?" Su Tang playfully winked and reminded, "Don't forget, I am the envoy sent by the beast god." Adam suddenly recalled that Su Tang possessed a remarkable treasure capable of communicating with the temple. Old Nick's eyes shimmered with urgency as he inquired, Tang, is what you say true? Can we truly fire pottery?" Su Tang nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. While comforting Old Nick, she accessed the system. 007, please assist me in inquiring about the methods of firing porcelain and pottery. Ding. The methods for producing ceramics have been retrieved. Would you like to spend 10 exchange points to view them? Yes. Ding. The host has successfully spent 10 exchange points. Current balance, 1637. The methods for producing ceramics are as follows. 108 Chapter 80. The Techniques of Ceramic Production 2. After quickly scanning the images and text on the luminous screen, Su Tang noticed that the surrounding orcs were gazing at her with an intense eagerness. Should she also put on an act, perhaps while communicating with the sanctuary? With this thought in mind, Su Tang sat cross-legged on the ground, placing her hands on her knees, her spine erect. She closed her eyes tightly, repeatedly murmuring Namo Amit Ba, aiming to evoke a sense of mystique among the orcs. Estimating that the moment was ripe, Su Tang suddenly opened her eyes, gazing mysteriously at her kin and declaring, "The sanctuary has bestowed upon me the secrets of ceramic craftsmanship. Tomorrow, I shall lead everyone in the creation of pottery." Instantly, a multitude of her kin knelt on the ground, bowing towards Su Tang, exclaiming, "Long live the beast god! Long live the saintess!" It is not easy for Su Tang to rally individuals, for this is the faith of the orcs, and to interrupt it would breed resentment. She initially thought that the orcs would rise after a brief moment of worship, yet they continued in their reverence without pause, causing her some distress. Cain gestured to his kin, instructing them to return and recuperate their strength. For the following day they were to heed the Blessed Maiden's guidance in the crafting of pottery. Only then did the orcs relent, rising in small clusters, bowing respectfully before departing in pairs back to their cave. Soon, only Su Tang, Cain, Adam, and Old Nick remained in the clearing. Su Tang stifled a yawn and said, "I am so tired. Should we return to the cave, Cain?" Cain nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, Adam called out to them, "Wait. Su Tang, can you truly connect with the sanctuary?" Su Tang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Adam cast a glance at Cain and spoke in a low voice. "Then can you request the beast deity to bestow upon Cain the cultivation techniques?" Su Tang felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Each time she heard about the peculiar happenings in the Orc continent, fear gripped her heart. What if the system failed to provide an answer? Wouldn't that expose her? Cain was a level 3 gold warrior, and as of this frosty season, he had been stuck for an entire season. Whether orc or female, anyone capable of sensing the elemental forces of the world could awaken extraordinary abilities. It is said that in ancient times, nearly all orcs had the potential to cultivate, and a significant number of females could as well. However, in this day and age, it is rare for even orcs to sense the elemental forces of the world, let alone females. Su Tang silently swallowed, pondering the relevance of this to her. Hesitant to interrupt Adam, she allowed him to continue his discourse. The classification of extraordinary abilities is divided into 12 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are introductory and require no cultivation techniques. Levels 4 to 6 necessitate basic cultivation methods to guide the beastmen. Otherwise, advancement is impossible. Levels 6 to 9 demand intermediate cultivation techniques, while levels 10 to 12 require advanced ones. The Upper Beast City possesses both basic and intermediate cultivation methods. As the highest-ranking valiant warrior there is only at level 9. Cain, lacking the support of cultivation techniques, remains at level 3 to this day. Su Tang turned his gaze towards Cain, recalling what Adam had just said. By the time this cold season arrived, he would have been stuck for an entire season. Wouldn't that amount to 2 years? Su Tang was somewhat curious about how old Cain really was. Su Tang, I implore you to inquire of the beast god of the temple whether he could bestow upon me the foundational cultivation techniques of the winged tiger tribe. I am willing to pay any price. Su Tang's entire being was taut with tension. In Cain's gaze, there was a palpable restraint. Su Tang could sense the deep yearning within him for the elementary cultivation techniques. However, Chapter 81, Elementary Cultivation Techniques. Su Tang fell into a contemplative silence, hesitating to meet Cain's gaze. As the seconds ticked by, the fervor in Adam's eyes gradually dimmed. Is it impossible? If so, let it be as though I never spoke. Su Tang clenched her fist. She dared not attempt it, even if the system could indeed sell this technique, as Adam described. It was so precious that it must be exorbitantly priced. Su Tang has not forgotten the key to her return home. She must reach level 10 and expend 10 million exchange points to unlock the time-space tunnel. 10 million. She has recently spent a considerable amount, leaving her with merely over 1,600 exchange points. Today she redeemed for the basic level, and tomorrow the intermediate and advanced levels await her. When then? Will she be able to return home? A warm, large hand enveloped Su Tang's somewhat chilly little hand. Su Tang lifted her head and met Cain's warm gaze. Previously, she had sensed his strong desire for the fundamental cultivation techniques, yet now he appeared utterly unaffected, as though nothing had transpired. Su Tang felt somewhat perplexed. Cain whispered, "Why are your hands so cold? Are you feeling very chilly? Tomorrow, I will have Hong will bring you some animal pelts." Su Tang felt a tinge of bitterness in her heart. "Why are you so kind to me?" she inquired. Cain was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by Su Tang's question. Adam, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, remarked, "So you are aware that Cain treats you well?" "Adam, young master." Adam scoffed dismissively, turning his head away. Su Tang gazed intently at Cain, her heart yearning for something. Why? Why are you so kind to me? Cain likewise looked at Su Tang with a serious expression, for you are the messenger of the beast god. The glimmer of hope in Su Tang's eyes swiftly faded. Indeed. What was she truly anticipating? She and Cain belonged to entirely different realms, brought together only by an unforeseen twist of fate. They were merely transient figures in each other's lives, and inevitably, she would depart one day, would she not? Su Tang gently withdrew her hand from Cain's grasp. With a faint smile, she said, I understand. I shall inquire with the beast god on your behalf, as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. A sense of unease tightened in Cain's heart, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious. Su Tang settled down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and activated the system. 007. Does the system marketplace offer basic cultivation techniques? Ding. The price for basic cultivation techniques is 10,000 exchange points. Post balance insufficient. Please continue to strive. Upon seeing the price, Su Tang couldn't help but gasp in shock. 10,000 exchange points. Hastily closing the system interface, she sprang to her feet from the ground. Adam eagerly inquired, what did you learn? Did the beast god provide any insights? Su Tang shot Adam a glare, expressing her displeasure. Nothing. Adam furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, what did the beast god say to you? Su Tang ceased to acknowledge Adam and instead turned her gaze towards Cain, declaring, at present, I am unable to provide you with the foundational cultivation techniques. But I assure you that I will secure them for you. However, you must agree to one condition. Cain clenched his fists tightly. He sensed that the petite female had undergone some transformation, yet he could not articulate it. I agree, he replied. Su Tang, taken aback, inquired, you don't even want to know what my conditions are, and yet you agree? Aren't you afraid I might bring you harm? Cain shook his head, his expression serene. Not afraid. He continued, well then, my condition is this. During my time here, you must ensure my safety and provide me with sufficient food and clothing. Perhaps if I am in good spirits, I might even be inclined to introduce you to some intermediate or advanced cultivation techniques. Chapter 82. The little female is upset. Su Tang initially believed that Cain would be delighted upon hearing those words. However, to her surprise, he suddenly stepped forward and grasped her wrist tightly. His brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by the time here? Su Tang pressed her lips together and declared, the high priest has proclaimed that I am a visitor from another realm. I shall inevitably return to my own world. No, I refuse. Cain's expression darkened to a terrifying extent, and he momentarily lost control of the strength in his grip. Su Tang cried out in pain, let go of me. You are hurting me. Cain quickly released his grip, lowering his gaze and softly apologizing, I am sorry. Su Tang rubbed her aching wrist and shook her head, insisting, it's nothing. So it's settled. I shall provide you with the techniques, and you shall ensure my safety here. Cain resolutely rejected her, stating, I did not agree. Regardless of whether you grant me the techniques or not, I will protect you completely. However, you cannot leave. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was both angered and amused. Why should your word be final? Who are you to dictate my actions? Cain pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, old Nick, sensing the tension between them, hurriedly interjected. All right, it is quite late. Everyone should rest. Tang, don't you have to busy yourself with pottery tomorrow? Cain took a step closer to Su Tang. Su Tang immediately retreated, alert. What are you doing? She asked. Cain replied calmly, I am taking you back to the cave. Su Tang, with an impassive expression, declined, stating, no, it is not appropriate for us, a solitary man and woman, to always be in the same room. I shall seek out Huanggu to reside with. Cain's countenance darkened considerably. Adam raised an eyebrow and remarked, oh no, living with others is quite cramped. I recall there is an empty cave at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps you could stay there instead. It would be convenient for comings and goings. Su Tang nodded. All right, please take me there. Upon witnessing this, Cain attempted to intervene. Adam swiftly wrapped his arm around Cain's neck and addressed old Nick. Take Su Tang to the empty cave and fetch 2 beast skins from Huanggu for her. We wouldn't want her to catch a chill. Old Nick nodded and led Su Tang away. Cain abruptly twisted Adam's arm behind his back, pressing him against a nearby tree. Narrowing his eyes as he asked a rather menacing question, what exactly do you mean? Adam gasped in pain, be careful with my arm. Don't rush me. Let me explain. Cain exerted a bit more pressure, yet still kept Adam pinned to the tree. Speak. Adam's lips twitched slightly. Could you not let me go so I can explain? Cain, growing impatient, increased his grip. Are you going to talk or not? No. I'll tell you, all right? Adam cried out in sudden agony due to the force. Can't you see the little female is upset? Then again, it's no surprise that a dim-witted big tiger like you wouldn't notice. Cain furrowed his brow. How do you know Su Tang is angry? Adam chuckled dismissively. Well, I used to live in Beast City. Abruptly, Adam's words trailed off as if struck by a thought. Cain pressed on. What about Beast City? Adam shook his head. It's nothing. Could you please let me go? Didn't I just tell you that the little female is upset because she is angry? Cain released him, but continued to inquire. Then why is she angry? How would I know? I didn't provoke her. Chapter 83. The chick complex. Cain began to doubt the veracity of Adam's words. Then how can you be so sure she is angry? Great. We come full circle. Adam explained, exasperated. There are many reasons a little female might be angry. Think for yourself. From what I've seen, angry females are usually like her. They suddenly act strange and refuse to acknowledge you. After a moment of silence, Cain asked, so why is she angry? Adam was on the brink of insanity from Cain's relentless questioning. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. How about I go ask her for you? Cain's gaze made Adam feel a chill. Don't approach her cave. With that warning, he gracefully walked away, leaving Adam fuming at his retreating figure. Serves that little female right for being angry. This foul temper is truly unbearable. The next day, Su Tang, still a bit dazed, was roused by Yuan and Huanggu. Tang, wake up. I brought you some red fruit. After you eat, we can go make pottery. Su Tang was pulled from the stone bed, unable to suppress a yawn, still feeling quite drowsy. A glance at her watch revealed it was just past 6 o'clock. No wonder it felt like dawn had yet to break. Last night, old Nick had escorted her to this cave, bringing along 5 animal hides, as well as her surgical tools and backpack. Once she got everything organized and lay back on the stone bed, closing her eyes, her mind was flooded with images of Cain. It felt as though she were under a spell. Attempting to calm herself, Su Tang began to analyze her feelings towards Cain. From the very first day she found herself stranded on the Orc continent, it was Cain who first discovered her. Subsequently, he took her to the winged tiger tribe, where he cared for her and protected her, even coming to her rescue during perilous moments. Although that particular incident had turned out to be a misunderstanding, Cain had indeed aided her greatly. So what exactly were her feelings towards Cain? Suddenly, Su Tang recalled a well-known saying in the medical field, known as the impending phenomenon. It describes an instinctive reliance on individuals met for the first time, a compelling desire to attract their attention, and an inexplicable fondness for them. Upon reflection, she realized that she might very well be experiencing such a phenomenon at this moment. To liberate oneself from the grasp of this phenomenon, one must first exercise restraint, curbing the urge to think about or seek out that person. Moreover, it is essential to cultivate a broader circle of friends and engage in various activities to occupy oneself. Tang, what are you contemplating? Why are you so utterly still? Su Tang regained her composure and, with a gentle smile, accepted the fruit from Huanggu's hand, which was adorned with 2 glistening droplets of water. Is it just the 2 of you? Yuan inquired. The red fruit is bringing everyone along. We shall arrive shortly. So do get up. Upon hearing this, Su Tang wasted no time. She lifted the animal hide and prepared to rise from her bed to put on her shoes. A chilling breeze swept towards her. Su Tang couldn't help but shiver. The weather had turned somewhat chilly. Once the ceramic wares were finished firing, it would be time to explore how to stitch garments using animal hides. Upon emerging from the cave, she chanced upon Huanggu approaching with a throng of people. A glance revealed that a third of the tribe's young females and a considerable number of the orcs were gathered here. Su Tang was taken aback, immediately feeling regret. She raked her fingers through her hair, wishing she had informed Huanggu in advance about the number of people needed. This would have spared everyone an unnecessary trip. Upon seeing Su Tang, Huanggu, with a brisk demeanor, stated, Su Tang, you have come at the perfect time. I have already brought the people. Do you think it is sufficient? If not, I shall summon more. Just let me know what you require them to do. Chapter 84. Excavation Huanggu Auntie. Our task today is to mold clay figurines. The orcs are too clumsy for this work, and I do not need so many females. Moreover, the older females of the tribe can assist without much strain. It is not necessary to have only the younger ones. Huanggu nodded in understanding, then turned to dismiss the orcs before directing a considerable portion of the females to gather chestnuts, leaving behind only a few whom Su Tang was familiar with. She also instructed Huanggu, please invite Ani and the others over to see if they can lend a hand. Huanggu nodded and swiftly dashed away. Huanggu then turned her gaze back to Su Tang, smiling gently. I will take them to gather chestnuts while Qinghua and Lu Yi stay here to assist you. If anything arises, just have Yuan call for me. Su Tang nodded. All right. Hongwa added, then it will be hard on you. If you feel fatigued, do take a moment to rest. Otherwise, the clan leader will be concerned for your well-being. The smile on Su Tang's face froze momentarily, and then she feigned ignorance. Urging Hongwa, Aunt Hongwa, please hurry and gather the chestnuts. I will manage just fine here, so do not worry. Although Su Tang outwardly appeared composed, Hongwa could not shake her suspicion. Her keen eyes seemed capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others, which sent a shiver down Su Tang's spine. After all, Hongwa was responsible for the young females in the tribe and had witnessed and mediated numerous quarrels between mates. In a single glance, she sensed that Su Tang was displeased with the chief. This might explain why the chief had specifically instructed her not to let Su Tang overexert herself while refraining from coming over personally. As Hongwa was not fully aware of the nature of the situation between the two, she chose not to comment, nodding before departing. Su Tang let out a sigh of relief. Everyone, return to fetch your baskets. We shall gather some soil. Yuan tapped her feet on the ground, remarking, Isn't this ground already filled with earth? Where else do we need to dig? Su Tang shook her head and explained, This soil is unsuitable. It contains too many small stones and the particles are quite coarse. It cannot be used for crafting ceramic wares. I know where to find suitable clay. Take your baskets, and I shall lead you there. Oh, very well. Su Tang turned and returned to the cave, retrieving her small backpack. After a brief wait outside, everyone had gathered. Huang Gui had gone to summon the older females from the various caves, but they had yet to return. Thus, it was only Qinghua, Yuan, and Lu Yi who remained together with her. With a gentle smile, Su Tang said, Let us go. The destination for the four of them was the solitary dirt path outside the tribe. Just 2 days prior, they had been pursued by Adam and his companions. And Su Tang's recollection of that path was vivid. The soil there was finely textured, almost akin to flour, making it perfect for crafting clay molds. The quartet walked side by side, engaging in cheerful banter, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Suddenly, Qinghua remarked with a hint of surprise, Oh, Lu Yi, I feel like there's a bit less on your face. Li instinctively touched her own cheeks, while there were still some bumps. She could also feel the smoothness of her skin. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. Li looked at Su Tang in delight. Is it true? Tang, has the youthfulness on my face, the pesky acne, really diminished? Su Tang carefully scrutinized her surroundings and realized that there had indeed been a significant reduction. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the remarkable potency of the aloe vera found here. Should she discover more, she would undoubtedly incorporate it into her facial care regimen. Indeed, the improvement was evident. She insisted that the aloe vera she had given must be diligently applied, and dietary considerations were equally important. Chapter 85. Porcelain Li nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, What aloe vera are you referring to? Is it the reason for the blemishes on Lu Ye's face being eliminated? Su Tang nodded and explained as clearly as possible for them to understand. Yes. When I went herb picking with Naib, we discovered a plant. There wasn't much of it. So I gave it all to Lu Yi for her to use on her face. Aloe vera is a type of plant with broad leaves containing a transparent gel. Applying this gel to one's face can enhance beauty. Qinghua gazed thoughtfully at Su Tang. So, your stunning and delicate appearance is due to the application of aloe vera? Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately became excited. Really? Tang, I want to use aloe vera too. I want it. Su Tang found herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, aloe vera possesses whitening properties, yet its efficacy requires consistent application. I have only discovered that single plant. And given that Lu Yi is in greater need of it at present, I decided to gift it to her. Rest assured, when I come across more aloe vera in the future, I shall provide you with some as well, if that is agreeable. Yuan nodded with a hint of disappointment. Conceding, very well then. Lu Yi, brimming with excitement, was at a loss for words, her smile unwavering. As the four conversed, they had already arrived at the dirt path. Su Tang crouched down and grasped a handful of yellow earth, which indeed resembled her memories, delicate and powdery, a rare quality of soil. Upon our arrival, it was this very soil that we encountered. We first lined it with large green leaves. Otherwise, in certain areas, the gaps would be too wide, causing the soil to spill out. The other three nodded in agreement, mimicking Su Tang's actions. After rearranging there, they began to fill them with soil. The basket of Su Tang was small. After filling it to a considerable extent, she lifted it slightly and found it to be quite heavy, prompting her to cease her efforts. Qinghua was the most heavily laden, estimated to weigh around 50 to 60 pounds, followed closely by Yuan. who also carried about 50 pounds. Even Lu Yi, who was not much taller than Su Tang, bore a load of over 40 pounds. Su Tang, holding over 20 pounds of yellow earth, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Upon returning to the cave, Huangguo was already there, accompanied by several elderly females, waiting impatiently. Upon seeing the four return, she rushed forward, exclaiming in irritation, "Where have you all been? Why didn't you wait for me?" Su Tang gently consoled, "Do not be upset. We have brought back some yellow earth. I shall teach you how to mold clay. Are you not intrigued?" Huangguo was instantly diverted, responding with excitement, "Yes, yes." Qingguo, with a resigned shake of his head, set down the basket and emptied the yellow earth onto the ground. The cave floor, composed of smooth rock and devoid of clutter, was indeed ideal for kneading the soil. Piling the yellow earth into a mound, Su Tang skillfully fashioned a hollow in the center. Huangguo and the others returned with large green leaves, carrying ample water to pour into the hollow. The sugar clay, in small amounts, was gradually mixed and kneaded with the earth, forming a smooth, large clump of soil. Once completed, the substantial mass was divided into numerous small portions, each allocated to the females residing within the cave. The remaining pieces were covered with large green leaves to prevent moisture from evaporating and the clay from drying out. A few individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, encircling one another. Su Tang raised the lump of clay in her hand and declared, "The first step in crafting pottery is to knead the clay. We must expel all the tiny air bubbles within the lump. Only then will the clay become more refined, ensuring that the finished pottery is less likely to crack." Chapter 86, Pottery 2. As she spoke, Su Tang placed the clay lump on the ground and began to knead it with even pressure. The other females observed her actions and imitated her movements. Once she felt the clay was adequately kneaded, Su Tang announced, "All right. The next step is to shape the clay." She instructed them to press down in the center of the clay lump to create a hollow, gradually pinching along the edges to make it as thin as possible. The females carefully shaped their clay forms. "Oh no, it's broken," Huangguo exclaimed, holding up her lump of clay, which now bore a large hole. Su Tang smiled gently, assuring, "It's all right. Just knead it a couple more times. Give it a good squeeze." Huangguo wiped the perspiration from her forehead with her arm. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Su Tang had mentioned that it would take at least 2 or 3 days to achieve the desired outcome. The lump of clay, soft and malleable in her hands, posed a significant challenge to shape it into form. Before long, Huangguo found herself unable to sit still. Observing those around her successfully molding their creations only heightened her frustration as her own remained a mere puddle of mud. "I'm off to gather chestnuts. This clay molding is exceedingly difficult." Su Tang had long anticipated such an outcome. She chuckled softly and chose to disregard her. Even during the initial crafting of the basket, it had become evident that Huangguo lacked any aptitude for this endeavor. In contrast, Lu Yi, despite being a novice, managed to shape the clay with remarkable skill, producing a form strikingly reminiscent of the porcelain bowls Su Tang had used on Blue Star. Pausing her own work, Su Tang described the appearance and general shape of the bowl's base to Lu Yi, who, with her nimble fingers, swiftly brought it to fruition. Thus, the first ceramic bowl emerged from Lu Yi's hands. Su Tang placed the ceramic bowl in the center of the gathering and declared, "This is the ceramic bowl I am referring to." We all followed Lu Yi's example, starting with the ceramic bowl to practice our skills. Later, we shall proceed to make ceramic pots. The females expressed no dissent. None were professionals, and they lacked any experience to share, thus everyone was experimenting together. In the span of half a morning, they managed to shape over 50 ceramic bowls, with Lu Yi alone crafting more than 10. These bowls were arranged in the innermost part of the cave to air dry naturally. Subsequently, Su Tang taught everyone to create large ladles and strainers using leftover clay, which were also set aside in a corner of the cave to dry. Having savored the joy of molding clay, everyone eagerly anticipated Su Tang teaching them to craft ceramic pots, particularly Lu Yi, who, having barely touched her midday grilled meat, urged Su Tang to return to the cave without delay. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Cain, burdened with his catch, hoped to return early to catch a glimpse of the young female. To his dismay, he learned that she had already returned to the cave after her meal. Cain shot a fierce glare at Adam, irritated that he could have returned sooner. But Adam insisted on waiting until mealtime, claiming it would allow the young female to see him in a robust light, potentially alleviating her anger. Now, however, it seemed futile. Not only had the young female missed witnessing his strength, but he couldn't even see her himself. In frustration, he tossed his catch heavily to the ground And even though Adam was several people away, he could still feel Cain's fiery gaze upon him. With so many tribespeople around, Adam knew he must maintain his composure. So he feigned indifference until he reached a place where Cain was out of sight, then sighed in relief. "Are you avoiding me?" Cain suddenly appeared behind Adam, catching him off guard. Adam replied, "Do you believe me when I say no?" Cain remained silent. Truth be told, Adam himself did not believe it. Chapter 87. Ceramics 3 in the afternoon. 2 orcs assisted in transporting several baskets of yellow clay. The quantity of clay needed for the ceramic pots was considerable, and with 9 individuals in the cave, including 5 older females, the orcs' help was invaluable. Otherwise, the digging would have taken a significant amount of time. After preparing the clay, Su Tang referred to the images provided by the system and selected a design for a large-bellied ceramic pot, reminiscent of Old Nick's previous creation. However, this design featured 2 additional handles on either side, enabling the females to utilize the pot independently, even without the orcs' assistance. With the added tools of ladles and strainers, the task became remarkably easier. Everyone, pay attention. The base of the pot needs to be slightly thicker, as it will be subjected to fire. If it is too thin, it may easily crack, which is quite dangerous. Drawing from their previous experience with the ceramic bowls, everyone understood the process. However, as they aimed to create a larger pot, they faced challenges. The clay was often too soft to hold its shape, yet hardening it too much risked cracking. After much experimentation, they finally managed to mold a suitable ceramic pot, though it was rather small and would not suffice to feed the orcs adequately. Su Tang was troubled for quite some time over this matter, but upon seeing the example of a clay pot in the system's images, she experienced a moment of enlightenment. The clay pot is simple to construct, boasts a generous capacity, and can be utilized for simmering soups, cooking rice, and stir-frying vegetables. It is truly versatile. When the time comes, she will instruct the orcs to build an appropriate stove and place the clay pot atop it, making it an essential fixture in the kitchen. Su Tang promptly shared this new idea with everyone, garnering unanimous approval. After some experimentation, it became evident that using clay pots was indeed far simpler than working with ceramic jars. Consequently, an entire afternoon passed, and the cave was adorned with more than a dozen large clay pots. At this point, the cave was utterly filled, the ground covered with an array of clay forms, which brought immense joy to all who beheld it. Lu Yi rose, her face alight with delight as she turned to Su Tang and inquired, "Shall we continue molding tomorrow?" Su Tang shook her head, saying no. She suggested allowing these clay figures to dry tonight and tomorrow morning, and that they would commence firing in the afternoon. Qinghua, equally curious, inquired, "How do we fire them? Do we simply burn them with fire?" Su Tang smiled and shook her head, "Of course not. Firing ceramic vessels requires a specialized kiln. They must be placed within it for the process." Anton leisurely chimed in, "However, in our tribe, we do not possess the kilns you mentioned." "I am aware," replied Su Tang. "Therefore, tomorrow morning, I shall have Aunt Hongwu arrange for 2 orcs to assist me, and I will instruct them on how to excavate a kiln." Anton nodded in satisfaction. "That sounds splendid. We elder females are quite fond of your chestnut stew with bone. Should it come to fruition, be sure to reserve a pot for us." Su Tang smiled sweetly, reassuring all the ants, "Do not worry, everyone. If the clay pot truly cooks well, I shall prepare an abundance of delicious dishes for you all to savor." Yuan Yuan, with her sparkling, enchanting eyes, leaned closer to Su Tang and exclaimed, "Tang Tang, you must not forget about me. I too wish to indulge in the delectable treats you create." Su Tang nodded emphatically, assuring everyone that she would not forget them. When the time comes, she would share everything with them, and if they wished to indulge, they could certainly prepare it themselves. Yuan Yuan swung her arms and enveloped Su Tang in a warm embrace, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt "Thank you, Tang Tang." Chapter 88. Digging the pit. Su Tang never anticipated that the 2 orcs assigned by Hongwu to assist her in digging the pit would be Cain and Adam. Her expression immediately soured, and she felt a pang of regret for not having clarified her concerns with Hongwu the previous night. "Hey, Xiao Tang Tang, why such a glum face? Aren't you happy to see us here to help you?" With no other orcs in the vicinity, Adam boldly removed his disguise. Su Tang forced a smile, saying, "Of course, I am glad to see you all. Don't you have to hunt?" Cain replied nonchalantly, "Today is our day off." Su Tang nodded, but in her heart, she mused that even orcs could take breaks. How sophisticated. As for the pit you mentioned, how should one excavate it? Su Tang is not one to conflate work with emotions, as her profession does not permit such a mingling. Furthermore, Her current displeasure is solely her own, unrelated to Cain, who remains oblivious to her feelings. Once she had composed herself, Su Tang explained the rudimentary details of the kiln to Cain. The structure of the kiln is quite simple, constructed from locally sourced clay. The chamber is relatively small, slightly circular, with a diameter of approximately 1 to 1.5 meters, akin to the size of a large cooking pot, though it must be somewhat larger to accommodate the items within. A burning opening is left at the base of the kiln, utilizing kindling as fuel, allowing flames to enter from the surrounding flue, devoid of a chimney. This design ensures a uniform temperature distribution, making it less likely for the ceramics produced to suffer from breakage. Su Tang carefully examined the system's description and then conveyed it to Cain using simplified language. However, concerned that they might not fully comprehend, she spontaneously drew a branch on the ground, illustrating her explanations as she spoke. Adam, standing nearby, listened in astonishment, incredulously questioning whether all of this information was indeed imparted by the sanctuary. Su Tang nodded. Adam fell into a contemplative silence. He was aware of the existence of pottery in the Upper Beast City, having witnessed the rudimentary kilns used for pottery making. These were nothing more than simple earthen caves, where the crafted pottery was placed inside, and fire was ignited at the entrance to achieve high temperatures for firing. Each time the flames extinguished, a multitude of broken pieces would emerge. However, after listening to Su Tang's description of this kiln, he finally grasped the crux of the issue. Although this kiln was equally primitive, it was in no way comparable to those of the Upper Beast City. I know of a place that is ideally suited for excavating the kiln you mentioned. Su Tang gazed at Cain with admiration. Despite her lengthy discourse, she had yet to ascertain where to excavate a pit. Before she could utter her inquiry, Cain had already revealed the location. Where is it? Can you take me to see it? Cain nodded and softly replied, "Follow me." Upon arriving at the site he indicated, Su Tang merely cast a glance and immediately sensed its suitability. It was a naturally formed earthen slope, barren of any vegetation, with the direction of the pine forest they had previously visited looming above. To the right, not far off, flowed a stream, while to the left, approximately 100 meters away, lay the tribal bonfire clearing. Su Tang nodded with excitement, declaring that this place was indeed suitable. Just as I mentioned before, it would be ideal to excavate the pit a bit larger, allowing for the accommodation of more ceramic pieces. Cain remained silent, his right hand manifesting curved claws reminiscent of Wolverine's. He swiftly plunged them into the earthen slope, emerging moments later with a substantial quantity of soil. Upon a sudden impulse, Su Tang called out, "Wait." Cain halted his actions, his gaze filled with concern as he inquired, "What is it?" Chapter 89. Digging a pit 2. Su Tang abruptly pinched the palm of her hand, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Cain to prevent herself from becoming ensnared. She hastily drew the shape of a shovel on the ground with a twig, instructing Cain, "Try to condense this with your elemental power. It should be beneficial for you." Cain nodded, raising his right palm upwards. In no time, a familiar shovel materialized before Su Tang's eyes. Upon grasping it, she instantly comprehended its purpose. Before she could offer any further explanation, Cain seized the shovel, instantly exuding an air of authority. Adam, like a persistent gum, approached inquisitively. "What is this called? Did you learn it at the temple as well?" "Well, sort of. It's called a shovel, a common tool in our region, indispensable for constructing houses and more." A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Adam's peach blossom eyes. "Houses? What do the houses in your region look like?" Su Tang rested her chin on her hands, her gaze drifting towards the sky, momentarily lost in thought. "In our vicinity, there are countless houses, each possessing its own unique name. And they stand exceptionally tall, taller than when Cain took flight. At night, they emit a radiant glow, truly enchanting." Adam shot Su Tang a skeptical glance, questioning how such towering houses could possibly exist. How could one ascend to such heights? By flying, perhaps? Su Tang wore a nostalgic expression. Indeed, ascend. Ascend using a contraption known as an elevator. Adam fell silent in an instant. Suddenly, Su Tang came to her senses, regarding Adam with a skeptical gaze. "You know about houses? How do you know about houses? Aren't all the tribes living in caves?" Adam shrugged, explaining that the orcs of the winged tiger tribe favored communal living and were accustomed to residing in caves, but his previous tribe had houses. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's interest was piqued, and she curiously inquired, "What were the houses in your tribe like?" Adam proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "Our tribe's houses are the most beautiful on the orc continent. We would plant ironwood posts in the ground to form a circle, then split the ironwood down the middle to create a roof, securing it in place. Finally, we would cover it with a thick layer of large green leaves to prevent rain from entering the dwelling. During the warm season, the tree stumps would sprout numerous leaves, creating a vibrant green appearance, and adding some fresh flowers would make it truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Tang couldn't help but scoff. What you call a house is merely a thatched shed. To put it more delicately, one might refer to it as a wooden cabin. In my home, such structures are reserved for housing livestock. Adam, with an eager thirst for knowledge, humbly inquired, "What exactly do you mean by livestock?" Su Tang gently pressed her lips together, reflecting that livestock are merely the prey we raise ourselves. In our hometown, hunting is a rarity. Everyone relies on farming and animal husbandry for their livelihood. Adam appeared as if a new world had been unveiled to him, gazing at Su Tang with a look of astonishment that conveyed, "I never knew it could be like this." Just as he was about to inquire further, a rather displeased voice interrupted him. "Adam, come here and help." Adam froze momentarily, quickly realizing that Cain was upset due to his cheerful conversation with Su Tang. Without uttering a word, he turned around, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Cain. "You continue digging, and I will carry away this soil." With that, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Adam transformed into a vibrant red fox. His fluffy tail swayed gracefully in the air, leaving Su Tang utterly mesmerized. "Ah, Red Fox, I feel compelled to pet it. But will Adam be angry?" The heart of Su Tang itched like a cat's paw scratching. Chapter 90. Digging a Pit. The fur of the red fox gleamed with a lustrous sheen, remarkably smooth, untouched by any debris or tangles. A conspicuous patch of black fur atop the red fox's head disrupts its overall elegance, inexplicably adding a touch of whimsy. Su Tang restrained her eager hands, yet the glimmer of affection in her eyes was utterly uncontainable. Adam, oblivious to it all, swayed his fiery tail leisurely, the fluffy fox fur cascading like a gentle stream, igniting a sense of mischief in those who beheld it. Adam lay on the ground, and with a sweeping motion of his tail, a heap of earth before the hillside was effortlessly whisked away, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. Cain, with a stern expression, found Adam's vivid red fur exceedingly bothersome, especially since it captivated the gaze of the young female. In a fit of frustration, he cast aside the shovel in his hands, which transformed into golden particles and vanished into the ether the moment it left his grasp. In a flash of white light, a magnificent white tiger with striking black stripes appeared before Su Tang, sitting on the ground, its large, watery eyes fixated on her, exuding an irresistible charm that nearly melted her heart. The tiger raised its front paw to scratch its ear, then flopped onto the ground, revealing its soft, white underbelly. Gazing at Su Tang with a playful demeanor, resembling a large, affectionate cat, Su Tang could no longer contain herself. She knelt on the ground, embracing the great tiger's head, rubbing and caressing it with sheer delight. Adam, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. In a flash of light, he hurriedly transformed into his human form, fearing that if he delayed any longer, Su Tang might extend such affection towards him as well. The mere thought of that lunatic Cain, who would unleash his wrath upon Adam merely for the absence of a fleeting glance at the little female, made Adam bristle with indignation. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have long ago severed ties with him. The unmistakable joy radiating from the great tiger was palpable. Leaving the red fox in a state of silent trepidation, crouched awkwardly to the side. Once Su Tang had sufficiently indulged in her affection, she became aware of her surroundings, awkwardly turning her head and clearing her throat. Ahem. Well then, let us return to digging the pit. It will be ready for use this afternoon. The white tiger rolled over, adopting a nonchalant demeanor after transforming back into human form, uttering not a single word as he conjured a shovel and resumed his labor with determination. His actions were reminiscent of a cat. Adam, with keen observation, noted the faint flush upon Cain's ears. Was he actually feeling shy? Ah, how rare in this world. Just as Adam reveled in his self-satisfaction, believing he had uncovered a significant secret, he suddenly sensed an intense gaze upon him. Turning to meet Su Tang's eyes, which were filled with restrained interest, he felt a strange tightening in his body, and the smile on his face gradually stiffened until it vanished completely. How utterly miscalculated. The little female was indeed fascinated by the beastly forms of the orcs. Henceforth, he must maintain his distance from her. Thus, the pit was finally completed amidst Cain's bashful demeanor, Adam's apprehension, and Su Tang's contented expression. Yes, indeed. This is precisely what we sought. Su Tang was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Cain would be so astute. With merely a simple description from her, he had excavated something that closely resembled the example provided by the system. However, his excavation was somewhat larger. Cain nodded with a calm demeanor, affirming, "Well, as long as you are pleased." Su Tang gradually calmed down, belatedly realizing that she needed to overcome her avian complex and refrain from excessive contact with Cain. Chapter 91, The Astute System. Su Tang gradually calmed herself, belatedly recalling that she needed to overcome her fledgling complex and avoid excessive contact with Cain. Thus, she spoke softly, "Thank you for your efforts, Chief. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she decisively turned and walked towards the tribe. Cain shot a fierce glare at Adam once more. Adam felt quite wronged, pondering, what does this have to do with me? Upon returning to the cave, Su Tang still felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she found her mind in disarray. No, she must quickly divert her attention. 007. How many exchange points do I currently possess? Ding. Current balance of exchange points, 5967. Su Tang sighed, it's still not enough. 007. Open the system marketplace. Ding. The marketplace is filled with an array of diverse items. Please. Host, articulate your needs, and allow 007 to assist you in filtering through the selection. Su Tang simply wished to explore the myriad of offerings within the marketplace. Ding. The system's marketplace boasts an infinite array of products across countless dimensions. There is nothing you cannot conceive, and nothing this system cannot procure. Wow, perhaps she ought to applaud? At that moment, Su Tang suddenly recalled the grand gift package bestowed upon her during her upgrade. She had yet to open it, and was unaware of its contents. 007. Where is the grand gift package I received during my upgrade? Ding. The Level 2 reward package resides in the system's inventory. Would you like to view it? Yes. Ding. Successfully opened the Level 2 reward package. The rewards are as follows. Space Upgrade 1010, Intermediate Survival Quiz, Weekly 1010. Su Tang gazed despondently at the system panel. Thus, she had activated the Intermediate QA in advance for what purpose? Dinging sound. It was detected that the host had initiated the Survival Intermediate QA, and she could choose one of the following items. Su Tang was instantly filled with joy. It seemed that this system was indeed quite user-friendly. Her gaze shifted to the small squares displayed on the screen below. There were 4 squares in total, aligned in a horizontal row. The first 3 squares contained a dark, pill-like object, while the final square displayed the number 100. As she focused on any of the small squares, relevant information about the corresponding item would appear. This intelligent selection mode gave Su Tang the delightful illusion of playing a game. Item 1. Healing pill, capable of curing all internal injuries, providing instant relief without deceit. Su Tang recalled that when she was feverish and disoriented, it was this very pill that restored her health after a good night's sleep. Item 2. Detox pill. Effective in neutralizing all toxins, leaving no after effects. Item 3. Body enhancement pill, which upon consumption increases physical resilience by 3, repairs hidden injuries, and carries a 5 chance of awakening latent abilities. Note: repeated consumption will not stack resilience or enhance the chance of awakening. Upon reading this, Su Tang couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. What kind of miraculous pill was this? There was even a chance to awaken extraordinary powers. What was she waiting for? OMG. She was ready to purchase it. Just a second before clicking, Su Tang managed to restrain her hand. She hadn't yet examined the 4th item. Patience was key. What if it was even better? Item 4. Exchange point 100. Su Tang, at that time. She spent 100 exchange points to unlock the intermediate QA, so she has returned it now, right? Upon reflection, it seems that the pill was also purchased for 100 exchange points, which implies that all 4 items are indeed valued at 100 exchange points each. This system is quite astute. I should save more exchange points. Ding. 100 exchange points have been credited. Current balance, 6067. Chapter 92, Success after enjoying a barbecue for lunch. Su Tang could hardly contain her excitement to quickly forge pots, bowls, and utensils. She intended to venture into the forest to gather some wild vegetables for a meal. As the continuous consumption of barbecue over the past few days had led to constipation, upon inspecting the cave, she discovered that most of the clay molds were intact, with only a few porcelain bowls and a clay pot near the cave entrance having developed cracks. They could not be left to dry any longer, or they would ultimately be ruined. In haste, she summoned Hongguo, instructing her to arrange for several orcs to assist in transporting the ceramic clay molds to the kiln. This action instantly captured the attention of the majority of the orcs in the tribe. Is this pottery? It looks like just mud. No. The Holy Maiden mentioned it must undergo firing. Yes, Yes, I saw it. The chief excavated it personally. Right on the southern hillside. Really? Come. Let us hurry over to take a look. Word spread rapidly, and soon, the orcs remaining in the tribe gathered on the small southern hillside. Su Tang directed the orcs, carefully placing the clay molds into the kiln before sealing the entrance with large stones. Below, a fire was ignited at the hearth, and the heat gradually spread through the passageway that Cain had previously left, permeating the entire kiln. Su Tang cast a glance at the orcs gathered around, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Whether it was molding the clay or excavating the kiln, she had followed the system's instructions meticulously. Yet this was her first attempt, and the outcome remained uncertain. Cain had taken a team of warriors into the forest for hunting, while Adam had deliberately chosen to stay behind. Although he had witnessed the crafted clay forms and participated in the kiln excavation, he could not feel at ease until he saw the ceramics emerge. It was not only Su Tang who felt the tension. The entire winged tiger tribe of orcs was on edge. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the first batch of ceramics was finally extracted from the kiln. At the moment the large stone was moved aside, a plume of white mist wafted into the air, mingled with an indescribable aroma. Su Tang felt a surge of excitement. It was the scent of ceramics. The temperature inside was still exceedingly high, and impatience would not serve her well. After waiting for the mist to dissipate and allowing some time to pass, the orcs were finally permitted to enter. The first item to be retrieved was a ceramic cooking pot, and Su Tang hurried forward to examine it closely. The earthy yellow ceramic, having undergone high-temperature firing, now bore a texture reminiscent of frosted glass, with a somewhat gritty surface to the touch. In certain areas, a deep brown glaze had formed, giving those spots a notably smoother finish. No cracks or underfired areas were evident, and Su Tang gently tapped the pot, producing a deep, resonant clank sound. Su Tang finally revealed a smile. Indeed, it was the sound emitted by the earthenware pot, suggesting that success had been achieved. The orcs were quite adept at reading expressions, and as soon as Su Tang smiled, they could not help but burst into joyous cheers. 2 more orcs emerged from the cave, their hands laden with numerous small, earthen yellow bowls and tiny ceramic spoons. Yet, regrettably, a few had broken in the middle. Su Tang understood that variations in placement time and molding techniques could lead to cracks in ceramics during the firing process, a phenomenon that is quite common. The first batch yielded a ceramic pot, 2 jars, and 15 bowls, an impressive achievement indeed. Adam approached with a complex expression and remarked that they were indeed ceramics, urging the continuation of the firing process to ensure that all the orcs in the tribe could utilize them. The orcs spun in place, jubilantly cheering. Adam picked up a delicately crafted ceramic bowl, examining it closely. The quality of the ceramics was commendable, with a satisfactory rate of finished products, far superior to anything produced in Beast City. He turned his gaze towards Su Tang, who, beaming with joy, was engaged in conversation with Lu Yi. Her spirited demeanor was distinctly different from the other females, and Lu Yi blushed with a smile in response to her words. A flicker of contemplation crossed Adam's fox-like eyes. Despite having revealed his identity as the beast goddess envoy and Cain's promise to protect her, why did she contribute so much to the tribe? Was it merely an act of atonement? Adam found this hard to believe. However, he chose to refrain from involvement, as long as her actions did not harm the tribe. For both her and the tribe, this was a favorable situation. Throughout the afternoon, the winged tiger tribe successfully produced 10 ceramic pots, over 30 bowls, and 10 pairs of ladles and strainers, an abundant harvest. With new tools at hand, Su Tang was exhilarated and, with the help of the orcs, successfully constructed an earthen stove, momentarily casting aside all unpleasant thoughts. As the saying goes, love and gourmet food should never be forsaken. Although she had been here for a short time, Su Tang felt as if several years had passed. Aside from a warm bowl of soup 2 nights ago, her days had been filled with nothing but barbecued meat, to the point where she could hardly endure it any longer. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, she strolled around the outskirts of the tribe and discovered several plump, glistening cabbages. This thrilled Su Tang, as it had been ages since she had tasted any vegetables. The thought of that flavor was simply delightful. Moreover, she now possessed the essential trio for cooking: scallions, ginger, and garlic. So what was there to wait for? After giving the cabbages a quick wash, she set them aside for later. Seeing the orcs gather around her again, Su Tang shook off the water droplets from her hands and smiled. Now that we have ceramic pots, let me teach you how to prepare something different today. Upon hearing that Su Tang was going to make something delicious, the surrounding orcs became exceedingly excited. Yuan pushed through the crowd, squeezing her way to Su Tang's side, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with anticipation as she asked, "Tang Tang, what delicious dish are we making today?" Su Tang patted the cabbage resting on the countertop, declaring, "Today we shall prepare stir-fried cabbage with meat. For those who are not fond of vegetables, one can simply saute the meat." Yuan glanced at the cabbage with a hint of disdain, pondering, "Can this grass truly be consumed? It pales in comparison to meat. How delicious meat is." Su Tang helplessly shook her head and continued to enlighten everyone. "This is not grass. It is a vegetable. Don't you wish to become more beautiful? Eating more vegetables will surely enhance your beauty." Yuan also tapped Huangguo's head, earnestly adding, "Have you forgotten that Tang Tang's dishes are all incredibly delicious?" Huangguo immediately fell silent. Su Tang smiled as she looked towards everyone, inviting them to join her if they were interested. The orcs swiftly dispersed, rapidly constructing several identical stoves beside Su Tang's. Su Tang was once again astonished by the efficiency of the orcs. Approaching the orc in charge of cutting and distributing the meat, she requested a small piece of fat. Holding it up, she addressed the orcs, stating, "Before we begin cooking, we must first season the pot with this fat." Chapter 94, Stir-Frying Meat. Season the pot with fat? The orcs looked at Su Tang with expressions of confusion. With a gentle smile, Su Tang held up a palm-sized piece of fatty meat and said, "Let us first use the stone knives to slice this generous portion of fat. Later, I will instruct you on what to do next." The creatures of the orc continent traverse the forest daily, their bodies primarily composed of resilient muscle, making the sight of fat a rarity. In the past, such fat was often scorned and hastily discarded. However, ever since Su Tang had utilized the fat to render oil for frying eggs, it had swiftly become a beloved delicacy among the orcs. Particularly, the leftover residue after the oil was rendered proved to be exceptionally delectable, enjoyed by all ages. Just as the orcs were on the brink of conflict over the insufficient fat supply, Cain's hunting party returned, bringing with them a fresh bounty, thus quelling the brewing discord. With only 6 ceramic pots available for cooking, the resources were limited. Flames ignited in the stove, eagerly licking the bottom of the pots, as the water within gradually evaporated until it vanished entirely. "Everyone, pay attention. Once the water in the pot is dried up, we can add the fat," Su Tang instructed, using branches to neatly spread the fat within the pot. The moment the fat made contact with the pot, a hissing sound accompanied by a plume of white smoke rose. As the temperature increased, the fat slowly melted, and Su Tang took the piece of meat, dipping it in the oil and meticulously rubbing it against the bottom and sides of the pot. The other females, unable to wield chopsticks, struggled to maneuver the meat within the pot. Despite it being a mere cooking pot, the enticing aroma wafting through the air nearly bewitched the orcs. Since his return, Cain had remained by Su Tang's side, but regrettably, she had been too engrossed in her task to notice him. Thus, he silently stood there in wait. At long last, upon completing her work, Su Tang noticed Cain and, with a flicker of surprise, asked, "What brings you here?" Cain presented a cluster of grapes, each the size of ping-pong balls, extending them towards her. "I know you enjoy fruits. These are for you." Upon seeing the grapes, Su Tang's eyes widened with delight, instinctively reaching out to accept them. Yet, as her hand hovered in the air, she abruptly halted, retracting it as if jolted by an electric shock. "Thank you, Chief. But since you picked them, you should enjoy them yourself. Could you tell me where you found these fruits? After all, one should never bite the hand that feeds them." Su Tang wished to sever all ties with Cain. Cain's expression grew increasingly frigid, and the surrounding orcs dared not utter a single sound. Yet, Round approached, leaning close to Su Tang's ear and whispered, "Tang Tang, this round fruit is exceedingly difficult to procure. It grows on the cliffs of the Broken Valley, fiercely guarded by numerous ferocious birds. Ordinary orcs cannot hope to harvest it. Only someone as formidable as the chieftain can succeed. So please, accept it quickly." Su Tang was taken aback, realizing that there was more to the situation than she had initially thought. As she looked towards Cain, who was reaching out to offer her grapes, a sense of reluctance welled up within her. "Chief, since this round fruit is so difficult to obtain, you certainly should not bestow it upon me. Please, take it back." "Therefore, everything I just said was in vain, especially the last remark?" Cain continued to gaze intently at Su Tang. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she could perceive a flicker of hurt in his eyes. Ultimately, Cain said nothing. He placed the round fruit on the stove and turned to leave the crowd. Chapter 95. Stir-fried meat too. Even Su Tang could sense that something was amiss with Cain's emotions, let alone the orcs, whose perceptions were far more acute than hers. "Tang Tang, did you have a quarrel with the chief?" Yuan inquired with a hint of concern. No, why do you ask that? Su Tang replied. Yuan seemed at a loss for words, pondering for a moment before saying, well, you used to call him by his name. But now you refer to him as chief. And previously, if the chief offered you fruit, you would be delighted. Yet now, you refuse it. Su Tang gently lowered her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words, for Yuan's assertions were indeed grounded in truth. Strictly speaking, she and Cain had no intention of engaging in a quarrel. A quarrel implies a discord between two individuals who share a close bond, resulting in an unpleasant encounter. She and Cain had yet to reach such a level of intimacy. It was merely the nestling syndrome lurking within their hearts that stirred this unease. Just wait a little longer. Once this period has passed, all will be well. Su Tang lifted her head once more, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed at the other orcs. The cooking is complete. Let us proceed. By the way, the excess fat we just rendered is quite unpalatable and should not be consumed. Upon hearing this, the younglings, who were on the verge of devouring the greasy remnants, promptly discarded them at a distance. Observing their enthusiastic compliance, Su Tang couldn't help but chuckle. Do not fret. I shall prepare other delectable dishes for you shortly. The younglings, growing bolder by the moment, approached her cooking station, waddling forward on their short, stubby legs. Su Tang smiled as she gently pulled them apart, instructing, no. You must stand a bit further away, or you might get hurt. The little ones remained silent, obediently positioning themselves where Su Tang had designated, their sparkling eyes fixed upon her. Witnessing this, Su Tang's heart softened, nearly melting under the endearing presence of the young ones. Everyone chopped the meat into small pieces, roughly this size, and then added a small chunk of fat. Lacking the proper tools herself, Su Tang enlisted Tai Mu to assist in slicing the meat into approximately 1 centimeter thick slices. She asked Yuan to distribute the excess scallions, ginger, and garlic to the other female cooks, while she took it upon herself to tear the cabbage into manageable pieces for later use. First, we shall toss the fat into the pot to render the oil, then fish out the meat scraps, placing them in a ceramic bowl. A sprinkle of salt would enhance the flavor, she explained. Though the meat scraps were scarce, the beastmen, despite their cravings, diligently restrained themselves, allowing the little ones to enjoy the delicacy. Su Tang poured the prepared scallions and ginger into the sizzling hot oil, causing several splashes of oil to erupt. Immediately, an extraordinary aroma wafted from the pan, infiltrating the nostrils of the orc. Wow, how delightful! What is this fragrance? Can this herb truly be consumed? How can it be so aromatic? Aha! I knew that anything made by Su Tang would undoubtedly be the most delicious. Su Tang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the ginger and scallions sizzling in the pot. Once the aroma was fully released, she swiftly poured the mound of sliced meat from the ceramic bowl into the pan. The meat hissed as it hit the hot oil, and Su Tang wielded the ladle, tirelessly stirring the contents. However, the ladle proved less comfortable than a spatula, prompting her to resolve to teach everyone the proper tool for stir-frying tomorrow. Gradually, the meat changed color, and the enticing scent wafted through the air. The surrounding orcs were practically longing to bury their heads in the frying pan, their eyes wide with anticipation. As the meat reached the perfect degree of doneness, Su Tang added in some cabbage, tossing it about casually before sprinkling a layer of salt. And then it was ready to be served. The orcs with ceramic bowls cradled them eagerly, while those without grasped large green leaves. In an orderly manner, they formed a line to receive their share of the meat, which filled Su Tang with immense satisfaction. She had managed to fry 6 large ceramic pots of meat. Yet it still proved insufficient for the tribe, with each small bowl only holding half a serving. For the orcs, whose appetites were as vast as the ocean, this amount barely provided a taste, perhaps even too little to savor the flavor. The first experience of stir-fried meat filled everyone with extraordinary excitement. The texture was unlike that of grilled meat, less greasy and far more tender and flavorful, enhanced by the oil used in cooking. Even the cabbage, often overlooked, was crisp and delightful, carrying a hint of sweetness that particularly appealed to the females and younglings. While the orcs found it a novel experience and indulged in a few bites, they still preferred the meat above all. Observing the enjoyment on everyone's faces, Su Tang felt a profound pride that words could scarcely convey. As she scanned the crowd, however, she noticed the absence of a familiar figure. After a moment's hesitation, she filled her ceramic bowl to the brim with the stir-fried cabbage and meat, and, while the others feasted heartily, she made her way alone to Cain's cave. Chieftain, come out and eat, she called, but was met with silence and darkness. Confusion crept in as no one responded. Was Cain not in the cave? Yet it was late. Where could he possibly be? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep within. Cain, can you hear me? Where are you? Are you in the cave? She thought, continuing to call out in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. In the next moment, Cain appeared before her. Su, I am here. Su Tang trembled in fright, nearly toppling the bowl in her hands. Why you? How could you suddenly appear and scare me to death? She exclaimed, still feeling the lingering shock as she patted her chest. Cain, with an expression of sincere apology, responded, I am truly sorry, Su, it was not my intention. Su Tang, not overly concerned, took a deep breath and handed him the bowl, saying, It's nothing. This is my stir-fried cabbage with pork. Why not give it a try? Cain reached out to take it, seemingly asking casually, Have you eaten? Su Tang was taken aback and replied, Seeing that you were not here. I brought you some food to enjoy before I return. You should eat quickly as well. It will taste unpleasant if it gets cold. Are you not going to the open space to have some grilled meat? Cain silently nodded. I will go with you. As Su Tang arrived at the clearing by the bonfire, the orcs had just finished their stir-fried meat. Some of the hungrier orcs, unable to contain their appetite, had begun to roast meat on their own, while others, still yearning for more, enthusiastically commenced the preparation of a second batch. Upon seeing Su Tang, their excitement was palpable. Su Tang, the stir-fried meat you taught us is truly delectable. It's even more delicious than the roasted chicken. One exclaimed. I also find that round green vegetable quite tasty. Another chimed in. Su Tang mentioned it's called cabbage. Why can't you remember that? Yes, cabbage. It's so delicious. I adore it, lamented another. Alas, we have already run out of cabbage. Su Tang observed the orcs' manner of eating, and it was truly a sight most distressing. The more refined among them would wrap their food in large green leaves, while the more boisterous simply grabbed it with their hands. It seems imperative to take some time to instruct the orcs in the proper use of chopsticks. Furthermore, now that ceramic vessels have been crafted, it is essential to teach them the importance of hygiene. They must be informed that washing their hands before meals is a necessity, and that food should not be consumed with bare hands, but rather with utensils. In the future, they should refrain from drinking directly from the river. Instead, they ought to collect water and boil it in ceramic pots before consumption. Su Tang had firmly resolved to gradually lead her tribe towards civilization. Casting her gaze around, her eyes settled on Cain. A secret joy bubbled within her. Let it begin with the tribe's leader, Cain. She extended the 2 wooden sticks she used for cooking, intended for grasping fatty meat, towards him. Observing Cain's puzzled expression, Su Tang donned an expression of I am doing this for your benefit. This is called chopsticks, she explained. From now on, we must learn to use chopsticks when we dine, instead of grasping with our hands. Our hands harbor countless invisible little insects. If we directly touch our food, these insects may stealthily enter our stomachs, leading to discomfort and pain. As the leader of the tribe, it is imperative that you learn to use chopsticks, so I shall teach you. What do you think? Sounds fair, doesn't it? Cain paused for a moment, and ultimately, with a determined nod, he replied, All right, I will learn. You teach me. Su Tang enveloped the distinctly defined hand of Cain with her delicate fingers. Feeling the softness, Cain instinctively tightened his grip, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Su Tang's cheek. The two were in such close proximity that Cain could even discern the fine hairs on her earlobe. Here is the thumb, here is the index finger. Here is the middle finger, here is the ring finger, and here is the little finger. Su Tang earnestly taught Cain the names of his 5 fingers. Noticing his apparent nervousness, she offered reassurance, saying, Do not be afraid. In fact, the method of using chopsticks is quite simple. You may find it a bit challenging at first, but with practice, it will become easier. Cain focused on Su Tang's voice and nodded in response, Yes, with you here. I am not afraid. Su Tang felt that this sentence sounded somewhat peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Frustrated, she scratched her head and began to teach Cain how to use chopsticks. First, we aligned the tips of the chopsticks, resting the ring finger beneath them, while gently grasping with the index finger, thumb, and middle finger. Is this how it is done? Su Tang stared in astonishment at Cain's adept use of chopsticks. When did you learn this? Cain replied nonchalantly. Wasn't it you who just taught me? Su Tang pointed at Cain's hand, her expression one of disbelief as she inquired. Just now? You learned it only moments ago? Cain nodded, replying, Indeed. Is it so difficult? Isn't it rather simple? Sucralose. Su Tang was skeptical. So she summoned old Nick and Adam. After demonstrating the use of chopsticks to them, they astonishingly managed to utilize them immediately. Su Tang began to question her existence. Were those amusing videos she previously encountered on her phone depicting foreigners struggling comically with chopsticks, merely fabrications? Old Nick, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What's the matter?" "It's just chopsticks, isn't it?" Su Tang, startled, inquired, "How do you know these are chopsticks?" "Oh, I used them before in the Beast City." "What's the matter? Are they not chopsticks?" "What exactly is this Beast City?" "Pottery, chopsticks, and houses should not belong to this era. Why do people in the Beast City know about them and even use them?" Chapter 98, The Kingdom of All Beasts. Su Tang grew increasingly curious about the Beast City. Almost casually, she inquired, "By the way, Naib, you have mentioned the Beast City numerous times. What, pray tell, does it possess that our tribe lacks?" Old Nick pondered for a moment and replied, "There exists a type of linen that bears some resemblance to your attire, yet it lacks the exquisite appearance of yours." Su Tang was utterly astonished. "Is it truly linen? Are you certain?" Old Nick nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is indeed its name, but it is exceedingly rare. Only those of high status are privileged to partake." Su Tang's breath was somewhat hurried. "Do you know who discovered this first?" Old Nick shook his head. "I am afraid I do not know." Su Tang felt a tinge of disappointment. A flicker of contemplation crossed Adam's eyes as he suddenly spoke. "The Upper Beast City is an affiliated city of the Beast Kingdom, all of which I have learned from the Beast Kingdom. What I just mentioned is said to have been conceived by the sages of the Beast Kingdom. What are your thoughts, esteemed Lady Saint?" "The Beast Kingdom?" It was the first time Su Tang had heard that name. "Could you share more about the Kingdom of Beasts with me?" Adam glanced at Cain and then said, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us proceed to your cave." Upon arriving at the cave, Su Tang eagerly inquired, "What exactly is the Kingdom of Beasts?" Adam nonchalantly shook his head and casually replied, "Before we delve into that, perhaps the Saintess could enlighten me on when I might request the scriptures from the sanctuary?" Su Tang glared fiercely at Adam and questioned, "What are you so anxious about? Did I not promise to give it to you in a couple of days?" Adam, displaying an obstinate demeanor, retorted, "But it has already been 2 days, hasn't it?" Su Tang was infuriated, yet utterly helpless. Cain remained silent, daunted by the previous encounter where an inadvertent remark had provoked her ire. Consequently, he chose to remain mute this time. Little did he realize that in Su Tang's eyes, his silence aligned him with Adam's faction. She shot a glare at Adam, asserting, "Allow me to inquire first. 007. Check the balance." Ding. The current available balance for the host is 10,098 points. Su Tang could not help but express her frustration. She had just barely crossed the passing line. If she had missed it by just a fraction, perhaps she would not have been so upset, but it was precisely that little excess that irked her. It felt akin to having something in her pocket that she was longing to keep, yet was compelled to relinquish. Gritting her teeth, she decided to let it go. A brief moment of closure, and it would all be behind her. 007. I wish to purchase the basic cultivation technique. Ding. The host has successfully spent 10,000 exchange points to acquire the basic cultivation technique. A health enhancement pill has been gifted. Current balance, 98 points. Ding. The host has successfully advanced to level 4. Reward, a package for levels 3 and 4. Please check. Upgraded. At last, a piece of good news, which brought a modicum of joy to Su Tang. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that each time she upgraded, an exorbitant amount of exchange points had been spent. 007. What are the criteria for my upgrades? Ding. The host is currently at level 4, and to ascend to level 5, an additional 361 exchange points are required. Ding. To reach level 6, a cumulative expenditure of 50,000 exchange points is needed. For level 7, 100,000 exchange points. For level 8, 500,000 exchange points. For level 9, 1,000,000 exchange points. And level 10 demands an astounding 10,000 exchange points. Upon seeing this, Su Tang felt nearly faint from despair. This treacherous system. It required 10 million just to attain level 10. And once at level 10, she would need to spend another 10 million to revert. Why not simply let her perish instead? Chapter 99. The ominous individual. This heavy blow left Su Tang reeling for quite some time before she could gather herself. She stood up, feeling utterly dispirited. Cain instinctively stepped forward to support her, and though Su Tang was lost in her own anguish, she did not push him away. Upon seeing her state, Adam's heart sank. What was wrong? Was the situation at the temple still dire? Su Tang shook her head with a look of sorrow, which made Adam nearly jump up in anxiety. What on earth is the matter? Speak up. Su Tang pouted, resigning herself to the fact that her pain was beyond the comprehension of these orcs. She retrieved the beginner's cultivation manual and the complimentary health pills from the system package. Upon witnessing these items materialize out of thin air, Adam's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is paper. Indeed, it is paper. Could this be the beginner's cultivation manual? Adam eagerly took it, holding it beneath his nose to inhale deeply. He then hurriedly stuffed the manual into Cain's embrace, urging him to quickly open it and discern its potential value. Cain, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted it and casually flipped through the pages, only to find them blank. Adam snatched it back, panic etched across his face, and exclaimed, What is going on? Su Tang was bewildered, questioning how the system's marketplace could possibly sell counterfeit and inferior products. In a state of urgency, she inquired further. Ding. Please strike the manual forcefully against the user's back. Note, it can be used multiple times. After a moment of alarm, Su Tang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Upon opening her eyes, she met Adam's anxious gaze. Now aware of the method of use, she couldn't resist teasing him. The tipple has informed me that the manual has been touched by an ominous individual, thus rendering it ineffective. Adam's complexion turned ashen instantaneously, his entire being stiffening in place. It was as if he recalled some distressing memory, causing his body to tremble faintly. Young master, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten this old servant. Old Nick hurriedly stepped forward to support Adam. However, Adam's eyes were vacant, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. He muttered incessantly, I am the ominous one. I am the ill-fated one. Old Nick, in a state of panic, clutched Adam tightly, exclaiming, No, that is not true, young master. You are not the ominous one. Cain also regarded Su Tang with a serious expression, asking, Did the temple truly say so? Su Tang was somewhat startled by Adam's reaction and only regained her composure upon hearing Cain's voice. In a flurry of confusion, she shook her head, exclaiming, No, that's not it. I deceived him. How could he respond in such a manner? Su Tang's breathing began to quicken. Cain enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly assuring her, It's all right. Do not be afraid. Old Nick called out loudly to Adam, Young master, do you hear me? Su Tang has deceived you. The temple never declared you to be a harbinger of doom. Yet Adam remained unresponsive, his fist clenched tightly, his entire being trembling as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Su Tang tugged at Cain's arm, signaling him to lower his head, and whispered something in his ear. Subsequently, Cain released Su Tang and delivered a resounding slap that caused Adam to tilt his head. Adam, you must regain your senses. The temple has declared that you are not a harbinger of doom. Old Nick exclaimed in a state of alarm. Patriarch, what are you doing? Young master, are you all right? Adam's gaze regained a flicker of clarity, yet he did not turn around. In a subdued voice, he inquired, Su Tang, am I truly a harbinger of doom? Su Tang hurriedly explained, No, that's not it. Adam, I'm sorry. I merely intended to tease you. My apologies. This pertains to chapter 100 of Adam's tale. Su Tang hurriedly explained, No, that's not it. Adam, I'm truly sorry. I only intended to tease you. Forgive me. I swear by the beast god. The temple never stated such a thing. It was all a fabrication of mine. I deceived you, and I sincerely apologize. Adam remained silent for quite some time. Did the temple, at the very least, enlighten you on the matter of the manual? Su nodded, then circled around to stand behind Cain. Before delivering a forceful slap upon his back, the temple declared that in order to safeguard the cultivation methods from being divulged, this approach would allow the orc to comprehend them independently. Cain's powerful frame shuddered, and his dark vertical pupils gradually widened, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. He then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have comprehended the cultivation method. Su, thank you. His voice quivered slightly, conveying genuine joy. Observing this, Adam felt a wave of relief wash over him. He managed a bittersweet smile as he remarked, Now I can rest easy. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Su Tang called out to Adam. Is there anything else? Adam turned around. Su Tang spread her palm, revealing a simple wooden box resting atop it. The temple has bestowed upon me a pill capable of awakening my bloodline and sensing the primordial forces of the universe. What? Adam stumbled back several steps, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Even old Nick's expression bore a hint of astonishment. Once he regained his composure, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Tang, could you possibly grant this pill to the young master? No matter what conditions you impose, I shall acquiesce. Adam's lips quivered slightly, his fists clenched tightly, only to relax again almost immediately. Su Tang, I urgently require this pill. The terms are entirely at your discretion, and I shall accept anything. Su Tang nodded. Very well. I shall provide you with the elixir. However, my condition is that I wish to know what transpired in your past and the true reason you seek this pill. Do not claim it as merely a desire for strength, for I find that hard to believe. Su Tang's response took everyone by surprise, especially Adam, who had anticipated that Su Tang would present numerous conditions, some of which might even demand his life. Yet, how could this be? With a look of astonishment, he stared at Su Tang and incredulously asked, "Is this truly your condition?" Su Tang nodded, a look of curiosity on her face. Indeed, what else could it be? Adam's gaze was filled with complexity as he nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall tell you everything." The old servant Nick wore a face of deep concern. Adam shook his head, reassuring him, "I am fine." After taking a deep breath, Adam began recounting his tale. In the Beast City, the Lord, Klee, had many female companions, and Adam's mother was among the most beautiful of them all, cherished dearly by Klee. Consequently, Adam was the most favored among all of Klee's offspring. Just a few days before the ceremony of the Beast People, Klee unexpectedly discovered Adam's mother in a clandestine meeting with a valiant warrior of the city. Despite her pleas for mercy and explanations, Klee refused to believe her, and in a fit of rage, executed both Adam's mother and the warrior. As the city's priest incited the crowd, doubts began to arise regarding Adam's lineage, questioning if he was indeed Klee's offspring. Klee belonged to the White Fox clan. Yet Adam had mysteriously transformed into a red fox. At the time of Adam's birth, the priest had proclaimed that he had gained the favor of the beast god, hence his transformation. This was one of the reasons Klee had doted on him so much in his youth. However, to everyone's surprise, the priest later recanted, stating that he had miscalculated. It was actually the white fox, Ollie, born alongside Adam, who was favored by the beast god. Ollie had awakened his bloodline before the ceremony, capable of sensing the primal energies of the world, and had become a valiant warrior, awakening earlier than all Klee's offspring, promising a bright future. Thus, Klee came to believe the priest's words. Adam, being a red fox, symbolized blood and misfortune, leading to the belief that he was a cursed being regardless of his true lineage. Upon hearing this, Klee disregarded their long-standing father-son bond and ordered the beastmen to hunt down Adam. Young Adam, having been pampered all his life, was paralyzed with fear at such a turn of events. Fortunately, his loyal servant, the old beastman Nick, took it upon himself to protect Adam, helping him evade capture as they fled from the beast city to the wilderness. During their escape, they encountered a dying, old beastman. Initially, Nick hesitated to assist, considering their own peril, but Adam insisted, and they ultimately saved the old warrior. The old beastman was a priest of the Xiaoying tribe, betrayed and nearly killed by his own disciple, who sought to ascend to the priesthood. In a twist of fate, the disciple fled in panic when he realized his master had fallen silent. Ironically, his ambition had led him to harm his own mentor. Gratefully, the old priest entrusted all his knowledge to Adam before passing away, having grown frail with age and illness. Adam, determined to honor his legacy, not only mastered the old priestess skills but also sought to enhance them through his own exploration. The duo wandered through the wilderness, initially falling victim to many deceitful beastmen. However, with time, Adam learned to disguise himself, adopting a cold and formidable demeanor that proved beneficial. One fateful day, while hunting in the forest, they encountered a pack of wolves. After a prolonged struggle, Adam was injured and exhausted when Cain appeared and rescued them. To recuperate, Nick brought Adam to the Ihu tribe. After spending some time there, they found the inhabitants to be amiable and thus decided to settle. They swore allegiance to the beast god and requested to join the tribe. Upon joining, Adam revealed his priestly capabilities, leading to his appointment as the tribe's priest by the elder chieftain. Not long after, the elder chieftain passed away, having had no mate or offspring, and bequeathed the chieftaincy to Cain, who had been by his side since childhood. At that time, Cain was already a level 2 valiant warrior and the only one in the tribe, so there was no dissent regarding this decision, which was kept confidential. Thus, life continued smoothly for a season. When the rainy season arrived, Cain tasked Adam with leading a team to the antelope tribe to procure salt for the tribe's survival through the harsh winter. On his return journey, he encountered Su Tang, who had been captured by the Xiaoying beastmen. The threats he used against them were not mere bluster, for he had seen the young lord of the Xiaoying tribe during his time as Klee's favored child, leaving him with some recollections. Throughout his narrative, Adam spoke in an unassuming tone, as if the trials and tribulations he endured were not his own. In Su Tang's gaze, there was neither sympathy nor pity. She reached out and patted Adam's shoulder, opening her palm to present the wooden box before him, her expression resolute. "Do not allow yourself to be angered by those unworthy of your emotions. Strive to strengthen yourself, and then stand before them, demonstrating through undeniable facts that they are wrong. Adam stared at Su Tang, his fox-like eyes shimmering with myriad reflections, akin to dazzling stars. "Thank you," he said, taking the wooden box with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Within it lay a treasure capable of altering the course of his destiny. Old Nick, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "Tang Tang, thank you. From this moment onward, my life belongs to you. Whatever you wish of me, I shall comply without hesitation." Su Tang helplessly shook his head and said, "Nibber, what are you talking about? I hold you in high regard as an elder, so please refrain from such words in the future." Old Nick's goatee trembled, and there was a glimmer of moisture in his round eyes. "Very well, my dear child," he exclaimed. "Adam, regarding the previous matter, I sincerely apologize. Please accept this pill as my token of contrition." Adam shook his head and replied, "I bear no ill will towards you. It is my own inability to move past it that troubles me. Moreover, the pill bestowed upon you by the temple is far too precious to be given away lightly. Yet, I find myself in dire need of it. I reiterate, from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as my benefactor, and I will comply with any request you may have without hesitation." Su Tang was also taken aback by Adam's obstinate seriousness. For a moment, she was both amused and exasperated. In truth, the fitness pill was not as precious as one might imagine. It could not guarantee the awakening of supernatural abilities, but merely enhance the likelihood of such an awakening. Adam fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What does that mean?" Su Tang explained that this pill, known as the body enhancement pill, has the ability to mend the hidden injuries within your body and bolster your physical strength. If we were to quantify your current physical strength as 100 parts, consuming the body enhancement pill would augment it by an additional part, while the potential for awakening extraordinary abilities stands at merely 5 parts. In other words, taking this pill does not guarantee the awakening of such powers. It merely enhances the likelihood of such an occurrence. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Adam nodded in understanding. "However, I am different from other beastmen. I can distinctly perceive the elemental energies of the world, yet no matter the effort, I have been unable to awaken any extraordinary abilities. Perhaps this elixir could serve as my opportunity." Old Nick lowered his head in disappointment. "Well, it is as it is. A pill that guarantees the awakening of extraordinary abilities is indeed an improbable existence. Still, there remains a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing Old Nick's words, Su Tang's mind stirred. Indeed, if there exists a body enhancement pill with a 5% awakening rate, might there also be other pills with a 100% awakening rate in the marketplace? The key to her advancement lies in the consumption of exchange points. If that is the case, why not redeem them for pills that could strengthen the tribe? This way, her safety would be further ensured, and the beastmen who benefit from her generosity would undoubtedly feel gratitude. She could advance as well. It would be a win-win situation. 007. Does the marketplace offer any pills that guarantee a 100% awakening of extraordinary abilities for beastmen? Or any other auxiliary items related to extraordinary powers? Ding. The following items have been retrieved. The host may click to view. Washing Marrow Pill. 5,000 exchange points. Enhances physical resilience by 30. Repairs hidden injuries. Guarantees a 100% awakening of extraordinary abilities. Witch's Magic Sphere. 500 exchange points. When both hands are placed upon the sphere, it can detect which extraordinary abilities will awaken. Talent Stone. 500 exchange points. When gripped tightly, it evaluates the user's talent level. Mighty Pill. 100 exchange points upon consumption. Strength is tripled for 2 hours. Swift Wind Pill. 100 exchange points upon consumption. Speed is tripled for 2 hours. Invisibility Pill. 100 exchange points. Grants concealment of one's presence and aura for 1 hour after consumption. Body Enhancement Technique. 1,000 exchange points. Consistent training can enhance physique and potentially awaken extraordinary abilities. There were numerous pages filled with various items, and Su Tang's eyes grew weary from reading. Nevertheless, the Washing Marrow Pill proved to be exceedingly useful. It truly exists, a pill that guarantees the activation of extraordinary abilities. And that technique, whatever it is, appears quite promising as well. How wonderful. There are indeed pills that ensure the awakening of extraordinary abilities. For a moment, the gazes of the 3 beastmen in the cave returned to Su Tang. "I just inquired with the temple. There exists a Washing Marrow Pill that guarantees the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Additionally, there is a book titled Body Enhancement Technique. If one follows its guidance and engages in consistent training, not only can one strengthen their physique, but there is also the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities." Cain's black vertical pupils were nearly stimulated into a straight line. After a prolonged moment of shock, he regained his voice and asked, then, how can we obtain the washing marrow pill and the body enhancement technique? Su Tang's face flushed with embarrassment. These items are indeed something I need to purchase from the temple. I just bought that beginner's cultivation manual, and now I am out of currency. Adam immediately perked up, asking which currency you used for transactions with the temple, copper coins or gems. I have some of both. How many do you need? Never mind. I will give you all that I have. Su Tang. It appears her understanding of this world is still insufficient. Why, even with the presence of copper coins? Does the winged tiger tribe continue to live in such primitive conditions? This defies logic. With a hint of regret, she shook her head. No. The currency I used for transactions with the temple was acquired while imparting knowledge to you and guiding you in the creation of tools. Adam lowered his head, feeling somewhat dispirited. So, that is the case. Su Tang pondered for a moment and said, in a few days, when I have the currency, I shall first purchase the segmental technique. Adam, your situation is somewhat unique. Refrain from consuming the pills for now. Once you practice the segmental technique and feel the potential for awakening your extraordinary abilities, only then should you take the pills. Adam nodded, trusting her completely. Very well. Su Tang shifted her gaze towards Old Nick and Nibe, saying, at that time, you can practice alongside Adam. Suddenly being called out, Old Nick was taken aback. But soon a wave of delight washed over him. What? Me? Am I allowed to? Su Tang nodded. Of course, not only you. But the chieftain can also select a group of orcs to practice together. However, we must leave some behind for hunting and protecting the tribe. Suddenly, Cain stood before Su Tang, enveloping her in his embrace, holding her tightly. Su, thank you. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, feeling the solid strength of Cain's arm. Her heart once again racing uncontrollably like a frightened deer. In a flurry, she hurriedly pushed Cain away, a sudden surge of inexplicable anger welling up within her. If he harbored no affection for her, then why did he consistently engage in actions that led her to misconstrue his intentions? There is no need for gratitude, Chief. My contributions to the tribe are partly for my own benefit. After all, the greater the strength of the tribe, the more secure my own position becomes, does it not? Chapter 104. The Sage of the Beast Kingdom. Cain. What is happening? Is the little female still upset? What could be the reason? Cain was nearly driven to madness by Su Tang, who had been deliberately distancing herself from him. Su, why are you angry? Su Tang shook his head indifferently, saying, no. The patriarch is overthinking. Cain interjected, by the way, Adam, you haven't yet shared with me the affairs of the Beast Kingdom. Adam nodded. It seems you possess no knowledge of the Beastman continent, so allow me to enlighten you. The true expanse of the Beastman continent remains a mystery to all. Even before Adam's birth, an obscure tribe suddenly emerged on the continent, a tribe that had long been nameless, its former identity now forgotten. Armed with weapons known as spears and shields, they launched assaults on neighboring tribes, particularly inflicting heavy casualties on the Zhuke clan. Considering that the Zhuke clan is favored by the beast god, this small tribe chose not to annihilate them entirely, instead sparing the females to bear their lineage. Thus, the tribe was renamed the Beast Kingdom. They dispatched beastmen to various tribes, persuading them to submit to the Beast Kingdom, threatening that resistance would result in military action. And the captives and their families would be enslaved for eternity. Before long, the Beast Kingdom reigned supreme over the Beastman continent. They constructed dwellings, and each individual within the tribe was assigned a rank. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges enjoyed, while those of lower rank were compelled to obey the commands of their superiors unconditionally. The beastmen of the Beast Kingdom seldom hunted, relying instead on tributes from other tribes for sustenance, while their own warriors trained daily, robust and armed with sharp weapons. Should any tribe fail to meet their tribute obligations, the Beast Kingdom would deploy its forces against them until their utter destruction. Consequently, resistance dwindled, and the population of the Beast Kingdom gradually increased, yet the throne remained singular. The remaining tribespeople were thus dispatched to establish settlements elsewhere. Weapons, housing, papermaking, metallurgy, pottery, and weaving. These were the secrets of the Beast Kingdom. The exiled tribespeople were aware of these advancements, but remained ignorant of their origins, let alone their production methods. The lord of the Upper Beast City, Kelly, is the younger brother of the current king of the Beast Kingdom. Everything within Upper Beast City was modeled after the Beast Kingdom, lacking knowledge of proper construction techniques. Their dwellings were poorly made and leaked during the rainy season, forcing them to seek refuge in caves. Most of the pottery produced was unusable, not to mention their attempts at papermaking and metallurgy. During the warm season, Upper Beast City could obtain a portion of linen from the Beast Kingdom, but this required barter with currency or game. The only things they successfully retained were the rank hierarchy that he found displeasing, and the currency. All of this was proposed by the current sage of the Beast Kingdom, the Emperor. Upon hearing Adam's account, Su Tang could not help but burst into laughter. An emperor? Haha. How utterly ridiculous. One could only wonder if this individual had lost their mind over the idea of reigning as an emperor. She was certain that this sage, much like herself, must have traversed through time. However, it was possible that this sage hailed from an ancient era. Whether it be the weapons described by Adam or the hierarchical system in place, both bore a striking resemblance to the feudal dynasties of antiquity. Chapter 105. The system mall. Adam gazed at Su Tang with a hint of perplexity. What are you laughing at? Su Tang could not contain her laughter and could only shake her head, saying, No, it's nothing. I just think that the sage you mentioned is truly remarkable. Adam sighed and replied, The Beast Kingdom has reached its current stature entirely thanks to the guidance of that sage. This illustrates the immense significance of a sage for a tribe. Su Tang disdainfully curled her lips and muttered softly, If he is considered a sage, then I might as well qualify as a sage plus, right? Huh? What? Adam didn't catch her words clearly. Su Tang waved her hand, and after acquiring what she desired, began to usher her guests away. It's quite late. I need to rest, so you all should leave. The three individuals, bewildered, were expelled from the cave by Su Tang. Adam cast a mysterious glance at Cain and remarked, See? I told you, the temperament of these young females is quite elusive. One moment they are joyful, the next they are irate. Who can fathom their thoughts? Cain shot Adam an exasperated glare before turning away. Reclining on the thick layer of animal hides, Su Tang still felt uncomfortable. She shifted positions, lying on her side. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, she thought it an opportune moment to open a gift package. She summoned the system's backpack interface and whimsically clicked on the Level 3 reward package. Ding! The Level 3 reward package has been successfully opened. The rewards are as follows. Space upgrade 50/50, advanced survival QA, once every month on the 11th. Following this, she opened the Level 4 package. Ding! The Level 4 reward package has been successfully opened. The rewards are as follows. Space upgrade 100/100, activation of the system mall. Ding! The system detects that the mall has been activated. Please select one of the following rewards. Item 1, which is Magic Sphere, which, when both hands are placed upon its surface, can detect latent abilities. Item 2, Talent Stone, which, when gripped tightly, will assess the user's talent level. Item 3, 500 exchange points. Without hesitation, Su Tang chose the 500 exchange points, reasoning that having money would allow her to purchase items, yet once exchanged for items, the money could not be reclaimed. Thus, she concluded that money was ultimately the more tangible option. Ding! The host can place dimensional items for sale in the mall, and successful sales will yield exchange points. Upon reading this notification, Su Tang felt invigorated. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Ding! The host did not inquire proactively. The incessant vexation caused by this faulty system is truly exasperating. How then should I proceed with the sale? Ding! The host is prompted to select the item they wish to sell. Su Tang surveyed the cavern, which appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of any wares for sale. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the animal hide resting upon the stone bed. A sly grin crept across his face. Ding! System scanning in progress. Ding! Scan complete. Animal hide assessed. The system recommends a pricing range of 100 to 150 exchange points. Please, host, set the selling price. Note: upon successful sale, the system will retain 1 as a service fee. Su Tang let out a cold snort inwardly. She knew that this cunning system would certainly not suffer any losses. 150 exchange points. Ding! Settings completed. Ding! Your item has been sold successfully. Current balance, 246. 5 points. Su Tang was secretly astonished. Had it only been a mere second since she had placed it up for sale? How could it have sold so swiftly? However, the thought that a casually discarded piece of beast hide had fetched such a high price filled her heart with delight. The number of beast hides from the discarded fangs of beasts in the tribe was countless. Tomorrow, she would gather them all and sell them to the system. Haha. The mere anticipation of a substantial influx of wealth brought her immense joy. Chapter 106. Crafting garments. It was yet another sun-drenched day. Su Tang opened her eyes, and the sensation of waking up naturally is truly delightful. Getting out of bed? Internally, she was resistant to the idea. Her greatest desire at this moment was to live as a carefree rice weevil, with meals provided at every turn and the luxury of waking up at her own pace. Clearly, this wish was not yet attainable. Suddenly sitting up, she noticed a bunch of grapes placed on her bedside by an unknown hand. Deep down, she had an inkling of who it might be. Apart from the Grand Tiger, who treated her exceptionally well because she was the beast goddess messenger. Who else could it be? The oversized grapes were dark and lustrous, adorned with delicate droplets of water, each resembling a captivating amethyst. Through the thin skin of the fruit, one could almost glimpse the tender, glistening, and juicy flesh within. Su Tang silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She couldn't tell if it was merely her imagination, but she constantly felt as though the grapes had developed a kind of sentience, playfully enticing her, whispering, "Come, indulge in my sweetness, come and savor me." Su Tang let out a disdainful snort and decisively plucked a grape, popping it into her mouth. A dull thud resonated as the sweet and tangy juice of the grape swiftly spread to every corner of her palate, the succulent flesh dancing delightfully between her lips and teeth. Su Tang blissfully closed her eyes, savoring the exquisite flavors of the world. Clutching two gray, worn beast skins, she approached the cave of Aunt Hongua. "Aunt Hongua, may I come in?" "Oh, it's you, Tang Tang. Come on in. I was just about to come find you." Su Tang entered the cave and discovered several elderly females, whom she had molded clay with yesterday, were present. Among them were a few unfamiliar faces, including Lu Yi. They were all diligently shaping clay according to the methods Su Tang had taught them the previous day. Hongwood explained, "Oh, I instructed them to gather here. The clan leader mentioned you were weary and requested that we refrain from disturbing you." Su Tang smiled gently and nodded at them, acknowledging their presence. "And Hongwa, I wish to sew 2 garments from animal hides. Could you teach me?" Hongwa suddenly slapped her forehead in vexation. "Oh dear, I had intended to bring you 2 pieces before, but the tribe has been so busy lately that it completely slipped my mind." Upon envisioning the tribal females adorned in their uniform leather bustiers and form-fitting skirts, Su Tang could not help but shudder. If she were to don such attire, it would surely lead to her demise from the cold. Hastily, she waved her hands dismissively. "No, thank you, and Hongwa. I have brought some animal hides and wish for you to teach me how to craft 2 garments in the style of my own clothing." The outfit she wore was indeed peculiar, yet it seemed that replicating her design would offer considerable convenience. Hongwa, stroking her chin, scrutinized Su Tang with keen interest, occasionally lifting her arms to examine the points of connection in her attire. The more she observed, the more astonished Hongwa became. The attire worn by Su Tang may appear peculiar, yet it does not hinder ordinary movements. Moreover, it envelopes various parts of the body, providing protection and ensuring warmth even as the temperature drops further. How splendid! Hongwa was immediately intrigued. She retrieved a stone knife and laid the animal skin flat upon the ground. While assessing Su Tang, she began to measure the skin with the stone knife. This sight sent a shiver down Su Tang's spine. "Ahem, and Hongwa, please conduct your research first. I shall teach everyone how to shape pot lids and spatulas." Su Tang rubbed the goosebumps on her skin and squatted down with her back to Hongwa. Nevertheless, she could still feel that intense gaze, as fiery as flames. Chapter 107, The Adorable System. Despite this, she could still sense that burning stare. Lu Yi smiled as she approached Su Tang, saying, "Aunt Hongwa is like this. You'll get used to it." Su Tang awkwardly nodded and began to instruct everyone on how to mold the pot lid and spatula. Before long, she too found herself immersed in the joy of pottery. When she finally came to her senses, it was Hongwa calling her. "Tang Tang, how do you think I did?" Hongwa exclaimed with delight, holding up the leather garment she had crafted. Su Tang turned around and, at the moment she saw the garment, was instantly taken aback. The oversized round neckline and long sleeves with a loose hem were remarkably similar to the t-shirt she was wearing, resembling it by at least 90%. Perhaps due to the bluntness of the stone knife, the edges of the fabric were rather rough and uneven, yet in the beastly world, possessing such an article of clothing was already quite commendable. "And Hongwa, how did you manage to create this? It is truly magnificent." Su Tang expressed her admiration without reservation. Hongwa smiled casually, saying, "I simply observed the shape of your garment, then cut out a similar silhouette from the 2 pieces of animal hide and stitched them together." Upon hearing this, Su Tang turned her gaze to the 2 pieces of hide on the ground, and indeed, they had been cut in a rather atrocious manner. Only 2 pieces of hide had been used to create such a garment. Was it not a bit extravagant? Su Tang confided her concerns to Hongwa. To her surprise, Hongwa burst into laughter. "Tang Tang, you have no idea. Our tribe consumes at least 10 prey every single day. While we may lack in other resources, we certainly have an abundance of animal hides. There are times when the tribesfolk come across ordinary game and even disregard their pelts. The hides are most valuable during the winter season, and we have an entire cave filled to the brim with them. Even if we were to craft garments for every female in the tribe, We would have more than enough for the cold season. Rest assured. Su Tang nodded, realizing the tribe possessed an abundance of animal hides. How many exchange points could these yield? Alas, what a pity. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She pondered a crucial question. Could she purchase undergarments or down jackets in the marketplace? Su Tang was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring the peculiar gazes from Hong Guo and the others, she immediately sat cross-legged. 007. Search for clothing in the marketplace. I wish to purchase some garments. Ding. Relevant item information has been retrieved for you. Temperature-controlled garment. 10,000 exchange points. Automatically adjusts the surrounding temperature, providing a comfortable environment regardless of extreme cold or heat. Dance attire. 1,000 exchange points, regardless of how uncoordinated your limbs may be. Wearing it will allow you to dance gracefully. Flowing sleeve fairy dress. 100,000 exchange points. Rumored to be the favorite of the princess of the heavenly clan, a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world. Su Tang. So? Does the system perceive her as a fool? Purchasing garments that cost thousands, even tens of thousands, is she out of her mind to indulge in such extravagance? What a ridiculous system. Su Tang, filled with indignation, silently cursed. 007. Is there ordinary clothing for sale? Ding. Relevant item information has been retrieved. Click to view. Cotton jacket. 5 exchange points, warm. Down jacket. 5 exchange points, warm. A set of underwear. 5 exchange points, intimate apparel. Su Tang nodded in satisfaction. This system indeed has its merits. The clothing is surprisingly affordable. What a delightful little system. I absolutely adore it. 007. I must express my gratitude to you. Chapter 108. The terrifying cold season. Su Tang leapt up from the ground in astonishment, eager to sell all the furs in the cave to the marketplace at once. Faced with Hong Guo's perplexed gaze, Su Tang suppressed the fluttering in her heart. Ahem, you've done splendidly, Hong Guo. Do try it on. Hong Guo, holding the garment, looked utterly bewildered, unsure of how to wear it. Su Tang, with a gentle smile, guided Hong Guo through the process step by step. First, she instructed her to insert her hands into the sleeves, followed by placing her head inside the garment, and finally, adjusting the outfit until it was properly arranged. As Su Tang assisted Hong Guo in donning the attire, she quickly discerned its flaws. Hong Guo remarked that there were no suitable needles or thread available. The sewing needle was crafted from the sharpened bone of a beast, and the thread was made of a fine yet resilient grass. The stitching was rather coarse, with gaps large enough for Su Tang to insert a finger. Nevertheless, the overall quality of the beast hide hoodie was commendable, providing far better warmth than the previous uninsulated wrap, which had now become Hong Guo's favorite. Tang Tang, you truly are the envoy of the beast god. You are simply remarkable. We never imagined that beast hide could be fashioned into clothing. Hong Guo was exceedingly pleased with her new garment, reluctant to remove it. The females, who had previously been engaged in molding clay nearby, gathered around, enchanted, and caressing the fabric. It's beautiful. If it were made from the hide of a long-eared beast, it would be even more stunning. Indeed, using the hide of a foolish roe beast would also be splendid. It appears quite warm. Hong Guo, how does it feel? A hint of uncontainable excitement flickered across Hong Guo's typically composed face. Yes, it is indeed warm and very comfortable. Once the weather turns even colder, we can wear these. Perhaps during the cold season, there will be no young ones or females visiting the beast god. The older females erupted in joy, showering praises upon Su Tang for her intelligence and kindness, exclaiming that the beast god would surely bless her. Su Tang's lips gently twitched twice, and just as she was about to utter something, her eyes darted around their sockets, retracting the words that lingered on the tip of her tongue. Deep down, she yearned to procure down jackets for all the orcs of the tribe. Yet, her mother, the matriarch, had instilled in her from a young age the wisdom of refraining from making promises that could not be fulfilled. Although she possessed the capability to ensure that the tribe's orcs were well-fed and warmly clothed, she had yet to confer with Cain, and thus felt it prudent to remain silent, lest she incite false hopes. Once the chieftain returns from the hunt, I shall convey to him that Tang Tang has imparted the knowledge of garment making to us, urging him to decree that every female and youngling in the tribe be provided with a garment, enabling us to weather the dreadfully frigid season. Su Tang hurriedly waved her hand and said, Aunt Hongwa, please do not say that. It is I who came to seek your guidance. This garment was crafted by your own hands, and it is certainly not my achievement. Hongwa then resumed her previous serious demeanor, declaring, No. It is precisely because of you that I was able to create such a warm garment. On behalf of the females and young ones of the tribe, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, she clenched her right fist and placed it over her heart, bowing deeply to Su Tang. Such overwhelming kindness is truly difficult to bear. Su Tang hurriedly extended her hand to support Hongguo. And Hongguo, please don't do that. Not wishing to be treated differently, Su Tang swiftly changed the subject. By the way, and Hongguo, why is it that only the females and young of the tribe receive the clothing? Don't the orcs need them as well? Hongguo nodded in response. If the tribe has enough animal skins, we will prepare clothing for the orcs. However, if supplies are limited, we must prioritize the females and the young. Chapter 109. The terrifying cold season 2. Su Tang found this difficult to comprehend. Why is that? Given the biting cold of the season, shouldn't the orcs also be responsible for finding food and hunting? Don't they need these garments even more? Hongguo chuckled softly and shook her head. Oh, you silly child. If the orcs are truly unable to withstand the cold, they can transform and use their own fur for warmth. However, females cannot transform. And the young are still unable to control their strength, which is precisely why we are the ones in greatest need of warm clothing. Su Tang suddenly realized and nodded. Understanding the situation, Hongguo seemed to recall something and let out a sigh. In the past, as the cold season approached, many elder orcs from the tribe would depart alone, seeking a quiet place to meet the beast god. However, this cold season, the orcs of our tribe are unlikely to leave. Su Tang's eyes widened slightly, her almond-shaped gaze filled with a sense of incredulity. Why? Suddenly, a thought struck her. And she continued, is it due to a lack of food? Have they left to conserve provisions for the tribe? Hongguo nodded heavily, indeed. But this year we have discovered chestnuts, and with the warm clothing you devised, this winter should be far more bearable than before. At the very least, none of us will have to pay a visit to the beast god. Two elderly females nearby nodded in agreement. Yes. Had it not been for the ample supply of chestnuts stored by the tribe this winter, we might have quietly departed soon. Indeed. And then we would seek a secluded place to meet the beast god. Hongguo's emotions surged with excitement. Anton, please do not entertain such thoughts. We have no shortage of food this winter. You must not leave. The elder female, known as Anton, chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, my dear. I wish to live a while longer. Since the tribe has sufficient food, why would I choose to leave? At last, Hongguo breathed a sigh of relief. The impact of Su Tang's revelation was profound. Observing the two amiable elderly women beside her, calmly stating their intention to sacrifice themselves for the tribe, Su Tang found herself grappling with a profound sense of incomprehension. Having never experienced the so-called Great Cold Season, nor having endured the pressures of hunger and frigid temperatures, she could not help but feel a tumultuous stir within her heart. Aunt Hongguo, could you enlighten me about what the cold season entails? A moment of silence lingered before Aunt Hongguo replied. It is terrifying, truly terrifying. In the cold season, all plant life ceases to exist, and the entire world of beasts becomes enveloped in ice and snow, blanketed in white. The beastmen struggle to find prey during this season, often risking frostbite in their hands and feet from venturing out to hunt. Females and young ones cannot even leave the cave. Su Tang nodded apprehensively, realizing that even the most robust of orcs could suffer from frostbite, not to mention the females and younglings. The provisions we have stored often spoil before the onset of the cold season, leaving us no choice but to discard them. During the frigid months, we are confined within a cave, striving to conserve our firewood. We subsist on merely a piece of roasted meat each day to sustain our strength. Otherwise, with our meager rations, we would not survive the entirety of the winter. Tragically, despite our efforts, several females and younglings succumb to the harshness of the cold and hunger each season, passing on to meet the beast god. Thus, dear Tang, the winter truly is a terrifying ordeal. Su Tang nodded solemnly. Although she could not fully grasp the essence of the cruel scene described by Hongguo, she could still envision the harrowing imagery, a landscape blanketed in snow, ice solidified to a depth of 3 feet, and a biting cold wind that cut like a blade. Chapter 110. The gloom. Thus, the idea of preparing smoked meat, which had long been noted in her little book, was now imperative. To create smoked meat, one must first steam the meat, which necessitates a steaming basket. They already possessed a pot, and if, during such frigid weather, they could enjoy a warm bowl of soup alongside some smoked meat, everyone would surely endure the chill. Consequently, the immediate priority was to craft the steaming basket, setting aside other utensils for the time being. With sleeves rolled up, Su Tang eagerly joined the team dedicated to molding the clay. The task had shifted from shaping bowls to forming steaming baskets. No one voiced any objections. Whatever Su Tang instructed, they willingly complied, thanks to their prior experience. The process was considerably smoother this time. By the time lunch arrived, Each person had crafted at least 2 baskets. After a brief firing tomorrow, even if some were to be imperfect, they would still suffice. Cheers erupted as Cain and the others returned safely from their hunt. Rising to her feet, Hongwa declared, "I shall discuss the matter of the fur coats with the chieftain." Su Tang promptly stood up. "And Hongwa, I will accompany you. I also have matters to discuss with the clan leader." As they walked, the animal skin attire worn by Hongwa caught the attention of many females. "Hongwa, what are you wearing? It looks exquisite." "Indeed, Hongwa. Is it made of animal skin? Why are you covering your arms?" "Oh, your hands are so warm." Hongwa responded to everyone with a cheerful smile. "No need to rush, everyone. Please make way. I am just about to seek the clan leader regarding this matter. And then everyone will have a share." The females of the tribe hastily cleared a path, yet they remained clustered around Hongwa, reluctant to disperse. Cain approached and asked casually, "What is the matter?" With each step forward, Hongwa's smile diminished slightly. "Clan leader, today Su Tang sought my assistance in making clothing, and I crafted this warm animal skin outfit. There are plenty of animal skins stored in the cave. I was wondering if we could prepare one for all the females and cubs in the tribe." Cain raised an eyebrow, noting Hongwa's reference to Su Tang. "Su Tang? She appears quite gentle and diminutive, indeed resembling a cub. It seems fitting." The little female seemed to be in good spirits today, gazing at him intently. "Does my face have something on it?" Cain's expression tightened. The thought of tarnishing his image before the little female made his face darken. Meanwhile, Hongwa felt a flutter of anxiety. "Clan leader? Is that not acceptable?" Cain snapped back to reality and replied coolly, "It is fine. You may proceed. Is there anything else?" Hongwa was elated. "Nothing else." "Oh, right. Su Tang mentioned she had something to discuss with you." As she spoke, she forcefully pushed Su Tang forward. Caught off guard, Su Tang tumbled into Cain's embrace. Thump, thump, thump. Surrounded by the potent scent of masculinity, Su Tang's heart raced uncontrollably, internally scolding herself for her weakness. She blushed and retreated from Cain's arms. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Cain's indifferent tone felt like a bucket of cold water, drenching Su Tang from head to toe. The growing distance in his voice was palpable. "Oh, I have a minor matter to discuss with you. There are too many people here. Shall we find another place?" Once freed from his embrace, Cain felt a sudden emptiness within. Moreover, the tone Su Tang had just used seemed reminiscent of their last encounter. Could she still be upset? Alas, what a vexing situation. With a gloomy expression, Cain followed Su Tang, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 111. Teaching a man to fish rather than giving him fish. The two arrived at the foot of a mountain. Cain remained engulfed in his gloomy thoughts, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. At this moment, Su Tang felt utterly aggrieved. She certainly did not intend to stumble into Kai Yin's embrace. He was well aware of that. Was it truly necessary for him to cast her a disdainful glance over this incident? Moreover, her purpose in seeking him was indeed related to matters concerning the tribe. His apparent impatience made Su Tang feel as though she were merely indulging in her own fantasies. "What business do you have with me?" Su Tang gently bit her lip. Indeed, he was growing impatient. Had Cain been privy to Su Tang's current thoughts, he would surely have cried out in indignation. "I heard from Hongwa that the winter season would be quite frigid. I could petition the sanctuary for a supply of warm clothing, requiring only a modest amount of currency, akin to the garments I am currently wearing, which are quite cozy, ensuring that the females and young of the tribe would not perish from the cold." Cain immediately furrowed his brow and resolutely declined, stating, "No." Su Tang wore a despondent expression on the verge of tears. Is this what it means to be ungratefully repaid for kindness? How utterly outrageous. The weight of her suppressed anguish pressed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless with despair. Su Tang truly had no desire to engage with Cain any longer. If he was unwilling, so be it. If the time came when Frost claimed lives, it would be of no concern to her. She turned to leave, but suddenly, Cain grasped her wrist. "What on earth?" Su Tang turned around, glaring fiercely with her eyes. Yet, her round, glistening almond-shaped eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled with emotion. Cain was taken aback, his heart already in turmoil. The little female was on the verge of tears. What should he do? Why? He longed to pull her into his embrace and hold her tightly, but she appeared utterly resistant to him, leaving him hesitant to act. "Listen to me," he urged. Su Tang forcefully broke free from Cain's grasp, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes as she sniffed and declared, "All right, speak." Unlike the other females in the tribe who would run off mid-discussion after a quarrel with their partners, Su Tang remained resolute. Cain let out a quiet sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, "My kin are industrious and kind-hearted orcs. I do not wish for them to become complacent, relying on you for everything. That would only burden you. You can teach them how to make clothing, how to forge tools. But you cannot simply hand over garments or implements, for that would breed laziness. The tribe will never flourish that way. Even the beast god would disapprove of indolent orcs. It is not that I wish to deny your assistance. On the contrary, I greatly need your help. You have taught my people how to weave baskets, collect chestnuts, and craft pottery. These lessons are etched in my heart. Su, thank you. This was the most Cain had ever spoken in Su Tang's presence. In truth, she had grasped his concerns from the moment he uttered his first words. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Such an elementary truth left Su Tang vexed for not having considered it sooner. If she had rashly purchased cotton garments for all the female orcs in the tribe, it would have truly harmed them. The labor and time required to produce such clothing would take years and countless hands. The sudden influx of such items in the orc continent, particularly in the winged tiger tribe, would not go unnoticed. If discovered, the repercussions would not fall solely upon her, but would entangle the entire tribe as well. With this realization, Su Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 112. The joy of the affluent Su Tang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had restrained himself earlier in the red fruit cave and decided to consult with Cain beforehand. Otherwise, it could have led to a disastrous outcome. Noticing Su Tang's prolonged silence, Cain began to feel anxious. He cautiously inquired, Su, are you upset? Su Tang hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, this matter was my oversight. I apologize for nearly causing you trouble. Cain let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly noticed a trace of yellow clay in Su Tang's hair. Likely from when she had been molding the clay. He instinctively reached out to wipe it away. As long as you're not upset, I hold no grudges against you. Just remember to communicate with me next time before making any decisions. Su Tang nodded in agreement. She indeed acknowledged that she was not as astute as Cain and that her considerations were somewhat lacking. However, her lack of anger did not imply a willingness to draw closer to Cain, for she still needed to overcome her fledgling complex. Thus, maintaining a certain distance was essential. Su Tang turned and floated away, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. Only Cain stood at the foot of the mountain, enveloped in profound vexation. Was it not agreed that there would be no anger? After indulging in roasted meat, Su Tang returned to the cave. As if she had opened the gateway to a new era. In the marketplace, she discovered an abundance of essential goods she urgently required. Shower gel, shampoo, conditioner. The family set was surprisingly available for merely one exchange point. Shop, shop, shop. A large wooden tub for bathing? Although it cost 5 exchange points. Su Tang had sufficient funds. Without a second thought, she continued to shop. Lingerie, thermal clothing sets. Shop, shop, shop. Su Tang seemed to have rediscovered the joy of browsing Taobao, as she once did on Blue Star. Back then, she had no money to spend, merely perusing for pleasure. But now, the situation is vastly different. Su Tang is affluent. Whatever catches her eye, she can simply buy. The exhilaration is simply unparalleled. At this moment, she finally comprehends a phrase she once encountered online. Do you think the wealthy are happy? The happiness of the affluent is beyond your imagination. Indeed, it is true. Wealth does bring joy. This realization validates Su Tang's ambition to make earning money her foremost grand objective in life. Although that aspiration was unfulfilled on Blue Star, she is determined to forge a magnificent future in the realm of orcs. Armed with an advantage and brimming with confidence, Su Tang strides forward with an air of indifference, drawing the curious glances of the tribal orcs. What could possibly be amiss with their esteemed lady saint? In the afternoon, she returned to the cave of red fruit. After receiving Cain's permission, the cavern storing animal hides resembled a disaster relief shelter, overflowing with orcs and females. It was only when Cain bellowed to maintain order that the chaos subsided. Otherwise, Su Tang would have begun to worry about a potential stampede. The cave was crowded with numerous females, and red fruit selected a few skilled artisans, dismissing the others as bothersome to behold. Su Tang silently commended herself, acknowledging the annoyance of the throng of people chattering incessantly. Once the crowd dispersed, she no longer held back and shared all her thoughts with Honghua. She first suggested crafting a short-sleeved garment, based on the leather attire that Honghua was wearing, by trimming a portion of the sleeves. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The leather was considerably thick and lacked breathability, primarily serving the purpose of warmth, rendering a short-sleeved version rather impractical. After pondering for a moment, Su Tang deemed it a good idea and proposed the creation of outer garments. Upon hearing the description, Honghua found the method feasible and under Su Tang's guidance. The females set to work, producing garments with remarkable skill. In the afternoon, utilizing animal hides, they fashioned a variety of clothing items. Outer coats, long trousers, shorts, skirts with leggings, long skirts, and even undergarments crafted from a softer leather. Initially, the females in the cave resisted the notion of such items, but after Su Tang's persuasion, they ultimately complied. Once they experienced the benefits of these creations, no further convincing was necessary. After enjoying a meal of roasted meat that evening, they returned to the cave early. Su Tang gathered firewood and gently poured the water collected by the river into a clay pot. As the water heated, she ladled it into a wooden tub purchased from the system's marketplace earlier that day. Once the tub was filled to an appropriate level, she stored it back in her space and later retrieved it in a secluded corner of the cave. Reflecting on the convenience of her space, she marveled at how it served as an efficient means of transport. Ensuring that no one would intrude, Su Tang immersed herself in the warm water, which washed away her fatigue, leaving her feeling utterly rejuvenated as every pore seemed to open, providing immense pleasure. Su Tang sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the life one ought to lead." After completing her grooming, she donned fresh undergarments and the autumn attire she had purchased from the marketplace, feeling utterly delightful. Once everything was in order, she meticulously concealed all prohibited items, erasing any traces. After all, she was currently in the realm of the beastmen, and it was essential to adapt to local customs. Later that afternoon, she retrieved 2 pieces of the fur garments made from the red fruit, draping them over herself, making her appearance nearly indistinguishable from the indigenous inhabitants. She was undeniably clever. Reclining on the somewhat uncomfortable stone bed, Su Tang had initially wished to purchase 2 soft down blankets from the marketplace, but the thought of unexpected visitors entering her cave compelled her to abandon that idea. Having been busy throughout the day, she felt quite fatigued as she allowed herself to relax and soon began to feel drowsy, in a state of half-consciousness. She sensed a difficulty in breathing, as if something were pressing down upon her. Su Tang, in a state of bewilderment, reached out with her hand to push. Unexpectedly, she encountered a soft yet icy object. Su Tang suddenly opened her eyes in terror, just in time to see a red object, resembling a snake's tongue, being expelled from the mouth of an unknown creature. She felt as though her heart might cease to beat. A chill ran down her spine, her blood seemed to freeze, and even her breath felt stifled. A piercing, resonant scream reverberated through the Ihu tribe. In an instant, many of the slumbering beastmen were jolted awake by the sound. Whose voice was that? It seemed to belong to the Holy Maiden. What has happened? Let us go and see. I believe I heard the Holy Maiden scream. Could there be danger? The Holy Maiden is in trouble. We must hurry to her aid. The beastmen rushed to spread the word, hastening together towards Su Tang's cave. Su, are you all right? Cain was the first to arrive at the cave, utilizing the beastman's superior night vision. He quickly spotted Su Tang pinned beneath a wall-climbing beast on the stone bed. He rushed forward, grasped the beast's tail, and forcefully flung it aside before urgently assisting Su Tang to her feet. Su, it's all right now. Don't be afraid. The wall-climbing beast crashed against the cave wall with a dull thud, and after falling, it fell silent. Su Tang felt her mental fortitude shatter in an instant, and she threw herself into Cain's embrace, tightly clutching his neck as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 114. Wall-climbing beast 2. Tears streamed down her face. Oh, how terrifying. It nearly frightened me to death. I thought I was going to be consumed. She could no longer concern herself with overcoming her fledgling feelings or the lingering anger she held towards Cain. Su Tang nestled in Cain's embrace, weeping loudly, releasing the fear and panic that she could hardly conceal. Cain said nothing, instead enveloping her with his strong arms, offering solace. Are you all right, Saintess? What has happened? Yes. Saintess, may we enter? Make way, how are you, Tangzai? Are you hurt? The orcs of the tribe, along with Hong Gua and Old Nick, hurried to the scene. Upon entering the cave, they discovered their revered Saintess weeping uncontrollably in the chief's arms, while the lifeless body of a wall-climbing beast lay on the ground beside them. The tribe's people quickly grasped the situation. The Saintess had been frightened by the wall-climbing beast. In truth, wall-climbing beasts were quite gentle and rarely encountered, only venturing into the orc caves when rain was imminent. These creatures were large, meaty, and devoid of many bones, their flesh tender and highly prized by the orc hunters. Do not fear, Saintess, it is merely a wall-climbing beast. It will not harm you. Indeed, Saintess. And its meat is quite delectable. Tangzai, do not be afraid. Aunt Hongwa will stay with you tonight. The orcs chimed in to comfort her. Old Nick hurriedly added, Yes, Tang, do not fear. Nibwa will also accompany you. What are you doing here, old Nick? Tang's eye only needs me. Cain interjected firmly. You should rest, and everyone else should return to their quarters. The wall-climbing beast has entered, rain will soon follow, and hunting or gathering will be laborious. Old Nick hesitated but ultimately remained silent, recognizing that Su Tang was an unpartnered female, making his presence somewhat inappropriate. Hongwa directed the orcs to withdraw in an orderly manner. At that moment, Cain suddenly turned to Hongwa and said, You go rest. I will stay here. Hongwa appeared troubled but began to speak. But chief, you. Cain raised his hand to silence her, his demeanor resolute and unyielding. Return. Yes. Once the cave was again left with only Su Tang and Cain, she found it difficult to lift her gaze, torn between embarrassment and uncertainty in confronting him. Cain attempted to encourage Su Tang to lie back on the stone bed, but her reaction was immediate and intense. No, do not leave me here alone. I am afraid. Her voice trembled, a soft nasal tone tugging at Cain's heartstrings. Cain gently patted her back, whispering, Do not fear. Sleep now. I am here with you. With that, he lay down beside her, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. As if a calming balm had been applied, her previously trembling heart found peace in an instant. Su Tang was indeed quite fatigued and soon fell into a drowsy slumber. However, this night seemed fated to deny her a peaceful rest. With a resounding clap of thunder, she was jolted awake in fright. Cain's warm hand pressed against her ear, and he softly whispered, Do not fear, it is merely thunder. The raindrops cascaded down with a deafening clatter, dispelling any remnants of sleep from Su Tang's mind. She sat up in bed, gazing vacantly at the entrance that resembled a curtain of water. Cain also rose, enveloping her in his embrace. Upon feeling her icy hand, he furrowed his brow in concern. Why are you so cold? When dawn breaks, I shall seek out Hongwa to procure some animal skins for you. As he spoke, he held her even tighter, wishing to transfer his warmth to her. Su Tang did not push Cain away this time. Instead, her gaze fell upon the now cold body of the wall-climbing beast lying on the cave floor. In truth, the wall-climbing beast was not as terrifying in appearance as she had imagined. It bore some resemblance to the geckos she had once encountered on Blue Star. Back then, Su Tang found the little geckos quite endearing, yet when paired with a length of 2 meters and considerable weight, they became rather unsettling. She had anticipated that the rain would soon cease, but it continued unabated. Torrential raindrops cascaded in a linear fashion, falling incessantly and creating numerous puddles upon the ground. While the sky loomed oppressive and gray, the cave floor began to accumulate water, and suddenly Su Tang recalled the cave brimming with chestnuts. Urgently, she requested Cain to accompany her there, disregarding everything else, and before Cain, she revealed her spatial ability. Swiftly stowing away all the chestnuts, this was the tribe's sustenance for the entire winter ahead. It was evident that the cave floor could no longer serve as shelter. So Su Tang returned with Cain to his cave. They sat quietly at the entrance, observing a world seemingly enveloped in a shroud of rain. It felt as though the sky had ruptured, unleashing a deluge that showed no signs of abating. Cain tended to the fire before Su Tang, stoking it to a brighter blaze while holding a backpack, seemingly preparing to leave. Su Tang hurriedly inquired, Where are you heading in such heavy rain? This is typical of the rainy season. I'm going to the forest to see if I can find any prey. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. However, before Su Tang could finish speaking, Cain transformed into a magnificent tiger, clutching a backpack in its jaws, and soared into the rain-soaked sky. Glancing at his watch, Su Tang noted that the rain had been falling for a full 12 hours. The weather on the beastmen continent was indeed unpredictable. Shortly after Cain had departed, Su Tang vaguely observed several other beastmen from the tribe venturing out, presumably to hunt in the forest. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Tang set about boiling water in a ceramic pot, preparing to brew a pot of ginger and scallion tea to ward off the chill for Cain's return. Just as he stood up from the ground, he suddenly felt a momentary dizziness, a sensation so fleeting that it almost made Su Tang question its reality. Su Tang shook her head, not sensing any discomfort in her body. Perhaps it was due to sitting for too long that she felt a slight dip in her blood sugar upon standing abruptly. She paid it little mind, focusing intently on brewing ginger and scallion tea. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Cain returned, placing his backpack on the ground. The entire tiger shook its body vigorously, shaking off droplets of water before transforming into human form and entering the cave while carrying the backpack. Su Tang thoughtfully offered a piece of dry animal hide, urging, Wipe your face, be careful not to catch a chill. Oh, and by the way, I brewed some ginger and scallion tea to ward off the cold. You should have a bit later. Chapter 116. The oncoming catastrophe. 2. Cain placed the animal hide directly over his head, presenting the backpack before Su Tang with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Look what I have discovered." Su Tang peered curiously inside, only to discover a basket brimming with goo-goo eggs. Overjoyed, she inquired, "Where did you find these? Haven't all the goo-goo beasts in the vicinity been wiped out?" Observing the smile on Su Tang's face, Cain gradually relaxed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The goo-goo beasts are quite clever. Some of them managed to hide away. The torrential rain had washed away their nests, and I happened upon them. Although I did not encounter any goo-goo beasts, I found only their eggs. And since you adore them, I brought them back for you. With a sincere smile directed at Cain, Su Tang expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Cain." In the dim hours before dawn, seated upon her bed, Su Tang found herself lost in thought. She meticulously unraveled her feelings for Cain, recognizing a blend of dependence and affection. It was her fondness that fostered her reliance. The unexpected intrusion of a wall-climbing beast into her cave starkly reminded her that she resided in a perilous world of orcs, where every animal and plant diverged significantly from her memories, although she possessed a system akin to a cheat code. As noted in a book she had read on Blue Star, one could never predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event would arrive first. The system indeed provided her with considerable assistance on the Orc continent, helping her establish a foothold in the winged tiger tribe. Yet, when faced with genuine danger, Su Tang found herself uncertain of the system's capacity to save her. Most importantly, regarding her feelings for Cain, she resolved to cease her avoidance. Affection was affection. She did not wish to harbor regrets should she one day return to Blue Star. Thus, she decided to let things unfold naturally. Her fondness for Cain was her own affair, and if there came a day when Cain found a partner, she would gracefully withdraw. Their dinner was quite simple, consisting of boiled quail eggs and chestnuts. Having spent the entire day confined within the cave with little activity, Su Tang's appetite was minimal. She could barely manage a single egg and 2 chestnuts before feeling full. Conversely, Cain devoured an entire pot of chestnuts. Fortunately, there was an ample supply in their storage. After dinner, Su Tang wandered about the cave, only to suddenly experience a wave of dizziness, causing her to sway unsteadily. Turning to Cain, she inquired, "Did you feel that? It seems to be swaying." Cain furrowed his brow tightly before abruptly rising and heading towards the cave entrance. Su Tang was somewhat perplexed, yet she followed suit. However, upon witnessing the scene outside the cave, she could not help but shudder. Hundreds, even thousands, of wall-climbing beasts were ascending in the pouring rain, their bodies densely covering the ground, a sight that was truly unsettling. Observing this, Cain's brow furrowed even tighter. The wall-climbing beasts despised water, which was why they sought refuge in the cave during the rain. But where were they headed? As Cain spoke, Su Tang distinctly felt another tremor. Perhaps the first 2 had been mere illusions, but now, coupled with the peculiar behavior of the wall-climbing beasts, her heart jolted violently. Just as she was about to utter a word, Cain suddenly pulled her into his embrace, exclaiming sternly, "Be careful." No sooner had he spoken than a rock the size of a fist tumbled down from the summit, crashing into the very spot where Su Tang had just stood. Su Tang gazed vacantly at the fallen rock, then turned her attention to the wall-climbing beast rushing in a certain direction, her ominous premonition growing ever stronger. She suddenly recalled Adam's previous warning. Chapter 117. The Coming Calamity 3. She remembered Adam had forewarned her that the tribe would face a calamity, one that, if mishandled, could lead to their annihilation. Until now, Su Tang had struggled to comprehend what kind of disaster could silently obliterate such a formidable orc tribe. But now, enlightenment dawned upon her. It was a natural disaster. Only a cataclysmic event could quietly bring about their demise. The torrential rain had been pouring for nearly 24 hours, and residing atop a cliff, they were in a place most susceptible to landslides. Yet, the recent dizziness and the mass migration of the wall-climbing beasts suggested an eerie resemblance to an earthquake. Regardless of the nature of the disaster, they needed to vacate the cave without delay. The mere thought of the aftermath of an earthquake sent shivers down her spine, and she clutched Cain's arm tightly, her excitement palpable. "Hurry, we must leave. This cave is perilous." Cain's expression turned grave. "What is happening?" Su Tang shook her head, rushing back into the cave to gather all usable items into her space. There was no time for explanations. She urgently needed to inform the clan to evacuate the cave, for even a moment's delay could threaten their lives. "I suspect that the disaster Adam had predicted for the tribe is upon us now." Upon hearing her words, Cain immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Transforming into his beast form, he let out a thunderous roar before scooping up Su Tang and plunging through the rain. The icy raindrops stung her face, making it difficult for Su Tang to keep her eyes open. The area where the tribe's bonfire once blazed had long been overrun by wall-climbing beasts, leaving no place to stand. Cain kicked over several wall-climbing beasts, clearing a space, and set Su Tang down, draping a piece of animal hide over her head. He quickly instructed, "Wait here for me. I will check on the other clan members." As he spoke, Mingzhe also landed nearby with Yuan Yuan. Cain turned to Yuan Yuan, saying, "Take care of the saintess." While Mingzhe and I assessed the clan members, Yuan Yuan immediately ran to Su Tang's side, linking her arm with hers, and asked anxiously, "What has happened, Tang Tang?" Su Tang gently tugged at the beast's skin atop her head, soothingly patting the back of Yuan Yuan's hand as she spoke. "It's nothing to worry about. Merely a bit of danger. We can evade it." Yuan Yuan nodded in silence. The number of clanspeople around them continued to grow, the rain persisted in its downpour, and the night had enveloped them in darkness. Su Tang, feeling weak, could not suppress a sneeze. Instantly, Yuan Yuan inquired with concern, "Tang Tang, are you feeling unwell?" Su Tang softly reassured, "It's all right, do not forget. I am a healer." The animal skin, drenched by the torrential rain, clung heavily to her body. Ah, the animal skins. The tribe had a considerable stockpile of them stored in the cave. How could she have overlooked this while gathering chestnuts? Truly, she felt like a simpleton. If the winter was indeed as frigid as anticipated, these skins would prove indispensable. Su Tang glanced around, but did not see the figure of Cain nor hear his voice. The clearing by the campfire was not far from the cave where the animal skins were stored, probably just 100 meters away. However, with the onset of darkness and the hindrance of the torrential rain, Su Tang found it somewhat difficult to discern the path. Nevertheless, she had a rough recollection of the direction. Cain might still be searching through the caves, looking for any lost kin. It could take him some time to return, which would likely suffice for her to make a round trip. This matter was something Su Tang dared not disclose to anyone. Chapter 118. One wave subsides, another rises. If she were to inform Yuan Yuan, she would certainly prevent her from going, but the distance was not considerable, and she should be able to return swiftly. Su Tang secretly resolved to take advantage of the dim light around her, quietly maneuvering away from the crowd and making her way toward the beast skin cave. However, it appeared that she had somewhat overestimated her own abilities. In a moment of distraction, she failed to discern the path and stepped onto the soft body of a climbing beast, which was suddenly accompanied by a thunderous roar that nearly elicited a scream from her. Suppressing her discomfort, she used the brief illumination from a flash of lightning to navigate past the congregation of crawling beasts. Heaven knows how terrified she was. The climbing beasts here were as large as crocodiles, and had it not been for the hearsay that they were herbivorous, Su Tang would have been on guard against the possibility of one leaping forth to devour her. Straining to keep her eyes open, she stumbled her way into the beast's skin cave, only to realize she had arrived rather late. A considerable amount of water had already flooded in, reaching up to her ankles. At least 2 layers of beast skins were soaked through, and due to the oppressive darkness, Su Tang could hardly see clearly. She could only hastily gather everything back into her space, hoping that once the weather improved, she might be able to dry them out for future use. Just as Su Tang was preparing to depart, the mountain suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a resounding roar, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Thud. During the tremor, nearly half of the cave collapsed, sending numerous stones crashing down and creating a tremendous noise as they struck the water's surface. Su Tang found herself enveloped in darkness, motionless upon the ground, paralyzed by fear. She could feel countless small stones pelting her face and body, and with feeble strength, she lifted her arm in a futile attempt to shield herself. A sharp pain shot through her left ankle, and she could not suppress a cry. Yet her voice was swallowed by the night. The orcs outside sensed the tremors, their collective experience unfamiliar with such turmoil, leading to an immediate frenzy as chaos erupted around them, possessing the ability to see in the dark. The orcs watched in terror as the cave they once called home was gradually consumed by looming boulders, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Meanwhile, the females and younglings, unable to perceive their surroundings, were gripped by an even deeper fear, their cries and screams echoing incessantly through the night. Su Tang's desperate cries for help seemed to echo in vain, unheard by anyone. The cave continued to tremble violently, and as she attempted to move her left leg, the pain was somewhat diminished. However, her leg appeared to be trapped beneath a heavy stone, rendering her immobile. A sense of despair gradually enveloped her. Was this to be her final moment? Had she known, she would never have ventured to don the beast's skin. Suddenly, a large boulder plummeted from the cave's entrance, obscuring the last flicker of light she could see. Now, darkness enveloped her completely. Su Tang's heart trembled uncontrollably. Still clinging to a glimmer of hope, she recalled that Cain had sworn to the beast god that he would find her. "Hurry and find me. I promise I will never run away again." She cried out, "Cain, I'm here. Please save me. Help me, won't you? Cain, I swear I will be obedient. Please come and rescue me." Despite her desperate cries, no one responded to her pleas. Tears streamed down her cheeks, drop by drop. She had yet to express her feelings to the great tiger, and she had not yet achieved wealth. To die so inexplicably was simply unbearable. The tremors of the cave gradually subsided, and just as Su Tang believed the quake had passed and rescue was imminent, she detected a strange odor in the air. Chapter 119. One wave after another as the cave collapsed, several orcs were retreating, although they had pushed their speed to the limit. One orc was struck by a falling boulder, twisting his right elbow at a bizarre angle. The orc cried out in agony. Cain and Mingze hurriedly assisted him to a clearing near the campfire at the foot of the mountain. The tremor ceased. But the sensitive orcs soon caught a whiff of a pungent scent, and the previously docile wall-climbing beast suddenly became agitated. They assigned a female to tend to the injured orc and another to seek out Old Nick. Due to the earthquake, a deep chasm had opened in the clearing connecting the forest to the north of the tribe. The wall-climbing beasts, as if driven mad, rushed northward, leaping into the abyss without hesitation, as if something terrifying were pursuing them. Adam approached Cain with a solemn expression and asked, "Did Su Tang instruct you to do this? Is this the disaster I foresaw?" Cain nodded. His gaze swept around, noting that many tribesmen had sustained injuries during the quake, although the tremors had ceased. An ominous premonition lingered in Cain's heart. Adam furrowed his brow and shook his head. "No, the disaster I divined is far from simple." Cain remained silent. But an air of chaos enveloped him as he abruptly pushed Adam aside, frantically searching the crowd for something. Su. His eyes darted around. Yet he could not find that petite figure. Cain's expression darkened as he stood before Yuan. "Where is she?" Tang was just here." Yuan also grew flustered. Where could Su Tang have gone? Cain's face grew increasingly grim. Adam, who had hurried over, immediately realized Su Tang was missing and began questioning the surrounding orcs. "Has anyone seen the Saintess?" The nearby orcs exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. "No, we haven't seen the Saintess." The sound of rain pounding against the ground mingled with the terrified cries of the orcs, and Cain felt his irritation mounting. "Silence!" he bellowed, and the world fell quiet. "Has anyone seen where the Saintess has gone?" Cain's icy gaze swept over the bewildered faces of his kin. Suddenly, Liu raised her hand and whispered, "Just now." The sky suddenly brightened, and I think I saw a figure heading towards the beast skin cave. I'm not sure if it was the Saintess. Without a moment's hesitation, Cain dashed towards the beast skin cave, convinced that the figure was indeed Su Tang. For earlier, during the rain, he had accompanied her to store the chestnuts in the space granted to her by the beast god. Surely, Su Tang was afraid the tribe would suffer from the cold and winter and had gone to gather hides. What a foolish female. In the blink of an eye, Cain arrived at the cave, only to find the entrance blocked by a massive boulder, obscuring any view of the interior. "Su, are you in there?" Upon hearing Cain's voice, Su Tang was overwhelmed with joy and cried out, I'm here. Cain, please save me. My leg is trapped under a rock, and I can't get out." Cain's heart, which had been tightly wounded, began to ease slightly as he gathered his energy, placing his palms against the massive stone at the cave's mouth. Chapter 120. One wave after another harnessing his energy, Cain pressed both palms against the boulder, gritting his teeth as he slowly began to shift it. After a considerable effort, he managed to create a gap just wide enough for a person to pass through, and he wasted no time in slipping inside, where he immediately spotted Su Tang sitting in the water. "Su, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Tang shook her head, patting her left leg in evident distress. "It's nothing, just a rock pressing down on my foot. However, I've managed to gather all the animal skins from the cave into my space. Isn't that marvelous?" Cain, with a stern expression, observed Su Tang's light-hearted banter, concluding that she must be all right. He then fell silent, offering no further response. Cautiously, he removed the large stone that had been weighing down on her leg and swiftly lifted her in his arms, making a hasty exit from the cave. The Saintess. It is the esteemed Saintess. The orcs erupted in cheers before their feet even touched the ground. Su Tang could scarcely see, so she merely waved her hand in the direction of the sound, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Cain gently placed Su Tang on the ground, and immediately, a crowd gathered around to express their concern. Hongguo wore a worried expression, exclaiming, "Tang Zai, what were you doing at the beast skin cave? You truly frightened us." Yuan also looked displeased, adding, "Indeed, I thought you were standing right beside me the whole time." Su Tang expressed her profound apologies, stating, "It is entirely my fault. I am truly sorry for causing everyone distress. However, now is not the time for such words. We must leave at once." The acrid scent in the air grew increasingly pungent, while the rain gradually subsided. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt that the water in the puddles beneath her feet was unnaturally warm. This was certainly not a positive omen. Thus, the calamity would persist, wouldn't it? Now was a critical juncture for the survival of the tribe. What course of action should we take? Adam gazed at Su Tang with a grave expression. Su Tang sighed and remarked, "You were right. The tribe is indeed on the brink of a great calamity. Can you sense anything unusual at this moment?" Shield Mountain promptly leaped out from behind Adam, wrinkling his nose in discomfort. "I perceive an unbearable stench. My nose can scarcely endure it." Su Tang wiped the raindrops from her face and explained, "This is the scent of sulfur, a gas that emerges just before a volcanic eruption. Generally, when this odor becomes detectable, an eruption is imminent. The stronger the smell, the greater the devastation and the broader the area affected." She paused, noting the myriad of questions that flickered in their eyes. "I understand you're all filled with doubts, but time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. I will elucidate everything along the way." Turning her gaze to Cain, she observed him nodding with a calm demeanor. He then turned and bellowed to the members of his tribe, "Winged Tiger Clan, heed my command. All transform into your beastly forms. We must hasten our escape." In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped at least one-third of the orcs in the tribe, and soon, majestic, robust tigers with expansive wings appeared in their place. Cain transformed into a white tiger, wrapping his tail around Su Tang's waist, and, with a powerful flick, she landed securely upon his back. On the backs of the winged tiger orcs, one or two tribe members clung on. Mengze, having transformed into a tiger, carried both Yuan and Adam, trailing just behind Cain. Which direction shall we take now? Su Tang also noticed the peculiar behavior of the wall-climbing beasts. Chapter 121, Evacuating the Tribe. Su Tang also noticed the peculiar behavior of the wall-climbing beast. Turning to Adam, he spoke, intending for Cain to hear as well. "To be honest, I am uncertain of which path to take. However, animals possess an innate ability to evade calamity. The wall-climbing beast has been heading in that direction, so it seems prudent for us to follow suit." Beneath him, the white tiger emitted a low growl, and soon after, Cain flapped his wings and soared northward, with the entire party trailing behind him. Adam nodded and inquired, "What exactly do you mean by a volcanic eruption?" A volcanic eruption is when fiery substances, known as magma, burst forth from within a mountain. The temperature is exceedingly high, capable of incinerating everything in its path. If we do not depart promptly, we shall surely meet our demise. Adam's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "The situation you describe once occurred on the Orc continent. Do you recall my mention of the many valiant warriors that inhabited the Orc continent in the past?" Su Tang nodded. "Many valiant warriors perished during the volcanic eruption you mentioned, in the records of the Beast City. This phenomenon is referred to as the wrath of the mountain god. If it indeed is the wrath of the mountain god, it is likely that the entire wilderness cannot escape this calamity." Su Tang paused momentarily before continuing, "It is not necessarily the case. While a volcanic eruption is indeed terrifying, I believe that the wilderness does not lie within the epicenter of the eruption. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a sudden event to occur without any prior indication." Adam gazed intently at Su Tang's brow, his expression reflecting a semblance of confusion. "What is your perspective on this matter?" he inquired. "I feel it is imperative that we notify them. We cannot stand idly by while they march toward certain doom." Adam remained silent. Yet the tension etched in his furrowed brow conveyed his disapproval of this suggestion. Su Tang was aware of his concerns, closely leaning beside the tiger-headed Cain, inquiring, "Cain, what do you think?" The white tiger nodded its large head and let out a low growl. Adam, with a serious expression, declared, "I understand now." Su Tang let out a sigh of relief and continued, "You need not worry excessively. The wilderness should be situated near the center of the volcanic eruption, close to the periphery. Even if the lava were to reach this area, and despite its formidable destructive power, its movement is sluggish, granting us ample time to escape. Our immediate priority, aside from informing the other tribes of the orcs, is to swiftly locate a cave that can accommodate our kin." Adam, still perplexed, interjected, "But didn't you say that caves are perilous?" Back in the tribe, with so many rocks falling, numerous orcs were already injured. Su Tang nodded and continued to explain. "I suspect that the earthquake during the tribal era was caused by a volcanic eruption. Earthquakes are not perpetual. Once the seismic source dissipates, the caves will be quite safe. However, following a volcanic eruption, there will be ash, and we must take refuge, or we may perish from asphyxiation. Furthermore, the ash that settles will eventually lead to acid rain. If we remain outdoors for an extended period, we will undoubtedly be corroded by the acid rain. Adam was unfamiliar with the corrosive nature of volcanic ash and acid rain, yet he understood that they were certainly not beneficial phenomena. Pointing towards the forest below, he remarked, "I recall a small tribe in this vicinity. Let us descend and investigate." Cain remained silent, yet gradually reduced their flying speed before gently landing. Chapter 122. Evacuation of the tribe. As the group descended into the nearby forest, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Flying above, obscured by the dense canopy, they had not fully grasped the extent of the devastation until they touched the ground. Numerous large trees were uprooted, revealing their massive roots. While the earth resembled a parched landscape, cracked and desolate, the entire forest appeared to be in tatters. Not far ahead stood a cliff, strewn with fallen stones, some of which bore traces of blood. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life apart from their own. Had they arrived too late? Was the entire tribe of orcs annihilated, or had they already fled? After carrying individuals for over an hour, the orc inhabitants of the winged tiger tribe were beginning to show signs of exhaustion, their expressions grave. Cain spoke calmly, "Let us rest here until dawn. Shield Mountain, Kelly. Take a group to the cliff and see if there are any surviving orcs. Old Nick, scout the area for herbs to assist our kin with their wounds. Adam, take the uninjured orcs and see if you can procure some game or find other sustenance. We need to replenish our strength." He methodically organized everything with clarity and purpose. As Su Tang was about to raise her hand to indicate that she too could be of assistance, Cain abruptly seized her and led her toward a dense thicket. The assembled orcs exchanged bewildered glances. Cain forcefully cast Su Tang into the thick underbrush beside them. Su Tang, feeling a twinge of discomfort, rubbed her backside and, with a face full of grievance, lifted her head to inquire what Cain was up to. Suddenly, she was startled by the enlarged visage before her. Su Tang cautiously shifted backward, her voice trembling. "What are you doing?" Cain's expression was grim, his gaze ablaze with fury, as if he wished to strip her of her very skin and bones. His towering figure loomed over her, the hushed atmosphere seemingly imbued with a touch of tension. Their breaths intertwining, almost tinted with a rosy hue. With her back pressed against a tree, Su Tang found herself cornered, her fingers digging fiercely into the grass. Her calves braced against Cain's chest, preventing him from advancing any further. "See, Cain, let us speak calmly. Could you please rise?" Cain's hands anchored themselves on either side of Su Tang's shoulders. Although she pressed against him, her strength was negligible against his will. His voice, low and hoarse, dripped with anger as he inquired, "Why?" Su Tang was momentarily bewildered, gazing at Cain with a perplexed expression. "Huh? What do you mean, why?" The sound of creaking echoed. Su Tang discerned the sound, the unmistakable noise produced by Cain's clenched fist colliding with bone. Subsequently, Cain struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch, embedding his fist half an inch into the bark. Through gritted teeth, he enunciated each word with palpable intensity. "Why did you go to the mountain cave?" Su Tang felt her heart fluttering with trepidation. She longed to examine Cain's fist, to see if it bore any injuries, yet she dared not. Confronted by Cain's gaze, which seemed to yearn to devour her whole, Su Tang timidly recoiled, stammering her explanation. I am concerned for the clan's well-being. Is it not said that the cold season is harsh?" "The cold season is indeed severe, hence, Su Tang stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as if the blood within her veins had momentarily congealed. Before her, the enlarged black vertical pupils reflected nothing but her own image. Chapter 123. Retreat from the Tribe 3. The soft sensation upon her lips left her in a daze, as though she were lost in a dream. What was happening? Had Cain just kissed her? Was this merely a figment of her imagination? A sharp sting suddenly coursed through the corner of her mouth. Cain abruptly rose, his black vertical pupils filled with restrained emotion, pulling Su Tang fiercely into his embrace, unwilling to let her go. Su Tang's mind remains a muddled mess, still unable to grasp the events that have transpired. Despite standing nearly 2 meters tall, he stoops down, resting his head in the crook of Su Tang's neck. His deep voice resonates softly in her ear, almost pleading, "Su, please don't do this again. What would I do if something were to happen to you?" As Su Tang's rationality gradually returned, her nose was filled with the strong and assertive scent of Cain. She reached out, cautiously embracing him in return. Cain's body stiffened momentarily, yet he tightened his hold on her, as if he wished to meld her very being into his own. His voice trembled slightly as he confessed, "Su, I am enamored with you." Upon hearing those words, Su Tang was at a loss for how to respond, striking Cain's shoulder with vigor. "Cough. You. Loosen your grip a bit. I feel as though I'm being suffocated." At her words, Cain hastily released Su Tang, standing before her with his head bowed, resembling a contrite child. "I am sorry, Su." The corners of Su Tang's mouth could not conceal her delight. In truth, the moment Cain ventured into the beast hide cave to rescue her, her heart had already made its decision. She gently urged the rather reserved Cain, "Come, let us return. Otherwise, our kin will grow anxious waiting." Cain grasped Su Tang's wrist tightly, his expression grave and earnest. Yet he remarked, "But you have yet to respond to me." Su Tang coughed twice, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. What a clumsy, unrefined tiger. Did he not notice her bashful demeanor? Why did he persist in his incessant questioning? Truly a steadfast and unyielding creature. Yet at that moment, Cain seemed to have an epiphany. As if a light bulb had illuminated above his head, and he playfully curled the corners of his lips, declaring, "If you choose not to speak, I shall assume your silence is an affirmation." Su Tang did not respond, yet she did not refuse either. In a soft murmur, she said, "Hurry back. I am already hungry." Her voice was gentle, stirring a delightful restlessness within Cain's heart. Like lightning, he bent down and gently pecked her crimson lips. The contented tiger then straightened his chest and declared, "Let us go." Su Tang's face flushed even deeper. Thankfully, there was no one around except for the two of them. Otherwise, she would have wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in from embarrassment. The couple returned to the tribe's encampment with Cain, as if to assert his dominion, leading Su Tang on an extensive tour among the orc tribe. The sweet atmosphere they exuded drew curious glances from the tribe members. The scorching stares were almost unbearable for Su Tang, who felt as if she could bury her face in the ground. Cain cast a series of warning looks, and the tribesmen promptly averted their gazes. So it turned out that their beloved saintess was not only easily flustered, but also that the chieftain was an immense jealous man. What exactly did the saintess see in the chieftain? Having just experienced a rain shower, the surroundings were damp, yet somehow, red fruit and the others managed to kindle a fire. Upon seeing their approach, Adam stood up. All nearby game had fled, but they had managed to collect a few carcasses, which were likely abandoned by the pack after sustaining injuries during their escape. Cain nodded with satisfaction. "Yes. Let everyone fill their bellies first. Have there been any updates from Shield Mountain?" Chapter 124. The Weasel Tribe. Adam raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the tightly clasped hands of the couple. Then, with a half-smile, he remarked to Su Tang, "I am not sure. They mentioned some new discoveries and went ahead to investigate, but have yet to return." Su Tang defiantly glared back, witnessing the reconciliation between the saintess and the clan leader. Hongwa couldn't help but smile broadly. Previously, during their quarrel, the clan leader appeared even colder than in the depths of winter, leaving everyone reluctant to approach. Now, however, as they basked in their sweet harmony, it seemed that once things settled down, they might even consider coupling. By the end of winter, it was possible that the clan leader would welcome a little one. With this thought, Hongwa couldn't suppress a delighted chuckle. "Clan leader, look what we've discovered," shouted Dunshan and Kelly from a distance. As they approached, Su Tang realized they were escorting a short orc. Although referred to as short, he was merely slightly taller than Su Tang, yet in the realm of robust orcs, he certainly qualified as diminutive. Cain tightly grasped Su Tang's hand. Unwilling to release her for even a moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "What is going on?" Dunshan forcefully shoved the orc, causing him to kneel before Cain, displaying a defiant demeanor. Kelly, with a displeased expression, explained, "We were previously tasked with inspecting the stone wall. Dunshan detected the scent of a living being from those bloodstains, and we followed the trail. To our surprise, this orc ambushed us in a grove. It was utterly despicable. Thus, we brought him back." Having grasped the situation, Cain lowered his gaze to the orc. "Why did you attempt to ambush us? Where are your kin?" The orc, with a stubborn expression, refused to respond. Kelly, with a fierce glare, kicked the orc, exclaiming, "Our clan leader is addressing you. Are you deaf?" The orc, frail in stature, fell into a nearby mud pit from the force of the kick, taking quite a while to rise, clearly illustrating the weight of Kelly's blow. Su Tang reluctantly averted her gaze. It seemed that Cain sensed something amiss. He drew her into his embrace, casting a nonchalant glance at Kelly. "Who permitted you to act so rashly? You shall descend and face your punishment." Kelly, somewhat defiant, protested, "But, Chief." Cain's expression turned icy. "Do not compel me to repeat myself." Ultimately, Kelly lowered his head and departed alone. Within mere moments, Su Tang heard the sound of a wooden stick striking flesh, accompanied by Kelly's muffled groans of suppressed pain. The diminutive orc, witnessing Kelly truly receiving his punishment, looked up in astonishment at Cain. "I am Cain, the chief of the winged tiger tribe. Our tribe's diviner has foretold impending calamities in the wilderness. What we experienced last night was merely a precursor. We have come to urge you to evacuate promptly." With no malice intended, the small orc regarded Cain with a wary expression. "On what grounds should I trust your words? I will not fall for your deceit. The members of my tribe are already hidden away. We shall not become your slaves. Abandon such hopes." Su Tang cast a surprised glance at Cain, questioning, "Do we have slaves in our tribe?" Cain gently ruffled Su Tang's hair and replied softly, "Do not heed his nonsensical words. Of course, we do not." The diminutive orc widened his eyes, gazing at Cain with disbelief. "You cannot deceive me. Our priest proclaimed that the calamity has passed, and you seek to lure us out to capture us as slaves." Chapter 125. The Weasel Tribe. To Su Tang found the orc utterly incomprehensible. She gently shifted her body, placing her hands on Cain's chest, and softly implored, "Do not stoop to his level. Let him go. We have already warned him. Whether he believes it or not is his own affair." Cain was nearly entranced by this little enchantress, hardly able to think of anything else. With a casual wave of his hand, he instructed Shun Shan to cast the orc far away, so as to avoid having him linger here as an eyesore. Shun Shan seized Tian Ding by the scruff of his neck and effortlessly tossed him back to his original spot, departing with a swiftness that left no room for hesitation. Tian Ding stared at Shun Shan's retreating figure with a look of skepticism for quite some time, ultimately confirming that they were indeed not there to capture him. However, upon recalling the impending calamity that they had mentioned, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned to run, eager to convey this urgent matter to the chieftain. "Tang Tang, I have attended to the injuries of most of the tribe's members, but there is one orc whose arm." Old Nick approached, speaking softly as he described the condition of that particular orc. Su Tang nodded, contemplating for a moment, then said, "Nibber, please take that orc to a more distant place. I shall join you shortly." Old Nick understood her intention and walked away with an expression of exhilaration. To him, the orc's arm seemed beyond salvation. Yet Su Tang appeared to possess a solution. Each time he had the opportunity to acquire new knowledge, Old Nick felt a surge of excitement. After a while, Su Tang rose unsteadily, prompting Cain to stand up nervously alongside her. Su Tang could not help but chuckle, stating, "I merely intend to take a glance at that orc and shall return swiftly." Cain replied with utmost seriousness, "The forest is fraught with peril. I shall accompany you." Su Tang was aware of Cain's subtle intentions, yet she chose not to expose them. Instead, she took the initiative to grasp his hand and smiled gently, saying, "All right. Let us go together." Hongwa, who was grilling meat, hurriedly inquired as the two stood up, "The meat is nearly ready. Where are you headed?" "We are in search of more sustenance, as our provisions are insufficient." Hongwa nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well. Just be cautious and return swiftly, otherwise the barbecue will grow cold." Upon arriving at the wooded area adjacent to the tribe's encampment, Old Nick awaited them alongside the injured orc. Despite the pain that caused him to grimace, the orc greeted them, saying, "Chieftain, Saintus." Cain nodded, his gaze slightly averted, and a frown of displeasure formed on his brow. Su Tang softly inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh, it is nothing," came the reply, "merely a couple of little insects spying on us." Su Tang reacted slightly. Quickly grasping the situation, she patted Cain's hand and said, "Ignore them. We shan't linger here for long. Let's first attend to Tushur's injuries." Tushur was the orc with a fractured arm, having been a moment too late in escaping the cave, only to witness a rock tumbling down above him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, but the force of the falling stone was too great, resulting in a broken arm. Observing his deformed limb, Su Tang felt a twinge of alarm. Though there were no visible wounds, the fracture was internal, and without an X-ray, she could not ascertain the extent of the damage, making her hesitant to proceed. At that moment, she recalled the system. 007. Does the shop offer any devices that allow us to see internal injuries? It should be non-electrical. Something usable here. Ding. Item information retrieved. Please click to view. Chapter 126. Weasel Tribe 3 X-ray penetration glasses. 500 exchange points. Capable of penetrating even the toughest of hides. Upon seeing the price, Su Tang felt a pang of regret. She increasingly suspected that the system's pricing was tailored to her balance points. Why was it always just a tad more than what she had? With a silent sigh, despite her reluctance, she resolved to make the exchange. Ding. You have successfully exchanged for the item. Current balance, 16, 683 points. Upon seeing her balance, Su Tang could hardly believe her eyes. If her memory served her correctly, she should have had a little over 500 points remaining. How could this be? 007. Check the balance details. Ding. The host has successfully rescued all the orcs of the winged tiger tribe, earning a reward of 16,666 exchange points. At this revelation, Su Tang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So this was how it worked? As the glasses materialized in her hand, Tu Shi was taken aback, pointing at her hand, stuttering in disbelief. Wah, what is this? Old Nick, with practiced ease, patted Tu Shi's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. No need for such astonishment. Have you forgotten that the Holy Maiden is the envoy of the beast god? Suddenly enlightened, Tu Shi nearly fell to his knees in reverence towards Su Tang. Yet, Old Nick swiftly restrained him, saying, Hold on, the Holy Maiden must have borrowed this treasure from the temple. Let's first examine your arm. The orc, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. Yes, yes. Su Tang donned a pair of glasses resembling a gaming headset, instantly perceiving the injuries on the rocky arm. Su Tang removed her glasses and handed them to Old Nick, saying, Take a look. This type of injury is called a fracture, which means the bone inside is broken. Old Nick, taken aback, accepted the glasses with astonishment. Can I really use this? Thank you, Tang Tang. Upon seeing Old Nick donning the glasses, Su Tang continued. Do you see that broken white bone inside? Our task is to reposition it and secure it. After some time, it will heal on its own. After explaining, while Old Nick was still examining the glasses, Su Tang turned to Cain and instructed him to find 2 flat wooden boards and a vine in the forest. In just a few minutes, he returned. Simultaneously, Old Nick, filled with admiration, removed the glasses and cradled them in his hands, solemnly returning them to Su Tang. This is truly a remarkable tool. Tang Tang, please take good care of it. Be careful not to lose it. Su Tang smiled helplessly without responding to Old Nick's words. She readjusted her glasses and said to Tu Shi, I will assist you in placing your bones in their rightful position. It may be somewhat painful, so you must endure. Tu Shi nodded solemnly and replied, Rest assured, Holy Maiden. I am a warrior of the winged tiger tribe. I fear no pain. Su Tang lowered her head and, through her glasses, meticulously aligned the severed arm of Tu Shi. During this process, she could feel the tremors of his muscles, quivering from pain. Yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. This filled her with admiration. Once the bones were aligned, she secured Tu Shi's arm with a wooden plank found by Cain, wrapping it several times with vines for stability. Finally, she fashioned a vine to suspend the weight of Tu Shi's arm around his neck. Su Tang exhaled softly, removing her glasses as she spoke. All right, for the time being. Refrain from exerting any effort with that arm. Once we are settled, indulge in some nourishing bone broth. It should heal swiftly. Chapter 127. The Weasel Tribe. Tu Shi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you, Holy Maiden. Old Nick intended to assist Tu Shi in departing, but Su Tang stopped him, saying, Nibber, take these glasses with you. Wear them whenever possible and observe the physical structure of the orcs. This way, should you encounter a similar situation in the future, you will know how to respond. Old Nick was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. No, this cannot be. This is a sacred artifact bestowed by the temple to the Holy Maiden. It is not for us to touch. Su Tang sighed. These orcs were undeniably adorable at times. Yet their stubbornness could be exasperating. Grasping Old Nick's hand, she placed the glasses within it, saying, Did you not declare it yourself? I am the saintess, and I now bestow this sacred object upon you. You must ensure it remains unharmed. A flicker of fragmented light sparkled in Old Nick's eyes, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose not to decline further. With utmost seriousness, he carefully stowed the glasses in the basket behind him, declaring with a grave demeanor, I shall safeguard this item diligently and will allow no mishap to befall it. Su Tang truly wished to express that even if it were broken or lost, it mattered not, for she could always purchase another. However, upon observing the serious demeanor of those around her, she chose to remain silent. Cain, holding Su Tang's hand tightly, gazed at her with tenderness and asked, Shall we return? Su Tang pondered for a moment, then linked her arm with Cain's and playfully suggested, Why don't we take a stroll through the forest? Naturally, Cain was more than willing. The two wandered hand in hand amidst the trees. To be honest, the experience was far from idyllic, having endured an earthquake followed by a torrential downpour. The forest was riddled with scars, with many areas resembling muddy quagmires. However, this seemed not to hinder their affectionate exchanges. As they walked, a figure resembling a grayish-white fluffy creature with an umbrella-like canopy caught Su Tang's eye. Su Tang halted in her tracks, her face alight with surprise as she approached Cain, exclaiming with delight, "Look, I have discovered mushrooms. They're edible and quite delicious. We should gather more for our kin, if we dry them. They can be stored for an extended period. When it's time to eat, we simply soak them in water. However, we must only pick the grayish-white ones. The brown ones are acceptable as well, but that red one over there is not suitable. Generally, the brighter the color, the higher the toxicity." As she spoke, Su Tang picked a grayish-white mushroom and held it to her nose. Freshly sprouted after the rain, the aroma was incredibly inviting, fresh, subtle, and uplifting. Yet, from a distance, it seemed as though one might be tempted to devour the mushroom whole. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a stone came hurtling towards Su Tang. Fortunately, Cain reacted swiftly, catching it deftly. His demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming cold and imposing, his gaze piercing like an arrow aimed at the source of the projectile. With a firm grip, he crushed the stone into powder, which then scattered from his fingertips. At the same time, Cain raised his right hand gently, and before them, a tree was abruptly encircled by a metallic wall. Su Tang gazed at Cain with a hint of bewilderment, then glanced at the nearby trees. Realization washed over him, and he exclaimed with delight, "Have you already leveled up?" Cain nodded lightly, his demeanor calm. "I have been diligently practicing the technique you bestowed upon me, and just yesterday, I broke through to level 5. Su Tang gazed in disbelief, her eyes widening. How could you level up so rapidly? Although she had not received the cultivation techniques previously, she had steadfastly continued her training. Chapter 128, The Weasel Tribe 5. Despite lacking the methods before, her perseverance in cultivation may have allowed her to accumulate sufficient elemental energy, resulting in her advancement. Su Tang nodded thoughtfully, as if recalling the time she had expended 10,000 exchange points to ascend 2 levels consecutively. In the distance, a dull thumping resonated from within the metallic walls, as though something was striking against them. Cain's expression darkened, and he spoke to Su Tang with evident displeasure, urging her to accompany him to investigate who possessed the audacity to launch an ambush against them. Su Tang remained silent, quietly following beside Cain. The two arrived at the towering tree encircled by metallic walls, where the muffled sounds of pounding continued to resonate. Inside, the bellowing of beastmen echoed, creating an atmosphere of chaos. What was happening? Is there anyone there? Please, come and help me. Su Tang discerned the voice, reminiscent of the previously captured diminutive orc. Shortly thereafter, another voice, slightly aged, resonated from within the metallic walls. Enough, Tian Ding, there is no need to expend further effort. If my perception serves me correctly, that orc appears to be a valiant warrior. He has awakened his bloodline talents and has materialized his energy. We stand no chance against him. Tian Ding, filled with reluctance, replied, "But Chief, our intention was solely to rescue his mate. How could he treat us in such a manner? If his mate inadvertently consumes a poisonous fruit and meets the beast god, let us see how he will respond." Outside the metallic barrier, Cain and Su Tang exchanged glances, seemingly realizing the misunderstanding. Consequently, Cain waved his hand, and the metallic wall dissipated swiftly, as though it had never existed. Tian Ding froze momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Cain while positioning himself protectively in front of the elder orc. Cain regarded them with indifference, uttering not a single word. It was the elder orc who first intervened, gently pushing Tian Ding aside, his tone slightly serious. "Stand down. I believe this valiant warrior means us no harm." Cain shifted his gaze to the elder orc, his expression apathetic as he inquired, "Who are you?" The elder orc, stooping slightly, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I am Ma Qing, the chieftain of the Weasel tribe. I observed your mate preparing to consume the poisonous fruit, which prompted us to throw a stone in warning. I apologize, but that fruit is not to be eaten. Otherwise, one would soon froth at the mouth and meet the beast god." Su Tang raised the white mushroom in her hand, arching an eyebrow as she inquired, "Are you referring to this? Have you truly consumed it before?" Ma Qing hastily interjected. "In our tribe, there were those who once ingested the red poisonous fruit, as well as the black variety, but alas, they unfortunately met their demise at the hands of the beast god. Little female, you must not consume this. Swiftly dispose of it." Su Tang cast a glance at Cain, offering a gentle smile as she explained, "This is called a mushroom, and it is edible. The ones you previously consumed, which had a more intense coloration, were toxic. However, this one is safe." Upon witnessing Su Tang's disregard for advice, Ma Qing's expression turned troubled as he looked at Cain. Su Tang shrugged indifferently, tugging at Cain's arm as she attempted to depart. "If you don't believe, then so be it. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning. Farewell." Tian Ding, wearing an anxious expression, reached out to grasp Su Tang, trying to prevent her from leaving. Just as his hand was about to brush against the hem of her garment, he was suddenly propelled backward, crashing violently into a large tree before falling to the ground, his features contorted in pain. Chapter 129. The Weasel Tribe's 6 Machin gasped in alarm, hastening over to assist Tian Ding as he struggled to rise. Pointing an accusatory finger at Cain, he exclaimed with indignation, You all are being excessively cruel. Is being a valiant warrior so commendable that you can bully us at will? Cain slightly furrowed his brow and explained, I apologize. I believed he intended to harm my female. Supported by Machin, Tian Ding stood up painfully, clutching his chest. Cough. Chief, rest assured, I am fine. As Su Tang hesitated, contemplating whether to step forward and offer her assistance, the system within her mind erupted with a violent tremor. It felt as though a small hammer was relentlessly striking inside her head, causing her entire brain to throb with an intense pain. Su Tang clutched her head tightly, crouching down in agony, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Ah, it hurts. Cain, with a look of deep concern, enveloped her in his arms and asked, Su, what is wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Su Tang, with a pained expression, clutched her head and shook it vigorously, hastily calling up the system prompt to discern the cause of her distress. The once soft blue display panel had transformed into a glaring, intense crimson, pulsating with blinding light that made one's heart race with trepidation. Warning! Warning! The host is prohibited from transferring items that exceed the dimensional tier of this realm to others. The host is advised to retract immediately. Warning! Warning! The host is forbidden. The bold, dark text repeatedly flashed on the panel, and it was only after several readings that Su Tang grasped its meaning. The agony felt as if it were compounding, and she sensed that she was on the verge of collapse, beads of sweat trickling down the sides of her face. Her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Gripping Cain's arm tightly, she gasped, Quick, the glasses. Old Nick, bring them back. Fortunately, Cain understood the essence of her words from just a few keywords and nodded hastily, saying, All right, wait here for me. I shall return at once. Machin, with a serious demeanor, turned to Cain and solemnly declared, Rest assured, I and Tian Ding will watch over your female while you are away. Cain nodded, not pausing for further words, and dashed toward the tribe's encampment like a whirlwind. At that moment, dawn was breaking, and the orc tribesmen, having feasted on roasted meat, were resting nearby. Only old Nick, with glasses perched upon his nose, was examining Adam's body, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds of curiosity. Adam was aware that these spectacles were sacred items that Su Tang had procured from the temple, and upon learning about their purpose from old Nick, he allowed him to continue his scrutiny. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Old Nick stroked his goatee, his expression uncertain. I'm not sure. There is a grayish substance within your body that I cannot identify. I will inquire with Tang Tang once she returns. No sooner had he spoken than Cain rushed in like a whirlwind, snatching the glasses from old Nick's head before departing in a similar manner. Old Nick, bewildered, exchanged a puzzled glance with Adam, questioning what had just transpired. Adam remained silent, narrowing his eyes in the direction Cain had taken. After a while, he too rose and headed in that direction. Upon Cain's return with the glasses, he found Su Tang lying on the ground, her face ashen, her breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. With eyes wide and filled with urgency, he rushed to her side, the depths of his gaze of vivid crimson. He cradled her in his arms, placing the glasses into her hands, his voice trembling as he asked, Su, I have retrieved them. Are you all right? Chapter 130. The Weasel Tribe's Su Tang lay unconscious in Cain's embrace, her eyes tightly shut. Machin, with a look of anxiety, explained, Not long after you left, she collapsed to the ground. By the time we realized and attempted to assist her, you had already returned. Tian Ding, clutching his chest, added, Indeed, please believe us. We did nothing. Cain stared intently at Su Tang's pale face, devoid of any color, trembling uncontrollably. Su, please wake up. Su Tang's lips quivered slightly, her eyes tightly shut, and her voice fell to a barely audible whisper, It's all right. Only then did Cain take deep breaths, refraining from holding Su Tang too tightly, fearing that she might be harmed in any way. At this moment, Su Tang was engrossed in the perplexing system. The system informed her that any items capable of inciting turmoil, which had never before manifested in the current realm, could not be transferred to others and were solely for the host's use. Failure to comply would result in punishment. The mere thought of the system's punishment brought Su Tang to the brink of tears, as the experience was akin to living a fate worse than death. She had no desire to endure such torment again in her lifetime. In truth, the moment her fingers grazed the glasses, the punishment had already concluded. However, her body remained ensnared in the aftermath of the ordeal. While she felt no physical pain, her limbs were rendered weak, and her heart trembled with unease. From a distance, Adam observed Cain cradling Su Tang, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurried over, casting a cold glare at Tian and Ma Qing. What transpired? Were they responsible? Ma Qing quickly waved his hands, retreating a couple of steps with Tian. No, it wasn't us. We had no part in this. Adam then turned his gaze to the visibly weakened Su Tang, his brow furrowed. I will fetch Old Nick. No need. I'm fine, she replied. Su Tang opened her eyes and took a long, deep breath. Cain anxiously scrutinized her from head to toe, questioning whether she was truly all right and if there was any lingering discomfort. Su Tang reached out, placing her hand atop Cain's large one, offering him a frail smile as she shook her head. I assure you, I am quite well. Do you not recall that I am a healer? Despite her reassurances, Cain remained unconvinced. With his support, Su Tang gradually rose to her feet and addressed Ma Qing. I apologize for what transpired earlier. It was our fault. However, I must caution you, are you not detecting an unusual odor in the air? It will only intensify. We should depart from this place post-haste. The calamity is not yet over. With that, disregarding their reactions, Su Tang resolutely turned to leave. She had said all that needed to be said. Her conscience was clear. Whether they chose to believe her or not was entirely their own affair. What shall we do about the chieftain? Tian inquired, clutching his chest with a troubled expression. Ma Qing straightened his back, his demeanor serious, as he gazed into the distance, seemingly murmuring to himself. How long has it been since a valiant warrior has emerged from the wilderness, aside from the Zhaoying tribe? That young female even claims to be a healer. He spoke in a hushed tone, barely audible even to Tian at his side. We must return to the tribe at once. Inform our kin that we will depart alongside the beastmen of this tribe. For a moment, Tian hesitated. But what about the esteemed leader of our tribe? It was upon Tian reminder that Ma Qing recalled Feng Yi, the young lord of the Zhaoying tribe, who had been residing with them for nearly an entire rainy season. Feng Yi was brought back by their tribe's shaman at the onset of the rainy season. The shaman had been beaming with joy, treating him as though he were an offering to the beast gods, providing him with abundant food and drink, while he idly plagued their females, much to their annoyance. Yet, the shaman insisted that he was the son of the chieftain of the Zhaoying tribe, a figure of great status. He had come here merely for training and would return to his tribe before the onset of winter. If they treated Feng Yi well, they would reap significant benefits upon his return to the Zhaoying tribe. Ma Qing held skepticism towards the shaman's words, but the tribe's people did not share his doubts. Originally, Feng Yi had departed a few days prior, and Ma Qing had finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was not long before Feng Yi returned, grievously injured. During the calamity that unfolded last night, the tribe lost 3 valiant beastmen in their efforts to save him. 3 lives. Their tribe was not adept at hunting. The number of beastmen warriors capable of such feats could be counted on one hand. Losing 3 at once was a profound blow, and he could not help but feel heartache, not to mention the females and young ones who had perished while they rushed to save him. With these thoughts weighing on him, Ma Qing's gaze darkened. First, let us return and inform our kin. If he is willing to leave with us, we shall take him. If not, so be it. Yes, chieftain. Seeing Su Tang's legs tremble as she walked, Cain furrowed his brow slightly and lifted her into his arms. Su Tang was taken aback, nearly dropping her glasses into the muddy pit. A layer of cold sweat formed on her forehead as she hurriedly stowed her glasses away. What just happened? Su Tang was somewhat taken aback. What? You bestowed upon Old Nick the sacred relic granted to you by the temple? Is that the reason the temple is punishing you? Su Tang gazed at Cain in astonishment, her admiration for him palpable. It was almost uncanny how accurate he was. However, Cain's expression darkened almost immediately. Though Su Tang uttered not a word, it was easy to infer from her reaction and demeanor. Henceforth, such actions must cease. The sanctuary bestows upon you only sacred relics. They must not be profaned. Su Tang secretly pouted, for the system, clearly petty, had failed to inform her of such crucial precautions, causing her to endure considerable hardship. Humph, how truly wicked. Cain spoke with utmost seriousness. Su, did you hear what I just said? She tightly embraced Cain's neck, resting her cheek against his nape, and playfully replied, all right, I understand. I won't do this again. Cain's sturdy frame trembled at her words, a tingling sensation radiating from his tailbone to his mind. His breath quickened, a a feeling of constraint enveloping him, igniting a surge of warmth throughout his being. With a grave expression, Cain gently placed Su Tang on the ground, stating, "I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly." Su Tang stared in bewilderment at the departing figure of Cain. Huh? Did she say something wrong? It seemed not. Beside her, Adam, who had witnessed the entire scene, struggled to suppress his laughter. Meeting Su Tang's confused gaze, he silently felt sympathy for Cain. Adam, what is wrong with Cain? Perhaps he is in urgent need of a restroom. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Let us return for now, indulge in some roasted meat, and allow the clan members to gather more mushrooms. The scent of sulfur is already closing in, and our time is limited. Chapter 132. The Weasel tribe. Cain swiftly returned to Su Tang's side, donning a demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Meeting Adam's subtly mocking gaze, Cain shot him a fierce glare. Tang Tang, Chief, you have returned. Come, partake in the roasted meat. It's still warm. Hongwa called out, presenting 2 steaming pieces of grilled meat skewered on a branch. Cain accepted one and promptly passed a skewer to Su Tang. Eat quickly. By the way, and Hongwa, this in my hand is a mushroom. Please lead the females of the tribe nearby to collect any similar ones you find. Be cautious not to gather the red, purple, or black mushrooms. They are inedible. As she spoke, Su Tang handed the white mushroom to Hongwa. After examining it closely, Hongwa nodded in understanding. Very well. I shall take the females to explore the vicinity. You all enjoy your meal while it remains hot. Though the earthquake had struck unexpectedly the day prior, the tribe had managed to salvage some useful items. The females carried their baskets, and Old Nick had not forgotten to bring along the herbs he had previously gathered. Adam had tightly wrapped all the salt in large green leaves, placing it alongside Old Nick's herbs. All the chestnuts and animal skins of the tribe were safely stored in Su Tang's space, leaving little of concern, aside from the fragile ceramics and the large buplurum growing by the creek. As they relished their meal, Mengze approached suddenly, stating, Chief, there is an orc claiming to be the leader of the Weasel tribe seeking an audience. He has brought his kin along. Cain hastily finished the roasted meat in his hand and instructed, allow them to enter. Su Tang curiously elongated her neck, spotting Ma Ching approaching with his kin from a distance. However, his tribe appeared rather peculiar. Several elderly females were being supported by younger females, while a frail cub, little more than a mere skeleton, limped along. Additionally, there were numerous injured beasts, among them Tian Ding, whom Su Tang recognized, in stark contrast to the robust and well-fed members of the winged tiger tribe. The individuals from the Weasel tribe seemed as if they had emerged from the depths of a slum. Su Tang was intrigued by how such a tribe managed to survive. Cain reached out and gently patted Su Tang's head, saying nonchalantly, don't just stare, hurry and eat. The roasted meat, seasoned only with salt, did not particularly suit Su Tang's palate. After hastily consuming a few bites, she handed the meat over to Cain and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Cain smiled indulgently and replied, all right then, be sure to eat a bit more. Su Tang nodded with delight. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was captivated by the Weasel tribe, she tossed a few chestnuts into the fire, having completed her small act. The members of the Weasel tribe approached. Ma Ching, with a serious demeanor, stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and placed it against his chest, performing a universal gesture of respect from the beast world to Cain. I have met the esteemed chieftain of our tribe, he proclaimed. Cain neither commanded him to rise nor forbade it, seemingly establishing an air of authority, and in a calm tone inquired, what brings you here? Ma Ching remained kneeling on one knee, his aged face revealing a flicker of indescribable discomfort as he continued, esteemed chieftain, our Weasel tribe has suffered greatly last night. We are now but a mere handful of survivors. We humbly request to join the winged tiger tribe. We beseech you to take us in. The orcs behind Ma Ching, including females and young ones, also knelt and echoed, we beseech you to take us in. Chapter 133. The Weasel tribe observing nearly 30 individuals uniformly kneeling before Cain. Su Tang felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She had initially intended to offer him a piece of the roasted meat she had already begun to eat, but found herself momentarily frozen in place upon witnessing the Weasel tribe's gesture. Cain did not rush to respond. Instead, he scrutinized Ma Ching with a penetrating gaze. On what grounds do you presume I would agree? His eyes seemed to pierce through to the very thoughts within Ma Ching's mind, rendering him unable to lift his gaze. After a brief pause, Cain continued. As far as I know, the members of the Weasel tribe are not significantly inferior to us, which presents an intriguing conundrum. Clearly, there are no other beast corpses in sight. How is it that only you remain? At this point, Su Tang began to sense something amiss. The individuals from the weasel tribe appeared to be exclusively frail and elderly, and in the face of calamity, even the winged tiger tribe struggled to care for themselves, let alone accommodate another group in need of assistance. The only ones remotely appealing were the young females, who bore a resemblance to Su Tang in height. However, these females were gaunt and appeared underdeveloped. While they shared a similar stature with Su Tang, they were fundamentally different in essence. The height of Su Tang is determined by her genetics. Though slender, she embodies health. In stark contrast, the females of the weasel tribe exhibit an unhealthy waxen pallor on their faces, a clear indication of prolonged hunger. Particularly alarming is the sight of several females already adorned with beast rings, which significantly diminishes their appeal to the males of their kind. The inhabitants of the winged tiger tribe are marked by their pride, firmly believing that their capabilities enable them to adequately care for their females, thus eliminating the occurrence of polyandry within their community. However, the scenario is quite different in other tribes. For instance, the weasel tribe, whose members are inherently inept at hunting, typically sees each female coupled with 3 to 4 males to ensure their well-being. Ma Qing bowed his head even lower, his hunched back a poignant sight. "Chief," he lamented. The weasel tribe indeed possesses many males, yet they remain unconvinced of impending disaster and are reluctant to leave. Cain, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "If that is the case, I see little reason to facilitate your departure. The calamity approaches, and you are powerless to act. You have witnessed the plight of our tribe. We can scarcely feed ourselves, let alone tend to you." With that, Cain rose alongside Su Tang, seemingly prepared to depart. Seeing this, Ma Qing fell to the ground. Trembling as he spoke, "My lord, the young master of the Zhaoing tribe is visiting us in the weasel tribe for quite some time. Apart from the Zhaoing tribe, no other tribe has witnessed the arrival of a formidable warrior." Cain narrowed his black vertical pupils, a hint of danger lurking within. "Are you threatening me?" Ma Qing remained prostrate, undeterred. "I do not dare. I have not revealed your secrets, my lord. I only beseech you to grant us refuge. I am eternally grateful." Su Tang nervously grasped Cain's arm. If the young chief of the Zhaoing tribe were to discover that Cain was a valiant warrior, it would surely lead to endless troubles, a potential disaster. Yet, if she agreed to Ma Qing's conditions and accepted so many elderly, weak, and sickly individuals into the winged tiger tribe, it would undoubtedly increase the burden on her people. What should she do? Cain gently patted the back of Su Tang's hand, signaling her to remain calm. He turned and sat back down on the large stone, exuding the full pressure of a level 5 valiant warrior, deliberately imposing a sense of intimidation on Ma Qing and the others. If they wished to join the winged tiger tribe, he demanded a compelling reason for their acceptance. "You know," he stated, "as a valiant warrior, it would be quite simple for me to eliminate you without a sound. Therefore, there is no need for you to threaten me." Ma Qing raised her head, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. After much internal struggle, she spoke softly. "Though my people are not skilled hunters, we know of several food sources that can be preserved through the cold season. If you accept us, I can share all this knowledge with you." Cain responded with a nonchalant hum, unimpressed by her reasoning. "Unfortunately, our tribe has already discovered a food source suitable for preservation through the cold season and gathered sufficient supplies. Do you have any other reasons?" Stunned, Ma Qing looked up, unable to believe her ears. "How is that possible? What food have you found?" Cain's gaze sharpened, and the pressure intensified, causing Ma Qing to kneel before him, trembling involuntarily. "That is not your concern. If you cannot provide a suitable reason, perhaps you should worry about the safety of yourself and your people." Hearing this, Su Tang anxiously clutched Cain's arm, not wishing for him to resort to violence. Ma Qing's face displayed a complex array of emotions, as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Yet, upon seeing the injured orcs, females, and younglings behind her, her fists clenched tightly. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely looked up and said, "I do possess another reason that could compel you to accept us. However, before I share it, you must swear to the great beast god that once we join the tribe, we will be treated as kin and not as slaves." Cain chuckled derisively. "Do you still have the standing to negotiate with me? I shall not swear to the great beast god. But I can assure you in the name of a valiant warrior that if you join the winged tiger tribe, you will be regarded as our kin. There shall be no slaves in the winged tiger tribe." Ma Qing met Cain's gaze, which was filled with determination. She had no other choice. When she and Tian Ding returned to the tribe and spoke of the impending disaster, the shaman led a mockery, uniting the strongest orcs to expel her as chief, along with the elderly and infirm. The weasel tribe was no longer an option for them, and there was no necessity to return. She could not lead her people to a beautiful and hospitable place. The chief of the winged tiger tribe was a valiant warrior, possessing such formidable protection that the tribe's rise was merely a matter of time. It would be better to join them, ensuring the survival of her people and improving their future circumstances. After much contemplation, Ma Qing made her decision. She looked up at Cain and said, "Earlier, when I was traveling across the Orc continent, I accidentally found myself in the Death Forest. I thought I would perish there, but to my surprise, it was not as terrifying as the legend suggested. In fact, it was quite beautiful. The creatures there were unafraid of humans, robust, and easy to catch. There lies a vast valley surrounded by mountains, capable of accommodating many orcs. The entrance is well concealed, and it is much warmer inside than outside. Initially, I planned to lead my people there as our new settlement, hoping to arrive before the cold season, where we could find food for preservation and hunt abundant game." As she spoke, Ma Qing felt a knot of anxiety in her heart. Observing Cain's calm demeanor, her earlier confidence wavered. She was uncertain whether her words would satisfy him. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that her reasoning piqued Cain's interest. The winged tiger tribe had suffered such a calamity that their original dwelling was no longer viable. They had been troubled about where to establish their new home, and now an opportunity had presented itself. "That is a reasonable argument. How many know of this place you speak of?" Cain inquired, sensing the urgency as the cold season approached, wanting to avoid any unforeseen complications. Ma Qing quickly replied, "Rest assured, Chief, I have never disclosed that location to anyone. However, I cannot guarantee that others have not stumbled upon it by chance." Cain nodded, satisfied. That was sufficient. The Death Forest was notorious, not many possessing the courage to venture within. It was once known as the Cache Forest, but after the last Wrath of the Mountain God event, its name faded from memory. Subsequent generations of orcs were warned by their elders to avoid that forest due to the dangers it posed. Over time, the name Cache Forest was replaced by Death Forest. Ma Qing cautiously asked, "Then, Chief, can my people and I join the winged tiger tribe?" Cain replied coolly, "Yes. But you must swear to the great beast god that once you join the winged tiger tribe, you shall not leave without my permission, harbor any treachery against the tribe, or speak of any confidential matters." The conditions seemed quite restrictive, and Ma Qing's expression reflected her discontent. Su Tang hurriedly added, "However, you can rest assured that by joining our Hu tribe, you shall become our kin. We shall ensure that you lack for nothing in terms of food and provisions." Ma Qing turned her gaze towards Su Tang, pondering the identity of this young female. Could she truly represent the Ihu tribe? Was her statement genuine? Why was this female so slender? Did the Ihu tribe also suffer from hunger? Ma Qing's mind was engulfed in a flurry of questions, nearly spiraling into chaos. Cain observed Ma Qing with a calm demeanor, his imposing aura having mysteriously dissipated. "This is the holy maiden of my clan, and also my future mate." Such a straightforward introduction conveyed to Ma Qing and the others the significance of Su Tang within the tribe and the weight her words carried. Without rising, Ma Qing promptly bowed to Su Tang, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the holy maiden." Su Tang intended to rise and assist, but Cain restrained her, shaking his head in disapproval. Su Tang's epiphany. Sitting beside Cain, she lifted the demeanor of a saintess and, with a touch of excitement, said, "Everyone, please rise. There is no need to kneel. The ground is quite cold." "Thank you, Lady Saintess." Cain, somewhat pained, rubbed his forehead, pondering how to cope with such an accommodating saintess. "I am currently seeking assistance urgently." Chapter 136, Joining the Winged Tiger Tribe under the witness of Cain, Adam, and Su Tang. Ma Qing and the others swore their allegiance to the beast god and successfully joined the Winged Tiger Tribe. Noticing the pale faces of the females and cubs shivering from the cold, Su Tang hastily concealed herself behind her backpack. Retrieving several fur garments she had prepared in advance for the tribe, distributing them to everyone and thereby earning a wave of goodwill from the weasel tribespeople. Led by Honghua, a group of females filled their large baskets with mushrooms, their ivory-white caps smooth and plump, arousing one's appetite at first sight. Eagerly, they took a few mushrooms from their baskets, threading them onto branches for Cain to assist in roasting. Meanwhile, Su Tang discreetly pulled Honghua aside, offering her 2 baskets of chestnuts to roast for the weasel tribespeople to satisfy their hunger. Although surprised by the sudden appearance of the chestnuts, Honghua said nothing and found 2 others to help carry them toward the fire. It was not wise to linger here. The sulfur scent in the air intensified, and fine dust particles could be faintly seen floating, indicating that volcanic ash was gradually settling in, despite the recent rain that should have left the sky pristine. They needed to depart swiftly. The winged tiger beastmen had yet to recover their energies, so under Ma Qing's guidance, everyone set off on foot toward the forest of death. Along the way, seeing the clusters of tinder mushrooms, Su Tang reminisced about their delightful, refreshing taste and sighed heavily. Observing her demeanor, Cain could guess her thoughts without her uttering a word. He waved to Hong Guo, requesting an empty basket, which he casually handed to Su Tang, saying, "Go ahead and pick some. Remember to be quick. We still have a journey ahead." Su Tang joyfully accepted the basket and began foraging for mushrooms by the roadside near the group. As the basket neared its capacity, she discreetly transferred some of its contents into her spatial storage, all while under the watchful and skeptical gazes of the orcs. Undeterred, Su Tang continued her endeavor with great enthusiasm. Along the journey, she collected a considerable amount of mushrooms and stumbled upon several unfortunate beasts that had perished along the way, all of which were organized for safekeeping by Cain and the orc clan. By midday, the gathered prey, combined with the freshly picked mushrooms, provided a hearty meal for the clan. After a brief respite following their meal, the winged tiger orcs transformed back into their beast forms. With the addition of the weasel clan members, a portion of the winged tiger orcs now bore the burden of 3 individuals. Before darkness enveloped the land, they discovered an abandoned cave. Though small, it was sufficient to accommodate the assembled orcs if they squeezed together. Having flown for an extended duration, the winged tiger orcs were thoroughly exhausted and could barely lift their arms. Thus, Cain led the other orcs into the forest to seek their fortune, while Hong Guo and Su Tang took the young female weasels to gather more mushrooms. As twilight approached, they hastened their pace, distributing the extra baskets among the female weasels. Su Tang instructed them to refrain from collecting any mushrooms other than white ones, and then allowed them to disperse. The strength of numbers proved true, and before long, the nearby woods were stripped bare of mushrooms. Su Tang stood up, straightened her back, and let out a long sigh. "What on earth is wrong with you? How can you fail to accomplish such a trivial task? Tang instructed you to collect mushrooms, and just look at what you have gathered." The few young females of the weasel clan stood together with their heads bowed, too intimidated by Huang Guo's reprimand to dare utter a sound. Su Tang stepped forward and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Chapter 137, New Discovery. Su Tang stepped forward and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" Huang Guo immediately expressed her discontent, saying, Tang, look at them. You clearly mentioned for us to gather mushrooms, yet they have picked numerous fruits of unknown varieties." The young female weasels huddled together, too timid to respond to Huang Guo's accusation. Observing this, Hong Guo furrowed her brows slightly and addressed Huang Guo in a rather serious tone. "Enough. There is still time. They will be our kin in the future. Please choose your words carefully." After being reprimanded by Huang Guo felt a surge of indignation. It was clearly the fault of those young female weasels. How could Aunt Hong Guo place the blame on her? With an expression of grievance, she turned to Su Tang and said, Tang, look at them." Su Tang smiled helplessly and shook her head, first soothing the agitated Huang Guo. All right, there's no need to rush. There must be a reason why they haven't harvested the mushrooms. And Hong Guo is right. They will be our kin in the future, so please don't be so fierce." Huang Guo pouted, her voice noticeably softened. "I'm not fierce. I just raised my voice a little." Su Tang remained silent, offering a friendly smile to the female members of the weasel clan. Her gaze shifted towards the large basket behind them, and to her astonishment, she discovered 2 delightful items. Sweet potatoes? Potatoes? She hurriedly approached and picked up the enormous fruits from the basket, scrutinizing them closely, and indeed recognized them as the sweet potatoes from her memory. Turning her attention to the slightly taller females of the weasel clan, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "Where did you gather these? Are there more?" One female, appearing slightly more frail than Su Tang, stepped forward timidly and replied, "Holy maiden, we did not intentionally refrain from gathering mushrooms. This is sweet earth fruit, which can be stored for the cold season. In our tribe, we used to subsist on this and the earth fruit throughout the winter." As she spoke, she presented a potato the size of a coconut. Su Tang nodded excitedly, affirming, "Yes, indeed. This is sweet potato and potato. Do you refer to them as sweet earth fruit and earth fruit?" The female from the weasel clan nodded in agreement. Su Tang's gaze was drawn to another basket filled with black fruits. These fruits were relatively small, roughly the size of half a fist, and their outer shells appeared remarkably hard, failing to match anything from her memories. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "What is this?" A female from the weasel tribe picked one up, cradling it in her palm, and with a firm twist, the black fruit split in 2, revealing a soft, White core within. This is the soft fruit, she explained. We discovered it during the last cold season in our tribe, although it lacks any distinctive flavor. Consuming it followed by a sip of water will quell hunger. Su Tang, with a hint of curiosity, extended her finger and gently pressed against the pale fruit flesh, creating a delicate indentation that soon reverted back to its original form. Su Tang's eyes sparkled with delight as she extracted the white pulp from its shell and began to knead it in her hands. The soft, fluffy texture was smooth and elastic, devoid of any unpleasant odor, and it subtly emanated a refreshing fragrance. Could it be? This was, indeed, dough. Su Tang could hardly contain her exuberance, bursting into laughter 300 times. Her face radiated uncontainable excitement, her breath quickening as she tightly grasped the shoulder of the female weasel, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Where did you harvest this delightful soft fruit? Please, take me there at once. And what about the sweet ground fruits and the earth fruits? We must gather more. Chapter 138. New Discoveries 2. The female weasel was somewhat taken aback by Su Tang's exuberant demeanor, nodding in a daze. The red fruit, filled with curiosity, inquired, Tang Zai. Is this also a food that can be stored for a long time? Su Tang nodded excitedly, even taking several deep breaths to calm her emotions. Indeed, and Honggua. Do you recall when I asked you to search for rice and wheat? Honggua pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, I remember. You mentioned that as long as we could find one of those, we would not have to go hungry during the winter season. Su Tang vigorously waved the soft, fluffy bundle in her hand, exclaiming, I've found it. This is it. However, she pondered, but this seems quite different from what you described about wheat and rice. Su Tang felt a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, I too did not anticipate this outcome, to think it would mutate into such a form. However, I shall not be mistaken. This is indeed the dough needed from wheat flour. With great excitement, he turned to the female of the weasel tribe and inquired, What is your name? Is the place where you gather the soft fruits far from here? Could you guide us there? The female weasel tribe member promptly nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from excitement or shyness. I am called Xiaodai. The soft fruits are not far ahead. Please follow me. Under Xiaodai's guidance, the group arrived at the location where the soft fruits were harvested. As they gazed around, they spotted a scattering of over 10 soft fruit trees. Not particularly tall, perhaps just a little over 3 meters. In comparison to the towering trees, soaring over 10 meters high, these modest heights appeared insignificant. Yet, despite their stature, the trees were laden with fruits, densely clustered one after another, with some branches even bending under the weight, drooping towards the ground, suppressing his exhilaration. Su Tang's hand glided over the back baskets of the females, which had once been filled with mushrooms but were now empty. The others regarded Su Tang with a curious gaze, but upon recalling that their revered lady was a messenger of the beast god, they quickly returned to a state of understanding. Su Tang playfully winked, raised her index finger to her lips, and gently shushed everyone. Instantly, the group understood and pretended as though nothing had transpired, adjusting their baskets to embark on the quest for the soft fruits. The female members of the weasel clan stood in sheer astonishment, particularly Xiaodai, who was rendered speechless. Huangguo approached Xiaodai and cheerfully patted her shoulder, exclaiming, So, isn't our esteemed saint is remarkable? Xiaodai's eyes widened as she fervently nodded in agreement. Observing her reaction, Huangguo continued, Haha, soon. She will be your saintess as well. Are you not thrilled? Once again, Xiaodai responded with enthusiastic nods, her cheeks flushed with excitement. At this moment, Huangguo, feeling slightly bashful, said, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Your name is Xiaodai, correct? I am Huangguo, and from now on, we shall be kin. Welcome to the Winged Tiger tribe. Xiaodai stared at Huangguo in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Yuan and Qingguo approached and struck up conversations with other female members of the Weasel clan, which Su Tang had anticipated. Yet she was surprised to see the usually timid Liu joining them as well. Aloe had only applied her treatment for a few days. Yet the acne on Liu Ye's face was visibly diminishing, possibly contributing to her gradual transformation into a more cheerful disposition. Chapter 139. New Discovery 3. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone embraced the female members of the Weasel clan with warmth, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Su Tang felt a wave of contentment as she witnessed this scene. With gentle encouragement, the females paired off, chatting and laughing as they ventured to gather the soft fruits. At some point, Honggua had positioned herself beside Su Tang and remarked, The females of our tribe are exceedingly kind. May it remain this way forever? Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately smiled gently, assuring Aunt Honggua, Rest assured, Aunt, everything will be fine. Our lives will continue to improve. As she surveyed the cluster of soft fruit trees, a pang of reluctance washed over her. She wondered if the place she would soon inhabit would have such trees. Nevertheless, with ample space remaining in her domain, she thought it more prudent to uproot these trees and transplant them to her future dwelling. Thus, she enlisted the help of Cain and several other beastmen. And before darkness descended, they successfully excavated the soft fruit trees, wrapping their roots in clumps of earth and relocating them to her space. Once this task was completed, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Before they could even reach their temporary encampment, a series of sneezes erupted from several beastmen in succession. Su Tang felt an itch in her nose. Turning to Cain with a serious expression, she declared, "I believe we cannot rest here tonight. We must press on without delay. The volcanic ash may linger for a day or two, and this cave is too small to accommodate all of us. We need to seek a larger cavern." The particles of ash in the air were starkly illuminated by the flickering flames, and should the concentration increase, prolonged inhalation could inflict harm upon our lungs. Given the current density, if we were to rest here for the night, we would find it impossible to depart by morning. Following the ash, a fierce acid rain is expected, the timing and duration of which remain uncertain. Thus we cannot afford to squander any more time here. We must hasten to find a cave spacious enough for all our kin. Cain, observing Su Tang's weary countenance, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He nodded and replied, "Very well. After we finish our meal and take a brief rest, we shall leave." Su Tang remained silent, tightly holding Cain's hand. Her heart filled with a tinge of worry, fearing that her kin might voice their discontent over their inability to rest properly. With a heart full of trepidation, she meticulously observed the reactions of the crowd after Cain announced the news, only to find their responses remarkably subdued. A few impatient souls even expressed a desire to finish their meal and depart. As the forest was shrouded in night and the temperature plummeted, Cain wrapped his arm around Su Tang's shoulders, sharing his warmth with her, and softly reassured her, "Your kindness has not gone unnoticed by the tribe. Do not dwell on your concerns. No one will blame you." Hongo approached with a skewer of roasted mushrooms, offering a gentle smile. "Indeed, Tang Zai. Though they may not voice it, we all understand that without you, we might have met the beast god long ago. Yes, revered saintess, we are all immensely grateful to you. It is you who has saved us. The saintess must eat some roasted meat. There is still danger lurking. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave." The tribe members exchanged words of encouragement, and not a single one harbored any resentment towards Su Tang. In that instant, a profound sense of belonging surged within her chest, warming her heart and causing her eyes to glisten, looking at the smiling faces of her kin. Su Tang gradually unveiled her own smile. Chapter 140. Breathing space. Suddenly, an orc stepped forward from the crowd. His right fist clenched against his chest as he knelt on one knee, declaring, "From the winged tiger tribe, I, Age, pledge my oath to the beast god, vowing to protect our saintess with my life. Should I betray this vow, I shall willingly accept divine retribution." Su Tang was momentarily taken aback as she witnessed a pale white orb ascend into the sky. Before she could utter a word, another orc emerged from the crowd. With his right arm still bound by vines around his neck, Tushur clenched his left fist against his chest and proclaimed, "From the winged tiger tribe, Tushur swears before the beast god to protect our sacred maiden with my life. Should I betray this vow, I willingly accept divine retribution." Gradually, more and more orcs knelt before Su Tang. Upon closer inspection, these were the very clansmen who had accompanied Adam to procure salt, only to return and reject her. Waves of white light flickered, transforming into meteors that soared into the night sky. Once all the orcs had taken their oaths, Age looked up at Su Tang with sincerity etched on his face, saying, "In the past, I claimed you were unworthy of being our sacred maiden. I now apologize for those words. You are more deserving than anyone. From this moment on, you shall be the sacred maiden of our winged tiger tribe. The one and only sacred maiden." A chorus of cheers erupted from all the orcs in response to Age's declaration. Su Tang felt a profound ache in her nose. Finally gaining the recognition of all her kin, yet was inexplicably overwhelmed with an urge to weep. Not wishing to reveal her embarrassment to her tribe, she turned and tightly embraced Cain, burying her face in his chest. The sense of belonging within her intensified, and the weariness that had settled in her body and mind was swept away by this emotion. As the excitement among the crowd grew, Cain felt compelled to intervene, infusing his voice with his elemental power to ensure every tribe member could hear him. "We have little time. Once we've eaten, we must be on our way. Disperse." The reluctance of the tribe was palpable, prompting Cain to add, "Upon our arrival at the new tribal settlement, we shall hold 3 nights of bonfire celebrations. For now, replenish your energies and let us hasten our journey." In response to his words, the tribe gradually dispersed. After replenishing their energy with food, they hurriedly resumed their journey, not daring to pause for even a moment. After 3 days of relentless travel, day and night, they finally reached their destination. Ma Ching approached Cain and said, "Chief, we are nearing the Stone Hollow tribe. The beastmen of the Stone Hollow tribe possess exceptional skills in excavating caves, often creating vast spaces for food storage. We could negotiate with them for temporary lodging," she continued. Cain raised his hand, signaling the group to halt, and summoned Shun's Han, Age, Taimu, and others, instructing them to accompany Ma Ching to the Stone Hollow tribe to assess the availability of caves for their stay and to inform them of the impending disaster. He then turned to Adam, directing him to lead a team of beastmen to scout the vicinity for game. Should the Stone Hollow tribe be unable to accommodate us, we shall replenish our energy and continue on our way. Once all arrangements were made, Cain pulled Su Tang, who had been idly sitting by the roadside, into his embrace. After 3 days of continuous travel without proper rest, Su Tang's complexion was far from healthy. She rubbed her sore calves, utterly disinclined to move. Though Cain had occasionally carried her for considerable distances during the night, the reality remained that she had not lain down to sleep for 3 days and 2 nights. Even the strongest body could not endure such strain. Chapter 141. Breathing space. Cain evenly kneaded Su Tang's calves, eliciting sighs of comfort from her. "Do not worry. I have already dispatched someone to the Stone Hollow tribe to gather information. If we can secure lodging, you may rest well." Su Tang nodded. Her gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Ma Ching and the others had departed, her heart filled with anticipation. She yearned for the return of good news. However, instead of Ma Ching's return, the orcs who had ventured out to hunt came back. Chief, we have discovered a large group of stag beetles in a ravine up ahead, some of which have broken legs yet still live." The remaining orcs of the tribe erupted in excitement, each eager to follow Bu Sin and hasten the retrieval of those stag beetles. Cain furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "Silence. Half of the orcs will accompany Bu Sin to capture the stag beetles. The rest will remain here on standby to protect the team." Upon receiving the command, the team was suddenly reduced by half, yet every face radiated with joyous smiles. Su Tang was exceedingly delighted. Although she was unaware of the exact number of stag beasts, with the addition of the chestnuts, sweet potatoes, and soft fruits from her space, she felt that being trapped here for 10 days or even half a month would pose no issue. Just as she was reveling in her joy, Ma Ching and the others returned, and the smiles adorning their faces indicated that the endeavor had likely succeeded. "Chieftain, we ventured to the stone-cutting tribe and discovered that there was not a single soul present. Many caves had collapsed. Yet one large cavern remained intact, sufficient for our tribe's members to reside in. This was yet another stroke of good fortune." And Su Tang was on the verge of tears from her excitement. Cain did not hesitate. He promptly commanded the team to proceed to the empty cavern of the stone-cutting tribe. Upon their arrival at the cave, Su Tang finally grasped the true magnitude of what the orcs had referred to as large. The entrance was modest in size, but within lay an expanse that seemed boundless. Perhaps it was due to the dim lighting, but Su Tang began to wonder if the stone-cutting tribe had hollowed out the mountain itself. The cavern was both spacious and level, and the orcs had not completely excavated it. Sturdy stone pillars were strategically placed at intervals to support the weight of the mountain above. Apart from the central open area resembling a hall, the surrounding walls were riddled with small caves, uncertain whether they were intended for habitation or for storing provisions. Su Tang was thoroughly pleased with this locale. The small cave adjacent to the wall was ample enough to accommodate all the members of their winged tiger tribe. Not to mention, there was a vast expanse of open space in the center, making it utterly suitable. She swiftly selected a cave that met her satisfaction. It was not too distant from the entrance, allowing for a modicum of light, yet not so close as to pose a risk when the volcanic ash descended. Cain followed closely behind her, brandishing a torch as he entered, nodding in contentment. "Indeed, this place is quite splendid. We shall reside here." Su Tang stared in astonishment, her eyes wide open. "Wait a moment, when did I ever say I wanted to share a cave with you? This is my cave. You must leave." Cain swiftly took her into his embrace, leaning close to her ear, gently nibbling at her sensitive earlobe, murmuring indistinctly, Su, are you wishing to abandon me?" A tingling sensation coursed from her right ear down her waist, ultimately reaching the soles of her feet. With Cain's teasing, Su Tang found herself nearly unable to stand. Chapter 142. Breathless 3. With Cain's playful antics, Su Tang was almost unsteady on her feet, her face flushed, her voice softening to the point of resembling a warm spring. "Why, you mustn't do this. Please let me go." Undeterred, Cain continued to linger beside her like a shameless rogue. So, do you still wish to chase me away? Su Tang hurriedly shook her head, expressing her reluctance. Cain, with a mischievous smile, released her only after planting a gentle peck on her fair cheek. As soon as she regained her freedom, Su Tang turned and raised her fist, which resembled a small sandbag, at Cain, exclaiming, "You rascal." Cain chuckled softly, catching her soft fist with ease, and affectionately tousled her hair with his other hand. "All right, no more teasing. Do you have any animal skins in your space? Spread them out on the ground and take a good rest. I will go with the tribe members to bring back the antler beasts and gather some firewood," he said. With the conversation turning serious, Su Tang shed her shyness and quickly added, "Make sure to stockpile plenty of firewood. Once the volcanic ash arrives, we want to be able to leave, and there will be acid rain afterwards. We should gather as much prey as we can while the ash is still manageable." Cain nodded and prepared to leave, but Su Tang hurriedly called out, "Oh, and remember to find a large stone to block the cave entrance when you return, to keep the volcanic ash out." "All right, I understand. You rest for now. I'll call you when it's time for dinner." Once Cain departed, Su Tang took out 1/5 of all the animal skins from her space, realizing that the small cave could only accommodate so many. She then summoned Hong Guo and distributed the skins, retrieving more from her space twice, ensuring each tribe member received 2 pieces. Ultimately, Su Tang had overestimated the number of individuals in the tribe or underestimated the cave's size. After all the beastmen from the winged tiger tribe settled in, there was still a third of the cave left empty. At that moment, Su Tang's curiosity about the stone-piercing tribe deepened. What kind of beastmen could have excavated such a vast structure? She was also quite intrigued about where the beastmen of the stone-piercing tribe had gone. After tidying up her little cave, she looked at her grimy hands and realized a serious issue. They didn't know how long they would be staying in the cave, and their water supply would pose a significant challenge. It was imperative to stock up on sufficient water while conserving it. So, when Cain returned with the first batch of antler beasts, Su Tang immediately recognized this concern. Cain pondered for a moment and instructed Xiongda and Xiong-er to search for large stones nearby to dig out water storage tanks. Both Xiongda and Xiong-er belonged to the diamond bear tribe, and their sturdy bear claws were perfect for such tasks, since the tanks were merely for holding water. It didn't matter if they weren't perfectly smooth, they just needed to be watertight. In just one morning, the two had excavated over 100 large water tanks. During lunch, while enjoying roasted meat, Su Tang noticed that both of their hands trembled slightly, with traces of blood on their fingertips, which stirred a sense of unease within her. All the tribe members were tirelessly working to withstand the impending disaster, while it felt as though she alone had spent the morning sleeping in the cave. Thus, in the afternoon, Su Tang joined Hong Guo's foraging team. Everyone urged her to return and rest, yet Su Tang resolutely insisted on helping, remaining unyielding to their pleas. Su Tang was resolutely determined to lend a helping hand, impervious to any persuasion. However, it was precisely due to Su Tang's involvement that the efficiency of the entire gathering team doubled. Once the items were collected, they could be placed directly into Su Tang's spatial realm, eliminating the need to waste time running back to the cave. By around 5 in the afternoon, the concentration of volcanic ash in the air had noticeably increased, making each breath feel laborious. Gray-black dust floated everywhere, enveloping the entire forest in a suffocating haze. A large stone, prepared in advance, was placed at the cave's entrance, not only blocking the incoming volcanic ash, but also obstructing the sole source of light within. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and Su Tang nestled tightly against Cain, her back pressed against the sound of his somewhat labored breathing. "Do not fear, for someone has already gone to ignite the fire." Su Tang silently nodded. The cave remained tranquil until the orcs kindled the fire, bringing a touch of liveliness to the otherwise serene atmosphere. Utilizing the illumination, Su Tang extracted a portion of the supplies from her spatial realm. The sudden appearance of sustenance on the open ground elicited gasps of astonishment from the orcs. Although they were already aware that their revered saintess possessed a spatial gift bestowed by the beast god, witnessing Su Tang employ this remarkable ability firsthand was still a source of novelty. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, leaving little energy for further discussion on the matter, which suited Su Tang perfectly. Under the guidance of Hong Guo, the orcs received their rations in an orderly manner, gathering in small clusters to roast their food. Outside the cave, the howling winds roared with a mournful sound, intermittently allowing volcanic ash to seep through the unsealed crevices of the stones. After 2 days of exhausting travel, everyone was weary, and after a hasty meal, they retreated to their respective caves to rest. Although Su Tang had taken a brief nap during the afternoon, she still felt exceedingly drowsy, Even sweet potatoes, and soft fruits failed to invigorate her. Cain, somewhat helpless, embraced Su Tang and rose to carry her towards their little cave. Noticing Adam, who seemed hesitant to speak, Cain paused and said, "She is tired. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow." Adam nodded silently and turned to leave. Upon awakening from a refreshing slumber, Su Tang felt revitalized, brimming with inexhaustible energy. However, Cain's thigh pinned her down, and his hand resting on her waist was quite uncomfortable. "You insufferable Cain, please get up. Your weight is suffocating me." Upon hearing her plea, Cain shifted slightly, moving his thigh away from Su Tang, yet his arm remained tightly wrapped around her. The gentle rhythm of his breath against her neck felt oddly ticklish and disconcerting. "You insufferable Cain, let me go." Cain feigned ignorance, continuing to keep his eyes closed. Though a faint smile graced his lips, Su Tang struggled for a long time without any success. In a fit of anger, she bit down on Cain's arm, only to be met with a loud crunch, leaving her with a painful bite on her own teeth. Su Tang was on the verge of tears, questioning whether this was truly a human arm. It was clearly made of bronze and iron. A deep, alluring laughter, rich with insinuation, echoed in her ears, prompting Su Tang to abruptly lift her gaze, only to meet a pair of black, slitted pupils brimming with mockery. The flickering torches within the cave cast an erratic light, and within those obsidian eyes seemed to swirl countless stars, ensnaring Su Tang's very soul. "Am I beautiful?" Chapter 144. Am I beautiful? The question, accompanied by a slap, jolted Su Tang back to reality. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she averted her gaze and pushed against Cain's chest, stammering, "Why you? Let go of me." Cain swiftly turned, propping his left hand beside Su Tang's ear, enveloping her entirely beneath him. With his right hand, he gently grasped her chin, aligning her face to meet his own. Their eyes locked, and his lips parted as he softly inquired, "You still haven't answered my question, Su. Am I beautiful?" His silver hair fell gracefully over his forehead, and the black slitted pupils appeared almost tender, as if they could weep. A captivating smile played at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, Cain resembled a seductive spirit, rendering Su Tang utterly entranced. She nodded repeatedly, whispering, "Yes, beautiful." Cain leaned closer, gradually inching towards Su Tang. Su Tang's breath became increasingly labored, her heart pounding uncontrollably as if it were about to leap from her chest at any moment. "Call me Ain." With a flushed face, Su Tang stammered, Ain." The remainder of her words dissolved amidst her lips and teeth. Cain's fervent advances were relentless, sweeping through her defenses, leaving Su Tang utterly defenseless and paralyzed, her anxiety rendering her breathless. Just as she felt on the verge of bursting from the suffocating tension, Cain released her, offering a somewhat helpless smile as he remarked, "How can one hold their breath?" While speaking, he playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheek. In the dimly lit room, a palpable atmosphere of ambiguity flowed between them, making Su Tang feel as if she might ignite from within. Ahem. Adam, arms crossed, leaned against the entrance with a teasing smile, suggesting, "Shall I return later?" Su Tang, startled, abruptly sat up, pushing Kai away, her face flushed like the fiery clouds at dusk. Caught off guard, Kai stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet he paid no heed as he dusted off the animal hide, resembling a satiated beast. With a languid gaze, he turned to Adam, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Adam, exuding an air of calm, entered and took a seat on the floor, stating, "The omens from yesterday indicate that what appears perilous may, in fact, be safe. Placed in a secure position, it remains safe. While situated in danger, it becomes perilous." Su Tang curled up in a corner of the cave, sketching circles. Cain's gaze remained fixed on her, struggling to suppress the urge to pull her into his embrace and ravish her. He turned to Adam and inquired, "What do you think?" Adam felt a chuckle bubbling within him, but he knew that if he laughed aloud, Cain would certainly hurl him out of the cave. So, for the sake of his own safety, he held back his mirth. The location mentioned by Ma Qing was in the Death Forest, the site of the last wrath of the mountain god on the Beastman continent. It was rumored that no tribe residing within the Death Forest at that time managed to escape. Are we truly to venture there, based solely on Ma Qing's assertion that it is devoid of danger? Cain nodded, affirming, "Indeed, but following the wrath of the mountain god. Do you believe the wilderness will still allow us to survive?" Adam fell silent. "Your divination does not merely indicate that it is a dead end. Safety lies in the secure, danger in the perilous. Just like those from another world, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Were it not for Su, do you think our tribe could have evaded this calamity? Even if we could evade the cave's collapse, we would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. And there is the wrath of the mountain god to consider. I fear we might be destined to remain in the wilderness forever. Although Adam found Cain's reasoning compelling, he still disagreed with the idea of venturing into the death forest. But Chief, you must consider carefully. No beastman has set foot in the death forest for ages. We cannot fathom what dangers may lie within, nor whether the wrath of the mountain god could strike again. At this point, Su Tang, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain herself. The volume of their conversation was so loud that, even if she wished to ignore it, she could not help but overhear everything. You are mistaken. You are all mistaken. Ma Qing is right. The death forest has a pleasant climate, and the flora and fauna are robust. This is no deceit. It is a natural phenomenon. Cain gestured for Su Tang to come closer, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come here. Su Tang, with a haughty turn of her head, dismissed the notion. She was neither a kitten nor a puppy, and it was improbable that she would simply wave her hand and move on. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the cave. A magnificent, fluffy tiger, adorned with striking black stripes, materialized before Su Tang. Cain, lacking any sense of decorum, exposed his white belly, rolling on the ground and playfully beckoning Su Tang with his front paw, his large, glistening eyes fixed intently upon her. Su Tang's eyes widened in astonishment, her feet instinctively moving towards Cain, and she joyfully leaped into the soft white fur adorning his abdomen. However, just as her face made contact, before she could even let out a laugh, a sudden flash of white light enveloped her, transforming the plush fur into the hard, unyielding surface of Cain's chest. Su Tang's heart quivered, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Alas, she had fallen into a trap. By the time she realized the peril and prepared to flee, it was already too late. A pair of powerful hands ensnared her waist, rendering her utterly immobile. Her entire being was flipped by Cain, her back pressed against his chest, and the strands of her hair danced against him, allowing her to feel his breath. Now, please continue, he urged. In the face of Adam's mocking gaze, Su Tang symbolically struggled a couple of times before ultimately conceding. With a sigh, she expressed her helplessness, stating that if the wrath of the mountain god you refer to is akin to a volcanic eruption, then you need not worry about the resurgence of the wrath of the mountain god in the death forest. The precise reasons for this are difficult for me to articulate, but if a location has experienced a wrath of the mountain god once, it must wait at least tens of thousands or even millions of years before it could occur again. Since Su Tang had previously mentioned the method of calculating years, Cain nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that if what you say is true, the last occurrence of the wrath of the mountain god seems to have taken place over 100 years ago. Su Tang nodded and replied, Indeed. There is no need to worry about the wrath of the mountain god ever occurring again. The forest of death is safe. Adam furrowed his brow and insisted, however. Since my childhood, my mother has warned me that the forest of death is terrifying, shrouded in darkness, devoid of prey, devoid of flora, and devoid of orcs. Not a single orc who ventures into the forest of death has ever survived. Su Tang replied earnestly, once the howling winds outside the cave subside. You may venture out and observe for yourself. You will find that the current wilderness bears no distinction from the death forest your grandmother spoke of. After the volcanic ash, a torrential acid rain will ensue, and nearly all plant life will be corroded by its potency. The wilderness of today is, in truth, the death forest of yesteryear. Adam shuddered violently, reluctant to accept such grim truths. Yet, Su Tang's reasoning was compelling him to acquiesce. Cain reached out, tousling Su Tang's hair, and murmured, If all the vegetation has perished, how could the death forest resemble what Ma Qing described? Should it not be a desolate expanse? Su Tang removed Cain's hand, and seeing that he still wished to move erratically, she cradled his hand in her embrace. Chapter 146. They are not human. Su Tang lifted her head, her tone imbued with a hint of pride as she exclaimed, You are unaware of this, aren't you? Volcanic ash poses significant threats to us. Yet it serves as the finest nourishment for plants. While the acidic rains may corrode certain flora, their decay ultimately transforms into vital nutrients for other vegetation to absorb. Thus, although the wrath of the mountain deity may inflict considerable damage, with ample time for recovery, the environment here will flourish even more than before. Cain rested on Su Tang's shoulder, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that emanated from her. In a languid posture, seemingly indifferent, he remarked, Su, you are truly clever. Did the beast god impart all this knowledge to you? Receiving such praise made Su Tang's tail nearly soar to the heavens. That proud little demeanor stirred a delightful itch in Cain's heart. Of course not. I acquired all this knowledge during my studies. I was an exemplary student at school. Suddenly, Su Tang came to a halt, her expression one of bewilderment. Internally, she harbored a silent resentment. pondering whether a doorknob should be affixed to her mouth to prevent her from uttering anything further. Adam, intrigued, cast a sly glance at Su Tang, his fox-like eyes glimmering with amusement. Oh, school? What might that entail? Su Tang bit her lip, contemplating that it was not a matter of great significance. Yet she resolved to be more cautious in her future conversations. She repeatedly admonished herself, vowing to take this as a lesson. Consequently, she explained to Adam, in my homeland, our tribe establishes schools, which serve as places for the young to learn. Trained orc or female instructors impart knowledge to us. My medical skills were acquired in such an institution. Upon hearing this, Adam's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Cain, where he too detected a hint of surprise mirrored in the other's gaze. The school teaches us not only medical practices but also methods of agriculture, construction, tool-making, and various other skills. Once the young reach maturity, they graduate. Cain gently pulled Su Tang closer and whispered, could you share more about the world you come from? I wish to learn more about you. As Su Tang's ears subtly flushed with a hint of crimson, her beauty captivated him, leaving little room for contemplation. Thus, when Cain inquired about anything, Su Tang responded candidly, devoid of any intention to conceal her thoughts. Yet, as she recounted her past, a profound sense of reluctance adorned her visage. The more Cain delved into her history, the more alarmed he became. The realm where his little female companion once resided was indeed a world governed by divine beasts. Only in such a fantastical realm could life be so exquisitely enchanting. Grasping Su Tang's arm with increasing fervor, Cain solemnly declared, since you cherish your former life, I shall endeavor to help you reclaim it. Be it the school, the hospital, the shopping mall, or the towering skyscrapers you mentioned, I shall assist you in all endeavors. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a foolish old tiger. What I mentioned cannot be realized here. Simply constructing a house is an impossible task. Why, you may ask? Cain did not comprehend. The essential materials for building, a plethora of cement, steel bars, concrete, and bricks, are entirely absent. Most importantly, there is a complete lack of electricity. Even if we were to erect towering buildings, without elevators, how exhausting it would be to ascend them. Cain earnestly remarked, but we possess wings. Many races on the beastman continent are endowed with wings. Su Tang found herself momentarily speechless, realizing that she had forgotten this was the land of beasts and not Blue Star. After spending considerable time with the orcs, she was almost inclined to overlook the fact that they were, indeed, not human. In Chapter 147, titled A Touch of Temptation, it became evident that the orcs' physical abilities far surpassed those of the inhabitants of Blue Star. Scaling a 20-story building was merely child's play for them. Lacking cement? She would procure it. No rebar? Wood would suffice. No bricks? They could be burnt. If erecting grand edifices proved impossible, then perhaps a quaint private courtyard would suffice. With this thought, Su Tang felt a surge of enthusiasm coursing through her veins. Before Cain or Adam could pose any questions, she began enumerating everything she could conceive of that could be crafted on the Orc continent. The three of them sat in the cave, engaged in heartfelt discussions, sketching out a blueprint for a promising future. The more they deliberated, the more Su Tang's excitement swelled. She longed to rush to the new tribal settlement, cultivate the land, construct homes, plant vegetables, and tend to flowers, all while leading the Orc tribe towards prosperity. Adam, however, mockingly doused Su Tang's fervor with a cold splash of reality. Your visions are overly optimistic. Even if, as you claim, the Death Forest will no longer be plagued by the wrath of the mountain god. Upon our arrival at the Death Forest, we will have at most 60 days and nights before the cold season descends. In such a limited time frame, we must gather food and hunt for sustenance. How do you propose we construct the cities you envision? Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately lowered her head in disappointment. Adam was right. Although a portion of the Weasel tribe's orcs had joined, they were still suffering from injuries and malnutrition, appearing exceedingly frail. Su Tang even felt that their physical condition was inferior to her own. The Winged Tiger tribe comprised merely over 200 individuals, including elderly females, orcs, and cubs. Indeed. You were correct. Our numbers are far too few. How I wish we could have more. Cain gently held Su Tang's small hand and reassured her, do not worry. It will come. Adam, suddenly filled with excitement, leaned forward eagerly and asked, what do you mean? Are you planning to attack other tribes? If that is the case, with your current prowess as a level 5 warrior, I dare say no one, save for the Wild's Jiaoying tribe, would stand a chance against you. Su Tang delivered a sharp slap to Adam's crown, exclaiming, what do you mean? We must not lead Cain astray. How can we oppress the weak and bully other tribes? Adam sheepishly retracted his head, awkwardly touching his nose, and replied, yet, if it were not for dire circumstances rendering survival impossible. Hardly any orc would willingly abandon their own kin to join another tribe. A faint smile graced Cain's lips, yet his eyes glimmered with cunning dilemma. Is it not readily available? We merely need to offer them a touch of temptation. Su Tang curiously looked towards Cain, inquiring about the temptation he spoke of. Adam, equally anxious, leaned forward slightly. Indeed, what clever strategy do you possess? Pray, enlighten us. Cain subtly raised his hand, and their humble cave was suddenly enveloped in an impenetrable layer of metal. With a swift snap of his fingers, the metal dissolved into shimmering golden specks. Observing Su Tang's bewildered expression, Cain's black vertical pupils glimmered with profound meaning as he nodded slightly, declaring, "This is our allure." Adam, unable to grasp Cain's point, furrowed his brow. While you have indeed become a fifth-level warrior with the ability to materialize energy, the Zhaoing tribe is not without its own strengths. How can you guarantee their allegiance to us? A cold, enigmatic smile suddenly graced Cain's lips, his demeanor radiating confidence and charm. You seem to have overlooked how I transcended the third level to materialize my own elemental force. Adam's eyes widened in sudden realization, his gaze shifting towards Su Tang. Upon hearing this, Su Tang comprehended as well. Nodding enthusiastically, she exclaimed, "You intend to attract them using basic cultivation techniques, don't you?" Cain affectionately patted Su Tang's head. His expression filled with fondness as he remarked, "You were truly clever, Su. Su Tang's face suddenly flushed, resembling a quail as she lowered her head in silence. A glimmer of insight flickered in Adam's fox-like eyes as he addressed Cain, suggesting, "Moreover, what if we could produce a multitude of valiant warriors?" Cain remained silent. Yet within his unperturbed gaze, Adam swiftly discerned the truth. This was, in fact, the essence of temptation. The primary cultivation techniques were exclusively available to those awakened with bloodline gifts, capable of perceiving the elemental forces of nature. Unless a tribe possessed awakened beastmen, this condition would fail to attract them. What if they could awaken all beastmen, transforming them into valiant warriors? Adam was convinced that such temptation would be irresistible to any tribe. A hint of amusement crept into his gaze towards Cain. "Oh, how do I feel that you resemble a fox even more than I do?" Su Tang, somewhat conflicted, nestled in Cain's embrace and nibbled on her fingernails. However, the essence pill capable of awakening the beastmen was rather expensive, beyond her means. Cain shook his head. "We do not require the essence pill. Merely the vitality pill you previously gifted to Adam will suffice, coupled with the body refinement technique you mentioned. It would be ideal if it leads to the awakening of the beastmen. If not, we shall select the most exceptional rewards and provide him with the essence pill." Adam wholeheartedly concurred, stating, "This is a splendid plan. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will be inclined to stay. Furthermore, we shall not treat them as slaves, thus they have no reason to decline." Subsequently, Adam turned his gaze towards Su Tang. "Do you possess sufficient currency now? Can you purchase the body refinement technique?" "Please hold on. Let me check," she replied. Calling 007. "Please assist me in verifying the current balance." Ding. The host has been penalized 10,000 exchange points for indiscriminately gifting technological products, disrupting the order of this dimension. Current balance, 683 points. Su Tang, a lump of old blood lodged in her throat, neither to be expelled nor swallowed. Thus, the excruciating headache she felt at that moment was merely one form of punishment. Now, an additional 10,000 exchange points had been deducted from her. Oh, this system is utterly outrageous, inflicting not only physical agony but also tormenting her heart. It is the most agonizing kind of heartache. Su Tang felt as though her heart was bleeding. After all, it was a staggering 10,000 exchange points. This amount could be exchanged for 2 cleansing pills, capable of creating 2 formidable warriors. To have such a significant sum inexplicably confiscated by this unscrupulous system was truly an unbearable grievance. Ding. The host has rescued the Weasel clan members and disseminated culture, earning 732 exchange points. Current balance, 13,415 points. Su Tang, is this akin to striking with a stick only to offer a sweet date afterward? She will not fall for it. Swiftly, she accessed the system shop, spending 1,000 exchange points to acquire the body refinement technique. Afterward, she promptly closed it, opting for out of sight, out of mind. With a furious expression, she slammed the body refinement technique onto the cave floor, feeling a tingle in her hand. Adam was startled, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Chapter 149, The Eerie Smoke Fuming. Su Tang declared, "It's nothing. This is the body refinement technique. Its application is just like the previous beginner's cultivation manual." Adam took the body refinement technique, glanced at Cain, then nodded, forcefully striking it against his chest. His body jolted violently. Suddenly, a wealth of new knowledge flooded his mind. Adam closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, beginning to assimilate the teachings of the body refinement technique. Cain gently ruffled Su Tang's hair and, with a deep chuckle, inquired, "What's the matter? Has the sanctuary scolded you again?" Su Tang opened her palm, revealing the X-ray glasses she had purchased for 500 exchange points. Upon seeing these glasses, an irritable feeling welled up within her. Pouting with a sense of grievance, she remarked, "I initially thought my intense pain was a punishment from the sanctuary. But to my surprise, the sanctuary just informed me that I have also been fined a considerable amount of currency." Cain softly consoled her, saying, "Currency lost is lost. But what matters is that you are unharmed." Su Tang glared fiercely at the glasses in her hand, filled with a desire to shatter them. "You have no idea how many coins the temple has deducted from me. I could purchase 2 cleansing pills with that. 2 valiant warriors. Do you not think the temple is being excessively unreasonable?" Cain merely smiled in silence. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the small cave, followed by the appearance of Old Nick. "Tang Tang, several young ones and some females from the weasel tribe have developed fevers. And a few young ones from our tribe are feverish as well. Do you have a ceramic pot in your space? I shall prepare some buplurum soup to bring down their fevers." Su Tang hurriedly extricated herself from Cain's embrace, setting her glasses aside. She nodded and said, "Yes, I have some. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you now." Old Nick cast a puzzled glance at Adam and inquired, "What has come over the young master?" Su Tang placed the ceramic pot on the ground. It was simply too heavy for her to lift. "I have just summoned the art of body forging from the temple, and Adam is currently grasping its essence." Old Nick nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent. Once the young master awakens his extraordinary abilities, he will surely bring glory to our cause." Su Tang nodded solemnly, reassuringly declaring, "Rest assured, Naib. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure that Adam awakens his bloodline talent and transforms into a valiant warrior." Old Nick chuckled as he stroked the goat-like beard on his chin. Just as he picked up the ceramic pot and prepared to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of the glasses Su Tang had set aside, momentarily causing him to pause. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang suddenly recalled that when Cain retrieved the glasses, he had offered no explanation, making Old Nick's reaction all the more understandable. She quickly smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Nibber. I intended to gift you these glasses, but the temple forbids me from doing so. Thus, I asked Cain to retrieve them for me." Old Nick, regaining his composure, hastily shook his head, concerned that Su Tang might misconstrue his interest in the glasses. He clarified, No, it's not that. I merely wish to inform you that when I wore the glasses, I perceived a swirling black-gray mist within the body of the young master. Do you know what that might be? Black-gray mist?" Su Tang pondered, intrigued. Is there truly such a mist within the human body? Or is it merely that the beastmen differ from me? Su Tang placed her glasses upon her head and gazed towards Adam. Indeed, below Adam's chest, a gray-black mist enveloped his lower abdomen, rendering even his innards invisible. Chapter 150. Adam, you're unwell. Su Tang was equally perplexed by the situation. Such an expansive area could hardly be attributed to any growth within. What, then, could be the cause? Removing her spectacles, she turned to Old Nick and remarked upon the presence of a dark grayish mist, the origins of which eluded her understanding. "You should prepare a medicinal broth for our kin while I seek to unravel this mystery. I shall inform you once I have discerned the truth." Old Nick nodded in agreement, cradling the ceramic pot as he departed. Su Tang continued to ponder the nature of the smoke. Before long, Adam opened his eyes. A glimmer of astonishment reflected within them. The treasures of the temple were indeed extraordinary. This body forging technique is remarkable, even if it cannot awaken our bloodline talents. It can still render us considerably stronger. Cain beckoned Su Tang with a finger, and without hesitation, she shamelessly nestled into his embrace. To be honest, having a human cushion to lean against was rather comfortable. "Su Tang, can this body forging technique truly be utilized by our people?" Su Tang nodded. "Of course, otherwise. Why would I purchase it from the sanctuary? Moreover, this book does not guarantee that everyone will awaken their latent abilities. It merely enhances the probability slightly, and in truth, it is not that precious." Adam, with a serious expression, admonished Su Tang, "No, it is indeed very precious. Although it may not necessarily lead to the awakening of our powers, with consistent practice, it can ensure that our bodies become stronger than those of other beastmen." All right. Whatever you say." Su Tang felt that they were not on the same wavelength, and arguing would be a futile endeavor. Reflecting on the dark gray mist within him, Su Tang curiously inquired, "Do you not feel any discomfort in that area? Or any other unusual sensations?" Adam shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" Su Tang stroked her chin, appearing contemplative, softly murmuring as if engaged in a soliloquy. "How peculiar," she pondered. "What exactly are those black mists?" Were it not for the glasses, Adam would have been oblivious to any abnormalities within his body. These ominous vapors would have gone unnoticed entirely. Adam struggled to comprehend, his brow furrowing slightly. "What mists? What blackness? What are you talking about?" Su Tang gently tapped Cain's hand, signaling him to release her. She moved to stand beside Adam and activated the system's scanning function. 007. Please assist me in identifying the dark gray smoke within Adam's body. Beep. Please align the object to be scanned with the search box. Beep. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Beep. Black smoke detected within the life form, caused by the following reasons. Would you like to spend 10 consumption points to view? 910. Su Tang was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that this question would be classified as intermediate. Along with those glaring 10 consumption points, it was enough to make one's teeth itch with frustration. If the system had a physical form, Su Tang would have wanted to drag it out and give it a good beating. 007. Poor, weak, lonely, and helpless. Trembling. JPG. Su Tang took a deep breath. Her gaze fixated on an unknown plant displayed on the Azure panel. Eating grass. Prolonged consumption in small doses can devour the user's innate bloodline abilities, severing the connection with the elemental forces of nature, rendering one incapable of awakening extraordinary powers. Upon reading this description, Su Tang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell, Adam? So it turns out you were unwell." "Unwell, Adam?" Su Tang met Adam's perplexed gaze and earnestly declared, "I am not jesting. You are indeed unwell, and it is quite severe." Cain furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Chapter 151. The Second Companion. Su Tang cast a glance at him before shifting her gaze to Adam. "Do you comprehend why you can distinctly perceive the primordial forces of heaven and earth yet remain unable to awaken your extraordinary abilities?" Adam's expression gradually grew serious. His hands, resting on his knees, tightened into fists, producing a creaking sound as his bones collided. "Are you implying that I have been drugged?" Su Tang nodded, affirming the truth of her words. "Indeed, there exists a herb known as soul-devouring grass, which, when consumed in small doses over an extended period, can sever the connection between oneself and the primordial forces of nature, thereby impeding one's ability to awaken extraordinary powers. Moreover, the longer this herb resides within your body, the more your innate talents will be consumed by it." With a resounding thud, Adam's fist struck the ground of the small cave, creating a distinct imprint in the earth. Su Tang was taken aback, her entire being trembling slightly. Cain gently patted her back, his expression serious as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Su Tang nodded eagerly. Adam's expression grew increasingly sinister, his fox-like eyes nearly bulging into almond shapes. The scarab reddened alarmingly. His body trembled uncontrollably, a clear manifestation of his fury. Cain slightly narrowed his eyes, contemplating something, then lowered his gaze towards Su Tang and inquired, "Since you are aware that this is soul-devouring grass, do you possess a solution? Please wait a moment." Su Tang hurriedly contacted 007, eager to inquire about the means to expel the ominous black mist from Adam's body. She anticipated a hefty price to pay and had steeled herself for significant sacrifice. To her surprise, the system responded with a light-hearted remark, "Ding. For detoxification, it is recommended to use detox pills, with no lingering side effects." It was the first time she had encountered the system speaking in such a playful tone, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Swiftly, she procured the detox pills and closed the shop. The familiar small wooden box in her hands, Su Tang presented it before Cain, saying, "This is the pill to rid your body of toxins. You must take it." Adam hesitated for but a moment, gazing deeply into Su Tang's eyes, and said, "Thank you, Su Tang. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." As Su Tang was about to wave her hand and say it was no trouble, Adam interjected once more, "If you don't mind, I could be your companion." He cast a glance at Cain and added, "The second one." Cough, cough, cough. Su Tang was taken aback by Adam's words, gasping for breath and choking on her own astonishment. Cain, with a dark expression, gripped Adam's neck tightly, pressing him against the stone wall of the small cave. "What did you say?" Cain demanded. Adam remained calm, showing no desire to resist. However, the redness creeping across his face revealed that Cain was indeed serious. Su Tang was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward, tugging at Cain's arm, exclaiming softly, "What are you doing? Release him at once. You are about to choke him to death." Cain turned to Su Tang with a hurt expression, asking, "Why? Why do you wish to protect him? Do you have feelings for him? What about me?" Su Tang hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, "No. I do not harbor any affection for him. My heart belongs to you. Would you kindly release him?" She continued, "Do you not perceive? Adam does not truly have feelings for me. He merely wishes to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, he has chosen an inappropriate method." As Cain's expression gradually softened, his grip began to loosen, and Adam ultimately fell to the ground, his face flushed, gasping for breath. Su Tang hesitated to approach, fearing that in a moment of agitation, Cain might truly strangle Adam. Chapter 152. Apology. After catching his breath, Adam slowly rose, leaning against the cave wall, with an expression of unwavering courage. He met Cain's piercing gaze and declared, "I acknowledge your strength, yet if the female is willing to accept me, you cannot stand in my way." As Cain narrowed his black, slitted eyes, an aura of danger emanated from him. Su Tang swiftly positioned herself between Cain and Adam, her voice resounding with authority. "Enough. How childish you both are. In this critical moment, you still bicker among yourselves." With her weapon aimed squarely at Adam, Su Tang's expression turned grave. "I am aware that your desire to be my partner is not born of affection, but rather a sense of indebtedness for the assistance I have provided you. However, Adam, my help stems from the bond of kinship. I do not seek recompense from you. My only wish is for you to aid Cain in safeguarding our tribe. Furthermore, is it not said that a beastman may only bond once in a lifetime? Should you become my partner, what will you do when you encounter a female you truly desire in the future?" Adam's gaze flickered momentarily as his lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped them. Su Tang took a deep breath, her face reflecting a fierce anger as she directed her gaze towards Cain. "I will only say this once, and I shall not repeat it again." Cain immediately suppressed the murderous intent emanating from him, looking at Su Tang with an expression of innocence and helplessness. The breath of Su Tang faltered, only to subsequently disregard him. "Cain, in my homeland, a female may only bond with a single beastman, regardless of your customs here. In my heart, I cherish you, and thus you shall be my sole companion. I shall not entertain the notion of another." A smile graced Cain's lips as he stepped forward, poised to embrace Su Tang, yet he was halted by the raised arm of Su Tang. Su Tang gazed at Cain with an expression of grave seriousness and continued, "However, in my homeland, no one would ever raise their fist against their own kin. Cain, I implore you to assure me that you will refrain from engaging in violence without cause, and that you will never take another's life lightly." This was indeed a matter of great import. Su Tang did not wish for her future partner to be a murderer with blood-stained hands. Of course, given the differing circumstances, she did not impose an absolute prohibition, merely stating that he should not take lives on a whim, without outright forbidding it. After all, they resided in the perilous realm of the Orc continent, where they might encounter numerous adversaries in the future. Acting in self-defense could be deemed acceptable. Yet Su Tang found it unimaginable to witness Cain commit murder firsthand. After a moment's hesitation, Cain nodded and replied, "Very well, I promise you. I shall not engage in violence without reason, nor shall I take a life lightly." Su Tang finally let out a sigh of relief, no longer resisting Cain's embrace. She buried her face in his chest and whispered softly, "I do not like it when you fight, and I despise it even more when you take a life." Cain gently kissed the crown of Su Tang's head and replied in a low voice, "Rest assured." Su Tang shifted her gaze back to Adam and said, "I apologize on behalf of Cain. He was too impulsive." Cain furrowed his brows and tightened his fists, but recalling Su Tang's earlier words, he relaxed his grip. "I was too hasty. I am sorry. It won't happen again." Suddenly, Adam chuckled, touching the swollen area on his neck and inhaling sharply. "Ouch, that really hurts. However, since you are unwilling to accept me as your partner, how about this? You can acknowledge me as your elder brother. With a formidable shaman like me as your brother, you would certainly benefit." Chapter 153. Unreasonable. Observing Adam's somewhat cheeky demeanor, Su Tang couldn't help but laugh. With a bright smile, she nodded. "All right, it's settled. You shall be my elder brother from now on." As soon as the words left her lips, Adam turned provocatively towards Cain. "Hey, Cain, from now on, I will be your female elder brother, so you should call me that." Su Tang stared at Adam in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Is he seeking his own demise? Just look at his smug demeanor, as if he holds a pair of unbeatable cards in his hand. Utterly unreasonable. Su Tang hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and offer assistance. Meanwhile, Adam, fully utilizing his innate fox-like acuity, sensed an underlying tension and promptly made his swift exit. Su Tang was instantly caught between laughter and tears. Glancing at the imposing tiger beside her, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. If 2 weeks prior, someone had told Su Tang that her future husband would be a magnificent tiger and that she would have a fox as an elder brother, she would have found it utterly unimaginable. Su Tang would undoubtedly regard you as deranged and kindly contact the authorities of a mental institution on your behalf. Unexpectedly, fate intervened. Suddenly, she found herself in the realm of the orcs, equipped with a remarkably rigorous system, and befriended a magnificent tiger. The volcanic ash lingered for a full 2 days, during which the entire tribe was confined within their cave. Adam, leading the orc clans, ensured that all who had undergone the Orcish rites of passage, with the exception of those severely injured, engaged in the practice of physical cultivation. Thus, outside the small cave, one could frequently observe orcs either meditating or performing peculiar movements. However, the drawbacks of physical cultivation soon became evident. The orcs consumed food at twice their usual rate. This meant that a single meal for one orc now equated to what a typical adult would consume over 2 days back on Blue Star. The provisions piled in one corner of the cave were diminishing at a visibly alarming rate. Particularly, a herd of antlered deer captured earlier had become the orcs' favorite, with several being devoured daily. After merely 2 days, half of the deer had already been consumed. And with an impending acid rain, its duration unknown, Su Tang began to doubt their ability to endure, were it not for the chestnuts and the newly discovered sweet potatoes and potatoes. Finally, after 2 days of confinement, the cave was opened, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate its depths, instantly alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. With the acid rain yet to arrive, the orcs emerged from the cave, eager to stretch their limbs, only to be astounded by the scene before them. A thick blanket of black powder covered the landscape, with the ground buried under a substantial layer of volcanic ash, reaching up to their ankles. Many towering trees had been severed at their trunks, some lay sprawled on the ground, while others remained partially connected to their roots, forming a triangular shape with the earth. The sky was shrouded in a somber darkness, mirroring the ash-covered ground, as ominous clouds swirled above, brewing something foreboding. In light of such devastation, it would not be an exaggeration to declare it the apocalypse. The once lush and verdant forest was now unrecognizable. Adam turned to Su Tang and remarked, "You were right. Tang Zai, the wilderness has indeed become uninhabitable. After such a long time, the Orc continent has once again faced the wrath of the mountain god." Su Tang couldn't help but twitch her lips, feeling an overwhelming urge to inquire of Adam why he also began to affectionately refer to her as Sugar Cub, akin to Aunt Honghua. It made her feel as if she were merely an immature cub. Furthermore, to utter so many words at once. Did he not fear shattering his carefully crafted persona before the clan? Chapter 154, Acid Rain. Casting a glance at the sky, Su Tang cautioned everyone, urging them not to wander too far, for the acid rain was likely to arrive shortly. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." No sooner had she spoken than a drop the size of a bean struck Adam's arm. Following swiftly, a torrent of droplets fell in rapid succession, splattering against the hands, legs, and arms of the beastmen. Su Tang exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's raining. Everyone, quickly retreat to the cave. Do not linger outside. Hurry." The moment the first raindrop fell, Cain enveloped Su Tang protectively in his embrace and dashed into the cave ahead of everyone else. Fortunately, clad in leather trousers and a long tunic, Su Tang remained unscathed by the rain. Adam, with a stoic expression, followed closely behind. But he was still a step too late, acquiring several droplets of acidic rain upon his person. The females and younglings of the tribe were also attired in long leather garments. Some had a few splashes on their hands, and others bore traces upon their faces, though none were heavily affected. Only the orcs, constrained by the limited supply of tribal leather, remained clad in mere leather skirts, each appearing remarkably composed as they made their way into the cave, their pace causing Su Tang to feel a sense of urgency. Since the rain could not penetrate the cave, the large stone initially used to block the entrance remained in place, undisturbed. Su Tang, in a state of mild panic, exclaimed, "If you encounter acid rain, regardless of whether you are a cub, a female, or a beast man, swiftly wipe yourself down with fresh water." Shield Mountain vigorously shook his arms, casting off the droplets clinging to him. With a perplexed scratch of his head, he remarked, "I don't seem to feel anything. Isn't this just ordinary rain? Why the fear?" On the sidelines, Age concurred, "Indeed, I don't feel anything either, but let us heed the Saintess's advice and wipe ourselves down nonetheless." Su Tang stood before a large stone basin, beckoning the rain-soaked cubs and females to cleanse themselves. Acid rain can irritate the corneas and mucous membranes of the respiratory tract, leading to conjunctivitis and bronchitis. In severe cases, it may even provoke pulmonary diseases, hence the urgency for cleansing. due to the limited supply of fresh water in the tribe. Only one basin was utilized. Once the females and cubs had completed their washing, the orcs lined up in succession to do the same. Halfway through the process, the skin of the orcs at the rear of the queue began to flush red. Shunzan exclaimed in astonishment, "AIG, look quickly. My skin has turned red, and it feels so hot." AIG raised his arm before Shunzan, and with a calm expression, he remarked, "I too, but mine hurts a bit." The foolish bosun approached the two, nearly resembling a spicy lobster with his reddened complexion. He fanned himself vigorously with both hands, lamenting, "I feel as if I've been buried in flames. My body is both hot and painful." Shunzan was taken aback. How could Bosun be so crimson? Would he too become like Bosun shortly? Exchanging a glance with AIG, the two pushed forward with determination. "Make way. Let me wash first. I'm already red. Step aside. I'm redder than you. Ah, it hurts. Hurry up in the front. I feel as if I'm about to be roasted." Cain frowned and bellowed, "Form a line. One at a time." Instantly, the orcs grew quieter, yet they stood restlessly like ants on a hot skillet, their faces betraying genuine fear. Chapter 155. Familiar cubs on the surface, Su Tang appeared calm and composed, yet within her, laughter bubbled forth, threatening to spill over in uncontrollable mirth. These orcs, so obstinate, had been reluctant to return to the cave when she had urged them to do so hastily. It was only fitting that they should encounter some hardship to learn a valuable lesson, a reminder of the importance of obedience. As they sauntered into the cave with such nonchalance, their current state of anxiety and fear was a stark contrast, revealing their disarray. Bosun wore a woeful expression. Gazing up at Su Tang with tearful eyes, "Saintess, are we destined to perish in this acidic rain? I am in such agony." Though the other orcs remained silent. Their bright, shining eyes collectively turned towards Su Tang, reflecting their shared apprehension. Su Tang, suppressing a smile, spoke earnestly, "There is no need for you to quarrel or scramble. The acid rain has already taken effect. Even if you wash it off now, it would be too late. Just wait a while. After a bit, the pain will subside." The orcs responded with silence. However, this acid rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within a mere 2 hours, it had ceased. Cain turned to Su Tang and inquired softly, "The acid rain has stopped. When shall we depart?" Su Tang cast a glance at the sky outside and remarked, "No. We cannot leave yet. We must wait until the weather is completely clear. If we venture out now, we might only walk a short distance before being caught in another downpour of acidic rain. It would be wiser to remain here and regroup for a while." Cain nodded in agreement. The two sat side by side on a large stone at the mouth of the cave. Su Tang gently rested her head on Cain's shoulder. Gazing outside the cave, while Cain slightly turned his head, fixated on her. After the acid rain, a faintly pungent scent lingered in the air, not particularly pleasant, yet preferable to the stifling atmosphere within the cave. In the distance, Su Tang perceived the approach of 2 orcs, one of whom appeared to be carrying a youngling upon his shoulder. Suddenly, Su Tang sat up straight, patting Cain's arm and pointing in that direction, exclaiming, "Look." Cain followed her gaze, his brow slightly furrowed, and advised Su Tang, "Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate." With that, Cain swiftly dashed out of the cave, racing towards the 2 stumbling orcs. Su Tang stood anxiously at the cave entrance, attentively observing their situation. She noticed Cain halting beside the 2 orcs, engaged in what appeared to be a conversation, though the distance rendered her unable to discern their words. Soon after, the 3 of them hurriedly made their way into the cave. As they approached, Su Tang realized that the 2 orcs belonged to an unknown race. Their faces were flushed like that of a boiled lobster, and their bodies were obscured by mud, making it difficult to discern their features. One of the orcs carried a youngling upon his shoulder, swathed only in a hide, leaving its exposed skin a vivid shade of red. Su Tang instinctively reached out to take the cub, yet was evaded by the beastman who wore a vigilant expression. "What are you doing?" Su Tang paused momentarily, then realized that her actions seemed somewhat inappropriate, so she hurriedly clarified, "Do not worry. I merely wish to assist your cub. You have been exposed to the acid rain for far too long. The cub cannot endure it. Hand him over to me, and I shall give him a bath." The 2 orcs exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable, remaining rooted in place without engaging Su Tang in conversation. Observing the motionless, seemingly frail cub, Su Tang could not help but furrow her brow. "Do not linger here. There are vacant small caves inside. You may choose one to settle in. The acid rain will fall again, and I advise you not to depart. Your cub is quite weak. Do you truly not require my assistance?" One of the orcs, scarred at the corner of his eye and possessing a notably robust physique, spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "Will he die?" Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he was referring to the cub. Observing their irresponsible demeanor, Su Tang felt a surge of anger and contemplated intimidating him. Indeed, the cubs are exceedingly fragile. Having endured such prolonged exposure to acid rain, it was a miracle that he had survived thus far. If they did not attend to the injuries he bore, it was likely that he would soon meet the beast god. Upon hearing this, the robust orc shifted his gaze toward the shorter orc. A hint of inquiry evident in his expression, Su Tang turned her gaze and suddenly noticed that the slightly frail orc was clad in a garment reminiscent of ancient robes. However, due to their disheveled appearance, covered in mud and grime, she had failed to recognize this at first. Now it seemed evident that the robust orc was likely subordinate to this more slender figure. Suddenly, Su Tang felt a surge of spirit, instinctively believing that they hailed from the Beast Kingdom. This suspicion arose from the existence of a wise emperor in the Beast Kingdom, whom Su Tang suspected to be a time traveler. With this thought taking root, her desire to keep them intensified. As Su Tang scrutinized Bai Zhang, he too was observing her. The voice of this young female was indeed sweet, and although her attire seemed somewhat mismatched, it did little to obscure her striking beauty. A glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes as he cast a flirtatious glance at Su Tang. Tossing his hair with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Little female, you are truly captivating. What is your name?" However, the moment his words fell, Cain narrowed his eyes in displeasure, exuding a menacing aura. The muscular beastman, carrying a young one, stepped forward protectively, glaring fiercely at Cain. Su Tang seized the opportunity, hurriedly feigning a state of fear, retreating into invisibility. Timidly peeking out to observe Bai Zhang and the imposing orc, she clutched Kai Yin's arm, primarily to prevent him from engaging in a confrontation. Bai Zhang was instantly amused by Su Tang's antics. With a look of discontent, he shoved the robust orc aside, exuding an air of impatience. "Why are you so fierce? Can't you see you frightened the little female? Step back." The formidable orc hesitated, wanting to explain. Yet Bai Zhang was not in the mood to listen at that moment. Noticing the cleanliness of Su Tang's delicate fingers, Bai Zhang's smile widened. And as he slightly closed his eyes, it appeared as if a deep, alluring vortex beckoned within them. "Little female, do you find me beautiful?" Under the gaze of Bai Zhang's eyes, Su Tang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The orc, who had previously repulsed her, now seemed to radiate an irresistible brilliance, drawing her closer. In a daze, she began to step towards Bai Zhang. Cain sensed the oddity and swiftly tugged at Su Tang's collar, pulling her back as if she were a chick. The enchantment was abruptly interrupted, prompting Bai Zhang to instinctively take a step back. Chapter 157, The Familiar Cub 3. The robust orc instinctively moved to support Bai Zhang, overlooking the cub perched on his shoulder. Without the strength to sustain it, the cub began to slide down. Just as it was about to fall, Cain reacted swiftly, cradling it in his arms. The cub's face became visible as it turned, its eyes tightly shut, lips pressed firmly together, its cheeks flushed due to the acid rain's effects. Most striking was its head of bright silver hair, identical to Kai Yin's. Perhaps due to this resemblance, Cain felt a peculiar sensation upon gazing at the cub in his embrace. Su Tang shook her head, gazing dazedly at Cain, and inquired, "What just happened?" Cain immediately rose, handing the cub to Su Tang, then positioned himself protectively in front of them, his expression inscrutable as he faced Bai Zhang and the imposing beastman. Though he spoke not a word, the palpable aura of intimidation he exuded rendered the beastman hesitant to act rashly. Bai Zhang also regarded Cain with a discerning gaze, gently patting the beastman's arm to suggest he step aside. Initially, he had perceived Cain as merely an ordinary beastman, but upon witnessing his effortless disruption of Bai Zhang's abilities and immunity to enchantment, Bai Zhang reassessed his perception of him. With a slight nod, a hint of arrogance gracing his features, he inquired, "Are you the chieftain of this tribe? What is your name?" Cain, his expression unchanging, replied succinctly, "Cain." Bai Zhang, pleased with Cain's cooperative demeanor, could not suppress a smile as he remarked, "Ah, you are quite impressive. I am Bai Zhang of the 10,000 Beasts Nation. Would you consider following me?" His tone conveyed a sense of condescension, as if allowing Cain to accompany him were a supreme honor. Without a flicker of emotion, Cain stated firmly, "I refuse." Bai Zhang's expression shifted abruptly, but he quickly regained his composure, seemingly arriving at a realization. Surely, the remoteness of the wilderness had left the local beastmen unaware of the 10,000 Beasts Nation. Waving his hand dismissively, Bai Zhang feigned nonchalance as he said, "In that case, I shall reside here for the time being. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out." With that, he strode confidently into the cave, as though it were his own domain. After taking a few steps, he halted abruptly, turning back to Su Tang and added, "Oh, by the way, little female. If you wish to accompany me, that is also acceptable. Just remember to clean my cub thoroughly and return it to my cave promptly." Upon finishing, Bai Zheng cast a flirtatious glance at Su Tang. Cain clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut with tension. Had Su Tang not been tugging at his arm from behind, he would have surely launched a punch that would send Bai Zheng crashing into the cave wall, leaving him unable to extricate himself. Once the two had departed, Su Tang cradled the cub in one arm while soothingly patting Cain's arm with the other, urging him to remain calm. "They pose a problem." Cain's eyes narrowed slightly. Irritation etched across his face as he retorted, "I won't kill him, but you cannot expect me not to teach him a lesson." Su Tang shook his head and said, "Wait a moment. He claims to have come from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, yet that realm is so distant from the wilderness. How could they possibly appear here so suddenly? Let us ascertain the truth first, then you may act." Cain remained silent, but gradually, the tension in his muscles began to ease. Suddenly, Su Tang leaned closer and planted a kiss on Cain's lips, blushing as she playfully said, "Don't be angry anymore, let's go see what's happening with this little cub." Chapter 158. The identity of the cub. Cain wore a proud expression, exclaiming, "I want more." "What?" Cain pointed to his own lips. Su Tang, both furious and embarrassed, kicked Cain and exclaimed, "Bah, you lecherous tiger. Dream on." Subsequently, she fled in haste, cradling the young cub. This left Cain standing in place, looking dejected. After all, it was Su who had initiated the affection, so why was he labeled a lecherous tiger? Bai Zheng entered the cave accompanied by a robust orc, casting a disdainful glance around. His attention then shifted to Hong Guo, and with an air of arrogance, he commanded, "You, fetch me some water for cleansing, and prepare some food. Be swift." With that, he stepped into a spacious cave that appeared more appealing, only to be met with Lu Ye's countenance, which he found repugnant. "Ugly female, vacate this cave. It now belongs to me." Lu Ye, already timid, quaked under Bai Zheng's intimidation, especially with the imposing orc glaring at her, prompting her to flee the cave in trepidation. Bai Zheng's disruption drew the attention of the orcs, who had been training scattered throughout the cave, and they gathered, seemingly ready to confront him fiercely. Adam appeared just in time to quell the brewing storm. Furrowing his brow, Hongwa queried, "Great priest, shall we allow them to behave thus?" Adam maintained his icy demeanor as a priest, though a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes upon closer inspection. He instructed Hongwa in a peculiar tone, "Do as I say, disperse them. I will seek the chieftain." Though the orcs seemed reluctant, Adam's frigid gaze compelled them to obediently disperse. With a resigned sigh, Hongwa turned to prepare fresh water and food for Bai Zheng. Meanwhile, Adam swiftly made his way towards Su Tang's cave, only to encounter Cain returning from its entrance. With a serious expression, he stated, "Enter the cave. I have important matters to discuss." Cain nodded and stepped into the cave ahead of him. After bringing the cub back, Su Tang gently laid it on a hide and took a scrap of leather left over from making a garment. Dipping it in clean water, she tenderly wiped the cub's face. The more she wiped, the more her heart raced. Initially, she found the cub somewhat familiar, attributing it to its bright silver short hair, reminiscent of Cain. However, upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized that the cub's features bore at least a 70% resemblance to those of Cain. Su Tang's heart suddenly felt cold. The little one appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, while Cain seemed to be in his 20s. What could possibly be the connection between them? Su Tang was lost in thought when Cain unexpectedly entered, followed closely by Adam. Casually glancing at Cain, she inquired, "Cain, how old are you this year?" Despite having been here for quite some time, Su Tang had never posed this question to Cain, instinctively assuming he was somewhat older than herself. Cain paused, momentarily perplexed by Su Tang's inquiry. To clarify, she elaborated, "I mean, you age 1 year for each year you have lived on the Orc continent." After a brief moment of contemplation, Cain quietly calculated and replied, "If we follow the age reckoning of your tribe, I will turn 26 after this winter season." Su Tang's complexion suddenly turned pale. 26. 6. So this cub actually belongs to Cain? No, that can't be right. That orc from the Beast Kingdom clearly stated that this cub is his. Chapter 159. The identity of the cub too. Why? How could this be? What on earth is happening? Su Tang's heart was in a turmoil. Cain cautiously inquired, "Su, what troubles you?" Su Tang gazed at Cain with a complex expression. Her rational mind urged her to be forthright about the matter and to hear his explanation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself unable to utter a word, perhaps out of fear of confronting an answer she could not bear to accept. Adam cast a peculiar glance at Su Tang and inquired, "And you? How old are you? In our beastman continent, one must endure a full 10 great seasons to attain maturity. Could it be that you are truly a mere juvenile female? 10 great seasons? That amounts to 20 years. She thought, realizing she was precisely 21 years old, thus having reached adulthood. Su Tang shook her head. No, I am already 21. In my hometown, one is considered an adult at 18. Adam found this even more perplexing. Oh? Since you have already reached adulthood, what is it that you are still concerned about? Su Tang's eyes flickered slightly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she hesitated, Adam suddenly noticed a small creature lying behind her, prompting him to tilt his head in curious surprise. Upon catching sight of the young one's visage, Adam's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Cain, when did you acquire such a sizable offspring? What do you take my sister for? Su Tang initially found solace in the thought that perhaps she was merely overthinking. But now even Adam could discern the striking resemblance between the cub and Cain. Should she continue to deceive herself? Unaccountably, Su Tang felt her eyes well up with tears, her heart brimming with indignation as she lowered her head to gently wipe away her tears. Cain was instantly alarmed. He felt utterly helpless, wanting to comfort Su Tang yet unsure of how to proceed. In a fit of anger, he directed his ire towards Adam, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could he possibly be my cub?" Adam, equally furious, felt a deep sense of loyalty towards Su Tang, who had aided him countless times. In his heart, she had long been regarded as a beloved sister. Moreover, he had a reasonable understanding of Cain, and thus felt reassured by Su Tang's companionship with him. Yet now, out of the blue, an enormous cub had appeared. The resemblance to Cain was almost uncanny. Who would believe that they were unrelated? Pointing at the slumbering cub, his expression contorted with suppressed rage, he hissed, "Then what about him? What is his story? Do you dare claim you do not recognize him?" "Indeed, I do not recognize him," Cain growled, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Following this low growl, Adam fell silent, while Su Tang, with red-rimmed eyes, lifted her head. Cain turned his gaze towards Su Tang, calming slightly as he said, "Su, I do not know him. Do you believe me?" Su Tang's gaze flickered. Yet upon meeting Cain's earnest black vertical pupils, her heart stirred. "Very well, I trust you." Cain's entire demeanor relaxed, and he offered Su Tang a gentle smile. Just as he was about to step forward to embrace her, he was abruptly halted by Adam. "The cub is enamored with you, thus you have deceived her. However, if you do not elucidate the nature of this situation, you shall no longer approach my sister." Adam's expression was grave and earnest. Although his presence lacked the formidable intensity of Cain, he exhibited no fear, instead seemingly poised for a confrontation with him. Witnessing this scene, Su Tang felt her previous grievances were trivial, dissipating entirely, replaced by a warm camaraderie that filled her heart. Chapter 160. The identity of the cub. 3. Cain narrowed his eyes slightly, casting an irritable glance at Adam. Su Tang stood aside, his heart racing, fully prepared to intervene. Yet the tension between the two remained inexplicably calm. "The cub was brought here by the beastmen of the beast kingdom, and it has nothing to do with me." Adam was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome. It was only upon hearing Cain's words that he recalled the purpose of his arrival at this cave. His expression of astonishment quickly morphed into a furrowed brow as Adam, somewhat incredulous, retorted, "Are you suggesting that this cub was brought by the beastmen of the beast kingdom?" Su Tang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I was present at the cave entrance at that time. By the way, do you know those 2 orcs from the beast kingdom?" Adam pondered for a moment before responding, "I have come specifically to discuss this matter with you." He cast a silent gaze towards Cain, who immediately understood and raised his hand, sealing the small cave with a metallic enclosure. With a slight frown, he inquired, "Pray tell, what is the situation?" Adam took a deep breath and stated, "Those 2 orcs indeed hail from the beast kingdom, and I am acquainted with them. One of them holds a significant status." He then appeared perplexed, seemingly speaking to himself, but it should not be the case. The beast kingdom is so far from the wilds. How could they suddenly arrive here? And with a youngling in tow? Su Tang wore an anxious expression, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please get to the point. You're making me anxious." Adam chuckled helplessly and replied, All right. Among the 2 orcs, the one with a more slender build is named Bai Zhang. He is the 3rd son of the ruler of the beast kingdom. And in terms of blood relation, I must refer to him as elder brother." Su Tang was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. "Did he not recognize you just now?" Adam further elucidated that the sovereign of the beast kingdom is the elder brother of the lord of the upper beast city. Each year, as the warm season approaches, the lord of the upper beast city brings a selection of tributes to the beast kingdom. I had the opportunity to accompany him on one such occasion. And it was during that time that I caught a glimpse of the sovereign. The sovereign has numerous sons, among whom Bai Zheng is relatively favored. However, he has always looked down upon us, the sons of the city lords, which is why we have had little interaction. It is quite normal that he does not recognize me. Su Tang nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. What about the towering and seemingly fierce orc beside him? Adam recalled, stating that it appeared to be a beast soldier assigned by the sovereign for his protection. He remembered there being several around him, yet for some reason, only this one remained. However, I recognized this beast soldier. His name is Linny, a formidable golden bear orc. He was already a level 4 valor warrior during my visit to the Beast Kingdom in that warm season, his extraordinary ability being immense strength. Su Tang was somewhat taken aback, her mouth agape. Well, the strength of orcs is already formidable, and with his extraordinary power of immense might, could he possibly lift a mountain? She then shifted her gaze to Cain, gently poking his sturdy arm, and whispered, Cain, between you and that Titan bear, who is more powerful? Cain pondered this question with utmost seriousness before responding. Perhaps I should challenge him to a duel to find out? Su Tang's lips twitched slightly as she averted her gaze from him, exclaiming in exasperation, Never mind, forget what I said. Adam, please continue. Chapter 161, The Abducted Cubs. Adam, with utmost seriousness, corrected Su Tang, next time, remember to call me elder brother. Su Tang coughed awkwardly twice, refraining from responding. Adam did not press her further and continued. The kingdom of beasts is exceedingly distant, indeed. At Cain's speed, without rest or sustenance, it would require a full 30 days and nights of flight to reach it. Bai Zheng is the cherished cub of the sovereign. He would not venture into the wilderness without reason. There must be matters unknown to us at play. Cain narrowed his eyes, casting a hostile glance at the cub behind Su Tang, and added, They are accompanied by another young cub. Sensing Cain's gaze, Su Tang shifted slightly, shielding the little one more securely. Adam found this somewhat amusing, remarking, Cain, although this cub bears no relation to you, do you not find it curious how closely he resembles you? Cain turned his head disdainfully toward the cub that Su Tang was attempting to conceal, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Just moments ago, he had felt sorrowful, suspecting this to be his own offspring, and now he was compelled to protect it. Frustrated, he retorted, Not curious at all. What is understood does not need to be spoken. We remain good friends. Adam suppressed his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Cain. I believe we should approach this matter through the cub. Let us awaken him and inquire if he possesses any knowledge. Cain nodded in agreement, indicating his lack of objections. Adam then turned to Su Tang, asking, Little Tang, do you have a method to rouse this cub more swiftly? Su Tang hesitated slightly, saying, Let me give it a try. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine under the guidance of the director's mother for a while, Su Tang was aware that there were several key acupoints in the human body that could stimulate the brain and facilitate a swift awakening. After locating an acupoint that posed no harm to the cub yet had the potential to rouse it, she pressed gently, but to no avail. Su Tang felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that orcs were fundamentally different from humans? She then summoned 007 to scan the cub, but the results ignited a fierce anger within her. Cain was the first to notice Su Tang's emotional turmoil, his face etched with concern as he inquired, What's wrong? If it's not feasible, then we can abandon it. Su Tang slammed her fist onto the ground in a fit of rage, wincing in pain from the impact. Those two orcs were nothing but traffickers. How vile. This cub certainly did not belong to them. It was evident that they had stolen it, simply because they found it appealing. Adam hastily inquired, What makes you say that? Su Tang took a deep breath and explained, This young creature contains a significant amount of mesmerizing herb components. Excessive consumption of this herb can induce a profound state of deep slumber. Furthermore, it may lead to lingering after effects. What are after effects? Su Tang, a bit indignant, remarked that, in simpler terms, the administration of this herb would inflict severe ailments upon the young cub. Had it not been for my intervention, even if the cub were to awaken in the future, it would remain forever stunted in growth. This does not merely pertain to its physical development, but rather to its intellect. Its behaviors and modes of interaction would be eternally confined to the present, perpetually retaining the essence of a mere cub. Upon hearing this, even Cain, who had always harbored disdain for the cub, could not suppress his furrowed brow. How could they administer such malevolent herbs to a young one? Su Tang silently mused that it must be to secretly take away this cub, preventing him from causing a ruckus. Those beast traitors, they deserve to perish. Cain, when will you go teach them a lesson? Remember to bring me along. Chapter 162, The Abducted Cub. 2. Cain gently ruffled Su Tang's hair and said, All right. First save this cub. We can discuss dealing with them later. Su Tang pouted slightly and swiftly exchanged a detox pill from the system shop, placing it into the mouth of the young creature. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Adam and inquired, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, what sensations did you experience after consuming the detox pill while practicing the body refinement technique? A peculiar smile danced on Adam's lips. I awakened as a divine warrior. What? Su Tang couldn't help but exclaim in a high-pitched voice. Realizing her volume was too loud, she hastily covered her mouth, her expression innocent as she looked at Cain. This adorably naive demeanor nearly melted Cain's heart. He found himself wanting to pull her into his embrace and lavishly tease her. Adam chuckled softly. Is it so strange? In fact, I awakened the very next day after taking the detox pill. Su Tang released her grip and looked at Adam with radiant eyes. What abilities have you awakened? Adam curled his lips. Would you like to find out? The little chick pecked at the grains with a nod resembling that of a chick. If you call me brother, I shall reveal it to you. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, she immediately straightened her posture and turned her head away with a sense of pride. I do not wish to hear. Please, do not tell me. Adam replied cheerfully, very well. I shall not divulge. Su Tang, how does this differ slightly from what I had envisioned? Ultimately, unable to resist temptation, I shamelessly called Adam brother. After Adam ruffled my hair, I sat there in a state of dejection. As a valiant warrior of the White Fox clan, my awakened abilities are all about enchantment, using these powers to beguile and entice my adversaries. Su Tang couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. How could such large orcs dare to flirt with humans? What a lack of shame. Adam chuckled softly, refraining from contradicting Su Tang. Instead, he continued, however, mine seems to be somewhat different. When I first awakened, I was uncertain about the true purpose of my abilities. But only in the past couple of days have I begun to grasp a semblance of understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately perked up, leaning forward and inquiring, Ah, indeed, you are a mutated red fox. What sets your extraordinary abilities apart? Adam parted his thin lips and slowly uttered 2 words. Illusion. Wow, that sounds incredibly cool. Su Tang expressed her profound interest. In addition to inheriting the allure of the Baihu clan, it seems that I have awakened the ability to conjure illusions. Unlike mere enchantment, which can only briefly confuse and control an adversary, leaving them oblivious to the events that transpired, illusions are distinct. I can fabricate an experience that one will perceive as reality. For them, what they undergo is indeed the truth. Within the realm of illusion, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern what is real and what is merely an artifice. Su Tang immediately applauded, her face radiating admiration as she gazed at Adam. Your extraordinary ability is simply remarkable. It is incredibly useful. Cain placed his hand on Su Tang's shoulder, turning her to face him, and with a serious expression, he declared, I have already become a level 5 brave warrior. Su Tang immediately grasped the meaning behind Cain's words. Suppressing her amusement, she knelt and affectionately ruffled Cain's hair, exclaiming with exaggerated praise, Indeed, my dear Cain is truly remarkable. Can you believe he has already become a level 5 warrior? My goodness, he is truly impressive. Despite the theatricality of her performance, Cain seemed to relish it, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Adam, however, found it quite embarrassing. Chapter 163. The abducted cub 3 Hongwa skewered several pieces of roasted meat on a branch, intending to deliver them to Bai Zhang and his companions. Just then, Li appeared, blocking her path. In a hushed tone, she implored, And Hongwa, please let me go. I have something to retrieve from my cave. Hongwa glanced at the cave, hesitating. The orcs inside were formidable. What do you need? Perhaps I should assist you, she suggested. Li bit her lip, bowing her head in silence. Observing her demeanor, Hongwa relented, handing her the roasted meat with a sigh. Be careful then. Don't linger inside. Just grab what you need and come back quickly. Li nodded eagerly as she accepted the food. Bai Zhang reclined comfortably on a fur, his hands resting behind his head, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Rini stood rigidly, a serious expression on his face as he questioned, Young master, are you truly entrusting the cubs of the Tiger Valley to that female? What if they discover something? Bai Zhang smirked dismissively. You are already a level 5 warrior, and I am a level 2 warrior. In this wilderness, what could possibly warrant our concern? Rini frowned, disagreeing. But young master, the orc we encountered at the cave entrance seemed rather formidable. While the wilderness is barren, we should still exercise caution. Bai Zhang turned lazily, responding. Even if he is impressive, can he truly be a level 5 warrior? Despite his words, Rini remained vigilant. Unlike Bai Zhang, who was the cherished offspring of the kingdom's ruler and had never known want, Rini had spent his days fighting in the gladiatorial arena, battling for mere survival. He had once underestimated a seemingly weak orc, nearly losing his life in the process. Only after awakening his extraordinary abilities was he rescued from the arena. Trained for a time, and assigned to protect Bai Zheng. Having spent considerable time in the arena, Rini understood the folly of underestimating anyone, especially those who appeared harmless, as they were often the most dangerous. He stood silently, alert, attentively observing every movement within the cave. Bai Zheng, still languid, turned toward Rini and mused. Do you think the Valley Lord will truly offer us crystal stones in exchange for the cubs? I've heard that Lord Wenju is a level 9 warrior. Rini nodded. Of course. The 5 major tribes possessing elemental crystals are favored by the beast god. Every member, regardless of gender, awakens extraordinary abilities during their coming-of-age ceremony, showcasing not only high talent, but also rapid cultivation speed. I've heard that Lord Wenju's female has already awakened her abilities. If they had access to advanced cultivation techniques, Lord Wenju might have reached the pinnacle of power by now. As he spoke, a flicker of envy crossed Rini's eyes. But he continued, however, the beast god has imposed restrictions on these 5 tribes. Their reproduction is exceedingly difficult. An orc can only have 1 cub in their lifetime. And occasionally 2. Bai Zheng feigned realization. Oh, I see. I've heard my father mention that Lord Wenju lost a cub before. If he cannot reclaim this one, he may never have another. Chapter 164. True identity. At this point, a sinister smile crept across Bai Zheng's lips. But even if he retrieves this cub, it will be too late. Rini, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Do you remember when we captured this cub? I had him ingest a certain herb, Bai Zheng replied. Rini nodded. Bai Zheng's devious grin grew more pronounced. The herb was given to me by the priest before we left. Once consumed, it renders orcs dull-witted. Imagine Lord Wenju returning with a fool in exchange for crystal stones. What do you think his reaction will be? Haha. Rini's pupils widened in shock. He had assumed the herb merely sedated the cub, but the potential harm was far more severe than he had anticipated. He watched Bai Zheng laugh heartily. Despite having harmed an innocent cub, a wave of complex emotions washed over Rini, his muscles tensing and trembling slightly as dark images flashed through his mind. On their journey to Tiger Valley, they had brought dozens of beast soldiers with them, but due to the need to protect Bai Zheng, many had perished. Rini understood that their deaths were not Bai Zheng's fault, yet what truly infuriated him was Bai Zheng's disparaging view of the soldiers. They had sacrificed their lives to save him, yet Bai Zheng dismissed them as mere worthless creatures. A sense of sorrow pierced Rini's heart. Once a member of the Iron Bear tribe, he had witnessed his clan decimated by the Beast Kingdom soldiers. Now, he found himself reduced to a soldier for the very kingdom that had destroyed his home, never to see another tribesman again. How absurd was that? Yet he had no choice but to comply. Only by gaining the ruler's trust could he get close enough to exact vengeance for the innocent lives lost from his tribe. The Beast Kingdom offered the means for him to enhance his own strength, so despite his disdain for Bai Zheng's actions, he had to remain, feeling his emotions rise. Rini reined himself in to avoid drawing suspicion. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss at the cave entrance. Glancing sideways, he spotted the small female who resided in the cave fleeing in panic. Rini furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to pursue her, but then reconsidered, returning to his previous stance nonchalantly. Lu Yi, pale and disheveled, stumbled toward Cain's cave. She had intended to use the excuse of delivering roasted meat to secretly retrieve the aloe leaves Su Tang had given her. But she had inadvertently overheard the conversation between 2 orcs. In a state of alarm, she recognized the urgency of informing the tribe leader, perhaps due to her nerves. She failed to watch her footing, tripping over something and falling hard to the ground, sending the roasted meat flying from her hands. Hongguo rushed over to help her up, concern etched on her face. What happened? Are you all right? Did those 2 orcs bully you? Sitting up with Hongguo's assistance, Lu Yi rubbed her elbow and shook her head. No. I accidentally overheard their conversation. I need to tell the tribe leader immediately. Hongguo nodded. Then can you walk? Be careful. I will go ahead and scout the situation. As she spoke, Hongguo bent down to retrieve the roasted meat that had fallen to the ground, gently blowing away the dust that clung to it. The dim light within the cave rendered the details indistinct. Lu Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Aunt Hongguo, didn't Tang say that meat that has touched the ground is no longer edible? Hongguo shot Lu Yi a look of exasperation, thinking her to be quite foolish. This meat is meant for those 2 beastmen. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Go find the chieftain. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, prompting the 3 to exchange glances. Cain waved his hand, and the metallic walls that had enveloped them vanished without a trace. Lu Yi stood outside the cave, her expression anxious, and whispered, Chieftain, Are you in the cave? I have something very important to discuss with you. Cain replied in a low voice, Come in. With a gentle smile, Su Tang turned her gaze towards Lu Yi, inquiring, What brings you here? Is something amiss? Kneeling beside Su Tang, Lu Yi recounted in detail everything she had overheard outside the cave. Once she finished, Cain nodded slightly and said, I understand now. You may leave. Liu hesitated for a moment before rising to depart. However, as she reached the cave entrance, she could not resist turning back to Su Tang, urging, Tang. You are so capable. Please find a way to save this little cub. He is still so young. Su Tang consoled her, assuring her that she need not worry. Before her arrival, he had already sensed something amiss with his body and had administered herbal remedies. By the time he awakens, all shall be well. Lu Yi, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders, smiled and said, That's good. I shall take my leave now. Once her figure vanished, Adam turned his gaze, a look of certainty adorning his face, and remarked, What do you think? I was right, was I not? This cub hails from the Valley of the Fierce Tigers. Just like you, a white tiger beastman. His gaze upon Cain shifted, becoming profound and enigmatic. Adam stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, and added, Previously, I believed you to be a white tiger mutated from a winged tiger beastman, but it appears you two are a creature of the Valley of the Fierce Tigers. Su Tang nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. Did not Lu Yi just mention that she overheard Bai Zhang saying that the Lord of the Tiger Valley, Wen Zhu, had once lost a cub? You are very likely to be that lost cub. Adam chuckled softly, shaking his head as he pointed at the cub behind Su Tang and then at Cain. With a playful tone, he remarked, Just look at their faces. It's evident they must be biological brothers. Su Tang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Cain furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of indifference as he replied, I do not know. I was found by the old patriarch at that time. All I remember is my name, Cain, and nothing else. Su Tang gently patted Cain's shoulder, reassuring him, It matters not if this cub is not truly yours. You still have me, Adam, and the countless members of the winged tiger tribe. To us, you are the most important. Despite the overlapping sounds of their voices, Su Tang keenly sensed that the cub seemed to have awakened. She hastily turned around. Kneeling before the cub, her expression filled with concern as she focused on the emotions reflected in its face. Cain, wearing a troubled expression, thought, Wasn't I supposed to be the most important? Gradually, the cub's eyes fluttered open, albeit just a fraction. Su Tang immediately noticed that, like Cain, the cub possessed pure black vertical pupils. A hint of bewilderment graced the cub's features, rendering it soft and harmless, almost evoking a desire to cradle it lovingly in one's arms. Chapter 166, True Identity 3, First Update. Su Tang offered a gentle smile to the cub and softly inquired, You are awake? Do you feel any discomfort? The cub, with its dazed eyes, gazed at Su Tang in a somewhat bewildered manner. Its seemingly innocent demeanor instantly stirred a surge of maternal affection within Su Tang's heart. Just as she reached out to help the cub rise, she noticed the previous confusion in its eyes vanish without a trace, replaced by a flicker of vigilance, ferocity, and sharpness. With a forceful shove, the cub propelled Su Tang away and swiftly darted to a corner of the cave, scanning its surroundings with keen awareness. Su Tang, caught off guard, fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, the young cub was still small and lacked considerable strength, so the impact was not particularly painful. However, this sudden movement alarmed the two orcs in the cave. Cain hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Tang up, his face etched with concern as he asked, Are you all right? Su Tang shook her head with a smile, assuring him that all was well. Adam, somewhat irked, directed his gaze towards the cub. What is the matter with you? I extend a helping hand, and you respond with aggression? Is this how your father taught you to show gratitude? Upon hearing his voice, the cub abruptly turned its head, baring its teeth at Adam, adopting a fierce demeanor while intermittently emitting low growls. After helping Su Tang to her feet and brushing off the dust from her, Cain coldly addressed the cub, Get out of my cave. Cain was irate, although Su Tang had not suffered any harm. The fact that she had been toppled by a mere cub right before his eyes infuriated him. His anger was directed at the cub but stemmed more from his frustration at himself. He had failed to adequately protect Su Tang under his watch. What if the cub had been a more threatening beastman? Would Su Tang still have been so fortunate? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he tightened his grip around Su Tang's arm, his gaze towards the cub growing increasingly icy. Yet, ultimately, it was still just a cub. Noticing Su Tang's apparent fondness for it, Cain chose to temper his ire. The cub, still on guard, shifted its gaze to Cain, its expression morphing into one of surprise, followed by a look of grievance as it pouted. It then scampered over to Cain, calling out in a soft voice, Father Su Tang, Adam, Cain, Do you truly believe I am acquainted with this young one? Before long, Cain demonstrated his point through action. Just a second before the young one was about to leap into his embrace, Cain delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending the child flying 4 or 5 meters away, crashing violently against the mountainside. "Ah, what are you doing?" Su Tang exclaimed in alarm, abruptly pushing aside Cain, yearning to rush towards the fallen cub. However, Cain firmly grasped Su Tang, his expression icy, commanding, "Do not go. He is unharmed." Su Tang swallowed the words of reproach that had nearly escaped her lips and turned to face the young creature. As expected, the little one, clutching its chest, sat up with an expression of deep grievance. Its dark vertical pupil shimmered with unshed tears, glistening and heart-wrenching. "Father." Yet, she chose to remain indifferent. Her heart stirred not even slightly, and she felt a lingering disdain due to previous encounters. Pointing towards the cave entrance, her voice was cold as ice. "You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your father. Now, leave." A sharp, resonant slap echoed within the cave. Su Tang grimaced, unable to refrain from shaking her hand. Was Cain's arm forged from iron? It was truly excruciating. "Why are you so fierce? Could you not speak to the young ones with a touch of gentleness?" Chapter 167. How dare you touch me? Second update. Why are you so fierce? Could you not speak to the young ones with a touch of gentleness? Su Tang gazed with her round, expressive eyes, a look of displeasure directed towards Cain. The young cub, witnessing this scene, let out a loud cry, "Do not bully my father." Yet, the soft timbre of its voice lacked any semblance of menace. It seemed the cub realized this shortcoming, for it stomped its feet in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. In a flash of white light, it transformed into a white tiger cub the size of a lamb, charging at Su Tang like a cannonball, determined to confront what it perceived as its foe. Unwavering in its resolve. Before Su Tang could fully comprehend the situation, Cain had already acted with remarkable swiftness, grasping the little white tiger by the scruff of its neck and lifting it into the air. The little tiger, devoid of any leverage, blinked its round, curious eyes while its limbs flailed helplessly, emitting a sound akin to a kitten's mewl. When Su Tang finally processed the scene before her, her heart melted at the sight of the adorable little tiger. She instinctively reached out to pat its furry head, to pinch its cheek, and to stroke the soft fur covering its body. However, Cain swiftly interposed his hand to prevent her from doing so. Su Tang's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish as she stared at Cain. Amused, Cain reached out and playfully poked her slightly chubby cheek, explaining that his tiger claws were quite sharp and should not be touched. Su Tang shifted her gaze to the tiny tiger's claws, which gleamed with a sharp light, nestled within the pads of its paws. A shiver ran down her spine as she patted her chest, grateful that Cain had intervened. Otherwise, a swipe from those claws might have left her disfigured, and irreparably so. She then circled around to the back of the little white tiger, gently patting its head while muttering, "How can you be so ferocious at such a tender age? I am your savior. It would suffice if you didn't thank me. But to think you would actually want to claw at me." The little tiger, filled with indignation, struggled fiercely in Cain's grasp, turning its head back as if to bite Su Tang, yet unable to reach her no matter how hard it tried. Su Tang delightedly teased him, playfully patting his little tiger head, caressing his sleek back, and affectionately stroking his glossy tail. The smooth texture was simply irresistible. Cain, observing this with a twinge of jealousy, forcefully tossed the little tiger to a corner of the cave and coldly commanded, "Transform back into your human form. Let us see what you truly are." After landing, the little tiger, infuriated, scratched the wall in frustration. After turning around twice, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he transformed back into the small, rosy cub. Su Tang let out a regretful sigh. She had not yet had her fill of touching before it reverted back. The cub glared fiercely at Su Tang, exclaiming, "How dare you touch me, wicked female?" Su Tang, bewildered by the unexpected label, could only blink in confusion. The cub then shifted its gaze to Cain, urging, "Father, you should keep your distance from that wicked female." Cain squinted his eyes, his expression tinged with impatience. "I shall reiterate for the last time, I am Cain, not your father. Do not call me that again. Understood?" Adam stood nearby, struggling to suppress his laughter, observing Cain's current demeanor. He could easily envision how he would look in the future if Su Tang were to bear his offspring. He would likely wear a similar expression. The cub, momentarily taken aback by Cain's words, hesitantly inquired, "What did you just say your name was?" "Cain." The cub's pupils widened slightly in astonishment. "You are truly named Cain?" Just as everyone pondered the reason behind the cub's sudden question, it scampered over, and just before Cain intended to kick it away, The cub tightly wrapped its arms around his leg. Cain found himself locked in a staring contest with the cub. When he attempted to shake it off, the cub clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to budge. With narrowed eyes and a displeased tone, Cain commanded, "Let go." The cub remained unfazed, gazing up at Cain with its rosy cheeks, a mixture of wonder and delight evident on its face. It sniffed the air as if trying to catch Cain's scent, then widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You truly are not my father, but you look just like him. Could you possibly be my older brother?" Cain, teetering on the brink of fury, paid no heed to the cub's words. He forcefully pried the cub from his body, gripping the animal hide it wore. And with an impassive expression, he intended to toss it outside the cave. Su Tang became aware of Cain's actions and hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing? This is your brother." Cain replied coldly, "I don't know him. Besides, he nearly harmed you." Su Tang found the situation both infuriating and amusing. "So, where do you plan to dispose of him? And let us not forget, it was Bai Zheng who brought him here. Do you truly intend to return him to Bai Zheng?" Cain slightly lowered his head, appearing to ponder seriously for a moment, then replied with a grave expression, "Well, that could work." Adam, standing nearby, could only shake his head in resignation. Given his understanding of Cain, he recognized that this statement was not mere jest. Cain was indeed contemplating the return of the cub to Bai Zheng. Su Tang was so enraged that she puffed her cheeks and glared fiercely at Cain, hands on her hips, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Hurry back with me." Cain stood there, momentarily taken aback, seemingly reluctant. However, under Su Tang's fervent gaze, he realized he could not escape from this little cub. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, he picked up the cub and returned to the cave. Gaia was utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Did his elder brother intend to hand him over to those wicked beastmen? Being so close to Cain, Gaia could distinctly sense his brother's disdain towards him. The small cub was filled with confusion. It was this wicked female that had interrupted his brother. Thus, his brother must actually be a bad brother, while this wicked female was, in fact, a good one. Realizing this, as soon as Cain set him down, Gaia eagerly dashed towards Su Tang's embrace. With a pitiful leap, he nestled into her arms, soft and endearing, whining, "Wah, I'm scared." Although Su Tang was somewhat taken aback, there was no time for contemplation as she was swiftly captured by Gaia, who radiated maternal warmth and affectionately enveloped her in an embrace, whispering soothing words. "Oh, do not fear. Sister is here. Sister will protect you." Gaia continued to nuzzle against Su Tang, exclaiming, "Sister is truly wonderful. I adore Sister." Cain observed this scene, unable to suppress the throbbing veins on his forehead. Particularly, he noted the glint of cunning in Gaia's eyes, which infuriated him, causing him to clench his fists tightly. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Such an overt provocation was intolerable. With a menacing demeanor, Cain stepped forward, but before he could make any move, he was met with Su Tang's fierce glare. "What are you up to now?" Cain retorted. "Do you believe me when I say it's nothing?" Chapter 169, Clever or Foolish, Part 4. Adam, standing nearby, struggled to contain his laughter. Cain, rendered powerless, stood silently to the side, observing the frolicking young ones and the small female with a gloomy expression. Adam smirked and approached, addressing the little one. "What is your name?" Gaia warily glanced at Adam, inching closer to Su Tang, and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to know my name?" "I will not tell you that I am called Gaia." With a chuckle, Adam met Gaia's puzzled gaze. Su Tang hurriedly concealed her smile, reaching out to tousle the soft hair atop his head, her affection for him intensifying. Where on earth did this irresistibly adorable little creature come from? It was simply enchanting. Adam raised an eyebrow, perplexed as to whether this little one was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. If one were to argue that he was clever, he had already divulged his name without prompting. Conversely, if deemed foolish, he displayed a remarkable ability to read the room, aware of who cherished him and who did not. It was truly perplexing. Adam shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, Gulu Gulu tightly scrunched her little face, covering her belly with her hands, appearing quite embarrassed. Su Tang gently pinched the soft, plump face of the little girl named Kaya and softly inquired, "Are you hungry, dear Kaya? I will prepare a delicious meal for you, something you have never tasted before. What do you think?" Kaya's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression filled with wonder as she gazed at Su Tang. "Sister, you are amazing. How did you know my name is Kaya?" Su Tang mischievously winked. "Guess what?" Kaya, clutching her stomach, looked like a wilted daylily, shaking her head feebly and saying, "I'm so hungry, I don't have the strength to guess." Su Tang chuckled softly. All right, I understand. You wait here, and I shall prepare something delicious for you." As she spoke, she rose and made her way toward the cave entrance, with Cain promptly following her without a word. Adam glanced at the two of them before turning to admonish Kaya, "Stay here and behave. I will step out for a moment." Perhaps buoyed by her cheerful mood, Su Tang retrieved the soft fruits previously gathered by the female of the weasel clan. She expertly peeled dozens of them in one go, prompting Cain to fetch a metal bowl to hold the fruits. Together, they pressed the soft fruits into a cohesive mass, kneading it vigorously until it transformed into a smooth dough. Noticing Adam had followed them, she requested his assistance in finding a suitable wooden board to serve as a countertop, along with a sturdy branch to act as a rolling pin and slender twigs to be used as chopsticks. Subsequently, alongside Cain, she procured a piece of marbled meat and some fat from the red fruit, and also gathered some scallions, ginger, and salt from Old Nick. Su Tang happily allowed Cain to carry the items, and together they returned to the small cave. Kaya's gaze was immediately captivated by the metallic basin in Cain's hands. He stared intently for a moment, uncertainly reaching out to touch it, and then, with a face full of astonishment, he looked at Cain and exclaimed, "Brother, have you already awakened your extraordinary abilities?" "Just like father." Cain cast a sidelong glance at Kaya and responded nonchalantly, "Yes." Kaya's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you are so impressive. I want to be as formidable as you in the future." For the first time, Cain experienced such unabashed admiration from someone. And that someone was his younger brother. A peculiar feeling stirred within him, an unfamiliar sensation that he did not find unpleasant. In fact, looking at the youthful visage of this little one suddenly seemed rather endearing. Deliciousness. Part 5. Sister, what delicious food are you preparing for me? Cain casually conjured a metallic platform, placing soft fruits, meat, and ginger and scallions upon it. Kaya curiously leaned over the platform, which was as tall as his neck, watching as Su Tang rolled up her sleeves, ready to showcase her culinary skills. Before Su Tang could respond to Kaya's question, Cain seriously interrupted. "You must not call her sister. You should refer to her as sister-in-law." Kaya's eyes widened as he looked at Su Tang, then at Cain, and with a mischievous grin, he cheerfully replied, "All right, sister-in-law." Su Tang immediately blushed, gently tapping Cain on the arm. "What are you saying? Don't lead the young ones astray." She then turned to Kaya, saying, "Don't pay attention to what your brother says. I am not yet your sister-in-law. You may still call me sister." "All right, sister." Su Tang playfully poked the forehead of the young man beside him, pouting slightly. "What a clever little rascal you are." After rolling up his sleeves, Su Tang began to knead the soft fruit, expelling the bubbles within to enhance its texture. Before long, Adam arrived with the items Su Tang had asked him to procure. Observing Su Tang's actions with a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "What do you intend to do with this fruit? It appears too soft and unappetizing." Su Tang smiled mysteriously, urging patience as she assured him that he would soon discover the delights she had in store, promising that the flavors would be so exquisite they would tempt him to swallow his own tongue. With that, she directed Cain to take the pork belly he had retrieved from the red fruit and chop it into minced meat on the cutting board, even describing the shape of the knife he should envision. Cain nodded, gathering a glimmer of golden light in his palm, which, once dissipated, revealed a knife reminiscent of his memories. Witnessing this, Su Tang let out a wistful sigh, envious of his abilities. Possessing such powers was indeed remarkable, allowing one to conjure whatever was needed. As Cain prepared to chop the meat, Su Tang advised him to apply a bit more force, emphasizing that the finer the meat was chopped, the better. Cain nodded, raising his hand high. With a swift motion, the knife fell. The meat was cleaved into 2 pieces. Yet the cutting board, which Adam had painstakingly acquired, was likewise severed in twain. Cain, casting a cautious glance at Su Tang, couldn't help but murmur an explanation. "I truly did not exert much force." There is no doubt that Cain possesses the ability to reduce the chopping board to mere splinters. Su Tang dared not allow him to continue chopping meat. Hastily switching their positions, Cain took to kneading the soft fruit while she took on the task of chopping the meat. This arrangement, however, significantly enhanced their efficiency. In no time, all the ingredients were meticulously prepared. She retrieved the soft fruit dough from the metal basin and placed it upon the countertop, subsequently pouring in the finely minced meat and the chopped scallions and ginger, sprinkling a precise amount of salt before mixing it all together. The rich aroma of the meat intertwined with the fragrances of the scallions and ginger, emanating a unique and tantalizing scent. Cain leaned over the edge of the metal basin, his eyes fixated on the contents within, occasionally swallowing with a soft gulp. Even Adam no longer doubted whether Su Tang could indeed create something edible, as the mere scent had already left him salivating profusely. Due to the limited ingredients and time, Su Tang opted to prepare one of China's most straightforward traditional dishes, dumplings. She pinched off a piece of the soft fruit, rolled it into a long strip with her hands, and then employed the metal knife previously fashioned by Cain to cut it into small pieces. Picking up a chunk of fatty meat, she evenly spread it across the rolling pin that Adam had procured, ensuring there would be no sticking when rolling out the soft fruit dough. Next, she rolled the cut pieces of soft fruit into thin dumpling skins, stacking them one atop the other like a delicate layer cake, which looked quite appealing. Once the rolling was nearly complete, she instructed Cain to set up a stove and a large pot, preparing to boil water for the dumplings. Adam watched with a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He was quite curious to inquire of Cain whether his abilities were meant to be employed in such a manner. However, before he could dwell on it further, Su Tang's swift movements seized his attention. She picked up a piece of the soft fruit skin, cradled it in her palm, and then, using a pair of chopsticks, scooped a portion of meat from the metal basin, placing it atop the soft fruit skin. With an uncertain pinch, the meat was completely enveloped by the soft fruit skin. Su Tang worked with remarkable speed, completing one dumpling in mere seconds. These dumplings were neatly arranged on the metallic countertop, creating a visually pleasing display. The metal heated quickly, causing the water in the pot to boil rapidly. Su Tang instructed them to assist in placing the dumplings into the pot, while she held the ceramic spoon crafted in the tribe, stirring gently along the bottom of the pot. At that moment, you blinked her eyes curiously and asked, "Sister, why does it no longer smell fragrant?" Su Tang smiled gently and said, "Who says that fragrance equates to deliciousness? There are indeed things that, while not aromatic, are still delectable. Once it's ready, you shall taste it and understand. Gaia, be obedient and wait over there for a moment. I will call you once it's done." Gaia nodded obediently and replied, "All right, sister." As the fire blazed, it was tea long before the dumplings began to float to the surface, plump and white. They appeared quite delightful. Cain was instructed to fetch 4 small bowls. Su Tang placed the spoon on the metal countertop and then, with a wave of her hand, summoned a slotted spoon from her spatial pocket, which materialized effortlessly in her grasp. Gaia couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming softly, "Wow, sister, have you awakened your extraordinary abilities? That's amazing." Su Tang smiled with satisfaction, yet she did not respond to his question. She carefully retrieved the dumplings from the pot, placing each one into 4 gleaming metallic bowls. The plump, ivory dumplings, freshly cooked, still emitted wisps of steam. Su Tang swatted away Adam's outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Don't touch. It's very hot." Adam chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "It's nothing. I'm an orc. I fear not the heat." As he spoke, he pinched a dumpling from the bowl, refusing to blow on it, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Upon taking a bite, his features contorted in agony. Although Adam had not perceived the dumpling's heat initially, given the robust constitution of orcs, he soon realized that external strength does not equate to internal resilience. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. On one hand, he desperately fanned his mouth with his hand, while on the other, he was reluctant to swallow such a delectable morsel. Tears of discomfort welled up in his eyes, and his tongue tingled with numbness as he stammered, "So hot." Su Tang gazed at Adam with a mocking expression, yet turned to Kaya and remarked, "Do you see? This is the consequence of disobedience. Never emulate him." Kaya nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed, I shall heed Sister A's advice." Su Tang, satisfied, gently ruffled Guya's hair, exclaiming, Guya, you are truly obedient. Let us wait a moment before we indulge." Guya, with a reluctant glance at the dumplings, swallowed silently, ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 172, Deliciousness 3, 7th Update. Noticing that some meat-filling, fatty oil, and soft fruits remained on the metallic countertop, Su Tang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Xiao Gaia, would you like me to make you some pastries?" Although Gaia did not fully comprehend what Su Tang was saying, she nodded in agreement. The remaining ingredients were scant, barely sufficient to prepare 2 filled pastries. Adam was instructed to remove the steaming dumpling broth from the stove, while Cain placed a metal plate atop the flames. After replenishing the firewood, it wasn't long before the metal plate began to glow a faint red. Su Tang lifted the lard and placed it on the board, accompanied by a sizzling sound, followed by a plume of white smoke rising into the air as the enticing aroma began to waft around. The onlooker, Kaya, was transfixed, his mouth seemingly glistening with a suspicious liquid. Once the lard was rendered, the stuffed pastry was placed on the metallic surface, and as the soft dough made contact with the hot oil, The fragrance intensified immensely. Kaya, in a fit of desperation, began to pace in circles, utterly captivated by the delectable scent that tantalized his senses, nearly bringing him to tears. After a few spins, he cast a pitiful glance at Su Tang, yearning for some acknowledgement. Su Tang stifled a laugh, deliberately turning a blind eye until the stuffed pancakes were golden brown on both sides. Only then did he allow Cain to shrink the metallic panel and place the pancakes into the stove for safekeeping. He then bent down to ruffle Kaya's hair, saying, "You are so well behaved. Let us enjoy the dumplings first." Kaya cast a reluctant glance at the stove, compared to the pale dumplings. He yearned for the recently cooked golden delicacy. However, he remained silent, clearly famished. By the time the pancakes were prepared, the dumplings had become pleasantly warm, not scalding at all, making them just right for consumption. As Kaya was unable to use chopsticks, Su Tang asked Cain to conjure a small spoon for him. In seeing this, Cain fashioned a larger spoon for himself. The two, armed with their spoons, indulged in the dumplings, Kaya savoring one at a time, while Cain relished two at once, both wearing expressions of sheer delight. Adam, who had scalded his tongue, looked on with envy, silently cursing himself for his impatience. Bai Zheng took a bite of his roasted meat, finding it somewhat bitter with a hint of char, and it seemed to contain small pebbles. He grimaced, lamenting that the wilderness truly lived up to its name, even the food being unpalatable. Despite his complaints, he took another hearty bite of the meat. Lenny quietly continued his meal, saying nothing. After a few bites, Bai Zheng carelessly tossed the roasted meat into a corner of the cave and dusted off his hands, exclaiming that it was hardly fit for consumption. "Lenny, how can you manage to eat such terrible meat?" Lenny lowered his head, his gaze sharp. "Unpalatable? In the arena, we didn't even have such roasted meat. If this was deemed inedible by human standards, then what had they been consuming in the arena?" He replied with an impassive demeanor. "When one feels hungry, they naturally eat. You should eat a little too, master. Otherwise, you'll lack the strength for travel." Bai Zheng, reclining on the animal hide, closed his eyes defiantly, refusing to eat. Yet, after a brief moment, he suddenly sat upright, inhaling deeply into the air. Turning to Lenny, he exclaimed, "Do you smell that? There's a delightful aroma. How audacious of them to not share the delicious food with me." Lenny detected nothing. Bai Zheng, filled with indignation, commanded, "You go. See what they are up to and bring me all the delectable food. Also, find that little female and bring back the cubs." Chapter 173, Secrets Revealed, Part 8. Finishing the roasted meat in a few bites, Lenny stood up expressionlessly and walked toward the cave entrance. Upon stepping outside, he found orcs gathered in clusters, engaged in lively roasting, completely oblivious to his presence. Such a scene had not crossed his eyes since the Ironclaw tribe was attacked by the kingdom. For a moment, Lenny felt slightly dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his emotions and making his way toward the cave where the aroma was strongest. After finishing the dumplings, Kaya licked his lips and looked eagerly at Su Tang, sweetly calling out, "Sister, I want more." Su Tang gently ruffled Kaya's hair and smiled softly, saying, "You can't eat too much, or you'll have an upset stomach. The stuffed pancakes will be ready soon. You can have some then." Kaya looked at Su Tang with a pitiful expression, but she remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Cain stood up and, right in front of Kaya, filled a large bowl with dumplings, casting a rather smug glance in his direction. Overwhelmed by the injustice, Kaya leapt into Su Tang's embrace, seeking solace. Su Tang cast a fierce glare at Cain, gently soothing Kaya. Witnessing this scene, Cain's hand, which held the bowl, froze in place, his expression dark as the bottom of an iron pot, with a burgeoning desire to cast Kaya aside stirring within him once more. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharpening, transforming into a blade unsheathed, radiating an ominous intent as he directed his eyes towards the cave entrance. Almost in the next heartbeat, Rini slightly bent down and entered the cave. As their gazes met, an electric tension sparked in the air, as if two forces were colliding. Su Tang hurriedly concealed the young one behind her, attempting to shield him from view, yet the abruptness of her movement caught the attention of Rini. Upon noticing the awakened cub, Rini felt a flicker of surprise. However, his expression soured upon discovering the myriad of peculiar metallic objects within the cave. Although he refrained from voicing his concerns, he began to retreat cautiously, his body tense and his gaze warily fixed upon Cain. Kaya peered out from behind Su Tang, and upon spotting Rini, his face contorted with indignation. He turned to Cain, shouting, "Brother, this wicked beastman is the one who abducted me. He even injured Samuel. You must punish him." Rini was taken aback by the cub's address, and as he observed the striking resemblance between Cain and Kaya, his expression shifted dramatically. In a low voice, he inquired, Are you from the Tiger Valley? As soon as the words left his lips, Rini prepared to flee the cave's entrance. However, Cain was swifter. With a clenched fist, he sealed the cave's entrance with metal in an instant. Rini halted in his tracks, turning with a complex expression. His voice deep and resonant as he articulated, "God, warrior." Cain casually extended a bowl to Su Tang, coldly retorting, "Are you not?" Su Tang, with a face full of trepidation, accepted the object, her heart leaping to her throat in an instant. Rini, his muscles taut and his imposing stature somewhat intimidating, exuded a palpable energy, clearly at least at level 4. Cain, with an expression of indifference, curled his lips into a smirk. His palm opened to reveal a sharp blade coalescing within it, glimmering faintly in the flickering light of the fire. Observing this, Rini assumed a defensive stance, his fist cracking ominously as he regarded Cain with a serious expression. The two appeared as if they were poised for a bloody battle within the confines of a cave. Su Tang had long since nestled into the far corner of the cave, one hand covering the eyes of Kai, her heart aching as she observed the two. Chapter 174. Secrets Unveiled 2, 9th Update. Cain, sheathe your blade. I believe we can engage in a meaningful dialogue, Adam said, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as his elongated, fox-like eyes scrutinized Rini. Upon hearing this, Rini shifted his gaze to Adam, momentarily taken aback by Adam's handsome visage. He responded with a solemn tone, "I recognize you. You are the offspring of the Lord of Beast City." Adam inclined his head slightly, approaching Cain and patting his shoulder, signaling him to ease his guard. He then turned his attention back to Rini, stating, "What a coincidence. I too recognize you, Rini, the captain of the beast soldiers beside Bai Zhang." Rini's eyes darkened, his defensive posture unwavering as he regarded Adam with suspicion. "What are your intentions?" he demanded, his mind racing with anxiety, unable to fathom how the orcs from Beast City could be allied with those from the ferocious Tiger Valley. Adam's lips curled into a calculating smile. "Do not be alarmed. As I mentioned, we can sit down and converse amicably." Rini remained unmoved. Adam sighed, "In that case, let us speak plainly. Rini, your clan, the Diamond Bears, perished under the reign of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, yet you now serve as a captain of its soldiers. What of your fallen kin?" Rini's muscles quivered slightly, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes, though he suppressed it, with great restraint against the tempest of anger within. He replied with a calm facade, "What business is it of yours? I am loyal to the kingdom and its ruler." Having witnessed too much treachery and deceit within the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, Rini had become adept at disguising his true feelings. He could not ascertain whether these two were sent by the ruler to test his loyalty and thus refused to reveal any vulnerabilities. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Su Tang fumed silently beside him. Previously, during a casual conversation with Aunt Hongua, she had mentioned the circumstances of how the Diamond Bears had merged into the ferocious tiger tribe. It was said that a bloody diamond bear had collapsed in the hunting grounds of the ferocious tiger tribe, where he was rescued by the former elder of the tribe. Upon awakening and realizing he had escaped the clutches of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom into the wilderness, he felt immense relief. However, due to severe injuries and the absence of healers in the wild, he implored the elder to shelter the remaining diamond bear cubs he had hidden away. The elder, a kind-hearted beastman, sympathized with the plight of the diamond bears and readily agreed to help. Under the guidance of the wounded beastman, they journeyed to the cave where the cubs were concealed. Originally, there had been over 30 cubs in the diamond bear tribe, but now only 5 or 6 remained. As they prepared to return, the elder discovered young Cain resting on a piece of driftwood by the river outside the cave and took him back to the ferocious tiger tribe to nurture him. The wounded diamond bear soon succumbed to his injuries, but before his passing, he earnestly instructed the elder not to let the diamond bear cubs learn of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom or seek revenge, urging them simply to live on. The elder nodded in agreement. Considering Rini's current age, he too must have been a cub at that time. Su Tang could not comprehend the situation. Chapter 175. Secrets Unveiled 3, 10 Updates. Su Tang was bewildered. How could such deep-seated enmity be so easily forgotten? It was one thing to refrain from seeking vengeance, but how could one pledge loyalty to the enemy? At this thought, her heart ached for the grown-up bear cubs of her clan, and even more so for the fallen bear warriors. While it was somewhat understandable to prevent the cubs from avenging their kin, Lenny's choice filled Su Tang with disdain. With a huff, she glared at Lenny and exclaimed, "You truly bring shame upon the bear warriors. Thankfully, our tribe's bears are not like you. Otherwise, we would all be driven to despair." As she spoke, she lifted the little Kaya in her arms and pointed towards the dazed Lenny at the cave entrance. "Kaya, You must be obedient and not behave like him. Kaya, with utmost seriousness, nodded and replied, Sister, rest assured. Kaya will listen to you. Nearby, Adam sighed in exasperation. What a foolish sister. It was said that the bear warriors were deeply loyal and righteous. Initially, he had planned to use the bear clansmen as a pretext to probe Linny's thoughts, but now, Su Tang had laid bare their trump card. Linny, maintaining a defensive posture, stared blankly at Su Tang, resembling the Na'vi expressions of the Bear brothers. His voice trembled slightly with uncertainty as he asked, What did you just say? Su Tang, with her aloof demeanor, turned her head away, unwilling to converse with such a heartless creature. Oh no, one who had betrayed his own kind to ally with the enemy. Linny felt a surge of urgency. He was certain he had not misheard. This little female claimed that there were still members of the mighty bear tribe within the clan. Yet, he was acutely aware that the warriors of the Beast Kingdom had ruthlessly exterminated every last one of the mighty bears, sparing neither female nor cub, exhibiting extreme cruelty. He had narrowly escaped the slaughter while accompanying a hunting party. Upon their return to the tribe, they found it ravaged, strewn with corpses. Linny's gaze fell upon his female. Lying on the cold earth, her face a mask of terror, her eyes wide with fear. A gaping wound marred her belly, staining the ground beneath her crimson. Not far away, he discovered the lifeless form of his cub. His small brown bear, no larger than a palm, was cruelly impaled on a tree stump by a stone spear, its feeble body hanging limply, blood pooling at its base. In that instant, Linny felt as though he were losing his sanity. He frantically searched the other corners of the tribe for the remaining 2 cubs, yet deep down, he understood their fate was likely grim. Before he could complete his search, the commotion they had caused drew the attention of the departing warriors, who returned to seize them as captives, casting them into the arena. Each day in the arena unfolded with brutal combat, and he helplessly witnessed his kin perish before his eyes while he remained powerless. The memory of that anguish still pierced his heart, especially when he thought of his innocent female and cubs, leaving him utterly heartbroken. For so long, the desire for vengeance had burned within him, sustaining his will to live to avenge his female and cubs. Linny's eyes gradually turned crimson, his breathing grew labored, and his entire being trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 176. A father and son reunited. Adam noticed something amiss with Linny and couldn't help but frown slightly. He had merely intended to probe Linny and persuade him to defect, not to create a significant uproar. Thus, he spoke slowly, Indeed. There are a few mighty bear warriors in our clan. Would you like to meet them? Linny fought to control his breath, struggling to suppress his tremors as he forced out a few words from his throat. Let me see them. Adam exchanged a glance with Cain and nodded. Cain sheathed his blade, while Adam continued with a measured tone, You are a valiant warrior, and with the support of the Beast Kingdom, how can I be certain you will not harm them upon meeting? Linny, panting heavily, growled in a low voice, How could I possibly harm my own kin? Su Tang could not help but interject, Having already allied with the enemy, how can you not harm your own kin? Linny was momentarily taken aback, lowering his defensive stance. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity shone within them as he murmured, I understand now. What do you wish to know? I shall disclose everything. Adam's fox-like eyes sparkled with amusement as he glanced at Cain. Cain nodded slightly and replied coolly, Speak of all that you know, and you shall naturally encounter the one you long to see. Linny nodded, no longer shrouded in secrecy, and recounted in earnest the events that transpired after he arrived at the Colosseum of the Beast Kingdom, briefly explaining the reasons for his stay and his future intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Tang gazed apologetically at Rini. I see now. I misunderstood you. I sincerely apologize for thinking you were coveting the wealth and power of the nation. Rini calmly interrupted Su Tang. While your perception is not entirely unfounded, I indeed seek to remain in the nation to enhance my own capabilities. Su Tang's lips twitched slightly. She was about to express her thoughts on the future availability of intermediate and advanced martial techniques in their tribe. However, Adam shot her a fierce glare, redirecting the conversation. Pray, tell us, why have you ventured into the wilderness? And what compels you to abduct the offspring of the Valley Lord from the Tiger Valley? What purpose do you serve with the crystal stones? Linny shook his head in response. I am not privy to such knowledge. I received a clandestine order from the sovereign, instructing me to lead a contingent of beast soldiers to escort young Master Baizheng to the Tiger Valley to procure the crystal stones at any cost. Yet, I did overhear a conversation between the sovereign and the sage. It seemed they wished to gather the crystals from the 5 major tribes to unlock something. However, the distance was considerable, and I could not discern their words clearly. Su Tang, brimming with excitement, approached Kai with a gleam in her eyes and inquired whether they intended to gather the 5 crystals to unlock the treasure, summon the dragon, and unify the Orc continent. After all, that was how it was portrayed on television. Kai playfully poked her forehead with a finger, a tender smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You're quite the knowledgeable one." Su Tang playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face at Cain. Adam, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval and said with evident dissatisfaction, "Enough of this. If you continue, I shall be compelled to resort to violence." Su Tang giggled incessantly beside them. Lin and I, with a face full of anxiety, turned to Cain and said, "I have shared all that I know with you. May I now meet my kin?" After a brief pause, Cain nodded and replied, "Yes, but they are now all members of my winged tiger tribe. When they first arrived at the tribe, they were merely cubs. The former patriarch made a pact with the beastmen who brought them here, vowing not to disclose the enmity of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom to them. Therefore, I cannot allow you to threaten them in the name of the Golden Bear clan. If you can agree to this, I will permit you to see them." Lin and I hurriedly nodded. "I understand your words. Rest assured, the matter of vengeance concerns only me. It has nothing to do with these little ones." Cain slightly inclined his head, and with a wave of his right hand, the metallic barrier that had stood at the entrance of the cave vanished. He then turned to Adam and instructed, "Go fetch Bear 1 and Bear 2. Adam nodded, bending slightly as he exited the small cave. Cain then shifted his attention back to Lin and I, recalling that when they were too young to remember their names, the old patriarch had named them according to their sizes: Bear 1, Bear 2, Bear 3, Bear 4, Bear 5, and Bear 6. Lin Ni's eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded faintly, though the embarrassment etched on his face was impossible to overlook. Su Tang discerned his anxiety and gently reassured him. "You just mentioned that you have 2 little ones yet to be found. Perhaps they are right here in our tribe?" Upon hearing her words, the delight in Rini's eyes intensified, and his robust and formidable physique could scarcely contain the exuberance of his burgeoning spirit. Su Tang was not merely offering empty comfort to Lini. For among the few diamond bear orcs in the tribe, the brothers Xiongda and Xiong'er left a profound impression on her. They bore a certain resemblance to Lini. However, the manner in which kinship was recognized in this orc continent remained a mystery. Shortly after, Adam took the lead and entered the cave, beckoning the others to follow. The cave was not particularly spacious, so Su Tang and her companions instinctively shuffled deeper inside to make room for the imposing diamond bear orcs. Once all the orcs had entered, the cave was filled to capacity. Xiongda, in a deep and resonant voice, addressed Cain. "Chief, what is it that you require of us? Those 2 orcs inside the cave are utterly intolerable. At your command, we shall ensure they are vanquished." Xiong'er, scratching his head in a somewhat foolish manner, chimed in with displeasure. "Indeed, Chief. Lu Wei was driven out by those 2 orcs and is still weeping heartbrokenly. I can't help but wish to storm in there and give them a good thrashing." As he spoke, Xiong'er raised his fist, akin to a heavy hammer. But the peculiar accent with which he spoke rendered the scene rather comical. Cain glanced at Lini with mild indifference before addressing Xiongda and Xiong'er. "Do you recognize him?" As he shifted his gaze, Xiongda noticed the presence of an outsider in the cave. Xiong'er, stroking his chin in contemplation for a while, suddenly leaned closer to Xiongda and whispered, "Xiongda, I can't shake the feeling that this person bears an uncanny resemblance to those 2 orcs in the cave." Xiongda squinted at Lini several times, then leaned toward Xiong'er and whispered back, "I see it too. How about we give him a beating in front of Lu Wei? It would serve as retribution on her behalf." Despite their efforts to lower their voices, the cave's confined space allowed everyone to overhear their conversation. They were unabashedly discussing their intentions to physically confront him right in front of him, and this individual might very well be their paternal beast. Su Tang raised an eyebrow, the mere thought of it eliciting a thrilling sensation. She then directed her gaze towards Lini. Su Tang couldn't help but pause for a moment. The towering figure of Rini, nearly 2 meters tall and resembling a giant, was now filled with tears, his lips quivering. "Liner, Jir, is it truly you? My dear little ones." Xiongda and Xiong'er stared with their round, bewildered bear eyes, utterly confused by Rini's words. "Xiongda, why can't I understand what he's saying? Foolish Xiong'er. He just referred to us as his little ones. He is insulting us. Oh dear, this is simply outrageous. It's one thing to bully Lu Yi, but how dare he come to insult us? Just watch, I'll make him scream." As he spoke, Xiong'er snorted forcefully, pounding his chest with determination, raising his massive fist like a heavy hammer, ready to strike Rini. As Su Tang was about to intervene, the events that unfolded next left her utterly astonished. Rini gazed at Xiong'er with a benevolent expression, his eyes radiating a warmth so tender it seemed as though it could drip with kindness. He effortlessly caught Xiong'er's powerful fist, applying a gentle pressure that sent Xiong Air crashing into Rini's embrace. Rini instinctively pressed Xiong Air's head against his chest, holding him tightly while softly whispering, "My dear." Given that their heights were comparable, but Xiong Air's strength paled in comparison to Rini's, he was compelled to lean against Rini, his legs slightly bent, accentuating his alluring form. Xiong Air blinked in bewilderment, and upon meeting Su Tang's barely suppressed amusement, he froze for a moment, his face flushing crimson. He began to squirm vigorously in Rini's arms, exclaiming in a flustered manner, You beast man, what are you doing? Let me go. How can two large beastmen embrace like this? Release me at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Regardless of Xiong Air's struggles, Rini's arms remained steadfastly locked around his waist, rendering him immobile. In desperation, Xiong Air called for help. Xiong Da, come save me. This beastman is insane. He won't let go of me." Xiong Da, with a fierce look in his eyes, pounded his chest gallantly and declared, "Don't be afraid, Xiong Air. I am coming to rescue you." However, much to their dismay, Rini effortlessly ensnared both Xiong Da and Xiong Air in his embrace, rendering them equally helpless. The onlooking Xiong San, Xiong Si, Xiong Wu, and Xiong Lu were too intimidated to approach. Thus, Rini, with a look of sheer delight, held his reclaimed cubs tightly, his expression one of utter satisfaction. "Xiong Da, you are truly foolish." Xiong Air retorted. "Xiong Air, how dare you call me foolish? I am your elder brother. I am not as foolish as you." Xiong Air shot back. "How could you say such a thing? I am only trying to save you. You have truly angered me." Their banter continued, causing Su Tang to laugh so hard she could scarcely stand. Xiaogaya wrinkled his nose in disapproval and remarked, "Sister-in-law, these two bear beastmen are exceedingly foolish. I shall not play with them any longer, lest I too become dim-witted." After their quarrel, Xiong Da and Xiong Air, with tears in their eyes, turned pleadingly towards Cain. "Leader, please help us." Adam could no longer maintain his aloof priestly demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he suggested, "Rini, you should release them. Otherwise, we cannot converse." With a reluctant sigh, Rini eventually let go of Xiong Da and Xiong Air. Once freed, the two immediately dashed to the farthest corner away from Rini, huddling together in a defensive posture, casting wary glances back at him, creating a rather comical scene. Rini sighed, shifting his gaze to the other formidable bear beastmen. His heart swelled with emotion as he recognized them, tears brimming in his eyes. "You are a Quan, Shui Air, Zhu Zhu, and Xiao Qi." Xiong San, Xiong Si, Xiong Wu, and Xiong Lu felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively crowding closer to Xiong Da and Xiong Air, sharing identical expressions of vigilance as they stared at Rini. The six brothers, with their eyes wide, fixated on Rini, terrified that a mere blink might result in one of their kin being taken away. As Rini approached the imposing figures of the bear cubs, his heart filled with warmth, a smile blossoming on his lips. Suddenly, Xiong Da thrust out his hand, eyes wide with alarm, shouting, "Stop. You must not come any closer. Keep your distance from us." The others echoed in unison, "Do not approach us. Stay away." Rini paused, bemused by Xiong Da's fervent declaration, "Lin Air, I am your father. You are my child." Xiong Da resolutely denied, "You have mistaken me. I am Xiong Da. I have no father." Rini's expression faltered, but he refrained from mentioning the horrific massacre of their tribe, instead seeking solace in Cain's gaze. Su Tang, filled with curiosity, glanced at Linny, then at Xiong Da and Xiong Air, and inquired, "Uncle Linny, although Xiong Da and Xiong Air bear some resemblance to you, how can you be so certain they are indeed your offspring?" Linny sighed deeply and replied with a wistful tone, "It is the scent. The aroma of my own progeny is something I shall never forget throughout my life. Thus, the moment I laid eyes upon them, I immediately recognized them as my beloved children." Su Tang nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, so Bear Big and Bear 2 were unable to recall your scent due to their youth at that time, which is why they refused to acknowledge you." This casual remark pierced through Rini's heart like a dagger, causing her to pout. Su Tang then inquired, "Uncle Linny, do you recall if your offspring bear any distinctive markings? Perhaps scars left from their youth?" Linny fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "I remember. Lin has a black mark on the sole of his right foot, and she has a red mole behind his ear. You must take a look." Perhaps Linny's gaze was too fervent, as Xiong Da unconsciously raised his right foot, discovering a patch of skin near his big toe that was indeed darker than the surrounding area. Xiong San and Xiong Si hurriedly parted Xiong Air's fur and, as expected, found a red mole behind his ear. The six little brothers stared wide-eyed in astonishment, especially Xiong Da and Xiong Air. The details Linny had just recounted were unknown even to them. Thus, it seemed Linny was truly their father. Xiong Er hesitated, glancing at Linny with uncertainty, and asked, "Are you really our father? Why didn't you come to see us before?" A flicker of pain crossed Linny's eyes as he replied, "Our kin tragically perished long ago. I thought you had gone to meet the beast deity like your mother's brother, which is why I never sought you out. Lin, Ji, can you forgive your father?" Chapter 180. Conspiracy. Xiongda and Xiong Er exchanged glances, bewildered. Xiongda spoke first. "You haven't done anything wrong. What is there to forgive? Also, we are not called Lin and Ji. I am Xiongda, and this is my brother Xiong Er. Please do not mistake our names again." Linny remained silent. His head bowed slightly, yet Su Tang discerned a profound sense of melancholy emanating from the large figure. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward and spoke in a soothing tone, "Uncle Linny, do not be too sorrowful. Now that you have recognized Xiongda and Xiong Er, there is plenty of time ahead to build your relationship. A name is merely a label, do not dwell on it too much." Linny nodded, somewhat dazed. Cain exchanged a glance with Adam, who promptly understood, resuming his cold, ritualistic demeanor, and stated, "Xiongda, Xiong Er, you all should exit for now. Do not speak recklessly." This statement seemed to offer them a form of salvation, as Xiongda and Xiong Er swiftly led their brothers out of the small cave. Linny hesitated momentarily, instinctively extending his hand towards the departing figures of Xiongda and Xiong Er, his expression one of anxiety and uncertainty. The cave once again fell into a hollow silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Tang glanced at Linny and then at Cain, ultimately saying nothing as she held Cain in her arms, quietly assuming the role of a background presence in the cave. "What are your plans next?" Cain broke the silence within the cave. Linny remained silent for a moment, hesitating to respond directly to Cain's inquiry, and with a bitter expression, remarked, "Linner and Gier are living well." Adam raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of calculation flickering in his cunning eyes. As if casually, he suggested, "If you wish, you may stay." Linny lowered his head, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke in a low, hoarse voice laced with pain. "If I stay, who will avenge my fallen kin? Only in the kingdom can I grow stronger. I cannot allow my people to have died in vain." Upon hearing Linny's words, Cain smirked mockingly, incisively pinpointing the core issue. "You wish to seek revenge? How do you plan to achieve that? With your solitary strength, how will you contend against the kingdom? Deep down, you know that no matter how long it takes, you cannot challenge the kingdom." Linny's fists, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, creaking ominously as the veins in his muscular arms bulged. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. "But I cannot accept this. I have witnessed the tragic fate of my female and cubs, as well as my kin. I must kill the ruler of the beast kingdom. I must." Adam sighed, saying, "I understand your feelings. However, having lived in the kingdom for so long, you should know how many formidable warriors it possesses. How can you oppose them? It would be wiser to join my winged tiger tribe, enhance your strength, and when you reach a certain level of power, no one will be able to stop you." Linny shook his head. "No, you do not understand. If I wish to grow strong, I must go to the kingdom, for only there can I learn the cultivation techniques that will empower me." At this, Su Tang could not help but let out a laugh. Adam also suppressed a smile. Linny looked at Cain in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp what was amusing the two. Cain's demeanor softened considerably. "If it is merely a matter of cultivation techniques, you need not worry." Linny's pupils dilated slightly, uncertainty and astonishment flashing in his eyes. You mean?" Cain nodded. "Otherwise, how do you think I can materialize energy?" Having encountered the world, Linny quickly regained his composure, suddenly recalling the cubs from the Tiger Valley referring to Cain. And noticing the striking resemblance between their faces, he seemed to have an epiphany. With intense focus, he declared, "You are the lost cub of the Tiger Valley's leader." Cain cast a casual glance at Cain's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, and said, "If you say so, then so be it." Linny felt a surge of excitement, speaking as if to himself yet addressing Cain and Adam, "Then it must be true. Legend has it that only the 5 great tribes possess cultivation techniques. The kingdom's techniques belong to the Zhuke clan, and since you are of the Baihu clan, it is no surprise you possess such techniques." Cain remained silent, unwilling to elaborate on the origins of the techniques. Since Linny had already provided a reasonable explanation for their source, he felt no need to elaborate further. Once Linny comprehended everything, he nodded emphatically. "All right, I will stay. I will join the winged tiger tribe." A triumphant smile graced Adam's lips, but then a thought crossed his mind, and his expression turned icy. "In that case, Let us discuss how to deal with Bai Zhang. Linny's countenance shifted to one of agitation, his tone carrying a heavy menace. Is there any need for discussion? We simply kill him. The beasts of the kingdom deserve death. Upon hearing Linny's declaration, Su Tang's face paled considerably, though she subconsciously understood that this world was different from her former blue star. The casualness of such a statement made her realize that this was a realm where lives were regarded as insignificant. Her grip on Cain trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Cain looked at Su Tang with concern. Sister, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Cain and Adam turned their heads simultaneously. Tango, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Should we call old Nick? Cain remained silent but understood the reason behind Su Tang's distress. He took 2 large strides toward her, gently lifting Cain from her embrace and setting him aside. Cain? He enveloped Su Tang in his arms, softly reassuring her, do not fear. I will not harm him. Su Tang wrapped her arms around Cain's neck, enveloped by his distinctive scent, which brought her a semblance of security. Adam, not one to be easily deceived, quickly grasped the reason behind Su Tang's reaction. He promptly concealed the coldness that had previously flickered in his eyes, smiling as radiantly as a blooming sunflower. Indeed, dear Tang, pay no heed to Rini's words. We are all harmonious and loving orcs. How could we possibly resort to senseless violence? Well, no killing. We shall ensure his release shortly. Rini silently observed the 2 leaders of the tribe, gently coaxing the little female with tender words. She even began to question herself. Could it be that this little female was actually the true chieftain of the tribe? However, as their conversation grew increasingly absurd, she could not help but interject, reminding them to consider the gravity of their actions. If they chose not to eliminate Bai Zhang and allowed him to return to his nation, the entire tribe would be placed in peril. Chapter 182, Conspiracy 3. As Rini's words fell, she was met with the icy glares of the 2 prominent figures. Rini. Su Tang's delicate hand rested against Cain's chest, her pearly teeth gently nibbling at her lower lip, her expression one of deep conflict. Rini's words rang true. If they were to let Bai Zhang go so easily, it would spell disaster for their winged tiger tribe upon his return to the Beast Kingdom. Yet, after 9 years of compulsory education and higher learning, steeped in the principles of a lawful society, she found herself utterly unable to accept the notion of taking a life so casually. Taking a deep breath, she mustered considerable courage and gazed up at Cain, saying, It's all right. You need not concern yourselves with my feelings. Handle this as you see fit, and I shall pretend to know nothing. Cain reached out, affectionately ruffling Su Tang's hair, and, with a voice so melodious it could enchant the ears, suggested, Why not have him swear an oath to the beast god, vowing not to divulge our tribe's affairs, and then cast him outside to fend for himself? What say you? Su Tang slightly lowered her gaze, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Linny instinctively prepared to voice a dissenting opinion. However, under Adam's fierce glare, her words took a different turn, expressing approval instead. This method is quite commendable. The journey to the kingdom of beasts is perilous and fraught with danger, and it remains uncertain whether he could return to the kingdom alive. Adam shot another fierce look at Linny before hastily attempting to rectify the situation, casting a veil of confusion. Tang's eye, will this plan suffice? As long as Bai Zhang refrains from speaking indiscriminately upon his return to the kingdom, he shall not incur divine retribution. Su Tang hesitated only for a moment before nodding. If he could not return, then it would be his fate, and we could harbor no blame. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, particularly Rini, who feared that Su Tang might utter, What if Bai Zhang were to perish on the way? Fortunately, Su Tang displayed a commendable level of acceptance. Cain, with decisive resolve, declared, Let us go at once and drive him away. Su Tang nodded and reached out to pull Kaya. Suddenly stopping, she exclaimed, Wait. A collective shiver ran through the hearts of those present. They turned, trembling, to gaze at Su Tang, with a face full of indignation. She shot a glance at Linny and gritted her teeth, saying, I almost forgot. Bai Zhang is a human trafficker. I must give him a good thrashing before driving him away. Linny thought, despite her claims of wanting to punish Bai Zhang, it seemed that Su Tang truly desired to take her anger out on him instead. Meanwhile, Kaya waved her little hands beside her, frowning as she declared, I want to hit him too. He's a wicked orc. Su Tang nodded emphatically, gazing earnestly at Cain. Once you capture Bai Zhang, allow Xiao Gaia and me to give him a good thrashing. Otherwise, it would be too lenient on him. Cain nodded affectionately. All right. The group marched resolutely toward the small cave where Bai Zhang was located. He lounged comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, resting his head on his hands. I squinted contentedly in relaxation. Upon hearing the commotion, He remarked without turning his head, "Linny, why are you so slow? I'm nearly starving. Hurry up and bring me something to eat." No one replied. Only then did Bai Zheng curiously tilt his head to investigate the disturbance. Unexpectedly, the world spun around him as he found himself seized by the neck, lifted into the air. "Cough, cough, let go of me." Bai Zheng's face flushed, feebly pounding on Cain's iron-like arm. Cain's expression remained icy and unyielding. Chapter 183. Drive away. Cain's demeanor remained frigid and unyielding. Su Tang, with fervor, darted out from behind Xiaogaya, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Bai Zheng. Amidst her vigorous assault, she shouted indignantly, "You vile trafficker! For the abduction of innocent children, I shall strike you. I shall strike you with all my might." Her pale and delicate fists relentlessly pounded against Bai Zheng's frame, prompting Adam to avert his gaze in discomfort. Was this feeble force truly intended for anything more than a mere tickle? It was a sight too pitiful to behold. In a moment of compassion, he retrieved a sturdy branch from the cave and handed it to Su Tang. With a serious demeanor, he elaborated under her puzzled gaze. "Your tender skin may bruise from hitting him, so use this instead." Su Tang nodded solemnly, taking the piece of wood as if it were a treasured sword. Striking Bai Zheng repeatedly, the dull thuds echoing as would met flesh. Adam shook his head in resignation. The added force was still akin to child's play. Oh well. As long as Tang's eye was happy. Bai Zheng's face flushed crimson, his grip tightening around Cain's arm, his whole being gasping for breath, severely oxygen-deprived and unable to move. Once Su Tang had satisfied her whims, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, breathing heavily as she addressed Cain. "You may let him down now. Phew. I am utterly exhausted." Immediately, Cain stepped forward with eager attentiveness, offering to massage Su Tang's arm. "Let me help my sister-in-law. She will feel less fatigued." With a smile, Su Tang affectionately ruffled the top of Gaia's head, praising him for being so obedient. After being thrown to the ground, Bai Zheng lay there, his eyes bloodshot and his breath coming in labored gasps, resembling a deflated windbag. It took him a moment to gather himself before he cast a resentful glance at Rini. His vocal cords, strained by Cain's force, produced a harsh, raspy sound. "You have betrayed the kingdom. You deserve to die." Rini, with reddened eyes, advanced and struck Bai Zheng with a fierce punch, sending him flying. Bai Zheng collided with the cave wall like a rag doll, collapsing helplessly to the ground, where he could not suppress a spurt of blood. Adam, standing nearby, felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Now this is the strength befitting a true beastman. Coughing, Bai Zheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a mocking gaze at Rini. "What is this? Planning to kill your master? Rini, do not forget who bestowed upon you everything you possess today." Rini's expression darkened as he strode forward, seizing Bai Zheng by the collar and lifting him against the cave wall to meet his gaze. "Forget? How could I forget? It was you. You destroyed me. Do you know the agony of witnessing your mate and offspring perish before your very eyes? You owe the Kodiak Bear clan, and I will reclaim every bit of it." Piece by piece, Rini emanated a bloodthirsty aura, his voice resembling a low growl, his eyes even more bloodshot than Bai Zheng's. Faced with such intensity, Bai Zheng felt a flicker of fear, cautiously swallowing hard before speaking. "When your tribe was annihilated, I was still a cub, so this has nothing to do with me." Rini's face grew cold as he curled his lips in a sneer. "I certainly know it has nothing to do with you. But none of you from the Beast Kingdom will escape." At these words, Bai Zheng trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Strangely enough, amid his desperate pleas, a quirky sound from a certain software back on Blue Star surfaced in his mind, hauntingly amusing yet unsettling. Su Tang could not help but chuckle softly. As her gaze shifted, she suddenly noticed a suspicious puddle of transparent liquid beneath Bai Zheng's feet. Her eyes widened slightly in astonishment, wondering if Bai Zheng had, in fact, been so frightened that he had lost control of himself. In a hurry, she called out to Linny, "Uncle, quickly throw him out, lest he soil our cave." Startled by Su Tang's voice, the hostility in Linny's eyes softened a bit. With a grim expression, he tightened his grip around Bai Zheng's throat and dragged him toward the cave entrance, while the curious clan members gathered around. At that moment, a light drizzle of acidic rain began to fall outside the cave, mingling with the soil in the forest to create muddy puddles. With a forceful heave, Linny hurled Bai Zheng out of the cave, sending him crashing into the mud, splattering it everywhere. Bai Zheng quickly scrambled to his feet, his hair and clothes caked in sludge, looking utterly disheveled. He adopted a defensive stance, glaring warily at the others. Adam glanced at Cain, who nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping forward with an indifferent demeanor, he stated coldly, "You may leave, but before you do, you must swear an oath to the beast god that you will not utter a single word about anything that occurred in the wilderness, or you shall face the most severe divine punishment." A flicker of doubt crossed Baijing's eyes as he tentatively inquired, "Are you truly willing to let me go?" "Indeed. Our tribe disdains slaughter, yet we also detest trouble. As long as you swear, you may leave at once." Rage flickered in Baijing's eyes. But he complied with the customary rites of the beast world, placing his clenched fist over his heart and standing tall. "I, Baijing of the Beast Kingdom, swear to the beast god that I shall never reveal anything I have experienced in the wilderness. Should I break this oath, I shall accept divine punishment." As his words echoed, a faint white light erupted from Baijing, vanishing into the ether. Cain nodded slightly, his expression still impassive. "You may go now." Baijing's gaze swept across the faces of the orcs at the cave entrance, each one etched in his memory. He then turned with a sly, malevolent smile and briskly departed. Adam furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Once Baijing's figure vanished into the curtain of rain, Cain turned to the clan members, each wearing a face of curiosity. "This is Linny, the Iron Bear Orc, father of Xiongda and Xiong'er. He will be living with us from now on." Linny stepped forward, a rigid smile on his rugged face, his muscles twitching awkwardly. "I am Linny, a level 5 warrior with extraordinary strength." Upon hearing this declaration, the initial wariness of the clan members was swiftly replaced by astonishment. They huddled together, whispering in disbelief. "My goodness, he is truly a level 5 warrior. Indeed, that makes him as formidable as the tribe leader. Given that he is the father of Xiongda and Xiong'er, we should accept him." "Yes, we are definitely not accepting him solely because he is a level 5 warrior." Observing the tribe members, who were clearly envious of Linny's prowess yet sought to justify their acceptance, was utterly delightful. Chapter 185. Cain is jealous again. Linny's upfront admission of his status as a warrior indeed facilitated his acceptance among the tribe. However, his somewhat intimidating appearance might deter anyone from approaching him in the near future, despite his level 5 status. Nevertheless, Linny was unfazed. His primary reason for remaining in the winged tiger tribe was his 2 young cubs. Although they had grown into substantial figures in Linny's eyes, they would forever remain the tiny cubs he cherished. Su Tang was indeed a person of his word. That very night, after Rini vowed eternal loyalty to the winged tiger tribe before the beast god, Su Tang imparted the basic cultivation technique into his bear form. It was then that Rini truly comprehended Su Tang's identity and his esteemed position within the tribe. As 2 days swiftly passed, observing the rain outside the cave transition from a murky yellow to a clear hue, and noticing no adverse reactions upon contact, Su Tang finally nodded at Cain. "We can depart now." Cain affectionately ruffled Su Tang's hair, gazing up at the sky. Realizing that they wouldn't make it far at this hour, he suggested, "Let us rest well tonight and set off early tomorrow." Su Tang nodded, indicating her agreement. Beside her, Gaia hopped excitedly, exclaiming, Sister, I wish to have dumplings tonight. Would you make them for me?" Su Tang gently bent down and playfully scratched the tip of Kaia's nose, smiling softly. "After 2 days of dumplings, don't you find them a bit monotonous? How about I prepare something different for you today?" Kaia's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he nodded vigorously. Anything made by his beloved sister-in-law would delight him. After 2 days of recuperation, Kaia, who had initially appeared as red as a boiled river shrimp, now radiated a fair and delicate complexion. Su Tang could not resist the urge to pinch his chubby little face, pulling him into her embrace and planting a fervent kiss on him. With a smile, she exclaimed, "Little Gaia knows how to make his sister happy. Let us go prepare something delicious." As she spoke, she took Gaia's hand and led him towards the small cave, leaving behind the forgotten Cain. Adam, suppressing a laugh, casually announced, "Oh dear, it appears someone has fallen out of favor. TSK. How pitiful." A chilling gaze fell upon Adam. He pretended not to notice, muttering to himself, "I wonder what Tang will be cooking tonight. I must go see." With that, he vanished from Cain's side in a few swift steps. Cain stood there, disheartened, his hand scratching his chin as he pondered whether he should discreetly find a moment to cast this little cub far away, so as not to be a nuisance here. More importantly, Su had not paid him any attention these past few days. He was quite handsome himself. Su could certainly pinch his face too. Thus, considering all of this, the little cub's presence seemed unnecessary. Once this thought ignited within him, it spread like wildfire, consuming his mind. Returning to the small cave, Cain's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on Gaia, calculating the most opportune moment to dispose of him. Gaia, initially attentive to Su Tang, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he was met with the hungry gaze of his elder brother, as if he wished to devour him. Unable to suppress a shiver, Gaia thought to himself, "Brother is truly fierce, sister is much kinder." With that thought, He found himself gravitating closer to Su Tang once more. Cain narrowed his eyes dangerously, realizing that this plan must be executed swiftly. Chapter 186. Cain is jealous again. The remaining soft fruits were few, so Su Tang peeled them all, kneading them into a large dough. Earlier, during a lull in the rain, under the guidance of Xiu Dai, Su Tang had collected several soft fruit saplings to store in her space. This way, once they reached a new territory, they would not have to worry about a lack of soft fruits to eat. The remaining dough weighed approximately 10 pounds, which seemed substantial. Yet it was uncertain if it would suffice for the cavern's 2 adults and 1 child, given the insatiable appetites of the beastmen. With the time still early, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Su Tang was not in a hurry. She instructed Cain to venture outside and gather some large bones to simmer in the pot. After kneading the soft fruit dough, she placed it in a bowl upside down on the countertop, leaving it be as she began to prepare other ingredients. Cain, who had always believed that only meat could replenish his energy, had his misconception shattered after 2 consecutive days of eating dumplings. He discovered that the unassuming soft fruit, transformed into dumplings by Su Tang's hands, not only provided a hearty sense of fullness and exquisite flavor, but also supplied energy comparable to roasted meat. Thus, upon hearing that Su Tang planned to create new dishes with the soft fruit, he maintained an impassive exterior while his heart brimmed with eager anticipation. Following Su Tang's instructions, Cain cleaned the large bones and returned to place them in the pot to simmer. He then squatted beside Su Tang like a large cat, observing her as she prepared the mushrooms she had foraged earlier. Gaia also squatted on the other side, occasionally looking up with his innocent little face to ask, "Sister, what is this?" or sweetly complimenting her, "Sister, you are truly amazing. What you make is so delicious, far better than mother. I love sister the most." Each time, Su Tang would smile broadly, her gaze toward Gaia growing increasingly tender. Feeling overlooked, Cain's heart seemed to have overturned a vat of jealousy, shifting left and right, seeking Su Tang's attention. Finally, the beast god heard Cain's silent plea, and Su Tang turned her gaze toward him. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What is it? Do you have fleas or something? Why are you fidgeting?" Cain, having finally caught Su Tang's attention, was determined not to let her gaze wander elsewhere. He quickly asked, "What delicious food are you preparing?" Su Tang continued to process the mushrooms in her hands while responding, "The ingredients are rather limited, but I shall prepare a bowl of mushroom bone soup noodles for you. Soon, I will roll out the soft fruit into noodles, cook them until tender, and then ladle them out, drenching them with several spoonfuls of the rich, milky bone broth that has been simmered gently for 5 hours. I will then add a pinch of salt, some mushroom strands, and slices of meat, finishing it off with a sprinkle of finely chopped green onions." Before Cain could utter a word, Kaya eagerly interjected, "Ah, I am so craving it. Sister, please hurry and make it." Su Tang couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Haven't you just eaten dumplings not long ago? Are you already hungry?" Jia swallowed hard, rubbed his slightly distended belly, and with a look of distress said, "I'm not hungry, but I really want to eat." Su Tang gently ruffled Gaia's hair and suggested, "Why not take a few laps around the cave? A bit of exercise will help with digestion, and you'll be able to eat more." Gaia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded, "Yes, I'll go run a few laps right now. I want to eat a great deal tonight." Chapter 187. Slightly sweet wait. Just as Gaia was about to step out of the small cave, Su Tang called out to him. She casually handed him a handful of meat strips and said, "Take these and play with the other cubs in the tribe. You can share these meat strips with them." Gaia wore a hesitant expression, seemingly reluctant to accept. Su Tang instantly comprehended the situation. She reached out and affectionately tousled his hair, saying, Yeah, be obedient. Once you finish the jerky, I can prepare more for you. It's essential to share delicious food with your companions. Have you forgotten that the beast skin garment you wear was gifted by Hudan's mother just the other day?" Yeyu gently touched the fabric of his clothing, casting a reluctant glance at the jerky in his hand before finally speaking. "Well, if that's the case, I will heed Sister A's words, but if I have no jerky to eat, you must make more for me, Sister A." Su Tang nodded with a smile, "How obedient. Hurry along." The dried meat was essentially the leftover meat from the dumpling filling, cut into strips and marinated in salt for a while. Then, Cain placed it on a tray and dried it in the hearth to remove moisture. It was tough and hard, with a hint of saltiness, which Su Tang found impossible to bite into. However, for the little ones, it served as a delightful teething snack, greatly appreciated by them. After sending away Kaya, and with that old fox Adam absent, the cave was left with only Cain and Su Tang. Cain felt that his beastly life was nearing perfection. Su Tang cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of helplessness gracing her smile. "Look how delighted you are," she remarked. "I understand that you are not fond of Yaya clinging to me, but perhaps you should consider the situation from a different perspective. Just think about it. Yaya is still so young, suddenly snatched away by a malevolent orc, surrounded by strangers. Upon discovering his long-lost elder brother, he is bound to look to you for support. You need him perpetually wear that stern expression to intimidate him. I can sense that, deep down. You hold a certain fondness for Yaya, do you not?" Although Cain's face betrayed little emotion, a careful observer might discern a flicker of grievance in his eyes. Su Tang immediately rose to smooth his fur, her voice soft and delicate. All right, I know my Ain is undoubtedly the most magnanimous. Once we arrive at the new territory and build our home, we'll let Yaya live alone, shall we?" Cain's black vertical pupil shimmered, and he effortlessly pulled Su Tang into his embrace. Leaning closer to her ear, his voice was deep and resonant. "What did you just call me?" The faint breath brushing against her ear, combined with Cain's melodious voice that seemed capable of enchanting her very soul, left Su Tang feeling utterly weak. She leaned languidly against Cain, reluctant to rise. His tone rose slightly, imbued with a hint of seduction. Su Tang felt her cheeks burn, and she softly murmured, "Hey, Ain." Cain wore a satisfied smile at the corners of his mouth, raising an eyebrow as he said, "I like it when you call me Ain. From now on, always address me this way." Su Tang shyly buried her face in Cain's chest. Cain extended his index finger, gently curling it around Su Tang's soft hair. And with a look of melancholy, he spoke, "You kissed him today, yet you did not kiss me." As he spoke, Cain leaned closer to Su Tang, his tiger-like eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Su Tang paused for a moment, then swiftly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, brushed against Cain's cheek before retreating into his embrace. Yet, Cain, insatiable as ever, pressed on with a hint of demand in his voice. "Is that all there is to it? That simply won't do." Effortlessly, he pulled Su Tang from his grasp, gently cupping her chin to prevent any erratic movement. Leaning down, he targeted the delicate blush upon her lips, launching a fervent assault. The warmth, soft as cotton, carried a faint fragrance that seemed to consume Cain's very soul in an instant. Su Tang's arms entwined around Cain's neck, responding clumsily. It felt as though a century had passed before Cain finally released Su Tang, panting heavily, burying his head in the crook of her neck. His voice, strained and slightly hoarse, whispered, "Su, once the tribe is settled, shall we bond as partners?" Su Tang felt somewhat delicate and powerless, shyly nestled in Cain's embrace. Having arrived in the beast realm, she found the one she cherished, an orc. However, in Su Tang's heart, marriage was a profoundly sacred affair. She was uncertain about how unions were formed in this world, yet she yearned for a wedding ceremony that belonged solely to her. Thus, despite feeling a whirlwind of emotions, she refrained from impulsively giving her consent. Cain, growing somewhat anxious, whispered softly near Su Tang's ear, "Su, do you not wish for this?" Su Tang gently nudged Cain's head, her eyes shimmering like a pool of spring water, her voice soft and melodious. "No, it is not you who should let me rise. I wish to speak with you." Cain, visibly anxious, helped Su Tang to her feet, firmly grasping her hand as if fearing she might flee at any moment. Regaining her composure, Su Tang steadied herself and said, "In my tribe, when a male and female wish to unite, certain preparations must be made." "What preparations?" he inquired. "Firstly, one must prepare a pair of bonding rings. These are circular adornments that are placed upon this finger," she explained, gesturing to her ring finger. "It is called the ring finger because it is the least dexterous and most in need of protection. Thus, during our tribe's bonding ceremony, we each place a ring upon the other's ring finger, signifying a vow to safeguard one another for a lifetime." Cain nodded in understanding. "That sounds simple." As he spoke, his fingertips delicately moved, and a golden ring materialized upon Su Tang's ring finger. He then looked at her with eager anticipation, a hint of excitement in his voice as he asked, "Is this how it is done?" "Su Tang, suddenly, I'm feeling a bit irritable. Unhappy. This may be true, but I have other requests as well. In our tribe, there exists a rare stone known as a diamond. It is exceptionally hard and completely transparent. I want you to find me a diamond, then have it polished into a small gem to adorn my ring." Cain frowned slightly. Upon witnessing his expression, Su Tang's earlier displeasure vanished entirely. With a hint of arrogance, she lifted her chin and said, Do you think that is too difficult? If not, why don't you plead with me, and I might reluctantly agree." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Cain. "No. Since the females in your tribe possess one, you must have one too. That kind of stone sounds familiar. I believe I have seen it before. Rest assured, Once we settle in the Death Forest, I will search for it. No matter what you desire, I will retrieve it for you. Seeing the serious expression on Cain's face, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not touched. For a fleeting moment, Su Tang even considered casting aside all her distractions, wishing only to be with Cain. Yet, the words lingered on her lips, ultimately unspoken. Chapter 189. The disappearing meat strip. How should one articulate this? If she were truly to bond with Cain, the wedding ceremony would symbolize her farewell to the past and her embrace of a new life. She had journeyed from Blue Star to this beastly world, merely hoping to leave a mark here, to prove something. Reflecting on the news she had previously encountered, which lamented the miseries and regrets of women who married far away, she felt her situation was a genuine instance of such a long-distance marriage. Whether it would bring happiness remained uncertain, yet she believed she would not harbor regrets. The two lingered in the cave for a considerable time, enveloped in each other's company, until Kaya, with teary eyes and a look of distress, rushed over, followed by a string of younglings from the tribe. Big sister. With a swift leap, he dove into Su Tang's embrace. Despite his small stature, Kaya possessed considerable strength. Had it not been for Cain's timely intervention to support Su Tang, she might have been toppled by him. Due to Su Tang's protection, Cain refrained from retaliating against Kaya and could only cast him a fierce glare. However, Kaya, lost in his sorrow, was oblivious to Cain's unfriendly gaze. Yaya, dear, tell your sister what happened? Little Kaya looked up, his eyes red and brimming with unshed tears, a sight that tugged at Su Tang's heartstrings. Woo, the meat strips my big sister gave me are gone. Su Tang was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning of Kaya's words. Her gaze shifted to the largest cub in the tribe. Hutian, would you kindly elucidate what transpired? After a moment of contemplation, Hutian hesitated before speaking. Chief, Saintus, originally, Kaya intended to invite us for a game of hide and seek. The meat strips you provided were meant to be rewards for everyone. They were placed neatly on a rock before we hid. However, when I opened my eyes, ready to seek them out, I discovered that the meat strips were mysteriously missing. Hutian articulated his thoughts well, allowing Su Tang to comprehend the sequence of events. Chief, Saintus, you must believe me, I did not take the meat strips. Hutian pleaded anxiously, fearing they might doubt his integrity. Young Kaya, with reddened eyes, stubbornly glared at Hutian and retorted, but you were the only one there at that moment. If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be? If someone had indeed taken them stealthily, wouldn't you have heard or smelled anything? Hutian was rendered speechless, his anxiety palpable as he could only mechanically repeat, it was Timmy. I swear it was Timmy. Su Tang gently patted Kaya's head, then turned to Hutian with a soft smile, saying, Hutian, do not be anxious. I truly believe it is not you. Hutian's eyes sparkled slightly as he asked, really? You genuinely believe it is not me? Su Tang nodded with a smile. Before she could utter another word, Cain suddenly spoke coldly, demanding to know who had taken the meat strips. He insisted that the culprit step forward, promising not to punish them. For the citizens of his winged tiger tribe would never condone such surreptitious behavior. Cain's stern and fierce demeanor immediately frightened the group of young ones, causing them to tremble slightly, their faces paling, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. Su Tang couldn't help but place a hand on her forehead. Given his line of questioning, even if a young one had indeed taken it, they would certainly not dare to admit it. With an air of nonchalance, she lifted Gaia, and together they stood protectively in front of Cain. Su Tang smiled gently. The clan leader is merely trying to intimidate you. Do not be afraid. My sister believes in you. Chapter 190. The disappearing meat sticks too. With a gentle smile, Su Tang reassured them. The clan leader is merely trying to frighten you. Do not be afraid. I have faith in you all. Now, who among you can escort me to the place where the meat strips vanished? The cubs in the tribe cowered behind Hutian, cautiously peeking out to observe Cain. Although Hutian felt a similar trepidation as the eldest among the cubs, he knew it was his duty to protect his younger siblings. Thus, summoning his courage, he stood tall and declared, Sister Saint, please follow me. Su Tang smiled warmly at them before finally taking Gaia's hand and following behind. Just before departing, she glanced back and shot a glare at Cain, whispering, Why be so fierce? They are merely cubs. Can't you be a bit gentler? Cain, realizing that his authority as the chieftain was diminishing, felt a twinge of frustration. Under Hutian's guidance, a group of them arrived at their play area. This secluded corner was dimly lit, lacking torches, and the small caves were too cramped to accommodate anyone, which deterred visitors and thus transformed the space into a playground for the cubs. Hutian pointed to a small cave, beside which lay a large stone, saying, Sister Saint, the meat strips were placed on this stone. and I stood right in front of it. Strangely, I heard no sound and smelled nothing, yet when I opened my eyes, the meat was simply gone. Upon hearing this, Su Tang stepped forward to inspect the area closely. Her sensory abilities were not even on par with those of the beastman cubs, so she naturally found nothing. Although she had limited interactions with the cubs in the tribe, she knew well that the cubs from the winged tiger tribe were obedient and well-behaved. If they claimed not to have taken anything, then they surely had not. Turning her gaze to the sparkling eyes of Cain behind her, she urged, "Ain, come here. You're more capable. See if you can discover anything." Cain relished such titles and attention, and any remnants of his earlier displeasure vanished instantly. With a joyful heart, he approached, examining the stone that had once held the meat strips and investigating the nearby traces, inhaling the residual scents in the air. A contemplative look crossed his eyes as he turned to the cubs and instructed, "Hutian, go fetch the priest and Uncle Dunshan. The rest of you return to your fathers and mothers." Upon receiving the command, the cubs scattered in all directions with astonishing speed, leaving Su Tang in awe. Curious, she stepped forward and inquired, "What is going on? Any new discoveries?" Cain furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I seem to have caught the scent of an unfamiliar beast man. But we have been in the cave and have not encountered any strangers. Could it be that you misheard?" She began to say, but stopped abruptly. After all, Cain was a level 5 valiant warrior and a divine beast, the white tiger. How could he possibly be mistaken? If she had voiced that question, it would likely have wounded his pride. Such a question was akin to asking a man in front of others if he was capable, an invitation for trouble. Thankfully, she caught herself just in time. Su Tang let out a quiet sigh of relief in her heart. Cain turned his head in confusion and asked, "Could it be something?" Su Tang shook his head vigorously, insisting that there was nothing to worry about, and suggested they wait for Dunshan. After all, he was a divine canine orc, capable of discerning scents with greater acuity. As Dunshan's expression grew increasingly troubled, Su Tang became anxious as well. Cain inquired with a hint of indifference, "What is the matter?" Dunshan furrowed his brow slightly, speaking with a tone of certainty. "There is indeed the scent of an unfamiliar orc, but I cannot identify the specific tribe." Cain's gaze deepened, becoming as dark and unfathomable as an abyss, and his expression was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Upon hearing Dunshan's words, Su Tang felt a chilling sensation crawl from the top of his head down to the soles of his feet. They had resided in this vast cavern for nearly a week, and throughout this time, there had been no signs of other orc activity aside from their own tribe. Yet now, just as they were preparing to depart, a clue had emerged. The mere thought that the orc responsible for stealing the meat strips might harbor malicious intent sent shivers down their spines, as it would spell disaster for their tribe. Cain's demeanor was tense as he solemnly commanded, "Conduct a thorough search of every corner here. See if there are any other findings. Adam, gather the tribe members and resources to check for any discrepancies. Additionally, bring together all the elders, females, and young ones for stringent protection." Su Tang, visibly anxious, clutched the beast hide around Cain's waist, her hesitance apparent. Cain gently patted her head, offering her a faint smile before casting a sidelong glance at Kaya, coldly instructing, "Take good care of your sister-in-law." Kaya puffed out his chest, standing resolutely in front of Su Tang, his expression a mix of seriousness and childish innocence as he declared, "Do not worry, brother. I will protect sister-in-law. If a single hair of hers is lost, punish me. Deny me the delicious food she prepares." The mention of hair elicited a sudden chuckle from Su Tang, who playfully ruffled Kaya's head, feeling a blend of exasperation and amusement. The orcs acted with remarkable swiftness. Upon receiving the alert, they immediately entered a state of heightened vigilance, their roles clearly defined and their actions orderly, avoiding any semblance of chaos. Rini also hurried over upon hearing the news. Thus the task of safeguarding the elderly, weak, and young was entrusted to him. Approaching Su Tang, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Let us proceed. I shall lead you to a larger cave. Rest assured, I will protect you all." Su Tang nodded with a hint of concern, ultimately gazing at Cain and softly advising him to be cautious and avoid injury. Cain's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied quietly, "Rest assured. I have my suspicions. Perhaps our tribe will grow even stronger." Su Tang's eyes sparkled slightly as she eagerly nodded. "All right, I'll go wait for your good news over there." "Yes, go ahead." Adam quickly returned with a small group of orcs, a smile illuminating his fox-like eyes. As expected, upon careful counting, we discovered that our prey had indeed diminished considerably, Yet the tribe remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Cain wore an inscrutable expression, his thumb and index finger rhythmically rubbing together. Adam spoke up again. I just can't comprehend how, despite our lack of intentional patrolling, those orcs managed to steal our prey right under our noses. Cain nodded slightly, casting a glance at Adam. Although the corners of his mouth turned upward, not a trace of mirth could be discerned on his face. Surveying their surroundings, his voice resonated like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Cold yet tinged with a hint of mockery. No rush. We shall search slowly. Chapter 192. Luring the enemy out at that moment, an orc hurriedly approached Cain and Adam, saying, Chief, Priest, Shield Mountain has made a new discovery, and I was sent to summon you. Cain stepped forward first, stating calmly, Lead the way. Rini had gathered all the elder orcs, younglings, and females in the cave's hall, while Shield Mountain, accompanied by several orcs, scoured the small caves along the mountain wall, uncovering some intriguing clues. When Cain and the others arrived, Shield Mountain approached with a look of excitement, exclaiming, Chief, I found that the scent of that unfamiliar orc is strongest in this small cave, yet there is nothing here. Cain glanced into the cave, which was small, roughly 5 or 6 square meters. Due to its deep location, the tribe members had avoided it, complaining about the poor lighting. However, this was peculiar. Other caves bore at least some dust, requiring cleaning with animal hides before occupancy, but this cave had remained untouched save for the younglings playing hide and seek. Compared to the other 2 uninhabited caves, it appeared exceptionally clean and tidy, raising suspicions. Cain and Adam exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligning. Adam suddenly exclaimed, Alas! It seems we arrived too late. This cave truly holds nothing. How strange. Who could that orc be, and how did they slip past us? Shield Mountain looked equally bewildered, scratching his head and apologetically stating, It's entirely our fault. We've been so engrossed in our training that we failed to notice the intrusion of unfamiliar orcs. Chief, please punish us. Cain waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Since they merely came to take some prey, let them be, in the wild, when the mountain spirits rage. Tribes should support one another. Moreover, we are departing tomorrow. As long as the tribe is unharmed, that is what matters. I haven't inquired about your training lately. How has it been going? Upon hearing this, Shield Mountain's spirits lifted. Chief, the saintess is truly remarkable. The techniques she provided us are extraordinarily beneficial. I have only trained for a short time, yet I can already feel my body growing stronger. If I continue, I believe I shall soon become a valiant warrior. The other tribe members joined in the conversation, exclaiming, Indeed, Chief, the saintess is undoubtedly the envoy of the beast god. These techniques are simply splendid. However, although I feel stronger, I find myself consuming more than before. I used to be satisfied with 10 pieces of roasted meat, yet now I require 15. While the tribe members discussed, Cain remained silent, attentively observing the cave. With heightened concentration, he finally sensed a faint ripple of elemental energy emanating from a large stone in one corner of the cave. The feeling was fleeting. A casual glance at the stone yielded no further sensation. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, questioning if it had merely been an illusion. Suddenly, another orc remarked, I too have felt strange. My palms have been itching lately, as if something is stirring within me. I also feel my strength has significantly increased. Hearing this, Cain turned his gaze towards the speaker. After a pause, he solemnly asked, Bu-sun, please elaborate on your experience. Chapter 193. Luring the enemy out too. Before teaching the body strengthening technique to everyone, Cain had instructed Adam to inform them that persistent training might awaken latent abilities. Su Tang had previously mentioned that the chances of awakening abilities were relatively low if one only practiced the body strengthening technique. And since they had only practiced for a few days, Cain had not anticipated any tribe member awakening an ability. However, upon hearing Bu-sun's words, a thought struck him. Mengze, being a winged tiger orc, had awakened a wind-based ability, and he had described his initial awakening as an itchy sensation in his palms, reminiscent of wind coursing through his body. Bu-sun was also a winged tiger orc. If he had awakened, his ability would likely be wind-based as well, and his description mirrored the onset of an awakening. Cain proceeded to inquire further, ultimately grasping Bu-sun's wrist and releasing a thread-thin stream of elemental energy to explore his meridians. Sure enough, within him lay a faint yet undeniable trace of elemental force, confirming that Bu-sun had indeed become a valiant warrior. Chief, what is happening to me? Am I all right? The surrounding silence weighed heavily, and Cain's serious demeanor left Bu-sun trembling with anxiety, fearing he had contracted some untreatable ailment. The thought of narrowly escaping disaster only to meet the fate of facing the beast god filled him with sorrow. Releasing his grip, Cain placed a reassuring hand on Busen's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have awakened an ability and become a valiant warrior. The cave fell into a hushed stillness. As the central figure, Busen dared not even breathe. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously asked, Chief, is that truly the case? Have I genuinely become a valiant warrior? Cain nodded gently. The disturbance around the large stone intensified, yet Cain continued as if nothing were amiss. Busen trembled with elation, suddenly bursting into laughter that resonated throughout the cave. Ha ha, I am a valiant warrior. I am a valiant warrior. Ha ha ha. Initially, the tribe members outside the small cave were bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, Busen's jubilant exclamations soon reached their ears. What? Busen has become a valiant warrior. He has only practiced the body-strengthening technique for a few days. After a moment of silence, the entire tribe erupted in exhilaration. They not only celebrated Busen's achievement but also rejoiced for themselves, realizing that someone had awakened as a valiant warrior through the body-strengthening technique. How far could they be from achieving the same? Especially the weasel orcs who had recently joined the winged tiger tribe. Adam had included them in the training, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Though they had not felt significant changes in their own bodies, witnessing their peers successfully awaken as valiant warriors filled them with hope. Once again, the thought of one day becoming a valiant warrior fills one with indescribable excitement. The chieftain of the original weasel clan, Ma Ching, felt a profound sense of satisfaction, nearly shedding 2 large barrels of tears in his elation. He once more reflected with gratitude on the fortunate decision to lead his people to the winged tiger clan. It was indeed a tremendous opportunity for them. Chapter 194. Luring the enemy out of their lair, Cain cast a casual glance at the large boulder before leading his kin out of the small cave. With prey dwindling, they planned to indulge heartily tonight and set off at dawn. As his words resonated, cheers erupted from the Orcish folk within the cave. Lenny organized the orcs to return orderly to their respective caves, soothing the elder orcs and females who were apprehensive about the situation. Su Tang grasped Gaia's hand and trotted over to Kai, inquiring discreetly, How is it? Any discoveries? And how did Bosun awaken his extraordinary abilities? Kai gently ruffled Su Tang's hair and replied, It's nothing. We can discuss it further when we return to the cave. Su Tang nodded and waved at Adam and old Nick, saying, Bro, Nibber, I'm about to make some noodles. Would you care to join me for a taste? Adam raised an eyebrow, observing the sudden darkening of Cain's expression with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Oh, Sugar Cub is preparing something delicious again, as the elder brother. I certainly must partake. Old Nick chuckled, stroking his goatee, then I shall join the young master as well, shamelessly eager to sample what he has created. Cain and Kaia's expressions were strikingly similar. Cain was reluctant to share Su Tang's attention with anyone, while Kaia despised the idea of competing for the delectable creations made by Su Tang. Their already similar features appeared even more alike when they were agitated. With a cheerful smile, Su Tang turned around and playfully pinched the face of Cain, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She said, Didn't I already tell you? Don't always wear that stern expression. It can frighten the children. Let us go back. I will make you some noodles. In an instant, Cain's mood brightened, and he happily followed Su Tang. Adam scoffed, rolling his eyes. If he were in his beastly form, his tail would likely be soaring high. And if it weren't for the cave's confines, he might have even fancied soaring through the skies. As they walked along the path, Su Tang suddenly halted upon catching sight of Hu Tian. Cain looked at her, puzzled. Sister, what's wrong? We should hurry back and prepare a delicious meal for Yaya. Su Tang smiled gently as she patted Gaia's head. All right. But before we prepare a delicious meal for Aya, we must first attend to an important matter. Gaia inquired curiously, what is it? Su Tang did not respond. Instead, she gestured towards Hu Tian. Not far away, Hu Tian noticed her and, after a moment of hesitation, approached slowly. Sister Saint, did you call for me? Su Tang nodded, crouched down, and placed her hands on Gaia's shoulders, speaking with a certain gravity. Gaia, you still owe Brother Hu Tian an apology. Gaia stared at her with bewildered eyes, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Hu Tian, overhearing her words, was instantly engulfed in embarrassment, unsure of how to react, his face flushing crimson. Stammering, he insisted, No, it's not necessary. Sister Saintus, there's no need for Gaia to apologize to me. He hasn't done anything wrong. Su Tang smiled faintly at Hu Tian, then turned her gaze towards Gaia. You previously wronged Brother Hu Tian by accusing him of stealing your meat strips. now that you know it was not he who took them. Shouldn't you offer him an apology? Su Tang's words caused the orcs behind her to furrow their brows in dismay. In their realm, the law of survival dictated that the strong prevailed over the weak, the greater one's abilities, the more one would acquire, and none dared to question one's prowess. Chapter 195, Equality Among Beast and Truth. Gaia need not have apologized to Su Tang, for within the tribe, no one would dare to cast a disparaging word his way. With a visage strikingly similar to Cain's, and given that the clansmen were well aware of Gaia's lineage, every time the tribe's young ones prepared to venture out with him, their guardians would admonish them to look after Gaia. This was due, in part, to his tender age, and also because he was the direct younger brother of the chieftain. Su Tang held a particular fondness for Gaia, a sentiment shared by all the tribespeople. Thus, their leniency towards Gaia stemmed not from his capabilities, but rather from the respect commanded by his elder brother and Su Tang herself. Consequently, when Su Tang uttered such sentiments, even Cain was taken aback. Su Tang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet he managed to choke out, "Sister Sainess, I truly am fine. There is no need for you to apologize." While he spoke these words, his heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Long before Gaia had rushed back to the cave in tears, Su Tang had been gripped by fear. Although the meat strips were not taken by him, they had vanished right beneath his watchful gaze. He dreaded the thought of the chieftain blaming him and administering punishment. Fortunately, the truth had now come to light. As he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, he could not entirely suppress the lingering resentment he felt towards Gaia for the misunderstanding, choosing instead to bury it deep within, as though it had never occurred. Now, with the Sister Saintess publicly prompting Gaia to apologize in front of the tribe, he experienced a complex mix of emotions, as the remnants of his grievances dissipated like mist. A throng of curious tribesfolk gathered around, their collective silence a testament to their unspoken understanding, all eyes fixated on Su Tang and Gaia. Su Tang smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Gaia's head. "Gaia, when one errs, one must bear the corresponding consequences. You mistakenly accused Brother Su Tang of taking your meat strips, and I am certain he feels quite disheartened. You should apologize to him, all right?" Gaia glanced at the surrounding tribespeople, hesitating before nodding. With a timid step forward, bolstered by Su Tang's encouraging gaze, he approached Su Tang and took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. "Brother Su Tang, I am sorry. I should not have wrongfully accused you without understanding the truth. Can you forgive me?" Su Tang promptly nodded, eager to respond. "Yes, I forgive you. In fact, I too made a mistake. Once we reach the new tribal lands, I will take you to catch the cuckoo beasts. When you were away, Sister Sheng taught us how to prepare roasted cuckoo and fried cuckoo eggs, which are absolutely delicious." At the mention of delectable treats, Gaia's eyes sparkled, and the lingering awkwardness in his heart dissipated as they discussed cuisine. Su Tang, significantly taller than Gaia, awkwardly draped an arm over his shoulder, resembling the camaraderie of close brothers. The tribespeople gazed at Su Tang with newfound admiration, their eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and relief. "Look, our revered Sheng is not only beautiful but also knowledgeable and a talented cook. Most importantly, she advocates for equality among all beasts." Su Tang rubbed her slightly numb legs and, upon standing, discovered the peculiar gaze of her kin upon her. Su Tang, with a casual wave of his hand, Cain dismissed them, urging everyone to go about their business. The orcs promptly scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 196, Preparing to Close the Net. Perhaps due to the recent apology, the bond between Gaia and Su Tang deepened significantly. He even extended an invitation to Su Tang to join him in a small cave to savor the culinary delights freshly prepared by Su Tang. A faint smile adorned Su Tang's face as she followed behind the two, her heart swelling with a sense of gratification, reminiscent of watching one's own child grow up. Upon returning to the cave and catching sight of the soft fruit resting on the metallic board, Su Tang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lost in her joy, she had forgotten the diminishing quantity of the soft fruit. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she urged, "Well, you two should hurry and fetch some meat. And don't forget to get some sweet fruits and mushrooms from Aunt Hongua. If you end up hungry later, you cannot blame me." Cain glanced at the two little ones beside Su Tang, his irritation growing with each passing moment. Once they reached the new tribal territory, he resolved that Kia and the others must not be allowed to reside together. It was one thing for them to monopolize Su's sleeping space. Now they were even competing with him for food. This was utterly intolerable. Casting a deep glance at Kia, he beckoned at him and turned to exit the small cave, the two setting off to gather the ingredients Su Tang desired. During their days in the cave, Su Tang had imparted the art of making dumplings and stuffed pastries to everyone. The previously foraged soft fruit had been distributed in measured portions and a peculiar Enticing aroma wafted through the cave. Adam chuckled softly. It's no wonder they can't resist. The food made by Sugar Cub is simply irresistible. It would indeed be strange if they could. Cain walked ahead, his gaze fixed forward, remarking coolly, if it weren't for Su's cooking, we might not have discovered them, let alone have any hope of capturing them. Surveying the surroundings and finding no other beastmen nearby, Adam decided to relax. Stretching lazily as he casually remarked, but do you really think they will come out tonight? We've already said we would leave tomorrow. What if they choose not to show up? A cold smirk crept across Cain's lips. Not come out. Then they might as well never emerge again. Adam shivered slightly, his eyes widening in surprise. What do you mean? Cain's icy gaze swept over him, prompting Adam to chuckle nervously. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Let us hurry and get the food so we don't keep Sugar Cub waiting. After hours of simmering, the bone broth had transformed into a creamy white concoction, exuding a rich, savory aroma. Kia squatted beside Su Tang, drooling as she eagerly inquired, Sister, when will the noodles be ready? I'm so hungry. Su Tang could not help but chuckle and shake her head, observing the pitiful appearance of her companion, noting how even Hu Tian, her elder brother, was not as anxious as he was. Upon being mentioned, Hu Tian quickly gulped, offering Su Tang a sincere grin. All right, I shall roll the noodles now. It won't be long before we can eat. You go play with brother Hu Tian for a while, and I will call you when it's ready. After sending away the little one, Su Tang wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Picking up the rolling pin to begin preparing the soft fruit, she flattened a small portion of the soft fruit into a large dough sheet, then rolled and sliced it into noodles a finger width. Next, she took a few mushrooms and a generous chunk of meat, cutting them into thin strips and setting them aside for later use. She enlisted Cain's help to create a stove, igniting the fire and heating the oil. She added scallions, ginger, and garlic to the pan, allowing their fragrance to waft through the air before tossing in the sliced meat. As the aroma gradually intensified, she sprinkled salt over the meat once it had changed color and added the mushroom strips, continuing to stir. Finally, she ladled several spoonfuls of rich bone broth into the pot, accompanied by a sizzling sound and a plume of white steam. The creamy broth floated with a delicate layer of yellow oil, while the meat and mushrooms danced within, enticing the appetite of onlookers. Once the broth reached a rolling boil, she added all the noodles, covering the pot to let them simmer. Watching Su Tang's fluid motions akin to flowing water, Adam couldn't help but sigh. This soft fruit is indeed a marvelous thing. It not only provides us with ample energy, but also keeps hunger at bay. Most importantly, it can be transformed into so many delicious dishes. As he spoke, he cast an annoyed glance at Cain, lamenting, such a wonderful sister I have. Yet she has to share her talents with certain individuals. After a brief moment, the enticing aroma of the noodles began to permeate the air. The two little ones, who had been frolicking in the cave, paused and squatted side by side in front of the stove, gazing eagerly at Su Tang. Su Tang gently patted Cain's shoulder and smiled at him without uttering a word. Cain, exhibiting an unspoken understanding, conjured two large golden bowls and placed them beside the stove. Su Tang bestowed upon him a compelling glance, then seized a large spoon and, under the eager gazes of the two little ones, filled their bowls to the brim. It's a tad hot. Let it cool for a while. Be good, she said, gently patting Kaya's head with a soft smile before turning to attend to the remaining ingredients. Cain and Adam exchanged a knowing look. Adam was the first to rise, saying, Tang, it seems we might be a bit short on meat. Cain and I will step out to fetch some more. Su Tang, without much thought, waved her hand and said, All right, you may go. As long as Nibber is here to assist me, that will suffice. Cain nodded and cast a sidelong glance at the excited Gaia, who was squatting beside the large golden bowl, and remarked with slight annoyance, Don't just focus on eating. Take good care of your sister-in-law. After saying this, he left the small cave with Adam. Since Su Tang unlocked her culinary skills and shared them with her kin, the orcs had taken to preparing various delicacies with great enthusiasm, second only to their training. Thus, at mealtimes, an array of enticing aromas wafted from the cave, tantalizingly permeating every corner and making mouths water. The two arrived at the storage area for ingredients, which was unguarded due to previous instructions. Moreover, with their impending departure early the next morning, Cain had advised everyone to eat freely, resulting in only a small amount of ingredients remaining. Adam surveyed the surroundings and finally focused his gaze on Cain, quietly inquiring, What is the situation? Any discoveries? Cain shook his head. Adam frowned slightly, stroking his chin. Logically, lower-level valiant warriors cannot conceal their presence from higher-level ones. Yet, After you detected his aura, he vanished without a trace, unless... Cain paused and continued. Unless he is a valiant warrior of the same level as me. Indeed, unless he is like you. But have you considered that the wilderness lacks basic cultivation techniques? Reni's level was attained in the kingdom of beasts, and you, without Tang's eye, would not have progressed either. Therefore, I am certain that unless he is an orc from the Zhaoying tribe, it is impossible for him to share your level. Upon hearing this, Cain could not help but frown. But if he isn't of the same level as me, why can't I pinpoint his aura? Adam remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before asking, at the moment you sensed his aura, could you lock onto his position and trap him? Cain hesitated for 2 seconds. I should be able to. That is sufficient. Adam clapped Cain on the shoulder and whispered, you find a place to hide. I will lure him out. And the moment his aura slips, you will trap him. Cain remained silent, but Adam understood his concerns and continued, we must locate him. Let us give it a try. If it truly proves unsuitable, we can deal with it secretly, without Tang's eye's knowledge. Cain glanced at Adam, a glimmer of excitement reflected in his obsidian eyes. They exchanged a knowing smile, albeit one tinged with a bloodthirsty chill that Su Tang had never witnessed before. Cain crouched upon a protruding stone of the rock wall. The dim lighting and the elevated position allowed him to clearly observe the ingredients in the surrounding environment, while those below remained oblivious to his presence. With all preparations complete, Adam lazily stretched and found a patch of ground beside the ingredients to lie down, propping his head with one hand, appearing drowsy. As the enticing aromas intensified, his stomach growled audibly. Adam smacked his lips, rolled over, and muttered to himself, alas, in this wilderness, food is scarce. The chieftain has instructed us to feast freely. Yet there is so little left. I wonder if it will sustain us until we exit the wilderness. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and after a considerable time, boredom seemed to take hold of Adam, causing his head to nod as he fought off sleep. Cain, however, remained vigilant. His gaze sharp as he lay upon the rock wall, acutely aware of the situation around him, particularly the small cave where he had previously sensed an anomaly. Before long, Adam lay still on the ground, his eyes closed, and if one listened closely, they might hear the soft sound of snoring, as if he were in deep slumber. Suddenly, Cain's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed on a distant corner where he sensed a disturbance. Holding his breath and concentrating, he remained motionless. Oddly enough, after perceiving that fleeting aura, all became quiet again. The more this occurred, the less Cain dared to relax his vigilance, narrowing his field of watch to the area around the scattered ingredients. Suddenly, from the edge of the ingredient storage, a piece of meat vanished, as if it had simply evaporated, and Cain felt no ripple of disturbance. Straining to suppress his own aura, he focused intently on the remaining scattered ingredients nearby. The figure was cautious, gathering inconspicuous scraps of food, moving unpredictably, sometimes collecting from the left, only to dart to the right the next moment. Before long, the area was cleared of scattered ingredients. Adam remained sprawled on the ground, utterly still, softly snoring, as if genuinely asleep. The intruder grew bolder, inching closer to the center of the ingredient pile. Cain's lips curled into a slight smile. The bait had taken the hook, and now it was time to prepare the net. Because he could not sense the orc's aura, Cain, in the very next moment after a deer-horned beast vanished, waved his hand, and a square golden cage materialized from the ground. Simultaneously, Adam, who had been feigning sleep, abruptly sat up, his expression devoid of any drowsiness. However, upon seeing the empty cage, he could not help but frown slightly and turned to Cain, saying, there is nothing here. Did he manage to escape? Cain leapt down from the dim rock wall, casting a nonchalant glance at the golden cage, his demeanor inscrutable. Is that so? Adam paused, quickly recovering and chuckling. Ah, what a pity we caught nothing. But your prowess as a level 5 valiant warrior seems rather lacking if you cannot even capture an orc. Cain shot a sidelong glance at Adam, but said nothing. Adam's smile grew more mischievous as he approached the cage, resting his hand on the sturdy bars. What a shame about this cage. Since we caught no one, we might as well leave it be. It should serve as a deterrent. After all, aside from those with higher abilities, no one can unlock it. As he spoke, Adam distinctly sensed a flicker of energy from within the cage. His smile became more enchanting, his fox-like eyes glimmering with intrigue, as if questioning Cain or perhaps speaking to himself. Do you think the orc who stole our prey will regret it when we leave tomorrow? Cain remained silent, not wishing to engage further with Adam. He picked up 2 pieces of already prepared deer-horned meat from the ground and turned to head back into the small cave. Adam couldn't help but twitch his lips, wondering why his companion was being so uncooperative. Shaking his head in exasperation, he called out to Cain, Hey, wait for me. Don't think you can go back and eat all by yourself. Inside the small cave, Su Tang had peeled and cleaned all the ground fruits and sweet ground fruits, cutting them into pieces and setting them aside for later use. Seeing the two enter, she curiously asked, "Why did you take so long?" Adam's spirits were high as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just set a trap for a little bug, and to my surprise, it fell right in." Su Tang was not a fool. She immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Adam's words. With her eyes slightly widened and a hint of excitement, she asked, "Wow, did you catch him? You didn't beat him up, did you?" Adam shook his head. "Of course not. That orc is quite cunning. Even though he has been captured, he still refuses to reveal himself." Adam animatedly recounted the scene they had just witnessed. Su Tang gazed at Cain with starry eyes, her hands forming a heart shape. "Wow, Cain is truly remarkable." Just as Cain had revealed a hint of a smile towards Su Tang, he was abruptly pushed aside by Adam, who rushed in. "Tangzai, don't forget about me. If it weren't for my convincingly realistic performance, that beastman would likely still be deceived." Indeed you were quite impressive as well." After receiving praise, Adam felt an overwhelming sense of pride, almost wishing to let his tail out and give it a vigorous wag. However, inexplicably, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned to meet Cain's gaze, which seemed to strip him bare. Suddenly realizing what he had just done, Adam swallowed nervously and retreated a few steps, relinquishing his position back to Cain, while offering him a rather obsequious smile. Chapter 200. The stone tried to as Su Tang sliced the meat, she inquired, "By the way, you just mentioned that there was nothing in the cage. Yet you sensed fluctuations of primal energy. Does this imply that this orb possesses the awakened ability of invisibility?" Just as Adam was about to respond, he noticed Cain's piercing gaze and silently chose to refrain from speaking. Cain averted his eyes and gently tucked a strand of Su Tang's hair that had fallen beside her cheek behind her ear, replying in a remarkably gentle tone, "Yes, that seems to be the case." Su Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how cool. An ability to become invisible. Such a power is simply unparalleled in its utility. Imagining it as my own sends a thrill through me." Cain, while discreetly placing the neatly cut pieces of meat onto a plate, inquired nonchalantly, "What does cool mean?" Su Tang was still immersed in the reverie of what it would be like to possess the ability of invisibility, responding rather casually and nonchalantly, implying it would be quite impressive. Cain nodded and unexpectedly declared, "Then I'm cooler than him." This remark abruptly jolted Su Tang back to reality. Struggling to suppress a smile, she scrutinized Cain from head to toe and nodded earnestly in agreement, replying, "Indeed. My Cain is the coolest." Upon receiving this compliment, Cain's spirits soared several notches higher. Su Tang waved him aside, saying, all right, you go ahead first. I need to prepare the meal." Cain, unfazed, cheerfully replied, "Okay. Then I shall assist you in lighting the fire." Ruanguo had already prepared noodles for Kaya and Hutian, so Su Tang gathered all the remaining ingredients and concocted a hearty pot of stew. With an abundance of meat, vegetables, and soup, Cain and the others were thoroughly satisfied, showering praises upon the meal. Even Kaya, who had already dined, couldn't resist sampling a small bowl. Had it not been for Su Tang's concern that he might overindulge and upset his stomach, he might have requested another serving. After the meal, there was no need to wash the pots and dishes. Cain merely touched them lightly, and they transformed into golden particles, dissipating into the air, an incredibly efficient use of time, effort, and resources. Fully sated, everyone reclined on the animal pelts, savoring the moment. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by the entrance of Bear. "Chief," he announced, "our I has sent me to inform you that the poacher has been captured. He wishes to speak with you and has sent me to summon you." Cain nodded and rose to his feet, with a face alight with excitement. Su Tang gently caressed his arm. "May I accompany you?" He grasped her small hand firmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are the sacred maiden of our clan. Of course you may come." Upon hearing this, Adam promptly rose, languidly stating, "Then as the priest, I shall also observe the situation. Nibber, take good care of these two little ones in the cave. We shall return shortly." Old Nick, with a benevolent smile, nodded in agreement. "Ah, very well. You may rest assured with me here. You may go." Seeming to perceive Su Tang's reluctance, she gently stroked his head in comfort. "Be a good boy, Aya. When I return, I shall prepare meat strips for you, all right?" Aya pondered for a moment, drawing a large circle in the air. "Then I want that many meat strips." Very well, but you must stay obediently in the cave and not wander off, understood?" You can play the clapping game I taught you yesterday with Brother Hution. Be good now. We shall take our leave. Goodbye. Asa. Chapter 201. The Stone Tribe 3. Su Tang glanced at her watch, noting that it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. The clan members had already finished their dinner, and, upon hearing that the poaching orc had been captured, they curiously peered from the cave entrance. Though they dared not venture outside due to Rini's imposing presence. Following Berda, they made their way unobstructed to the storage area for ingredients, where a large golden cage stood out conspicuously beside the supplies. Inside the cage sat an orc whose age was indeterminate, yet his appearance was certainly startling to Su Tang. Although she had encountered few orcs concerned with their image since arriving on the orc continent, the figure within the cage was truly beyond description. His hair, akin to withered grass, hung disheveled over his face. He was emaciated, resembling someone who had not eaten in quite some time. The skin on his arms sagged weakly, and he leaned against a corner of the cage, looking feeble. At his feet lay a pile of venison and some scattered provisions. Upon seeing Cain and Su Tang approach, Rini struck the edge of the golden cage with a stone, producing a jarring thud sound. The orc slowly raised his head, his dark eyes piercing through the tangled strands of hair, locking onto Cain and Su Tang with a gaze that sent a slight shiver through Su Tang's heart. Cain frowned and gently pulled Su Tang behind him as he approached the golden cage, looking down at the orc from a position of superiority. An orc from the Stone Tribe? What business do you have with me? The orc remained silent, extending a skeletal hand to grasp the bars of the cage, using them for support as he gradually stood up. Su Tang, filled with curiosity, cautiously peeked out from behind Cain. He hesitated for a moment but did not deter her. Upon raising his head, Su Tang noticed his lips were chapped and cracked, faint traces of blood visible, his complexion excessively pale, as if he had not seen the sun in ages. The orc's lips twitched slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners, his voice harsh and raspy. What is this? Haven't you all been eager to find me? Now that I'm in your clutches, what are you planning to do? Without indulging in further pleasantries, Cain inquired directly. Where are your other kin? The orc smirk deepened, his gaze laced with a hint of provocation as he regarded Cain. Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? You may have captured me, but we stone orcs swear never to be enslaved. Suddenly, an incongruous burst of laughter echoed through the quiet cave, drawing the attention of all present towards Su Tang. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Blushing, she stepped out from behind Cain and cleared her throat. Actually, the orcs in our tribe are quite friendly, so there's really no need for such a desperate expression. The orc remained silent, furrowing his brow as he looked at Su Tang. Not only he, but even the members of the winged tiger tribe stared at her in bewilderment. Realizing this, Su Tang couldn't help but facepalm. They simply did not understand her words. It was truly exasperating. Back on Blue Star, she had never appreciated the significance of 9 years of compulsory education, but now, in the realm of the orcs, even communication proved to be a laborious task. She resolved that once they reached their new territory and settled down, establishing a school would be her priority, ensuring that the orc children could receive the nourishment of knowledge and thrive. What I meant to say is, our tribe's orcs are all good orcs, so there's really no need to fear. The orc's gaze towards Su Tang was somewhat hostile, and he remained silent. His fingers tightened around the bars of the cage as he surveyed the imposing, robust figures of the muscular diamond bear orcs surrounding him. The mocking smile lingered on his lips as he asked, Good orcs, you say? Su Tang felt a surge of anger. Her hands placed defiantly on her hips as she stepped out from behind Cain, her expression one of indignation. Our tribe's orcs are undoubtedly noble, diligent, and friendly. Yet here you are, pilfering the fruits of our hard work. What right do you have to mock us? Though some of the words eluded her comprehension, the general sentiment was clear. The orc's pointed ears reddened slightly as he gasped for breath, fixated intently on Su Tang. I apologize, but I am left with no alternatives. The young ones of our tribe have gone several days without sustenance, and if they do not eat soon, they will perish. Witnessing his sudden shift in demeanor, Su Tang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Blinking in bewilderment, she felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Flushing with embarrassment, she retreated once more behind Cain. Cain's previously indulgent gaze turned icy as he regarded the orc in the cage, and with a slight nod, his tone bore an undeniable authority. Join the winged tiger tribe, and your kin shall not starve. The declaration resonated like a command, yet it also carried the weight of a promise. The orc fell silent for a moment before hoarsely responding. The stone-skinned orc shall never be a slave. A stillness enveloped the cave for a brief moment, before Cain coolly remarked, If not as a slave, what else can you attain? The orc paused, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Cain's gaze shifted to Rini, instructing, "Take them back. I am sufficient here." Rini nodded, and soon only Su Tang, Cain, Adam, and the stone-skin orc remained. With a wave of his hand, the golden cage dissipated into shimmering particles. A glimmer of astonishment crossed the stone-skin orc's eyes. He was aware of the high-level valiant warriors within this tribe. Yet he had not anticipated that their leader would be so young. In that moment when the golden cage enveloped him, he realized he had encountered a valiant warrior, one whose power had already materialized, far beyond his current capacity to resist. With no one else present, Cain wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. The wilderness has suffered the wrath of the mountain god and can no longer sustain you. Bring your people into our tribe, and you shall attain your desires. I will protect you and your kin, leading you to a new homeland. Otherwise, it will not be long before you and your people meet the beast god due to starvation." The stone-skin orc clenched his fists tightly at his sides, visibly torn. "You just said we would not be made slaves." "Of course, our winged tiger tribe advocates for the equality of orcs." Another silence fell upon them, finally summoning his courage. The stone-skin orc looked up at Su Tang and asked, "Are you the saintess of the winged tiger tribe?" Su Tang was somewhat taken aback by how the conversation had abruptly shifted to her, yet she did not dwell on it. She nodded and replied, "Yes, what is it?" The stone beastman fell silent once more. Su Tang. Chapter 203. The stone beastman Su Tang felt a sense of bewilderment. Why did the orc suddenly pose such a question? What did it matter whether she was a saintess in relation to their joining the winged tiger tribe? It was puzzling. Nonetheless, Su Tang refrained from inquiring further. Adam, pondering for a brief moment, swiftly grasped the situation and cast a knowing smile at Cain. The silence lingered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Eventually, the stone-breaking orc could no longer contain himself. After several attempts to voice his thoughts, he finally resolved to speak. "Earlier, in that small cave, I overheard you mention that the saintess is a messenger sent by the beast god, and that the tribe possesses techniques which can awaken extraordinary abilities in orcs. Is that correct?" Cain candidly affirmed, "Indeed." The stone-breaking orc's eyes sparkled faintly, his aura fluctuating with a hint of excitement as he ventured, "If we were to join the winged tiger tribe, would my kin also be able to cultivate such techniques?" "Absolutely." The stone-breaking orc was elated. Cain's lips curved into a subtle smile, though his eyes betrayed little warmth. However, the stone-breaking orc cautiously inquired, "But what about?" "These techniques are reserved solely for those orcs who are loyal to the winged tiger tribe. Should you wish to cultivate these techniques, you must undergo a 30-day probation period. Only upon successfully completing this period will you be able to practice the techniques." The stone-breaking orc stared at Cain, bewildered. 30 days? Probation period? What does that entail? Cain explained, the probation period was indeed proposed by Su Tang, intended to prevent any ill-intentioned orcs from joining the tribe solely for the purpose of mastering the techniques. During these 30 days, only those diligent, kind-hearted, non-confrontational, hard-working, and amiable orcs will qualify to cultivate the techniques. Cain was confident that if the tribe were truly developed as Su Tang depicted, with hospitals, schools, various shops, and a lack of want, then, after this 30-day period, no orc would wish to leave. Observing the perplexed expression of the stone-breaking orc, Adam felt compelled to clarify. One day is measured from sunrise to sunset. 30 sunrises and sunsets constitute 30 days. Throughout this duration, as long as you diligently work, care for your kin, avoid quarrels, and refrain from causing trouble, you will pass the probation period. After swearing eternal loyalty to the winged tiger tribe before the beast god, you will be able to cultivate the techniques. Although our tribe is called the winged tiger tribe, it comprises various orc races, all of whom are quite amicable. We advocate for equality among orcs. Yet those who make significant contributions to the tribe should receive better treatment. Conversely, any actions detrimental to the tribe will incur penalties. We can discuss these matters in detail once we have settled into our new territory. Do you have any further questions? The stone-breaking orc shook his head. Adam exhaled a sigh of relief, stretched lazily, and declared, "After all this, you have finally agreed to join our tribe." Haha. Why is everyone looking at me? Su Tang couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. She usually considered Adam quite clever, so why did he falter at such a critical moment? His words were clearly intended to manipulate others. Alas, it was utterly foolish. There was no saving him. The stone-wearing orc furrowed his brow, his dark eyes fixed intently on Cain. "So, from the moment you discovered my existence, you were already plotting against me, conspiring to entice my kin into your tribe?" Those words spoken in the cave were deliberately directed at me, were they not? Chapter 204. The Stone-Wearing Orc. 3. Adam managed a somewhat awkward smile. After receiving a glare from Su Tang, he promptly fell silent. Cain maintained his composure, showing no signs of embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he readily confessed, "Yes, we are indeed plotting against you. It is your own folly that you have fallen for our schemes so easily. Any further inquiries?" The stone-wearing orc's expression darkened. His fists clenched as he glared at Cain, the muscles in his cheeks twitching with suppressed rage. The look in his eyes seemed to convey the message. "If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have struck you down already." Su Tang, at times, these two can be quite reliable, but when they're not, they can truly become a burden to their allies. The winged tiger tribe is in dire need of assistance. One would think they could at least muster a modicum of kindness. Yet these two, one blatantly schemes against others, while the other, after making their stance clear, acts as if they were entirely justified. It's infuriating. If it were her, she'd be reluctant to join this tribe. With this thought, Su Tang shot a disapproving glare at Cain and Adam. Then, with a smile that exuded warmth, she turned her friendly gaze toward the stone orc. "Do not heed their baseless claims. Our actions are merely to welcome you and your kin into our tribe. As you can see, we have never harmed you. And our tribe's orcs are truly amicable." Despite the sincerity in Su Tang's eyes, once the seeds of doubt are sown, any attempt at redemption becomes futile. The stone orc's gaze towards Su Tang was a complex mixture of skepticism intertwined with admiration, layered beneath a shroud of repression, gloom, and yearning. What was he yearning for? Cain's previously unremarkable expression darkened instantaneously as he pulled the beaming Su Tang back into his embrace, his strong arms firmly encircling her waist, exuding a palpable sense of possessiveness. Su Tang inexplicably raised her head, locking eyes with Cain's sharply defined profile. In that fleeting moment, her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. Cain's gaze was fixed intently on the stone-through orc, and although he was confident that Su Tang would not be taken away by this orc, a hint of caution tinged his tone. "I had considered bringing you into my tribe, but upon observing your condition, it is evident that your kin have not eaten for quite some time, and their health is likely compromised. There must be many ailing orcs among you. Accepting you into our fold would not only deplete our food supplies, but also necessitate the use of our dwindling medicinal herbs for your healing." The stone-through orc's expression appeared somewhat agitated, eager to interject, but Cain interrupted him. "Moreover, I have calculated your feelings towards me. You harbor resentment. Even if you were to join our tribe, your loyalty would not lie with me, rendering your inclusion unnecessary." With that, as if he had reached a resolute decision, Cain took Su Tang by the arm and turned to leave, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Adam sighed and shook his head. "In that case, I have no further words to offer. However, I advise you to depart with your kin. Survival in the wilderness has become untenable. Seek out a new homeland." With that, Adam turned and followed closely in Cain's footsteps. Earlier, he had heard that the stone-through tribe was particularly skilled in burrowing into mountains, and their numbers were substantial. Joining the winged tiger tribe would indeed be a significant boon for them. Alas, remember the original domain for this book. Chapter 205. Rock Power. Although Adam felt a sense of regret, he recognized the validity of Cain's reasoning. They required orcs who would be loyal to their tribe, rather than those harboring animosity or past grievances. After all, the tribe's secrets were numerous, and some risks were not worth taking, while others were simply unavoidable. The stone-through orc stared wide-eyed as the three of them began to depart, watching as they neared the edge of his vision without pausing. A sense of panic gripped him, prompting him to call out urgently, "Wait, when did I ever say I was unwilling to join your tribe? Come back." In the next instant, two figures swiftly darted back to stand before the stone-through orc. Su Tang, filled with excitement, clung to Cain's arm, reflecting on the exhilarating speed they had just experienced. It was truly thrilling. Had the timing been more opportune, she would have insisted on persuading Cain to undertake another exhilarating ride. Cain gently patted Su Tang's head, adopting a serious expression as he turned his gaze toward the stone-clad orc. "If you and your kin can fulfill the promises made earlier, you may join our tribe." The stone-clad orc nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I accept your terms, but I have a few questions to pose to you." "Speak," Cain replied. "Your tribe possesses healers and herbs, correct?" Su Tang was momentarily taken aback. After glancing at Cain, she nodded slightly. "Yes, there is a way. But in order to treat an illness, I must see the patient to ascertain the nature of the ailment. You may also describe it first." The stone orc regarded Su Tang with a hint of surprise before shifting his gaze back to Cain, seemingly hesitant to speak further. "Su Tang, it is evident to any discerning individual that this orc harbors distrust towards her. distrust. She was quite indignant. Cain couldn't help but chuckle softly, continuing to ruffle Su Tang's hair in a gesture of comfort while introducing her to the stone-clad orc. She is not only the sacred maiden of our clan, but has also studied medicine under our tribe's healer for some time, possessing knowledge of the healing arts. Moreover, let us not forget, she is an envoy sent by the Lord of Beasts. Upon hearing this, the stone-clad orc's eyes glimmered with a hint of respect as he performed a customary greeting of the orc continent towards Su Tang. However, it was apparent that he had not eaten for quite some time, his emaciated frame resembling little more than a mere skeleton, swaying unsteadily as he attempted the greeting. This sight filled Su Tang with trepidation, compelling her to rush forward and offer him support. After the salutation, the stone-clad orc respectfully addressed her, "My lady sacred maiden." "I beg your pardon." Su Tang hurriedly waved his hand, assuring him that everything was fine, and urged him to rise. "Please, tell me about the sickness afflicting the orcs in your tribe." The stone-clad orc slowly stood up, nodding with great difficulty, a hint of anguish etched on his face. "I am Yamli, the current chieftain of the stone-clad tribe. When the heavy rains caused our cave to collapse, the former chieftain was injured while rescuing my brother. He entrusted the tribe to me. We have been hiding underground ever since, but with so many tribe members, our provisions were swiftly depleted. By the time you arrived, we had already endured prolonged hunger." As he spoke, there was a quiver in Yamli's voice. "This is all my fault. If the former chieftain had not risked himself for my brother, he would not have been harmed. Now, with so little food and his wounds so grave, I fear he may not survive until the rainy season and will have to meet the beast god." Yamli's emotions surged, his words tumbling out in a disjointed manner, leaving Su Tang perplexed about the nature of the former chieftain's injuries. Beside them, Cain raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "You mentioned that you have always lived underground, which implies that there are more caves beneath this one." Chapter 206. Yamli's body momentarily stiffened, barely perceptibly. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "Indeed. We stone-clad orcs are quite adept at excavating caves, and the ones we create are remarkably sturdy." Su Tang surveyed the cave they currently occupied, nodding in agreement as she discerned the situation.